Thus, as the Earth merges with an unknown realm, the current environment is rapidly descending into frigid temperatures. Ultimately, it shall reach absolute zero. Consequently, all of humanity is migrating towards warmer territories, and you are my beloved wife. A youth, his head wrapped in a bandage, gazed in astonishment at the stunning beauty before him. Indeed, you are my husband, Jiang Shan. Wei Jinjin nodded earnestly. At that moment, Jiang Shan felt a chill run through him. Just last night, he was an unemployed young man in a rented room, and today he found himself transported to a world reminiscent of an apocalypse, complete with a wife. Yet most crucially, he lacked the memories of his original self, leaving him no choice but to feign amnesia. Fortunately, with the injury on his head, Wei Jinjin harbored no significant suspicions. At that juncture, a man's voice echoed from the vehicle's radio. Attention, everyone! In 10 minutes, the blizzard will lessen at that time. All shall resume their journey. End of message. Upon hearing this, Wei Jinjin slowly rose to her feet. All right, dear husband, the convoy is about to depart. I will begin inspecting the vehicles. Please tend to the fire and ensure it does not extinguish. As she spoke, she gestured towards a small stove in front of Jiang Shan, where some firewood was burning, the smoke being vented outside through a small chimney, and currently, hot water was simmering atop it. Seeing this, Jiang Shan nodded at Wei Jinjin. Thank you for your assistance. Wei Jinjin smiled, waving her hand dismissively. There's no need for such formality. We are but an old married couple. With that, she wrapped herself in layers of thick clothing and began bustling about outside the vehicle, peering through the window. Jiang Shan observed the fierce winds mingled with heavy snow swirling outside. Countless filthy vehicles stranded in the snow, while others had occupants disembarking to inspect their conditions. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Shan let out a heavy sigh. Alas, for now, we must focus on survival before contemplating anything else. Ding! Host target confirmed. Awakening of the Chance Snatching System. Chance Snatching System Level 1. Can perceive opportunities that will occur within the next day regarding the target. Seizing these opportunities grants additional rewards. After seizing 10 opportunities, the system will upgrade. The system's function seems straightforward, yet its specific effects remained unclear. With this in mind, Jiang Shan turned his gaze towards a middle-aged man clad in a black cotton coat in a nearby vehicle, and soon he witnessed the events that would transpire for this man over the course of the day. At 11 o'clock, the convoy was attacked by a horde of giant snow wolves, each the size of a moose. During this assault, both he and Wei Jinjin perished. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shan involuntarily gasped, Goodness, is the migration route this perilous? I had assumed it was merely a matter of temperature. The scene continued unfolding, and the middle-aged man did not meet his demise. After evading the attack, the convoy halted to rest as night fell. As he stepped away to relieve himself, he discovered an old machine beneath a large rock which, upon realizing it was still operational, he brought back to the vehicle. He then placed a moldy piece of bread inside, only to retrieve a block of black protein. Most intriguingly, this machine contained a wondrous space capable of storing protein blocks, albeit solely for that purpose. The vision concluded at this point. Reflecting on what he had witnessed, Jiang Shan pondered, Remarkable. I never anticipated encountering such machinery. This device appears to recycle spoiled food into protein blocks, and it can even store them. Perhaps I could generate substantial wealth utilizing this. In this new world, preserving the dwindling food supply is evidently of paramount importance. With such a mechanism to reclaim spoiled provisions, whether for personal consumption or trade, it presents a splendid opportunity. However, for now, I must devise a strategy to evade the impending wolf attack. When the time is right, I shall take the wheel, allowing us to dodge the assault in advance. Jiang Shan then observed the others and quickly realized that not everyone possessed the ability to glimpse the future. Only those who would experience unexpected gains within the next day would be visible to him. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. The greatest fear lies in the unknown. Yet now that he had a glimpse of the future, what was there to fear? At that moment, Wei Jinjin burst through the car door, and the icy wind rushed in, causing the internal temperature to plummet. Fortunately, Wei Jinjin acted swiftly, shutting the door and hurrying to the small stove to warm herself. The outside is growing increasingly frigid. It wasn't this cold last night. At least a 10-degree drop occurred overnight. Listening to Wei Zinshan's incessant complaints, Jiang Shan understood that the current situation was far from favorable. He promptly poured her a cup of hot water. Here, drink some warm water. It will help stave off the chill. After sipping the warm water, Wei Zinshan exhaled deeply, then lamented, the weather is truly cold. If we hadn't arrived in this world, we would have been enjoying hot pot after work by now. Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she turned to Jiang Shan with an apologetic expression. I forgot, dear husband. You no longer remember? No. Jiang Shan waved his hand, and with unwavering determination, he gazed into Wei Zinshan's eyes. Rest assured, Wei Zinshan, though I recall nothing at present, I shall ensure you enjoy hot pot. Upon hearing her name, Wei Zinshan looked at Jiang Shan intently. Wife. Only then did Wei Zinshan nod in satisfaction. All right, I was merely venting my frustrations. In this era, having a meal is already a considerable blessing. As she spoke, she glanced at the time. Oh no, we are about to depart. With that, she swiftly made her way to the driver's seat. Dear husband, buckle up. We are ready to set off. As the vehicle roared to life, the entire convoy began to move slowly, and a cacophony of sounds filled the air: the crunch of snow against the vehicle, the hum of the engine, and the crackle of the fire within. Wei dear, wife, how many vehicles are outside? Seeing the seemingly endless line of cars, Jiang Shan couldn't help but inquire. Approximately over 100,000. Not too many, Wei Zinshan replied without turning her head. Goodness, that's immense. Are these all the vehicles of humanity? Upon hearing this answer, Jiang Shan gasped in astonishment. Impossible. At the outset, the world government established the forthcoming objectives and divided the groups to set off from various directions. Their aim is to prevent being ensnared by unknown entities. Regrettably, many long-lasting supplies were seized by high-ranking officials and affluent merchants. They possessed the real bulk of vehicles, starting from at least 100,000. Fortunately, a considerable number remained behind. We are fortunate to have salvaged this vehicle they abandoned. Otherwise, how could two mere workers like us possess an entry-level RV? As she spoke, she pointed to the RV they were currently occupying. Realization dawned on Jiang Shan as he exclaimed, so that's how it is? Time swiftly passed, and 4 hours later, Jiang Shan checked his phone, noting it was already 10:50. The giant wolves would soon arrive. He understood that he must take action now. The multitude of wolves necessitated an early retreat from this area. Wife, you must be weary as well. Allow me to drive from here on. Chapter 2. The onslaught of the giant snow wolves seated in the driver's seat. Jiang Shan felt no discomfort. However, a tinge of concern lingered in his mind. He wondered if he could evade the onslaught of the colossal wolves after his transformation. Soon, his gaze fell upon Wei Zinshan, who was resting with her eyes closed in the back seat. This sight fortified his resolve, not only for Wei Zinshan's sake, but for his own survival. He knew he must exert every ounce of effort. Without hesitation, he steered the vehicle in a different direction. Yet, this sudden maneuver provoked the ire of other drivers. What's wrong with this car? Why the abrupt change in direction? Do they not realize how dangerous that is? Damn it, which idiot is causing trouble? I'll make sure to teach them a lesson when night falls. What the hell? Is this car insane? Moving among so many vehicles, do they have a death wish? Can't they drive? If they can't, they might as well perish. My family still needs this RV. Although Jiang Shan could not hear the driver's angry shouts, he could see through the window their foul-mouthed tirades. But he had no choice. Survival necessitated movement, and if that meant enduring their curses, so be it. In the low visibility ahead, a car lay overturned, suddenly flipping with a loud crash. Bang, bang, bang. The vehicles trailing behind slammed on their brakes, but it was too late. They collided in a chaotic pileup. Despite the blizzard rendering visibility nearly non-existent, Jiang Shan had anticipated this scenario and immediately heightened his alertness. After such a series of collisions, the giant wolves would soon launch their assault on the human convoy. They're coming, wife. Fasten your seatbelt. Hearing Jiang Shan's command, Wei Zinshan, though unsure of the situation, quickly complied. Hubby, what is happening? Jiang Shan's eyes remained fixed on the direction where the accident had occurred. I heard the crash, but I sense it's not that simple. Just as he finished speaking, a massive figure erupted from the blizzard to their left. A giant snow wolf, in stark contrast to a deer and a small car. The wolf lunged, sending the car's roof flying with a single blow. Bang! The small vehicle tumbled away, colliding with several SUVs in the adjacent lane. Witnessing this, Jiang Shan pressed the accelerator to the floor, the RV's speed increasing significantly. They had no means of defense against the giant wolves. The only option was to evade them. As they sped past the cluster of halted vehicles, the situation offered no respite. Suddenly, more than a dozen giant snow wolves surged forth from the storm. Jiang Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth? How are there so many here?" Despite having distanced himself significantly, encountering this many wolves was unexpected. How had that middle-aged man managed to escape? They were now far from the initial attack site, but pondering this was not an option. "Wife, hold on tight." Jiang Shan swerved the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle further away from the wolves. Clearly, the other drivers shared the same instinct, as countless cars attempted to flee from the monstrous beasts. However, this collective panic led to a series of collisions, with vehicles beginning to smoke in place. Thankfully, Jiang Shan had the foresight from his earlier visions, allowing him to sidestep some of the larger impacts. Even so, he found himself suffering under the pressure of multiple vehicles closing in around him. Inside the RV, chaos reigned, but the stove in the center was secured in a special manner, preventing any fire from igniting. In contrast, through the windows of other vehicles, he could see flames already beginning to engulf them. Yet, with the threat of the giant wolves still looming, they dared not stop. Suddenly, a car beside them made a sharp turn, blocking Jiang Shan's path. "What the hell is wrong with this person?" he cursed under his breath, quickly veering to avoid the vehicle. The driver, engulfed in flames, threw open the door in terror. In a moment of misfortune, the RV collided with the burning man. Bang! He was sent flying, but Jiang Shan couldn't afford to pause and check on him. He understood that the giant wolves attacking the convoy numbered in the thousands. He couldn't jeopardize their safety for a stranger. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the accelerator once more. The RV shook violently, but Jiang Shan feigned ignorance, his focus keenly observing the surroundings. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed billowing smoke escaping from the recently opened car door, the interior hazy, yet he could see someone struggling within. As the RV continued its journey, the ill-fated vehicle vanished into the blizzard. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Shan lamented the cruel reality of this world. In the back seat, Wei Zhenjin remained silent, clearly shaken by the earlier scene. "Hubby!" Her face was pale with concern. "It's all right. I'm merely reflecting," Jiang Shan reassured her, returning his full attention to driving the RV. At that moment, a mass of vehicles appeared ahead, and a colossal snow wolf stood atop them, clutching a human arm in its jaws. Jiang Shan's body stiffened in horror, while Wei Zhenjin turned white and retched at the sight. Although humanity had been on the move for 3 days, witnessing such brutality was a first for many, and the gruesome scene unsettled them both. Jiang Shan knew the RV was about to collide with the pile of cars. "Come on, body, move," summoning his willpower. He finally managed to turn the steering wheel. Though he had initiated a turn, the compacted snow caused the RV to skid. Bang! A collision from behind reverberated through the vehicle, but Jiang Shan had no time to dwell on it. He pressed the accelerator with all his might. The giant snow wolf, standing atop the vehicle pile, paid them little heed, fixated instead on the approaching RV. This moment reminded Jiang Shan of a documentary he had seen, where bears hunted sturgeon. The cars seemed akin to sturgeon, desperately trying to break through the defenses of the colossal wolves to reach their next destination. The pile of vehicles and the snow wolf faded into the blizzard. A majestic tree came into view. Seeing the tree ignited a spark of hope in Jiang Shan. According to the middle-aged man's memories, the giant wolf's assault had nearly ceased behind this very tree. Being the only large tree in the snowy expanse, he remembered it vividly. With this knowledge, his heart began to lighten. Chapter 3. The opportunity of the two-pronged monkey. Once the RV stabilized, Jiang Shan turned his attention to his suddenly present wife. "Wife, are you all right?" Through the rearview mirror, he noted Wei Zhenjin's pallor. The image of the wolf holding a severed arm had clearly unsettled her. Covering her mouth with one hand and gripping her seatbelt with the other, she replied, "Hubby, I'm fine. Just focus on driving. I'll be all right soon." With her reassurance, Jiang Shan continued to navigate the vehicle. There was no option to stop. The snow wolves were still behind them. After they had distanced themselves from the wolves, the convoy regained some semblance of order, and Wei Zhenjin began to tidy the RV, restoring it to a semblance of normalcy. Once they were far enough away, she declared, "Hubby, let me take the wheel now." Jiang Shan nodded in agreement. All right, after switching seats, he settled into the spot previously occupied by Wei Zhenjin. The tension from the recent attack had left him drained, and as he relaxed, he gradually drifted into slumber. 2 hours later, he awoke to find it was already 2 in the afternoon. Wow, I didn't realize I had slept for 3 hours. He looked up to see Wei Zhenjin still driving the RV. Upon noticing him awake, her face lit up with joy. "You're awake. You must be hungry. Have some food first." As they were still driving, cooking was impractical. "Let us have a proper meal in the evening. For now, let us eat these buns. They take up space and don't last long." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan rose and made his way to the driver's seat, which had originally been a sleeping area but had been converted into a storage compartment before their departure. Aside from this space, many other areas were crammed with various supplies. Jiang Shan retrieved 6 large buns from within and placed them on a small stove to warm up. After handing 3 buns to Wei Zhenjin, he finally savored the culinary skills of his world's wife. With the first bite, the flavor of the cabbage and meat bun exploded in his mouth. Delicious. In response to Jiang Shan's praise, Wei Zhenjin beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Hee, as long as you like it." It was this very skill that won you over. She wore a proud expression, causing Jiang Shan to chuckle while reflecting on the original owner of his body, before his crossing. He had been perpetually single, and now he found himself pursued in this new world. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shan turned his gaze outside. The assault of the giant snow wolves had passed, altering the fates of both him and Wei Zhenjin. He needed to ensure that no further crises loomed ahead. Next to their RV was a Wuling van, a notably inexpensive vehicle, particularly valued for its spacious interior capable of storing a multitude of items. The current driver was a middle-aged man from the Mediterranean, but adorning the vehicle was a figurine that caught Jiang Shan's attention. An eccentric character, he wondered if fate would grant him a chance to encounter such a find. In the next instant, Jiang Shan's surroundings shifted, igniting his excitement. Indeed, there was something remarkable. He focused intently on the scene unfolding before him, where the eccentric character successfully arrived at the next resting camp, only to unexpectedly discover a charred vehicle. Theoretically, such a vehicle would be stripped bare by fire. However, it concealed a hidden storage compartment containing an unopened broadsword and over a dozen mushroom bags. The eccentric character cheerfully returned to his vehicle, unnoticed. Witnessing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but chuckle. Hee, this eccentric fellow is quite fortunate. Not only did he find a sword, but also mushroom bags. Alas, now they all belong to me. The mushroom bags, when watered, could sprout mushrooms, and with proper cultivation, one could yield double the weight of mushrooms. Most importantly, as long as they had not been stimulated to grow, they could be stored for an extended period. Subsequently, Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjin took turns driving, and just before nightfall, the voice of the lead driver crackled through the radio, announcing that the entire convoy could now rest, with a scheduled departure at 7 a.m. the next day. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjin exhaled in relief. "Phew, we can finally park." She began to halt the vehicle, but Jiang Shan quickly interjected, "Wait, there's an abandoned vehicle over there. Let us stop there." He pointed towards a nearby burnt-out car. All right, Wei Zhenjin complied without further ado and parked beside the charred vehicle. Upon seeing Jiang Shan's RV come to a stop, the eccentric character, initially intending to park there, opted for another location. Jiang Shan sighed in relief. It was better this way, as he could retrieve the items from within without drawing attention. Eagerly, he donned his padded jacket and said, "Wife, I've been sitting in this car all day. I'm going to step out and stretch." "Sure, I'll start preparing dinner. By the way, if you find any firewood, please collect some." After giving Wei Zhenjin an assuring glance, Jiang Shan stepped outside the RV. The ground creaked underfoot as he surveyed his surroundings. Marveling, goodness, there are indeed so many vehicles. After stretching, he approached the burnt-out car, only to discover the damage was extensive. The vehicle had been consumed by flames, and the howling wind mixed with blinding snow had left a thick layer of snow inside. Opening the door revealed an impenetrable darkness. Wow, it really was burned quite thoroughly. Had he not known in advance about the mushroom bags and broadsword, he likely would not have considered investigating this vehicle, especially in such frigid weather where outdoor activity required energy. Reaching the hidden storage compartment, he brushed away the snow, revealing a darkened floor beneath. With a firm kick, he created a large opening, mushroom bags and a broadsword. Here I come. Upon inspection, he found a total of 12 1,500-gram mushroom bags. But what truly captured Jiang Shan's interest was the broadsword resting on the side. He quickly stuffed the mushroom bags into his jacket and seized the sword. Returning to the RV.as, he closed the door behind him. He excitedly called out to Wei Zhenjin, "Wife, look what I've found." He displayed the mushroom bags and broadsword before her. Initially, Wei Zhenjin thought Jiang Shan had exited merely to stretch his legs, never anticipating he would return with such a bounty. Upon closer inspection, she was immediately astonished. Mushroom bags and a broadsword. "Where did you find these?" Jiang Shan pointed to the nearby charred vehicle, explaining, "Right over there. It had a hidden compartment beneath the floor. Unfortunately, that's all I could find." Chapter 4. System Settlement. Wei Zhenjin shot Jiang Shan a knowing glance. "What do you mean, that's all? If others heard you, they'd likely be furious." Hearing this, Jiang Shan paused, and soon both erupted into laughter. "All right, I have a feeling I'll discover even more valuable items next." With that, he promptly exited the RV, leaving Wei Zhenjin puzzled by his premonition. "A feeling? Never mind. I should focus on storing these mushrooms. A warm environment might cause them to sprout prematurely. These mushroom bags would serve as the couple's future food reserves, necessitating a cool storage space." The roof of the vehicle, particularly the outer section, appeared to be a suitable location, so she began organizing their supplies. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan made his way to the location where he had noted the hidden machine. After ensuring the area was clear, he began his search. This should be the spot. Why can't I see it? Suddenly, he recalled that the middle-aged man had stepped out to use the restroom, so he decided to search in that direction. Mimicking the man's movements, he finally stumbled upon something hard beneath his foot. Found it. After clearing away the snow, he chuckled upon discovering a protein block manufacturing machine that looked unremarkable, akin to a computer case. Little did he know, this device not only contained space but could also transform spoiled and moldy food into edible sustenance. He swiftly grabbed the machine and headed back towards the RV. Typically, navigating in the dark could lead to getting lost, but this was the convoy's parking area. As long as he followed the vehicles, he would surely find his way. By the time Jiang Shan returned to the RV, drenched in sweat, Wei Zhenjin was astonished by the item in his hands. "Dear, what is this?" Clearly intrigued, she leaned closer. Jiang Shan smiled slightly. "I'm not sure. I just thought it might be useful. The screen has unfamiliar characters." "Unfamiliar characters?" Wei Zhenjin was puzzled. "Forget it. Dinner is ready. Let us eat first and then investigate." After a simple meal, they began examining the machine Jiang Shan had brought back. Soon, Wei Zhenjin deduced, "This doesn't appear to be human writing. At least, I've never seen characters formed with circles before. It looks like this is the input area. It must be for manufacturing something." She decided to give it a try. Under Jiang Shan's slightly guided direction, Wei Zhenjin tossed some kitchen scraps into the protein block manufacturing machine. With a series of whirring sounds, a palm-sized brown protein block emerged. After confirming it was safe, they both tasted it. While not particularly delicious, it wasn't unpleasant either, just flavorless. Moreover, the machine had a built-in compartment for storing protein blocks, leading Wei Zhenjin to realize the machine's incredible potential. "This is amazing. We can throw in any kitchen waste or other protein-rich materials, and it will create protein blocks for storage. Who knows, we might even outlive others thanks to this." With an excited expression, Wei Zhenjin looked at Jiang Shan. "Dear, this is simply fantastic. You found this incredible device." Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Shan couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "He. Ever since I awoke, I've harbored an inexplicable feeling. I never anticipated that following this instinct would lead me to discover such treasures. It's all sheer luck indeed." Acknowledging the unmentionable matters concerning the system, he could only attribute his fortune to intuition and chance. "Intuition, you say? Does that imply that your prompting me to halt by this charred vehicle was also your intuition?" Jiang Shan nodded decisively, affirming this notion. "As I suspected. That's why you suddenly wanted me to stop here." For Wei Zhenjin, traversing an entire planet and possessing a modicum of special abilities was hardly surprising. She then gazed at Jiang Shan with glimmering eyes, inquiring, "Darling, do you still possess any feelings at this moment?" Jiang Shan shrugged his shoulders, a look of helplessness adorning his face. I have no idea when such feelings will manifest. Perhaps the time simply hasn't arrived. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's explanation, Wei Zhenjin remained undeterred. All right then. That evening, Wei Zhenjin was the first to return to bed, seeking warmth beneath the covers, while Jiang Shan busied himself adding fuel to the small stove, hoping it would remain lit by morning. However, upon turning around, he was immediately taken aback. There lay Wei Zhenjin, gazing intently at him. "Darling, hurry up and join me." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she displayed a mischievous grin and teased. "Oh dear, are you perhaps feeling shy?" Then, as if speaking to herself, she added, "Unfortunately, every other space is already filled with supplies. Even if you wish to sleep, it would be impossible. Do you intend to spend the night in the driver's seat? That would surely leave you with a sore back and aching limbs come morning. How dreadful that would be. Why not come into my embrace?" She gazed at Jiang Shan with an enticing demeanor. "You rascal, that's enough," Jiang Shan responded, realizing the validity of Wei Zhenjin's words. Within the confines of the RV, aside from the area designated for their rest, even the passenger seat was brimming with supplies. Finding another space to lie down was no easy feat. Ultimately, Jiang Shan had no choice but to obediently lie beside Wei Zhenjin, his face flushed. Witnessing this, Wei Zhenjin erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, just like before. The king of banter. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Let us sleep with that." She coiled around Jiang Shan like a serpentine enchantress. Fortunately, there were no further advances, and sensing this, Jiang Shan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, as Wei Zhenjin had remarked, the internet was rife with boldness, where people could utter any words, yet in reality, he was plagued by acute social anxiety. Had he not traversed into this body, the sight of such a stunning beauty before him would have prompted him to instinctively take a couple of cautious steps back, analyzing whether she sought to deceive him or had ulterior motives. After all, one does not simply stumble upon good fortune. As time progressed towards the early hours of the morning, the system began to settle accounts. "Today, you have intercepted 2 opportunities. Beginning settlement." Ding! First interception detected, triggering novice reward. Congratulations on achieving double perception. Ding! Congratulations, physical attributes have increased slightly. First came the double perception. Although Jiang Shan was unsure of its utility in this era, he was grateful for any additional rewards. Yet, he found himself more appreciative of the increase in physical attributes. As the extra rewards took effect, he felt waves of warmth circulating within him, a pleasurable sensation combined with his inherent fatigue, soon leading him into the realm of dreams. Chapter 5. The efficacy of perception at the break of dawn. When Jiang Shan awoke, he found Wei Zhenjin already up, preparing their provisions. The door creaked open, and Wei Zhenjin entered, puffing out warm breaths. Upon seeing Jiang Shan awake, she beamed, "You're awake? Come, have something to eat. I've heated up some buns filled with chives and eggs." She gestured towards the steaming buns on the stove, completely disregarding the events of the previous night. As she busied herself, Jiang Shan swiftly noticed a change in his physical state. His arms felt robust and powerful. Rising from his slumber, he took a seat at the table and began devouring the buns. "I didn't expect you to wake up so early. How is it outside?" Wei Zhenjin shook her head, her expression one of resignation. "The temperature has dropped significantly. It's likely around -30 degrees outside. Compared to yesterday morning, it has only risen by about 5 degrees. We'll need at least another 8 days to return to above zero temperatures." Upon hearing that such a lengthy duration was necessary, Jiang Shan paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked Wei Zhenjin, "Will our fuel supply suffice? It seems unlikely we'll find a place to replenish our gasoline." Wei Zhenjin pondered for a moment before nodding. "Though we have several large barrels of fuel prepared, we've already consumed about 30% of it. The remaining fuel should last us around 6 days. There are numerous fuel merchants within the convoy. As long as we have supplies, they are quite willing to barter." Hearing that the gasoline situation was manageable, Jiang Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as that is settled, we need not worry. Otherwise, if we fall behind the convoy, it could be perilous to traverse the wilderness alone." Subsequently, Wei Zhenjin retrieved the horizontal knife Jiang Shan had found earlier. "I've sharpened this knife for you. Our safety will be better assured." She then playfully wrapped her arms around Jiang Shan's neck, declaring, "Darling, I entrust my safety to you from here on." The atmosphere grew oddly whimsical. Just then, a voice announced, It is now 6:30 a.m. The vehicle will depart in half an hour. Abruptly interrupted by this announcement, Jiang Shan hastily extricated himself from Wei Zhenjin's embrace, clearing his throat. Of course. Who else would I protect if not you? Suddenly, an idea struck him. I'll step outside to see if I can find anything rich in protein. With that, he seized the horizontal knife and swiftly exited the vehicle. Wei Zhenjin chuckled, covering her mouth as she watched him leave. Outside, Jiang Shan commenced his search, aware that while many foods were protein-rich, he hoped to capture some small animals. After all, the protein found in plants could hardly compare to that in meat. Given that the snow wolves had managed to survive, it was reasonable to assume other small creatures existed. With resolve, he gripped the horizontal knife, practicing a few moves. Hiss, my physical attributes have increased slightly. This sensation has boosted my strength by 30%. As Jiang Shan grew accustomed to wielding the horizontal knife, he began to execute some remarkably flamboyant maneuvers. Ultimately, he was able to cleave through the falling snowflakes with ease. Stunned by this newfound ability, he mused, could this be the effect of double perception? One must note that a typical individual, upon first grasping a knife, would be fortunate to avoid injuring themselves, let alone perform such feats. Yet here he was, accomplishing it effortlessly. It was evident that this was a result of the doubled perception from the previous night's system settlement. Initially, he had believed the increase in physical attributes to be more beneficial, only to find that perception showcased its effects first. With more practice, my safety will be significantly heightened. Should I encounter another snow wolf, wouldn't it be a simple task to dispatch it in one stroke? We could feast on the meat and utilize the hide for a warm coat. However, after indulging in these fleeting daydreams, Jiang Shan quickly regained his focus. No matter how formidable he might become, caution was essential. Just then, he glanced in the direction of the snow, and suddenly, his perspective shifted, transforming into that of a small snow cat. Are there other creatures here? Can I sense the presence of animals? Intrigued by this revelation, Jiang Shan continued observing in the ensuing scene. He saw himself gathering firewood, with the small snow cat stealthily trailing, poised to strike. Just at that moment, the convoy was set to depart, prompting Jiang Shan to return to the vehicle. The snow cat, lacking a target for its ambush, retreated to its burrow. However, the rumbling of the vehicle disturbed part of the snow cat's lair, revealing a crate of explosives. In its clumsiness, the snow cat inadvertently pulled a ring, triggering a violent explosion. Nearby vehicles were hurled into the air by the blast. As the scene abruptly concluded, Jiang Shan gasped in astonishment. Wow! The power of those explosives is immense. I must acquire them. With a close-range weapon like the horizontal knife and explosives for ranged attacks, my safety would be greatly enhanced. With this thought, he dashed toward the snow cat's direction. Though he had not spotted the concealed snow cat, he was undeterred, utilizing the snow cat's vision to gauge its approximate location. Once close enough, he was certain he would spot the snow cat, which blended seamlessly with the snow. Prepare to meet your end, he exclaimed, lunging forward. Pfft! In the blink of an eye, the snow cat's head was severed by Jiang Shan's blade. A vivid splash of crimson appeared against the pristine white snow. Upon retrieving the snow cat, Jiang Shan noted its considerable size, rivaling that of small dogs. He chuckled to himself. Today, we feast. With the lifeless body of the snow cat in hand, he swiftly returned to the vicinity of the caravan. After tapping on the window twice, Wei Zhenjin partially opened it, allowing Jiang Shan to pass the snow cat's carcass through. Darling, behold my latest conquest. Staring at the creature in his grasp, Wei Zhenjin was momentarily taken aback. How did I not realize you possessed such prowess before? This wound, it appears you delivered the fatal blow. Jiang Shan grinned. Of course, if I am to protect you, I must possess some strength. He urged her to take the catch, expressing an urgent need to investigate a newfound sensation he had experienced. You handle this. I must discover what it is. With that, he departed hastily, following the direction of his previous vision. Soon, he found himself near the snow cat's den. His swift discovery was aided by the presence of a large SUV parked nearby. Once a luxury worth millions before the apocalypse, but now merely a fleeting glance for Jiang Shan, who was already content with his caravan. Finally, he located the entrance to the snow cat's lair and began to rummage through it. This action drew the attention of a yellow-haired man inside the SUV. What's he up to? He pondered aloud. Hearing the commotion, the other men in the vehicle turned their gazes toward him and quickly noticed Jiang Shan crouched in the snow, engaged in some task. Chapter 6. Murder. The occupants of the SUV began to focus on Jiang Shan's actions. Given the biting cold outside, they had been conserving energy, spending most of their time inside the vehicle. Their supply of cigarettes had dwindled, leaving them to seek entertainment in the surrounding environment. A woman in the back seat remarked, "It seems he is searching for something, but we left the familiar terrain of Earth just 2 days ago. We must now be in an uncharted territory. Has he stumbled upon something significant?" As the only member of the group with a high school education, she was regarded as the team's strategist. It was her insight that led the yellow-haired man to discover this vehicle. The thought sparked interest among the others. If he truly is searching for something, it could work to our advantage. He is alone, while we are 5. We could capture him and possibly extort supplies. Excited murmurs spread through the SUV. Although the luxury vehicle was stolen, it did not deter them from adopting an air of superiority. Their food supplies had dwindled, consisting primarily of lobster and king crab, most of which had spoiled and been discarded. They were in dire need of resources. Suddenly, they saw Jiang Shan dragging out a box. "Look, he actually found something. Brothers, let's go." With a command from the yellow-haired man, they swiftly exited the vehicle, advancing toward Jiang Shan. "Brother, wait." Jiang Shan frowned at the approaching commotion. "What do you want?" The yellow-haired man laughed heartily. "Brother, you can't just take our things and walk away." He pointed at the box containing explosives in Jiang Shan's hands. The others joined in laughter, brandishing knives, believing they had the upper hand with their numbers. "Oh, you want to rob me? Just try it," Jiang Shan retorted coldly. "Get lost, or I won't hesitate to be unkind." Jiang Shan's disdain for the yellow-haired man was palpable, especially given the latter's unsavory demeanor. Without further ado, he turned to leave, but the yellow-haired man signaled to his accomplices, who swiftly charged at Jiang Shan from behind. Hearing their footsteps, Jiang Shan sighed heavily. "I don't wish to kill, but you leave me no choice." As a young man newly thrust into this world, he was still hesitant about taking a life. However, it was clear that his restraint would not be met with understanding. He dropped the box of explosives and, in an instant, the yellow-haired man's head flew from his shoulders, landing in a parabolic arc upon the snow. Blood gushing forth, staining the ground a deep red. It took a full 5 seconds for the yellow-haired man's body to collapse. The remaining 4 men swallowed hard, fear evident in their eyes. "Monster, run!" Their priority shifted from resources to survival, desperate to escape the wrath of this formidable individual. Yet, Jiang Shan was not inclined to let them go. "Cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to grow back," he thought, and in a flash, he lunged after the fleeing 4. With one swift stroke, 2 more fell victim to his blade. The 2 remaining men crumpled to the ground in terror. "Big brother, spare us. We didn't mean it. It was that yellow-haired fool who urged us on." The other frantically nodded in agreement. "Yes, big brother. We only intended to frighten you. Just let us go, and we promise never to cross your path again." But all they received in response was Jiang Shan's icy gaze. "Die!" With the ground now littered with corpses, the SUV's engine roared to life as the woman inside attempted to flee upon witnessing the carnage. However, Jiang Shan merely chuckled at the sight. "I didn't realize there was still someone in the vehicle." He sprinted towards the yellow-haired man's car. Inside, a woman frantically gripped the steering wheel, cursing the obstructive vehicles around her. "Get out of my way!" But the narrow gaps between the parked cars denied her passage. With a resounding crash, Jiang Shan shattered the windshield with his blade. "Ah!" Her scream pierced the air, but it was silenced almost immediately as the blade pierced her chest, embedding itself in her heart and pinning her to the driver's seat. Jiang Shan swiftly climbed through the shattered window, immediately assaulted by a thick cloud of smoke that made him grimace. "How much have these people smoked?" he muttered. "Never mind. I need to find supplies." After a thorough search, he discovered a large bag of dried vegetables, 2 frozen beef hind legs, a dozen bottles of red wine, and over 300 liters of gasoline. "What a windfall!" he exclaimed. However, he realized he could not carry it all at once. If he did not return quickly, others would seize the opportunity to make off with his newfound treasures. Determined, he retrieved the box of explosives, discarded the woman's body, and took his place at the driver's seat. The other vehicle owners quickly cleared a path upon witnessing his earlier display of violence, fearing they might become his next targets. Jiang Shan successfully maneuvered back to his caravan, excitement bubbling within him as he called out to Wei Zhenjin. "Darling, come out and help me with the supplies." Although perplexed, Wei Zhenjin complied and stepped out of the caravan. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the seats, she was taken aback. Jiang Shan hurriedly explained, "I'll clarify everything later. For now, let's load the food and gasoline into our vehicle." Thanks to her experience from the previous encounter with the snow wolves, Wei Zhenjin steeled herself and began transferring the supplies without hesitation. Once they had gathered most of the items, they returned to their caravan. Wei Zhenjin regarded Jiang Shan with a serious expression. "What happened with that vehicle?" After a brief explanation, she sighed in relief. "I see. As long as you are safe," Jiang Shan then suggested with a smile. "Now that we have beef and dried vegetables, how about we enjoy a hot pot for dinner tonight?" Hearing this, Wei Zhenjin swallowed hard, initially wanting to refuse but ultimately relenting. "All right, let's have hot pot tonight." Chapter 7. The arrival of young Master Wang. As the convoy set off once more, Wei Zhenjin found her spirits remarkably high. She had never anticipated that in just a single day, their circumstances would undergo such a dramatic transformation. With the enigmatic machine at their disposal, they were assured of not facing hunger in the future. The supplies aboard the vehicle had also seen considerable replenishment, including 2 hefty beef legs. Most importantly, Jiang Shan had awakened to a mysterious sensation, and under its influence, the two of them were certain to outlast many others. However, some things remained unchanged. Stealing a glance, she noticed him currently perched by the window, gazing outside. Indeed, he was quite adorable. She quickly redirected her focus to driving. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan, leaning against the window and observing the surrounding vehicles, couldn't help but feel frustrated. Damn, why are these people sealing their windows so tightly? The cars around their RV were all equipped with anti-peeping glass, rendering it impossible to see inside. Consequently, Jiang Shan's system abilities were rendered inactive, leaving him quite irritable that, oh well, when they stopped for the night, he could take a stroll outside. Surely, many would disembark to relieve themselves. At present, every vehicle was laden with supplies. Even the restroom had been stuffed full. So the only option for those needing to answer nature's call was to step outside. With this thought, Jiang Shan could only sigh helplessly. Just then, the vehicle's speed suddenly decreased significantly. "Darling, why has the speed dropped? Is something happening?" Jiang Shan hurriedly leaned towards the driver's seat. Lacking any foresight of the future, he felt a sense of panic, fearing the emergence of unforeseen dangers. He was unaware that it was the vehicles ahead that had suddenly slowed down. Wei Zhenjin, looking equally helpless, felt discomfort at the sudden reduction in speed. Indeed, as she peered out the window, she confirmed that the vehicles in front had slowed. Suddenly, something seemed to click in Wei Zhenjin's mind, and she promptly reminded him, "Right? The convoy has set up a localized network. Check your phone for any messages. You know, that seemingly rudimentary app." Following her suggestion, Jiang Shan indeed discovered an app named Local Communication. Upon opening it, he found the layout quite similar to standard social media platforms, but aside from Wei Zhenjin, his phone displayed only one group, Lingzhou Migration Group 253. When he opened it, he found it was already inundated with new messages. "Welcome young Master Wang to Migration 253. Welcome, welcome. Who is this young Master Wang? You don't know? He's one of the 4 prominent heirs of Lingzhou. His family ranks among the top 100 families in Lingzhou, controlling assets worth hundreds of billions. Such a big shot shouldn't be in the first or second wave of the migration convoy, right? Why has he suddenly come to us? Who knows? Perhaps young Master Wang is here to gauge public sentiment." Haha, gauge public sentiment? I doubt he was just driven out by other wealthy individuals, and thus had to join our humble convoy. Hiss, young Master Wang is in the group right now. How dare you say that? You're finished. Hiss, you're done for. The messages flooded in, and Jiang Shan's face reflected his confusion. "Darling, what's going on with this group?" Hearing his inquiry, Wei Zhenjin succinctly began to explain. When the world government initiated the migration, they realized that communication was essential for unity. Hence, they collaborated with all mobile manufacturers to develop this new software. Utilizing the phone's hardware, we can freely communicate within a 15-kilometer radius. However, due to rapid battery consumption, most people generally hesitate to open it. As for the group name, it denotes the order of departure for our migration convoy. We are from Lingzhou Route 25's third wave. Upon absorbing this explanation, Jiang Shan finally understood. How unfortunate, however, that he couldn't use his phone to glimpse into others' futures. Otherwise, it would have made things considerably easier. He could simply scan through the group members' names to foresee upcoming events. As the vehicle resumed its speed, the messages in the group gradually dwindled, eventually ceasing altogether. Ding, battery low? Staring at this notification, Jiang Shan was left stunned. Wait, I had 40 battery just now. I've only looked at it for 5 minutes. And now there's only 20 left? Does it drain that quickly? Fortunately, the vehicle was equipped with 10 power banks of 100,000 mAh each, and the RV's roof also boasted solar panels, so there was no need to overly fret about battery life. However, given that a blizzard still raged outside, the solar panels were rendered ineffective. At that moment, a small car suddenly darted out from behind their RV. Since the RV was traveling at the edge of the convoy, if they encountered the snow wolves again, they would be the first to be attacked. Nonetheless, this also provided a larger escape route, which, for Jiang Shan, who could foresee the future, presented benefits that far outweighed the risks. Now, a small car was accelerating in a straight line outside the convoy. Through the windshield, Jiang Shan caught sight of a man with a long scar across his face. He hoped this fellow would find an opportunity soon. Activating his system, a vision unfolded before him, and Jiang Shan's excitement surged. Wonderful! This guy indeed has a chance within a day. In the vision, the scarred man continued driving forward, eventually reaching the front of the convoy, where over 40 trucks emblazoned with the character Wang were in motion. When night fell and the convoy came to a halt, the blizzard also ceased. However, the scarred man paid little attention to this, instead leading a group of 7 or 8 subordinates to a massive luxury RV. After a brief exchange, the scarred man successfully became a lackey for young Master Wang, securing a substantial amount of supplies, with the promise of a handgun if he passed the assessment. Eager to prove his worth, the scarred man immediately began recruiting for his own ranks, forcibly seizing supplies from others. Those who resisted faced beatings at best and death at worst, instilling fear throughout the entire convoy. The scarred man's influence soared. But fortunately, Jiang Shan's RV was located towards the middle of the convoy, temporarily out of reach. The following day, the convoy set off again without incident. As the vision concluded, Jiang Shan let out a sigh of relief. Phew, as long as there are no dangers ahead. It seems the giant snow wolves only appear sporadically. However, this opportunity was now unattainable. They certainly couldn't go serve as lackeys for young Master Wang. In the blink of an eye, he considered the future. While the next day might not pose a threat to them, it would surely come around in time. When that day arrived, with numbers on their side, even if he grew stronger, how many could he confront? Bombs, too, would eventually run out. Should he eliminate them now? The mere thought caused his heart to race. Ignorance had been bliss regarding the scarred man's actions. But now that he was aware, he had to take precautions to prevent such occurrences from befalling himself. Damn it, this is it. Chapter 8. Wang Fulian as the car was about to drive away. Jiang Shan hurriedly pulled out a box of explosives he had previously retrieved from the snow cat cave. The box contained 20 bombs, and without hesitation, he took one and approached the window. Opening it, a rush of cold air swept into the vehicle. Wei Zhenjin, about to say something, suddenly saw Jiang Shan toss something out. Initially indifferent, she was startled when an explosion erupted, boom, in the blink of an eye. The small car, along with its occupants, was reduced to nothing more than debris by the roadside. Witnessing the bomb's power, Jiang Shan couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn, is it really that powerful? He quickly realized that although all the bombs had detonated in the snow cat cave, their underground location and roadside position had made the explosions seem less significant. However, without the ground's obstruction, and with the bomb landing directly on the roof, such power was hardly surprising. The sudden explosion caused the surrounding convoy to jolt, but thankfully, they quickly regained their composure, and the convoy resumed its normal pace. Nonetheless, the drivers of the nearby vehicles became increasingly wary of the RV that had launched the bomb. After all, who wouldn't be cautious with a maniac armed with explosives in close proximity? Soon, a wide space cleared around their RV. Observing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but chuckle. More space was advantageous. It provided greater room to evade danger. At that moment, Wei Zhenjin snapped back to reality and quickly inquired. Honey, did you sense something? Jiang Shan nodded and candidly shared his thoughts. I sensed something ominous about those individuals earlier. If they pass by us, it could spell trouble for us. Upon hearing the reasoning behind Jiang Shan's actions, Wei Zhenjin chose to remain silent. The The stronger Jiang Shan became, the safer she felt as for others. She regrettably was not a saint. She was quite discerning about whom to support. After concluding her tasks, Jiang Shan returned to the table laden with explosives, where only 19 remained. He would need to use them sparingly. Such powerful devices, if placed in the hands of an ordinary individual, would be akin to a strategic-level asset, much like a mushroom bomb in the possession of a nation. Grateful that there were still 19 left, Jiang Shan carefully set them aside before taking a seat to rest his eyes. Before long, midday arrived. Although the blizzard continued to rage, its intensity had diminished considerably. It was now Jiang Shan's turn to take the wheel. Suddenly, a waft of savory barbecue aromas filled the vehicle. Upon catching a whiff, Jiang Shan's eyes lit up. "Wow, darling, are you making barbecue? It smells absolutely delightful." In response, Wei Zhenjin sprinkled some seasoning on the skewers. "Indeed, it's the snow cat you took down this morning. Now that we have the time, it's the perfect opportunity to prepare it." Though the snow cat appears rather small, it yields quite a significant amount of meat, around 10 kilograms. Jiang Shan was taken aback. "Really? I thought the meat from felines was scarce." He continued, "I'd like it spicy, so please add plenty of chili." Without hesitation, Wei Zhenjin replied, "All right, just wait until you're overwhelmed by the spice." She chuckled mischievously. Once the skewers were nearly ready, Wei Zhenjin took one, bit into it, and exclaimed, "Ha! My culinary skills are truly exceptional." Suddenly noticing Jiang Shan still driving, she grinned and brought a skewer to his lips. "Come on, dear, open wide." With a single bite, Jiang Shan was immediately greeted by an explosion of rich, spicy flavor that made him break into a sweat. "Wow, this taste is simply extraordinary. Eating this in the dead of winter is fantastic." With Wei Zhenjin's assistance, Jiang Shan swiftly finished a skewer. Observing his reaction, Wei Zhenjin feigned relief. Seems there's no poison. Since it's safe, I can indulge too." Jiang Shan, aware that she had already tasted it, merely pretended to be upset. Hey, you actually tested the food on me. That's quite excessive." "I protest." Wei Zhenjin, laughing, waved her finger. "Protests are futile." With that, she took another bite. Amid their playful banter, lunchtime quickly passed. However, while Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjin enjoyed their meal, Wang Fulin, at the front of the convoy, was far from pleased. Inside his luxurious RV, he sat on an opulent sofa with a dark expression, flanked by his butler, Qian Ping, once one of the prominent heirs of the Wang family, following his father's death. Wang Fulin had become reckless, indulging in excess and gambling. Despite entering this new world, he had not abandoned his vices, leading to his downfall at the hands of former friends. He had lost a substantial amount of supplies, leaving him with only 40 trucks as he left the convoy that symbolized wealth. Though he had failed, he swore to make those responsible pay. "Butler, have you investigated those who betrayed me?" Chen Ping promptly handed Wang Fulin a tablet. "Young master, this contains all the information we have gathered thus far." After reviewing the details, Wang Fulin furiously slammed the tablet to the ground. "Damn it, so it was them. The Liu family. Those scoundrels. They were so friendly before I crossed over. And now, just days later, they act as if they don't know me." The RV echoed with the sounds of destruction as Wang Fulin vented his frustration. Chen Ping silently observed his master's outburst without intervening. Reflecting on the stark differences between their former world and this one, while in their previous world, wealth could ensure status, here everything was reset, and a gambling enthusiast like Wang Fulin became an easy target for exploitation. Once he had calmed down, Wang Fulin turned to his butler. "Can I still trust you?" "You can always trust me, young master," Chen Ping replied without hesitation. "Good, then I intend to build my own power. With the remaining supplies, I will force the Liu family to kneel before me, begging like dogs. Get out there and spread the word. Make sure it's done casually, so I can maintain the upper hand." With that, Wang Fulin settled back into the sofa, gazing out the window. "Yes, young master," Chen Ping said, moving to the adjacent room to begin his task. Soon, news of individuals defecting to Wang Fulin's side circulated among the convoy. Even Jiang Shan, who seldom checked his phone, spotted the message. "There are many discussions about aligning with young Master Wang. What do you think, dear?" Jiang Shan pondered the implications of the message. He initially assumed that the scar-faced man had been using his influence, but it appeared that Wang Fulin was indeed attempting to build his own power. Without the scar-faced man, others might still join, yet Wang Fulin's situation was precarious. Although he possessed some resources, they were not sufficient to guarantee success. However, we have those powerful bombs, so we need not fear excessively. If they can't defeat us, we can always leave the convoy, Wei Zhenjin sighed in relief after hearing Jiang Shan's analysis. Ah, my dear husband, you truly are brilliant. Consider this a reward. She leaned in and kissed Jiang Shan's cheek before quickly returning to her seat. Stunned, Jiang Shan eventually regained his composure but remained silent. At that moment, his phone chimed with a message. Ding, noticing, Jiang Shan looked at Wei Zhenjin. Dear, there's a message on my phone. Could you check it for me? Wei Zhenjin picked up the phone from the table and read the message. Honey, someone in the group sent a private message, expressing interest in our bombs and offering a handgun in exchange. By the way, it's from the vehicle in front of us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan indeed spotted a man in the rear window of the medium-sized SUV ahead, waving at them so that's how he knows I have bombs. But trading for a handgun isn't out of the question. All right, dear, please agree to his proposal. Today we encountered an opportunity, and since we've lost a bomb already, it would be wise to consider this trade. If it's suitable, we can proceed. After confirming, both parties ceased further communication. Recognizing the importance of conserving energy in this desolate place where resources were scarce, the afternoon passed without incident, and as dusk approached, the blizzard that had persisted for 5 days gradually subsided. Attention, we will stop for a break in half an hour. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we will depart promptly at 7 tomorrow morning. End of announcement. Once they halted, Jiang Shan gingerly rose from the driver's seat. Phew, 13 hours in the car today has been quite uncomfortable. Wei Zhenjin empathized indeed. But who would willingly leave without the threat of absolute zero? She then asked, shall we trade first, or have a meal? After a moment's reflection, Jiang Shan replied, we still have half an hour until 8. Let's rest for now. In addition, prepare adequately to prevent any potential ambush. After all, they are armed with handguns. Upon hearing about the transaction, Wei Zhenjin suddenly recalled that they had indeed arranged a meeting for a trade. How should I proceed, my husband? Wei Zhenjin understood that handguns were of utmost importance to them at this juncture. Thus, this peril was a risk they had to take. Observing the vigilant Wei Zhenjin, Jiang Shan gently patted her head, reassuringly stating, fear not, for I possess a mysterious intuition. I sense that this transaction shall proceed smoothly. Of course, there was an unspoken thought lingering in Jiang Shan's mind. Should the opposing party choose to act violently, their current worth would present a significant opportunity for those individuals. If they sought to deceive or eliminate him, they would indeed be able to exploit this chance, a realization Jiang Shan had when encountering the scar-faced man. Otherwise, how would he have noticed the group trailing behind him? Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Wei Zhenjin exhaled in relief. Since you say so, I must place my trust in you, but we must still be adequately prepared. Jiang Shan nodded, indeed. While divine intervention may be formidable, we must not neglect the necessary preparations. After all, recovering from injuries in this frigid environment is no easy feat. The injury on my head was merely a bump, nothing serious. After a brief respite of half an hour, the time for the transaction finally arrived. Soon, individuals from both sides emerged from their vehicles. Observing the weapons in each other's hands, both parties exchanged smiles, yet spoke little. Brandishing weapons openly was merely a precaution, which alleviated excessive concern. However, lacking weapons indicated either foolishness or an intent to engage in treachery, which posed the true danger. At that moment, Wei Zhenjin stood behind Jiang Shan, clutching a bomb with a vigilant expression, while Jiang Shan took the initiative to approach, greeting, hello, you are here to trade bombs with me. Correct? You may call me Jiang Shan. He began to scrutinize the man opposite him, noting his righteous demeanor, accompanied by his wife and eldest son, with 2 small heads peering from the car window, though too young to have been brought out. Wang Hongjun extended his hand first. Indeed, I am Wang Hongjun. After the two exchanged pleasantries, they began discussing the details of the transaction. I do have bombs, but how do you intend to trade for my handguns? Jiang Shan inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the other man. I will offer you 2 handguns and 100 rounds of ammunition in exchange for 5 bombs. Wang Hongjun proposed. However, Jiang Shan immediately rejected the offer, stating, that is impossible. Not only do I not possess that many bombs, but the explosive power of these bombs far exceeds the average. Surely, you have seen that a single bomb can reduce an entire vehicle to rubble. I can only part with 2 at most. The two continued to negotiate, ultimately arriving at an agreement where Jiang Shan exchanged 3 super bombs for 2 of Wang Hongjuan's handguns and 300 rounds of ammunition. Both men appeared quite satisfied with this outcome. Following the completion of the transaction, the atmosphere between the two parties noticeably eased. Wang Hongjun could not help but bring up the matter of young Master Wang. By the way, Jiang Shan, what are your thoughts on this young Master Wang situation? Jiang Shan shrugged, replying, I shall observe from the sidelines. I certainly will not become involved. Following him will undoubtedly lead to a life-or-death struggle. I am not in need of supplies at the moment, so I refuse to associate with such individuals. Chapter 10. Young Master Wang's grand scheme. Wang Hongjun readily concurred with Jiang Shan's assessment, saying, Indeed. Thus, I propose we establish a mutual aid group. With young Master Wang in the mix, our team is bound to face unrest. By forming this group, we can assist one another in resolving any insurmountable issues. Wang Hongjun gazed at Jiang Shan with eager anticipation, evidently having just conceived this invitation. However, Jiang Shan did not respond immediately. From his encounters with the scar-faced man, he could foresee the future. Young Master Wang was willing to provide firearms and turn a blind eye to the scar-faced man's reckless behavior, suggesting that he was not merely seeking loyal followers. Without the scar-faced man, there would surely be others willing to take his place. It was merely a matter of time. Having a trustworthy ally would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the days to come. Wang Hongjun could only ascertain that, for now, they had no intention of turning against them, but their true nature required further observation. With this in mind, Jiang Shan reached a decision. We are not solitary beings. Let me return and discuss this with my wife. I will inform you of our decision once it is reached. However, prior to that, let us add each other as friends. It will facilitate our communication later on. Wang Hongjun felt a sense of relief at Jiang Shan's decision. Had he readily acquiesced, it would have prompted concerns about whether Jiang Shan, like young Master Wang, harbored ambitions in a world fraught with peril. The emergence of new opportunists amidst a disintegrating social order posed significant risks, especially with family to consider. After a brief farewell, both parties returned to their respective vehicles. As soon as the door closed, Wei Zhenjin eagerly looked at Jiang Shan. My dear, what are your thoughts on Wang Hongjuan's proposal? Jiang Shan promptly laid bare his thoughts. My stance is this. Until we possess absolute strength, we cannot avoid interacting with others. With ambitious individuals like young Master Wang around, the 253 convoy will inevitably face turmoil. Therefore, it is essential for us to unite for self-preservation. However, we must first ascertain the safety of those we collaborate with. For I cannot tolerate hidden threats lurking nearby. As Jiang Shan explained, Wei Zhenjin breathed a sigh of relief. You are absolutely right, my husband. I wholeheartedly support you. However, I must now prepare a hot pot, so please take a moment to rest. With that, she busied herself, and soon the aroma of hot pot filled the camper. Yet, as it was not yet ready, Jiang Shan could only sit idly by. Watching Wei Zhenjin bustling about brought a smile to his face. Having a wife felt rather delightful. Meanwhile, Wang Hongjun returned to the vehicle with his wife and Son. As soon as they settled in, the eldest son could hardly contain his excitement, asking, Dad, didn't you say today was just a transaction? Why are you suddenly considering an alliance with that couple, Jiang Shan? Did you not see how he used a bomb to destroy an innocent bystander's vehicle? Associating with such a dangerous individual might lead to him using a bomb against us one day. Wang Hongjuan's wife nodded in agreement with their son's concerns. Indeed, old Wan, our son raises valid points. What are your thoughts on this matter? At her age, she would not engage in indiscriminate questioning like a character from a novel. While the notion of an alliance surprised her, she trusted that Wang Hongjun had given it considerable thought. Sigh. Wang Hongjun sighed deeply. This idea has been on my mind for quite some time. When we departed from Lingzhou, the first and second convoys took away vast quantities of supplies and stable members, plunging society into chaos. The third convoy is us. The majority remaining here are normal families, remnants of civilization. Once we leave, society will descend into madness. The remaining individuals are predominantly thugs, criminals, and various other dangerous elements. They possess little in the way of supplies, forcing them to pursue the preceding convoys by any means necessary to survive. This will inevitably lead to various dangers. Forming alliances will at least provide us with some capacity to resist these threats. Upon hearing this, the two on the opposite side fell silent, having witnessed the lawlessness that erupted upon leaving Lingzhou. Escaping would require well-insulated vehicles and ample supplies of food and gasoline. But after being plundered 3 times, how much could possibly remain? To survive, one could only resort to madness. Wang Hongjun continued, however, my invitation to Jiang Shan was a spur-of-the-moment decision. After a brief conversation, I sensed they are not the type to revel in bloodshed. Perhaps one day, if I perish, you might rely on Jiang Shan to endure. Survival is paramount until hope arrives. Moreover, it is worth noting that Jiang Shan had not definitively agreed. Thus, let us not overthink this. The couple ceased their objections, clearly recognizing that Wang Hongjun had considered the matter more thoroughly than they had. The vehicle fell into a profound silence, only the crackling of the firewood breaking the stillness. And the Wang family convoy, the steward inquired, "How many individuals have expressed a desire to join us?" "Young master," Wang Feline, holding a glass of red wine, calmly asked. "Young master, thus far, only a handful have approached me. The majority are still observing," the steward replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Feline erupted into laughter, placing the wine down and rising to gaze out at the convoy shrouded in darkness. "Observing? I cannot afford to wait for them to continue their idle watching. Let them support a group of arrogant ruffians. Let them wreak havoc upon this convoy at their leisure. When the time comes that everyone detests these ruffians, it shall be my moment to garner the people's favor. Remember, do not involve me in this. Do you understand?" With this, he fixed his gaze intently on the upright butler, addressing him as young master. With that, he turned and alighted from the vehicle, initiating his course of action. Observing the butler's departing figure, Wang Feline could not help but let out a soft snort, evidently brimming with confidence in his own plan. Unlike the previous 2 convoys, which each had their own original factions, the notion of acquiring the strength for revenge was nothing more than a fanciful dream. However, the third wave was different. The remnants of civilization could easily be rallied into a formidable force using some simple strategies. Once this force took shape, the decisions regarding their actions would no longer lie in their hands, but rather in his. Meanwhile, the butler swiftly sought out a gang of thugs, before he could utter a word. The gang leader, Chao Bin, spoke first. "Wang Shao's butler, why are you here instead of enjoying yourself in that luxurious RV?" The butler replied directly, "I am here to discuss a significant matter. A matter that could elevate you step by step to the pinnacle of power." Chapter 11. Chao Bin's action hot pot is ready, exclaimed Wei Zhenjin as she brought the freshly prepared dish to the dining table. As the lid was lifted, a plume of steam erupted, accompanied by the rich aroma of the hot pot. Sensing the savory scent of meat, Jiang Shan could not help but swallow hard. "Wow, dear, this hot pot is truly delightful," he gestured a thumbs up. Fully aware of Wei Zhenjin's culinary prowess, yet today he was witnessing its full splendor. Of course. Have you forgotten who I am? Here, let me serve you some rice." With that, she placed a generous bowl of rice before Jiang Shan. Having left their previous modest surroundings, they had been economizing on resources, but with the allure of this grand feast before them, they could no longer restrain themselves. "Delicious, so delicious. Darling, you must try this beef. It's exquisite. Husband, this dried vegetable tastes wonderful too. Although I can't discern what kind of vegetable it is, it's just too delicious when cooked." As Jiang Shan recollected something, he stood up to fetch the newly acquired red wine. With such a delectable hot pot, it would be a shame not to have something to drink. Let's see what this fine red wine tastes like. He promptly uncorked the bottle and poured a glass for both of them. In Jiang Shan's impression, red wine should be exceptionally delightful. However, to their surprise, both found it rather pedestrian, akin to grape juice. In response to Wei Zhenjin's teasing, Jiang Shan readily agreed. "I dare say, it might even be less enjoyable than grape juice. Perhaps it's due to not being aerated. Well, let us continue to feast." Before long, both of them sat back in their chairs, rubbing their bellies in sheer satisfaction. Burp. "Today's feast has truly filled me to the brim." Jiang Shan's voice was noticeably weak, clearly having overindulged. Such a sudden feast makes it impossible to stop. I don't want to move now. Could you carry me to bed, dear?" With that, Wei Zhenjin extended her arms. Seeking a cuddle, reluctantly, Jiang Shan rose and, with a gentle princess carry, lifted Wei Zhenjin. Gazing at Jiang Shan's face, whether from the lingering effects of alcohol or bashfulness, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Fortunately, the RV was not large, and he soon laid her carefully on the bed. However, in the next moment, he found himself being pulled into her embrace. "Husband, Faced with the serpentine entanglement, Jiang Shan felt helpless. Wait, is this drunkenness? But swiftly, Wei Zhenjin leaned in to kiss him. Ah, this sensation, this flavor, this circumstance, there's no need to hold back. Time to turn the tables. The following morning, Jiang Shan woke to find himself still entwined with Wei Zhenjin. Upon noticing his awakening, she opened her sleepy eyes. Darling, you were truly impressive last night. Hearing this, Jiang Shan's face reddened. Ahem, dawn is approaching. Let's get up. Realizing her husband was shy, Wei Zhenjin teased, Hee, very well. For your efforts last night, I shall oblige. With that, she dressed and busied herself within the RV. Once Jiang Shan had also dressed, he suddenly noticed several unread notifications on the system panel. What has occurred? Though perplexed, he opened the system and indeed found several alerts. Ding, detected that you have intercepted 23 opportunities. However, as you did not completely succeed in the interception, you only gained interception points without rewards. Ding, intercepting opportunities has reached 10 times. System upgrade successful, reward received, appraisal technique. Interception opportunity system level 2. Can see the opportunities that will occur for the target in the next 2 days. Successfully intercepting an opponent's opportunities will yield additional rewards. Upgrade available after intercepting 20 opportunities, 1520. Seeing these 3 notifications, Jiang Shan was astonished. Although there were no rewards for the interception, these 23 points were certainly not a loss. If he had to intercept each one individually, it would have taken him an eternity. However, he hadn't anticipated that blowing up the scarred face would count as 23 interceptions. Upon reflection, it made sense. The scarred face relied on Wang Xiao for his opportunities, and for those depending on him, it could indeed signify significant development. Opportunities are never limited to a mere object, but rather encompass certain chances and moments. Moreover, this also led to a system upgrade, enhancing his foresight from 1 day to 2, and most importantly, granting him the appraisal technique, which was invaluable at that moment. The vehicle's radio crackled to life, announcing, "Attention everyone, the weather is fine. We will depart promptly at 7 a.m. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan turned to Wei Zhenjin. Dear, please continue with the cooking. I shall step out to check the vehicle. With that, he donned his winter coat, not forgetting to take his sword along. All right, darling, I entrust this task to you. Jiang Shan nodded and exited the RV. As he stepped outside, he immediately sensed a significant drop in temperature compared to the previous day. BRR, it has cooled down so much overnight. Had we remained in that previous location, even with insulation, we would have ended up frozen solid. Meanwhile, in front of Jiang Shan's RV, Wan Hongjun also emerged to inspect the vehicle. Upon spotting Jiang Shan, he merely nodded and refrained from further conversation. After replenishing the fuel, he did not immediately return to the vehicle but instead used his abilities to observe the nearby passers-by. As expected, he could not see their futures. However, this did not necessarily indicate they had no opportunities ahead. When he eventually returned to the RV, Wei Zhenjin presented her phone to Jiang Shan. Darling, you must take a look at this. Indeed, within a group chat, a person named Fang Wanshan was recruiting members for mutual assistance. Our leader has stated that in this apocalyptic world, an individual strength is limited. Just look at the previous snow wolves. How many of us perished? At least thousands. Yet the snow wolves numbered only in the thousands. We have dozens of thousands of vehicles and at least 500,000 people. United, even a mere spit from each of us could drown those beasts. Exactly. We are human beings, just a few wild wolves. Why should we be afraid? It is precisely because we are not united that we have suffered such severe losses. We must stand together. The idea is commendable. I support it. Absolutely, with so many of us, why should we fear a few beasts? Indeed. I want to join. I practiced martial arts for 5 years. My combat skills are top-notch. I too wish to join. While I lack combat skills, I have plenty of supplies. Once we unite, we will have no need to fear anything. In an instant, the group was fervently supporting the idea of unity. Chapter 12. Practicing shooting. As the discussions in the group continued to escalate, the urgency for solidarity among the people surged. At that moment, Chao Bin observed the happenings in the group, chuckling heartily. Ha ha ha, splendid, just like that. Keep it going. I want to see this matter spread further. He then inquired. By the way, has Wang Xiao's supplies arrived yet? Upon hearing the leader's question, one of his subordinates, a blonde-haired fellow, could not help but smile. Boss, Wang Xiao is truly affluent. He is directly providing us with a truckload of supplies. You wouldn't believe what's inside. Bags upon bags of flour, rice, and plenty of cured meats, sausages too. And there are several large boxes of seafood. Yes, those imperial crabs and giant lobsters. As he spoke, the blonde-haired man gulped, casting a furtive glance at Chow Bin. Boss, these are prime goods. Should we sample a bit first? Hearing this, the other subordinates looked at their leader with eager anticipation. Today, let us indulge in a sumptuous feast, with each person receiving a majestic king crab and a grand lobster. Instantly, the numerous companions within the vehicle erupted in jubilant cheers. The exuberance resonated so powerfully that it pierced through the confines of the car, leaving outsiders bewildered about the raucous atmosphere inside. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan and Wei Zhenjin were engaged in conversation. I perceive that this is a deliberate orchestration. Currently, many in the group remain silent, making it effortless to fabricate the illusion of widespread agreement with minimal effort. However, upon closer inspection, it appears there are merely a dozen individuals involved, albeit their rapid exchange of words gives the impression of a larger crowd. Could this be a tactic employed by that so-called Wang Xiao to rally people? Zhang Shan shook his head. This Wang Xiao hails from a prestigious family. One might label him as unscrupulous, but he is certainly not foolish. There must be another scheme at play. Moreover, there is an unspoken factor. In the previous vision granted by the Golden Finger, Wang Fu Lin allowed the scar-faced man to act with impunity, unlike the current circumstances, indicating other underlying reasons. Nevertheless, he could not help but smile at the sight of the pistol in hand. Regardless of their machinations, life is singular and irreplaceable. We possess firearms and a formidable bomb. We need not fret excessively. Should anyone dare to provoke us, a single shot would suffice to ensure that no one would dare approach again. Upon hearing Zhang Shan's words, Wei Zhenjin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Indeed, we must practice with the pistol more diligently. Otherwise, a mere misfire could spell disaster. Zhang Shan concurred with this notion. Seizing the moment, the two stepped outside the vehicle to commence their practice. 300 rounds may sound few, yet in reality, it is a considerable amount. Fortunately, Wan Hongjun had also gifted them 2 pistol silencers. Otherwise, they would not dare to practice so openly. All right, my dear, let us begin. Practicing pistol shooting is not merely about firing. It involves continuous reflection and only pulling the trigger when one feels confident of achieving greater accuracy than the last shot. Bang, bang, bang. The first magazine of 10 rounds took Zhang Shan a full 5 minutes to complete, while he finished the second magazine in 3 minutes. The third magazine, however, was discharged in merely 30 seconds. With each bullet striking the target, Zhang Shan felt assured of his ability to accurately hit a target at 50 meters. Of course, this only pertained to hitting the target in general. Aiming for specific areas still posed a challenge. Nevertheless, this level of proficiency was commendable, as the effective shooting range of a standard pistol is indeed 50 meters. Just as Zhang Shan contemplated his shooting accuracy, Wan Hongjun, stationed beside the vehicle, was left agape in astonishment. No way, is this for real? These firearms had been salvaged from the opulent estate of a wealthy individual. Upon acquiring them, he had fired a few rounds and, even during subsequent relocations, had expended considerable ammunition. After hundreds of rounds, he had managed to hit targets at 20 meters. Even so, he felt his shooting talent was commendable, yet when compared to Zhang Shan, he felt like a novice. After last night's transaction and today's shooting, having fired less than 30 rounds, Zhang Shan had already achieved an accuracy far surpassing his own. If they were to stand 20 meters apart and engage in a shootout, it would undoubtedly be Wan Hongjun who would perish. Dad, why are you still outside? Aren't you cold? And what are you staring at? Wan Hongjun's eldest son, Wan Hong, approached to remind him. Initially, Wan Hongjun had merely stepped out to refuel, unaware that so much time had elapsed, prompting his son to fetch him. Yet, Wan Hongjun was evidently reluctant to return. Dad, isn't it just Zhang Shan and his wife shooting? Do you really need to be this engrossed? Upon hearing this, Wan Hongjun sharply tapped his eldest son's head. Just? Do you have any idea how exceptional Zhang Shan's shooting talent is? Just now, with 30 rounds, he accurately struck targets 50 meters away. Do you grasp the magnitude of that? Wan Hong stood in stunned silence, clearly taken aback by his father's explanation. Dad, are you joking with me? How could anyone achieve such accuracy with just 30 rounds? I can't even manage that in video games. Wan Hongjun scoffed. You know nothing. There are indeed prodigies in this world. Such individuals can swiftly master anything. As long as they don't meet an untimely demise, they are bound for greatness. If we can establish a connection with someone like him, our safety will be assured. Just imagine, during a confrontation, if a barrage of bullets accurately eliminates the enemy while they have no clue who is firing. What a spectacle that would be! Wan Heng swallowed hard at this notion. Is Jiang Shan really that formidable? He seems just average to me, merely a few years older. Observing his eldest son's obstinacy, Wan Hongjun smacked his head again. Enough chatter. Should Jiang Shan decide to unite with us, you will follow his lead without question. If he does not, then assist wherever you can die, since we are at a crucial juncture. Whether we soar to great heights or scrape by will hinge upon this moment. Faced with Wan Hongjuan's stern demeanor, Wan Hong could only nod in acquiescence. All right, Dad, I understand. But can we please head back to the car? It's freezing out here. Prompted by this reminder, Wan Hongjun finally registered the chill in the air. Very well, but you must also practice diligently with the pistol. Look at Jiang Shan, and then look at yourself. Learn from him. Stop slacking off. The two returned to the RV, while Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjin sensed that it was time to wrap up. My dear, let us return to the vehicle. We should soon be on our way again. We can resume our practice later, Jiang Shan suggested as he stowed away the pistol. Wei Zhenjin had no objections to this plan. Indeed, shortly after they boarded the vehicle, Jiang Shan was confronted with a vision that foreshadowed the events of the following 2 days. What the hell? How is this possible? Jiang Shan was left astounded upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Chapter 13. Snow Tornado. The footage depicted the convoy traversing through a tempest when a fierce wind suddenly arose, whipping the snowflakes from the ground into spiraling snow tornadoes that shot towards the heavens. The sheer number of snow tornadoes forced the convoy to attempt a perilous passage through them. However, upon brushing against the periphery of a small tornado, the snowflakes carved intricate fissures across the woman's vehicle. Resembling vents that allowed frigid air to infiltrate in under a minute, the woman behind the wheel began to shiver uncontrollably, while frost formed on various metallic surfaces within the car. Jiang Shan found himself utterly bewildered. He had only encountered fire tornadoes before. How could a snow tornado manifest in such a manner? This was absurd. How could such phenomena exist in another world? Furthermore, how could a flurry of snowflakes possibly breach steel? Although the exterior of the woman's vehicle was relatively thin, metal is metal, and one snowflake could not possibly create such openings. From the footage, it was clear that the snowflakes had ceased to be mere snowflakes. They had transformed into razor-sharp blades. In such a scenario, even a vehicle would struggle to withstand the assault, let alone a human. Fortunately, a 12 or 13-year-old girl seated behind the woman quickly draped a blanket over her, despite the fact that it hindered her driving. Nevertheless, she would no longer be cold. Yet even so, numerous cars were drawn into the snow tornado, emerging only as heaps of metallic debris. This is no tornado. It is a vehicle shredder. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Shan could see that their RV could have evaded the snow tornado had it not been for a pink car colliding with it, bringing them to a halt. Subsequently, both the RV and the pink car were sucked in and obliterated. What is wrong with that pink car? Why collide with me instead of avoiding the tornado? Insanity. After mentally cursing the driver's lineage, Jiang Shan continued to observe the unfolding events. The snow tornado arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and the convoy finally emerged from the tumultuous zone. Everyone in the convoy was greeted by the long-forgotten warmth of sunlight. Though blinding, the rays gradually soothed the collective fear that had gripped them. That night, while the surroundings were tranquil, the convoy was abuzz with activity, as many vehicles had sustained considerable damage from the snow tornado. The next morning, with the sun's rays beginning to shine, the convoy resumed its journey, only to encounter an array of white, semicircular structures in the distance. Initially overlooked, it wasn't until they drew closer that they realized they were remnants of an unknown civilization. With many circular buildings in a state of disrepair, surprisingly, the convoy halted unexpectedly, and everyone began to band together to scavenge the interiors of these structures. The woman, feeling apprehensive, refrained from exploring by midday, as everyone discussed their finds. Jiang Shan noticed someone boasting in the group about discovering a massive spatial storage device, which Wang Xiao had exchanged for a truckload of supplies. This individual had transformed from a state of starvation into one of affluence within the convoy. Witnessing this, the woman could no longer contain herself. She instructed her daughter to stay with the vehicle while she ventured into a relatively intact shell and successfully uncovered a crate of advanced protective gear, along with a machine that was still operational but whose function remained unclear. Subsequently, the scene shifted to the middle of the third day, where nothing unexpected had transpired. After observing the events of the past 2 days, Jiang Shan was profoundly shaken. Although he had long suspected the existence of other civilizations within the protein block manufacturing machine, witnessing it firsthand was still a staggering revelation. The evidence from the protein block machine suggested that this civilization possessed the means to create spatial technology. Therefore, the claims regarding spatial storage equipment were likely not fabrications. The size of such equipment remained unknown, yet even the smallest variant could store a considerable amount. This spatial equipment must be acquired. Additionally, the high-tech protective suit could also be obtained. He had only discovered that woman in the afternoon. Thus, he could first seek the spatial equipment and then the protective suit. There was still time. Furthermore, he intended to explore the fortunes of others. In such a vast expanse, it was improbable that only 2 individuals would reap rewards. If he spotted something promising, he had to seize the opportunity. It was then that Jiang Shan recalled the impending snow cyclone. However, before confronting the snow cyclone, he needed to survive it. The snowflakes were as sharp as blades, hissing in the air. In this perilous scenario, the RV was halted by a pink car, resulting in their demise. Damn it. A female driver is not terrifying. A female driver in a pink car is truly frightening. Gazing at the snowflakes outside, Jiang Shan began to contemplate. The snow cyclone possessed immense suction. Once drawn in, escape was nearly impossible. Additionally, the lethal power of the snowflakes posed another threat. Thus, to protect the RV, he needed to increase its weight to prevent it from being sucked in and also enhance its protective shield. But the convoy was about to depart. How could he accomplish both objectives in such a limited time frame? Suddenly, Jiang Shan turned away. My dear, I feel that we will require a natural disaster shortly. Do you have any methods to enhance our RV's defenses? Ideally, we should also increase its weight. And speed is of the essence. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjin immediately began to ponder. Under normal circumstances, increasing both defense and weight would necessitate welding steel plates. However, given the current situation, welding steel plates was unfeasible. Jiang Shan felt a sense of helplessness. If only he had encountered this woman sooner, they would have had more time to prepare. But alas, there were no ifs in reality. Had it not been for their imminent departure, she would not have emerged. If the number of snow cyclones were minimal, he could have avoided them, much like evading snow wolves. But now, it was impossible. From the footage he had seen, it was clear that this disaster would affect the entire convoy. Even if they managed to evade it, the RV would still sustain significant damage, a potentially fatal blow for them in this otherworldly realm. Was their only option to endure it? At that moment, Wei Zhenjin noticed the ice column beneath the rearview mirror. Wait. I have another method that can be executed quickly, provide some defense, and increase weight. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Shan's excitement surged. My dear, quickly tell me, what is this method? Wei Zhenjin confidently pointed at the small ice column beneath the rearview mirror. All we need to do is pour water on the exterior of the RV. Normally, the heat generated by the vehicle's engine would prevent the exterior from freezing. However, with the outside temperature hovering around -30 degrees, pouring water will create a layer of ice. Moreover, in such frigid conditions, the ice layer will only become denser. This, she asserted, was the best solution she could conceive at the moment. Chapter 14. The Cunning of the Wand Family. Upon hearing Wei Zhenjin's explanation, Jiang Shan was filled with exhilaration. My dear, you are truly brilliant. But this is not the time for admiration. We must act swiftly. The convoy departs in 5 minutes, and we need to ensure the exterior is encased in a thick layer of ice. Without hesitation, Wei Zhenjin dashed from the driver's seat to the living area, while Jiang Shan grabbed a metal basin and ventured outside. My dear, let us divide our tasks. I will be responsible for bringing in the snow. You focus on pouring the melted snow water onto the RV. Prioritize the sides. The front and rear can be neglected since the RV will be passively lifted by the airflow due to the steep incline ahead. Even if it cannot be lifted, it will diminish the snowflakes' impact. The sides, however, are flat. Without any obstruction, the snowflakes will retain their full force, as evidenced by the footage we have seen. With that, Jiang Shan immediately brought in a large basin of snow. A pristine metal basin rested atop the small stove, with about 10 more of them inside the vehicle. Wei Zhenjin had previously explained that metal was sturdier than plastic and could also serve as a cooking pot. Today, it proved invaluable. Although the stove was small, Wei Zhenjin's continuous adjustments caused the flames to rise, and the snow within the basin began to melt. Not only was the stove utilized, but the surrounding ground soon accumulated numerous basins full of snow. Finally, when the melted snow water was nearly ready, Wei Zhenjin decisively carried the basin outside and poured it over the RV. While this method wasted considerable melted snow water, it was rapid. Their actions quickly attracted the attention of others in nearby vehicles. In such icy conditions, melted snow water was a precious resource, yet pouring it over a vehicle seemed utterly wasteful. Have these two lost their minds? What on earth are they doing with all that water? Are they washing the car? Washing the car? In this frigid weather, who would consider such a necessity? Moreover, who washes their vehicle by simply pouring water over it, especially in these icy conditions? Indeed, it requires a fire to melt the snow into water. Their actions clearly indicated a lapse in judgment. How much space can a vehicle truly offer? Since their departure, they had not found any firewood or coal. There was no way they could sustain this until reaching their destination. Since they've gone mad, why not take them out? Their RV will be ours. Forget it. Why risk injury with fools? In this freezing cold, without a doctor, you'd just be waiting to perish. I want to witness the spectacle of these two idiots succumbing to the cold. Observing Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjin's antics, the other drivers could not help but mock them. Even the Wan family, witnessing their behavior, was filled with confusion. Dad, what are those two doing? I can't make sense of it. Wan Hong looked at Wan Hongjun, puzzled. Wan Hongjun shook his head, exuding a sense of helplessness. Don't say you don't understand. Even I'm baffled. If you say they aren't clever, they certainly were last night during the transaction. But if you claim they are wise, wasting combustibles in this icy wilderness is perilous. Pouring water now will soon create a layer of ice. Suddenly, Wan Hongjun seemed to recall something. Could it be they received some advance warning? If that is the case, then it makes sense. With this thought, Wan Hongjun felt a jolt of realization and waved his hand. Since they are doing this, we should follow suit. But let us not be so wasteful. My dear son, let us use cloths soaked in water to wipe down the exterior of our vehicle. We'll only lose a little water, but if they indeed possess information, we'll strike it rich. Though Wan Hong and Wan Hongjun's wife were still perplexed, they began to act. The three of them swiftly wiped down their SUV with damp cloths. In mere moments, a thin layer of ice began to form due to the freezing temperatures. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan could not help but smile upon witnessing the Wan family's actions. This family possesses a modicum of cunning. I never expected them to capitalize on this amidst their ignorance. As for the others, well, that's none of my concern. After making this observation, Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjin continued their efforts. By this point, the RV had already been doused with water twice, resulting in 2 layers of ice. However, Jiang Shan estimated that at least one more layer was necessary. Just then, the radio crackled to life with the leader's voice. It is now 6:59 a.m. We will depart promptly in 1 minute. Upon hearing the announcement, Wei Zhenjin quickly reminded him, Husband, there's only 1 minute left. Hearing this, Jiang Shan beamed with satisfaction. That's sufficient. There was no need to continue searching for snow. Instead, one carried a basin of melting snowmelt outside and began to sprinkle water swiftly upon the surface. Unlike the previous instance where water was poured all at once, this time it was executed with a greater degree of finesse. The droplets that landed on the icy layer quickly transformed into small protrusions. And the primary reason Jiang Shan undertook this action was to prevent snowflakes from drawing nearer to the shell. The protruding points would disrupt the airflow, significantly diminishing the impact of the snowflake's assault. As time elapsed, Jiang Shan managed to create these protrusions at every position just in time for the final 10 seconds. He hurriedly returned with the empty iron basin to the vehicle, successfully closing the door behind him. Darling, all set. Let us embark. Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Zhenjin ceased her chatter and promptly started the car to follow the vehicles ahead. Dear, due to the layer of ice outside the RV, we will need to consume more gasoline to keep pace with the convoy. Our gasoline will last several days less than anticipated under these circumstances. Seated in the driver's seat, Wei Zhenjin finally found the opportunity to remind him. I understand. This layer of ice is merely a temporary measure, just for today. There's no need for concern. Hearing that it was just for a day, Wei Zhenjin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's only for a day? That's manageable. As the vehicles continued to move forward, Jiang Shan finally shed his heavy winter coat, exclaiming, "Ugh, I can't bear to stay in this icy wilderness for another day. When will we reach a warmer climate?" Wei Zhenjin chuckled at Jiang Shan's words. "It won't be long. The total migration time is approximately half a month, and we've already passed 5 days." Although he was already aware of this timeline, Jiang Shan felt a gnawing restlessness within. All right then, soon, the migration convoy pressed onward, and as the sun rose outside, the previously tranquil environment began to stir with gusts of wind. However, no one paid it any mind. Except for Jiang Shan, who recognized that the wind would intensify over the next half hour, culminating in a sudden disturbance when snow tornadoes would appear before them. Chapter 15. The perilous snow tornado as anticipated. Half an hour later, the raging winds had lifted the snow from the ground, drastically reducing visibility around the vehicles. At that moment, Jiang Shan rushed to Wei Zhenjin's side. "Darling, leave the rest to me." Wei Zhenjin nodded. "All right." In a swift exchange, Jiang Shan took the driver's seat while Wei Zhenjin moved to the back, her face a mask of worry. Suddenly, the fierce wind halted for a moment, and then multiple tornadoes began to rise from the ground, resembling twisted white pillars reaching towards the sky. Thankfully, the previously obscured view became remarkably clear due to the tornadoes, leaving everyone in awe. Even Wei Zhenjin, seated in the back, gasped in shock. A tornado of swirling snowflakes. How is that possible? Before she could fully articulate her disbelief, a snow tornado approached the convoy, barreling through it. A few reckless individuals, thinking the weight of their vehicles would allow them to pass through unscathed, were oblivious to the fact that this was a tornado from another world and could not be navigated as they might expect. Though the snow tornado had not reached its full strength, it was still enough to send some lighter vehicles spiraling out of control. Bang! One vehicle, affected by the snow tornado, collided with another that had failed to evade in time. Igniting upon impact, within the tornado, the winds were ferocious. In the blink of an eye, the entire vehicle was engulfed in flames. Nearby drivers, witnessing this chaos, erupted in a chorus of curses. What kind of idiots exist in this world? How can they not think to dodge such a bizarre tornado but instead attempt to rush through? Another driver lamented, "Great, now the road is entirely blocked. Had I known we would encounter such a situation, I should have driven along the edge of the convoy to evade this." He fumed. "Why did I choose to drive in the middle of the pack? Get out of my way, or I swear, if I perish, I will drag you down to the underworld with me." Countless drivers erupted in frustration as the accident ahead obstructed the path for those behind. With vehicles now ablaze, the occupants were unable to maneuver their cars, prompting the trailing vehicles to veer off to the sides. However, this led to disastrous results as they collided with hidden rocks buried beneath the snow. Bang! Passing drivers, witnessing the crash, instinctively jerked their steering wheels back, realizing that attempting to navigate along the roadside was fraught with peril. Fortunately, amidst the wreckage, there remained some gaps. Yet, the number of vehicles attempting to pass through was drastically reduced. Under normal circumstances, the accumulated vehicles would gradually maneuver through the area and catch up to the lead convoy. But the nearby snow tornado evidently had other intentions. Seeing the colossal snow tornado approaching, Jiang Shan understood that waiting was not an option. He promptly instructed Wei Zhenjin, "Darling, fasten your seatbelt. We must hurry through here." In her memory, although the vehicle's conditions had changed significantly since before, the rocks by the roadside had not moved. Utilizing his recollections, Jiang Shan skillfully navigated the RV through the flat expanse of snow, taking sharp turns along the way. This maneuver left Wan Hongjun and his family utterly bewildered. Why isn't he driving in a straight line? Wan Hongjun pressed the accelerator. "Whatever, let us just follow him." He trailed Jiang Shan's RV closely. Not far behind, another vehicle attempted to go straight, only to collide with a rock hidden beneath the snow just after passing a bend where Jiang Shan had gone. Wan Hong, witnessing this, swallowed hard. Wow, could it be that every turn Jiang Shan takes has a rock waiting? As expected, several vehicles attempted to drive straight, only to be thwarted by the ice and rocks concealed beneath the snow, as well as deep pits, and no longer would Wan Hongjuan's family question Jiang Shan's driving path. Following his RV, they quickly circumvented the accident scene. At that moment, the massive tornado approached the piled-up vehicles, and as snowflakes swept through the cars, they left behind gaping wounds. If only the metal shells had been scratched, it would have been manageable, but many side windows of the family vehicles shattered into shards upon being grazed by the snow. Within seconds, the family was sucked out through the broken windows. Bang! Suddenly, a hand slammed against the windshield of Won Hongjuan's SUV. Ah! A hand! In unison, Won Hongjuan's wife and daughter shrieked, their faces pale, and even Won Hong and Won Hongjun turned ashen. Fortunately, the fierce winds quickly whisked the severed hand away, yet the blood left on the windshield confirmed that it was no mere illusion. The eldest, Won Hongjun, gazed into the rearview mirror at the snow tornado, swallowing hard. Are tornadoes in this world truly this formidable, capable of slicing through vehicles and dismembering humans in an instant? By the way, Xiao Hong, check if our car has any damage. Upon hearing this, Won Hong immediately began inspecting the windows. Soon, he exclaimed with delight, Dad, look! The layer of ice we formed on the car has shielded us from much of the onslaught, although there were still several gaps created. The wounds were minimal. As for the glass, it merely bore some scratches, likely due to the resilience of the car's windows. Upon hearing this stream of reports, Won Hongjun quickly formed a conclusion. It was not the hardness of the glass that saved them, but rather the layer of ice outside that had absorbed most of the snowflake's impact. Bang! Just as he was contemplating this, a small rock shattered the side window of the vehicle, leaving a sizable hole. Thankfully, it had only punctured one window and did not create a complete breach. Yet Won Hongjun hastily instructed, Xiao Hong, quickly, use anything to cover that hole. Otherwise, we'll lose heat inside the car, got it? But just then, a large dent formed on the roof. While Won Hongjuan's family scrambled in a panic, Zhang Shan and Wei Zhenjin sat in their RV, grinning. Hee hee, darling, the ice we sprayed earlier has completely shielded us from all attacks. Whether it's the slicing snowflakes or the rocks, they only left marks without significant impact on the vehicle itself. Hearing this, Zhang Shan nodded approvingly, excellent. The ice layer has surely hardened as it froze further. If we hold on for a bit, just one more hour, and we will have traversed the range of the snow tornado. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a pink car suddenly began to skid. Goodness, isn't that the vehicle belonging to that female driver from earlier? How could this happen? No, I must evade it quickly. Whoosh bang. Chapter 16. The madwoman, upon hearing Zhang Shan's words, Wei Zhenjin instinctively glanced out the window. However, as the car drew closer, she seemed to recognize something. Hurry, darling, that's a madwoman. Although Zhang Shan was puzzled by her exclamation, he pressed the accelerator, but the RV, laden with supplies and encased in a thick layer of ice, barely increased in speed. As the pink car approached menacingly, Zhang Shan could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it, that car is fixated on us. If that is the case, I want to hold back. He exclaimed, Wife, use the bomb to send her to the heavens. Without hesitation, Zhang Shan instructed Wei Zhenjin, knowing that their RV was crucial for their survival. Anything that could damage it was unacceptable. Otherwise, their future would be bleak. Understood, Wei Zhenjin replied, swiftly retrieving a bomb from a box beneath her seat. As she opened the window, a gust of frigid air swept through the RV. With a deep breath, she pulled the pin and hurled the bomb at the pink car. Clink! The bomb bounced off the pink car's windshield before detonating with a violent explosion that engulfed it in flames. Through the rearview mirror, Zhang Shan witnessed a massive fireball erupt, followed by a thick plume of black smoke forming a small mushroom cloud in the sky. It became clear to Zhang Shan that this woman was intent on taking them down with her. Fortunately, they had the super bomb to neutralize this threat. Once the vehicle stabilized, Zhang Shan could not help but inquire. Wife, what was the story behind the occupants of that pink car? Why did they attack us? With some leisure time now, Wei Zhenjin began to explain. The pink car belonged to a woman who lived across from our rented house. She had set her sights on this RV at the same time we did, but we acted first by several hours. Her boyfriend abandoned her for this very reason. She was merely his loyal dog. And even if she acquired the RV, he would not keep her. This woman has harbored resentment towards us, believing that our actions led to her current predicament, and thus sought to take us down with her. Hiss! Zhang Shan inhaled sharply upon hearing Wei Zhenjin's account. Goodness, I never imagined this was the reason. To be honest, there are quite a few sycophants in this world, whether male or female. However, male sycophants are often paraded as trophies by women after their failures, while female sycophants tend to keep their failures hidden for fear of misunderstandings from their true partners. Hence, the prevalence of male sycophants online. Yet, I did not expect such a ruthless one to emerge after our crossing. Noticing Wei Zhenjin's serious expression as they drove, Jiang Shan reflected on their situation. The RV had reached the periphery of the snow tornado, allowing for a slight relaxation. He could not help but utter a phrase from before his transmigration. Sycophants often end up with nothing. Wife, you're not a sycophant, are you? At his words, Wei Zhenjin chuckled. Where did you hear that? But it's quite fitting, however. I consider myself a sycophant who has risen to prominence. Can a sycophant in power still be called a sycophant? It's clearly a case of lovers ultimately becoming a couple. Just then, Wei Zhenjin spotted a mid-sized SUV bursting through the smoke. Oh, isn't that the Wan family? She exclaimed. I can't believe they followed us. However, their condition appeared dire, with several dents in the roof and windows. Peering into the rearview mirror, Jiang Shan noted that what should have been a pristine vehicle now had multiple broken windows. Yes, they must have been too close to the tornado. Its power is immense. The closer one gets, the greater the impact. At that moment, Jiang Shan turned to glance at Wei Zhenjin in the rearview mirror. He had always focused on others, rarely paying attention to her. On one hand, she was keenly aware of his gaze, and on the other, she lacked any significant fortune. However, with his extensive planning, he anticipated that Wei Zhenjin would surely reap some rewards. If successful, it would allow him to periodically ascertain the ever-changing future. With that thought, he decisively activated his system abilities. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Shan glimpsed into Wei Zhenjin's circumstances over the next 2 days. After reviewing, a smile crept onto his lips. Just as he had envisioned, the plan was proceeding smoothly. They had secured their supplies, but there would be a few minor troubles ahead, due to the previous accident blocking the road. Numerous vehicles had been shattered by the tornado and flung into the air. A rain of metal shards was about to commence, and they needed to evade it. With that in mind, Jiang Shan pressed the accelerator, and the RV surged forward once more. As they distanced themselves from the colossal snow tornado, Wei Zhenjin noticed the aerial threat. Darling, there are so many small black dots in the sky. What are those? I feel like they pose a danger. We must leave this place quickly. Hold tight. It may get bumpy. Jiang Shan replied without turning his head, his hands deftly maneuvering the steering wheel. Just as the RV began to move, a massive piece of debris plummeted from above. Wow, the build quality of this vehicle is impressive. Jiang Shan marveled, glancing at the fallen wreckage. Even as their own RV was sucked into the snow tornado and turned into metal confetti, this piece remained intact, a testament to its quality. Yet, the challenges were far from over. Under Jiang Shan's expert control, the RV weaved and dodged, each movement skillfully avoiding the impending assault, in stark contrast to Jiang Shan's composure. The Wan family struggled to maintain their balance. The shattered windows exposed them to the biting cold, and while they initially managed to shield themselves, the renewed turbulence flung open the damaged sections. The temperature inside plummeted, yet none dared vacate their seats. A little cold was a small price to pay. They simply needed to evade the perilous metallic rain. Fortunately, they had decided to follow Jiang Shan's lead. And soon they escaped the deluge of metal shards. As the vehicle stabilized, the Wan family erupted in joyous cheers. Hooray! We finally left that place. Chapter 17. Collaboration. Dawn established as the vehicle finally departed the tornado's grasp. Jiang Shan exhaled in relief. All right, there should be no more danger ahead. Wife, you can relax a bit now. Gradually, he reduced the speed of the RV to a normal pace. Reality was not a game. Continuous acceleration consumed fuel rapidly. Only by driving at a steady pace could they maximize their range. All right, you can drive ahead and I'll tidy up and prepare some lunch. Upon hearing the word lunch, Jiang Shan marveled at how many events had unfolded before noon. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the RV. Wow! No matter how many times I smell it, the fragrance is delightful. The following hours were remarkably tranquil, and no unexpected events arose until the convoy halted for the night. After dinner, Jiang Shan's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Upon opening it, he discovered a group message from the convoy leader. Everyone, please reply if you're still alive. Received. After a series of arrivals, the results were swiftly compiled, revealing to Jiang Shan the original number of vehicles in Team 253. A staggering 200,000. However, after 5 days of progress, only 150,000 remained. While this may seem like a minor loss, considering that each vehicle typically accommodates a family of 4, It amounts to a significant 200,000 people, of course. This figure is not entirely accurate. After all, although the snow tornado was formidable, it was merely a tornado. Jiang Shan could traverse through its center, let alone the vehicles that were originally on the outskirts. Moreover, tornadoes do not remain stationary, they merely pass by. With the tornado gone, the vehicles trailing behind were naturally safe. However, mobile communication has its limitations, and in the following hours, scattered vehicles would gradually regroup. Even so, this incident would at least result in the loss of thousands of vehicles. Jiang Shan fell silent, taken aback by the realization of the significant number of people lost from their convoy alone. If one were to consider the other routes, it was likely that the remaining vehicles would be reduced by at least half. Facing Jiang Shan's lament, Wei Zhenjin couldn't help but sigh. There's nothing we can do. This is the tragedy of our times, however. Compared to others, I still hope we can survive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan nodded. Indeed, our foremost concern should be our own survival. The two then began to clear the ice from their vehicle when Wan Hongjuan's family approached Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan, we owe you our lives today. Without you, our family would have perished in that snow tornado. Jiang Shan was taken aback. He had not expected Wan Hongjuan's family to come and thank him. This is not entirely my doing. It was your choice, he replied. By the way, how is your vehicle faring? As they worked, Jiang Shan engaged in conversation with Wan Hongjuan's family. He learned that aside from a few shattered windows, their vehicle sustained minimal damage. With no replacement glass available, they had resorted to using tape and dirty clothes as makeshift barriers. While this would hinder visibility, it was certainly better than the completely destroyed vehicles. Finally, Wan Hongjun broached the main topic. So, Jiang Shan, have you thought more about the alliance we discussed? At this inquiry, Jiang Shan paused his work. Rather than an alliance, I lean more towards cooperation. In the future, more and more people will certainly seek to collaborate with us. On one hand, everyone has varying amounts of supplies. An alliance would imply centralized management, which those with abundant resources would naturally resist. On the other hand, human nature is inherently selfish. Concentrating all supplies inevitably leads to the risk of misappropriation or even total loss. Cooperation, however, allows us to collaborate on major issues while managing minor matters independently. This alleviates concerns about others absconding with our resources. Eventually, we could establish an internal trading market to facilitate resource exchange safely. That's my perspective. How about you? After hearing Jiang Shan's thoughts, Wan Hongjun began to contemplate. Indeed, as Jiang Shan had pointed out, human selfishness and corruption are unavoidable. Cooperation appeared to be more in line with everyone's interests, and establishing an internal trading market seemed prudent. After all, while the convoy still retained some vestiges of civilization, it was merely remnants. Desperate individuals can resort to any means. Finally, he looked up at Jiang Shan and said, "All right, let us cooperate." Subsequently, the two parties created a small group on their communication app, aptly named Dawn, symbolizing that perseverance and collaboration would lead them to the light of a new day. After their discussion, Wan Hongjuan's family departed, and Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjun returned to their vehicle. "Darling, what shall we do next?" After today's snow tornado incident, Wei Zhenjun had begun to trust Jiang Shan unconditionally. After all, without that outer layer of ice, their fate might not have been any better than Wan Hongjuan's family. Well, safety is our top priority, regardless of the circumstances. Let us practice our shooting skills. I have a feeling we may encounter something significant tomorrow. Having a bit of assurance is always wise. He glanced at Wei Zhenjun, deliberately withholding the fact that they would encounter a city the following morning, as it felt far too implausible to foresee the future. All right. They each took a box of ammunition and stepped outside to practice. Bang, bang, bang. The camp was soon filled with the sound of gunfire. Observing this, the others inside their vehicles could not help but curse under their breath, deeming Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjun's actions a sheer waste of bullets. Meanwhile, upon returning to their vehicle, Wan Heng's excitement grew as he exclaimed, "Dad, look, brother Jiang Shan and his partner are practicing their shooting. Shouldn't we join them?" Wan Hongjun regarded his son with disdain. "Come on. I know exactly what you're thinking. But yes, practicing shooting is crucial for our safety. However, we're running low on ammunition." He pulled out an already opened ammo box from under the bed, revealing it was more than half empty. Wan Hongjun sighed. "After scavenging 2 boxes of bullets from that wealthy family, we now have around 600 rounds left. You'd better conserve them. Today, I'll give you 20 rounds. Actually, that's too generous. Just 10? He retrieved 10 rounds and handed them to Wan Hong. "Thanks, Dad. Wan Heng took the bullets and headed outside AT that moment. While practicing his shooting, Jiang Shan suddenly spotted a rabbit hiding in the snow. With a smile, he thought, just what I need to supplement our fresh food supply. He aimed his handgun at the rabbit concealed in the snow. Chapter 18. The schemes of both parties. Bang! In an instant, the bullet shot forth, striking the rabbit hidden beneath the snow. Blood splattered across the white ground. Jiang Shan couldn't help but grin. Woohoo! A successful hit. He quickly retrieved the rabbit he had shot. Pleased with the results of merely 2 days of training. Double wisdom is truly impressive. Wei Zhenjin, witnessing this, gaped in astonishment. Darling, when did your shooting become so precise? Jiang Shan couldn't suppress a smirk as he replied. Perhaps I'm just a natural talent. Wei Zhenjin rolled her eyes. All right, you're a genius, a big genius. Noting her tone, Jiang Shan observed, I get the feeling you're not being entirely sincere. You're not secretly mocking me, are you? Wei Zhenjin shrugged and swiftly changed the subject. Okay, let us head back. I'm starting to feel a bit cold. The two returned to their camper. As soon as they sat down, Jiang Shan remembered that he had just acquired an identification skill. It was the perfect opportunity to check if the rabbit was poisonous. He immediately activated the skill on the rabbit. Wild rabbit. A rabbit living in the land of Guishu. Its meat is firm and non-toxic. Oh, how useful this identification skill is. But what exactly is the land of Guishu? Although he had obtained this skill that morning, the tension from the snow tornado incident had kept him on edge. Even though the tornado had passed, he had nearly forgotten about the identification skill. Unexpectedly, upon using it, he encountered an unfamiliar term. Dear, do you know what the land of Guishu means? Jiang Shan turned to Wei Zhenjin, as he lacked the original owner's memories and could only inquire with her about unclear matters. Wei Zhenjin shook her head. I have no idea. Where did you come across that term? Jiang Shan was not surprised by her response. All right, if you don't know, then forget it. By the way, let us have this rabbit for supper. I plan for us to exercise this evening. As the night is long, a healthy and strong body is always beneficial. In response to Jiang Shan's proposal, Wei Zhenjin merely pondered for 2.5 seconds before acquiescing to the notion. The rabbit was skinned and placed into a pot for slow cooking. Jiang Shan picked up the rabbit skin and approached the protein block manufacturing machine. Protein block manufacturing machine. By adding protein-rich substances and water, one can produce protein blocks, which serve as essential feed for many circular beings and livestock. The special storage space can only accommodate protein blocks, with a current capacity of 123 out of 10,000. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shan could not help but feel speechless. No wonder the taste was rather unremarkable. It turned out to be feed. Well, if it's feed, so be it. He certainly wouldn't indulge in such fare unless absolutely necessary. Previously, the skin of the snow cat had been discarded within, and to his surprise, there were now as many as 123 blocks. That quantity was not insignificant, and the most astonishing part was the capacity of 10,000, truly terrifying numbers. Subsequently, Jiang Shan tossed the rabbit skin inside, and soon an additional 100 protein blocks emerged. Quite impressive. The conversion rate was notably high. The weight of these protein blocks exceeded that of the rabbit itself, though regrettably, the majority was comprised of water. After attending to this matter, the two began exercising within the RV, not in an extravagant manner, but rather through simple training movements. While they were engaged in their routine, on the other side, Wang Fulin summoned the steward to his presence. Steward, how much have we lost today? If, upon joining Team 253, he had been filled with lofty ambitions, now he was consumed by anxiety. After all, witnessing a vehicle being swept away and torn to shreds was a first for him. In contrast, during his time with Team 252, the environment had been considerably warmer and devoid of danger. Little did he expect to encounter such a catastrophic disaster so soon after arriving here. Young master, due to our position at the front, coupled with the inherent weight of the RV and supply trucks, the damage to our vehicle was minimal, just slight exterior damage. However, the supply truck at the rear was struck by a massive piece of automotive debris and is now rendered useless. Currently, there are still 38 supply trucks remaining, so the overall loss is not severe. However, Chaobin has reported that we require more supplies to accommodate additional personnel. He insists that at least 10 supply trucks are necessary. Upon hearing this, Wang Fulin smirked coldly. 10 supply trucks. How naive. Does he think that sending a few messages in the group will magically procure such resources? Tell him I expect to see action by tomorrow. Otherwise, he needn't blame me for being impolite. The steward promptly acknowledged, "Yes, young master," and hurried off to relay the message to Chow Bin. Upon receiving the steward's instructions, Chow Bin's expression darkened considerably. "Brother, this so-called Wang Xiao is utterly shameless. We've caused such a commotion, yet he shows no sign of acknowledgement. Indeed, why don't we simply rob this fool? After all, he's just a lost dog." "Exactly, boss. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. A plucked phoenix is not as good as a chicken. With no supporters, he dares to be so arrogant. He must be tired of living." Listening to his subordinates' outcries, Chow Bin remained unprovoked, instead opting for a moment of calm contemplation. After a brief pause, a smile crept onto his lips. "Since he wishes to act, we shall act. However, tomorrow, it won't be 10 supply trucks, but rather 20. Suddenly, he turned to a young man with yellow hair beside him. "Xiaohang, what is the update on the contacts we reached out to?" Indeed, Chow Bin was no fool. He had sensed that Wang Xiao had ulterior motives. Yet, he also wished to leverage Wang Xiao's supplies for his own development. On the surface, he needed to comply with Wang Xiao's commands, but in reality, he had already contacted numerous individuals with the intention of establishing his own authority. "Boss, apart from those surrounding you, only 3 have definitively expressed their intention to join us, while over 40 are still observing, neither agreeing nor refusing." Upon hearing this, Chow Bin chuckled coldly. Point 3. "Find me another 17 fakes, then distribute the supplies obtained from Wang Xiao evenly among these 3. Showcasing it to the rest." I refuse to believe that with such a demonstration, there will still be those who hesitate. Chow Bin understood that people are inherently influenced by the crowd. If only 3 individuals received supplies, others would merely mock him as a fool. However, with 20, the situation would be different. With so many joining, and each receiving a share of supplies, countless indecisive individuals would inevitably flock to them. Once the numbers began to swell, who would still pay attention to those initial 17 individuals? "Yes, boss. I'll begin the operation at once." With that, he took a few men from the vehicle and set off. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjin, having completed their workout, utilized hot water to freshen up before finally sitting down at the dining table. After days without a proper bath, even a simple white feels divine. Chapter 19. Braised Meat in the Bitter Cold. As Wei Zhenjin leaned back against the sofa, her face radiating bliss, Jiang Shan's gaze inadvertently fell upon her ample curves. Although they had long since engaged in intimate actions, this still caused him to avert his eyes. Noticing his reaction, Wei Zhenjin merely flashed a knowing smile but chose not to address it. Instead, she rose slowly, estimating that the time was right. Approaching the small stove, she lifted the pot lid, and the aroma of rabbit meat surged forth. With swift hands, Wei Zhenjin retrieved the meat and divided it in 2, declaring, "1 half for each of us. Fair and square." Jiang Shan chuckled at the sight and accepted his portion, beginning to eat. While the 2 enjoyed their meal, the others were not so fortunate. "What is going on? Why is there such a rich aroma in the air? Is that the scent of braised meat? Damn, that fool is indulging in braised meat while we're about to sleep. He truly deserves to be cursed. Mom, I want to eat meat. I want meat. Damn it. I crave braised meat. The smell is too enticing. Would he be willing to sell just a little? I'm dying of envy. Damn it, releasing such temptation in the dead of night. I must see who is showing off. How infuriating." In an instant, a chorus of curses erupted around Jiang Shan's RV. Under normal circumstances, a mere hint of braised meat wouldn't have provoked such a reaction. Yet, after spending so long traversing this world, first in the city, then enduring wave after wave of resource scrambles, by the time they departed, it had been ages since they had savored anything decent. Now, as they began to migrate, merely avoiding hunger was a triumph. The thought of enjoying good food was entirely out of reach. Initially, they had assumed that the members of Team 253 were in a similar predicament. To their surprise, someone had suddenly emerged with such a feast, which was simply unbearable for them. While others remained oblivious to the origin of the delectable aroma, the Wan Hongjun family, situated near Jiang Shan's RV, was acutely aware. "Mom, I want to eat braised meat too." In the darkness, Wan Hong, reclining in a chair, could not help but swallow hard. "Do I look like braised meat to you? Stop daydreaming and go to sleep." Wan Hongjuan's wife offered a brief response before falling silent. Ah, that must be the scent wafting from Jiang Shan's camp, Wan Hongjun deduced. Wan Hong, however, was left pondering. Are they really so affluent now that they can enjoy braised meat? I don't think their RV can hold that much supply. Could something extraordinary have occurred? Soon, Wan Hong voiced his conclusions. Forget about braised meat. They might as well be eating it daily. After you boarded the vehicle, I happened to catch a glimpse. During the last few shots, Jiang Shan managed to hit a rabbit. Now that they can hunt, food is certainly not a concern. However, considering the majority of their supplies were perishable, it made sense to consume the rabbit meat promptly rather than prolong its preservation. Wan Hongjun lamented, "Look at Jiang Shan. He practices shooting and can hit his target. And you, who also practice shooting, couldn't even gather this much information." Upon learning that the braised meat was a result of Jiang Shan's hunting, Wan Hong was left dumbfounded. Wait, Dad, there are rabbits in the wilderness? I thought this world lacked wildlife. Clearly, Wan Hong was shocked into silence by this revelation. Are you a fool? If there were no wild animals, where would the giant snow wolves have come from? Wan Hongjun retorted. If the snow wolves can survive, it is only natural that other animals can too. With this, Wan Hong fell into a deep silence. In comparison to Jiang Shan, he felt utterly inadequate. He no longer dared to speak of the braised meat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjin were joyfully feasting on the rabbit. Dear, this rabbit tastes truly delightful, Wei Zhenjin remarked, savoring her meal. Wild rabbits are indeed superior. Their flavor far exceeds that of those raised on feed. Of course, it could also be attributed to the fact that the rabbits in this world are completely organic. Upon hearing Wei Zhenjin's fondness, Jiang Shan refrained from further discussion. Since my dear wife is so enamored with the idea of indulging, I shall prepare some more tomorrow evening when I have the time. However, upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjin hastily intervened. Enough, enough. It's merely a meal after all. There's no need to waste resources. Although the flavor of the rabbit, which had been simmering for an extended period, was exquisite, the necessity of ammunition took precedence. She could not allow their desire for food to place them both in peril. Jiang Shan, upon reflecting on Wei Zhenjin's words, fell into contemplation. Indeed, replenishing their supply of ammunition was not feasible at present. While it was certain that Wan Hongjun had additional rounds, their quantity was not infinite. A day would come when they would run out. What about bows and arrows? He dismissed the thought, pondering the likelihood of someone possessing them. Even if they did, the quantity would be scarce, and given their significance for self-defense, it was improbable they would be traded. Suddenly, Jiang Shan's gaze fell upon the saber resting nearby, and an epiphany struck him. Of course, while the handguns would eventually be depleted, metallic weapons would not face the same fate in due time. He could salvage some iron pieces from abandoned vehicles and fashion them into throwing knives with a bit of refinement. While they might not be effective for taking lives, they would surely suffice for hunting smaller prey. With this thought, Jiang Shan smiled at Wei Zhenjin. Do not worry, my dear. I have a plan. Seeing her husband brimming with confidence, Wei Zhenjin couldn't help but chuckle. Since you have a strategy in mind, I shall await the results with great anticipation. The following morning, as Wei Zhenjin was inspecting the vehicle, Jiang Shan quickly entered the RV. Arms laden with firewood and several iron pieces, upon witnessing the abundance of firewood, Wei Zhenjin was pleasantly surprised. Oh, I never expected you to gather so much firewood. It seems our supply of combustible materials can last a while longer. But what do you intend to do with these iron pieces? Are they some advanced technology from an unknown civilization? She gazed curiously at the iron pieces in Jiang Shan's hands. Ha ha ha, are you out of your mind? Everything you see seems like it hails from an unknown civilization. Jiang Shan chuckled. Let me be frank. These are merely iron pieces I salvaged from a few junked vehicles. You mentioned wanting meat last night, right? Once I polish these pieces, they will serve as throwing knives. Though their power will be significantly less than that of handgun bullets, they will last for an extended period. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Wei Zhenjin was momentarily touched. She then embraced him tightly. I thought you were merely jesting. Jiang Shan, feeling the warmth of her embrace, was momentarily taken aback but gently stroked her head in reassurance. You are my wife after all. Just then, the radio crackled to life, announcing, departure countdown. 5 minutes. We shall depart promptly in 5 minutes. In transmission, Chapter 20. The abandoned storage warehouse. Once the RV was on the move, Jiang Shan began to observe the conditions of the surrounding drivers. Previously, due to the snowstorm, The other drivers had vacated the vicinity of Jiang Shan's RV. Besides Wan Hongjuan's family, a fresh batch of members surrounded them. Jiang Shan gazed out the car window, and sure enough, every few glimpses triggered a vision of the future in addition to the previously identified storage warehouse, super protective suits, and an unidentified machine. Jiang Shan now spotted several other promising items. The first was a radar system that could detect surrounding weather conditions, allowing for some preparation even without triggering a future vision. The second was a box of smart wristwatches, enabling remote communication. While the exact range was unclear, once obtained, they could verify its efficacy. The third item was particularly impressive, a learning device from the era of the Round People, showing signs of extensive prior use. Yet, despite its wear, it remained functional, illustrating the durability of the Round People's creations, unlike the manufacturers of Jiang Shan's previous world, who often preset obsolescence dates that coincided with the expiration of warranties. With this newfound knowledge, Jiang Shan couldn't help but grin. Hee, all these items will soon be mine. The convoy soon approached a series of colossal circular structures. Initially, everyone remained indifferent, but as they drew closer, astonishment enveloped the group. Towering white eggs loomed amidst the icy expanse, and the quantity exceeded 100. One-third of these white eggs lay utterly destroyed. Jiang Shan, upon sighting this, exuberantly exclaimed, "This is it, my dear. Send a message to Wan Hongjuan's family, informing them that there are valuable items within. If they wish to obtain them, they must act swiftly." Upon receiving Jiang Shan's instructions, Wei Zhenjin promptly relayed the message to Wan Hongjuan's family. By the time they responded, Jiang Shan had already pressed the accelerator, leaving the migratory convoy behind as he sped towards a derelict structure. Once the vehicle halted, Jiang Shan instructed Wei Zhenjin, "Darling, stay with the RV while I scout inside this abandoned building for supplies. You must protect the RV. Should anyone approach aside from me, shoot without hesitation." There was no option. The storage warehouse was simply too extraordinary. With it, they could store more provisions and prolong their survival. Thus, despite understanding the dangers that awaited him upon exiting the vehicle, action was imperative. Moreover, they were in an RV. Albeit an entry-level model, it was still more comfortable than a standard sedan. Should someone see him emerge alone from the vehicle, it would inevitably invite unwelcome attention, making Wei Zhenjin's presence vital. Hearing Jiang Shan's words, Wei Zhenjin paused for a moment before resolutely nodding. "No problem." She then stood, retrieved the handgun they had traded for earlier, and began checking it, loading bullets as necessary. When the RV came to a halt, she handed Jiang Shan a handgun along with 2 fully loaded magazines. "Be careful." Jiang Shan accepted the handgun, examined it briefly, and nodded at Wei Zhenjin before swiftly exiting the vehicle and sprinting towards the abandoned structure. He aimed to gather as many supplies as possible before noon. Otherwise, acquiring valuable items would become uncertain once others commenced their search. Stepping through the thick layer of snow, Jiang Shan soon found himself inside the vast white egg. "Wow!" The future vision didn't do justice to its size. He exclaimed, "If I were alone, I might take a moment to appreciate this." Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought and hastened his movements. Before long, Jiang Shan located the underground entrance through the future vision. The area had become completely obscured by snow, appearing indistinguishable from the ordinary ground. Were it not for his prior knowledge of the underground passage, he would have likely overlooked it. "This is the spot," he declared, stepping down cautiously. The ground yielded beneath him, and after descending the stairs, he felt secure enough to continue. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the darkened underground passage, a man finally crawled through the thick snow. Ugh! This snow appears light, but digging through it is quite laborious. He glanced back at the newly formed snow hole behind him. No matter, let's locate the storage warehouse first. Knowing there was no danger within, Jiang Shan sprinted through the passage. After navigating several future visions, he finally discerned the location of the storage equipment at the end of the corridor, within a cluttered room. After 10 minutes of rapid running, Jiang Shan reached the room containing the storage equipment. "Phew, finally here. I'm exhausted." He paused to catch his breath before kicking the door open. Bang! As the door swung open, Jiang Shan activated his identification skill. Trash, trash, trash. Eliminated old storage warehouse. Trash, trash. Scanning the series of names, Jiang Shan quickly focused on the entry labeled Eliminated Old Storage Warehouse. This identification skill is impressive. Under normal circumstances, identification could only assess visible items, Yet Jiang Shan had discovered a method to obscure his line of sight. Although this technique did not yield complete information about every object, it allowed him to discern their names. Unfortunately, he had not yet mastered this technique, or else he would have spotted every treasure along the way. Without hesitation, Jiang Shan approached the old storage warehouse. Its exterior resembled a small refrigerator, but Jiang Shan paid no mind, opting to use his identification skill once more. Soon, detailed information appeared before him. Eliminated old storage warehouse, a portable storage facility manufactured by the Round People, requiring only 1 energy cube per month for normal operation. Without energy supply, the internal contents will vanish. It boasts a storage capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, not operational. Wow, that's enormous. What does 10,000 cubic meters signify? It's worth noting that the mobile home occupied by Jiang Shan and his companions is merely 30 cubic meters. This warehouse could accommodate a staggering 333 of their vehicles. Oh my. No wonder this young lord is willing to expend a truckload of resources for a mere exchange. If he were to acquire it, he could carry his entire fortune with him at all times. Unfortunately, it requires energy cubes. Without them, the contents would simply vanish. Let me see how many energy cubes are left inside. As he spoke, he opened the storage compartment for the energy cubes, revealing a dozen yellow cubes. Are these the energy cubes? I feel as though I've seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, Jiang Shan recalled the vision of the woman he encountered who had found the protective suits. At that time, there were over 10 sets of protective gear next to a machine, which seemingly had a yellow cube on it. Goodness, could that contraption be the device that manufactures energy cubes? The more Jiang Shan pondered, the more exhilarated he became. If that operational machine truly produces energy cubes, then this vast warehouse could be utilized at any time, alleviating all concerns. With this thought, Jiang Shan immediately hoisted the storage unit and made his way outside. Upon seeing that the mobile home remained unchanged since he had departed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Wei Zhanjin, noticing Jiang Shan's urgency, quickly opened the car door. Are you all right, dear? After placing the storage unit down, Jiang Shan finally breathed easy. I'm fine now, let us proceed to our next destination. Do you see that intact building over there? That is where we shall go. He pointed towards a colossal egg-shaped structure. All right, upon hearing this, Wei Zhanjin promptly pressed down on the accelerator, and the mobile home surged towards their target. It was only at this moment that she had the opportunity to inquire, Dear, what is this item you've brought back? It appears quite significant. At this time, Jiang Shan was seated on the sofa, panting heavily. Although the storage unit was not particularly large, carrying it for such a distance had left him fatigued. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but chuckle. You might be startled to hear this, but it is a storage warehouse, and its internal capacity reaches an astonishing 10,000 cubic meters. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhanjin's hands trembled on the steering wheel. Are you serious? Even she was well aware that if it was indeed as Jiang Shan described, the implications of this discovery would be monumental. Of course it's true. However, it necessitates energy cubes as a power source. Without them, it would merely be a heap of scrap metal. Fortunately, there are over 10 cubes within the machine, which should suffice for a year. Realizing there were limitations, Wei Zhanjin's excitement tempered slightly. I see, but a year's worth is still quite impressive. Jiang Shan then made a statement that startled her once more. However, I have a strong feeling that we will soon find the machine that manufactures energy cubes. This means we can use this warehouse freely. Wei Zhanjin was momentarily flabbergasted. Wait, is your intuition truly reliable? You just found something that uses energy cubes, and now you think you can find the machine that creates them? Thankfully, she refrained from pressing further. As the mobile home advanced, the convoy gradually shrank in the rearview mirror. Soon, they arrived at the colossal egg structure Jiang Shan had indicated. Finally, Wei arrived. Gazing at this building, even Jiang Shan felt a surge of excitement. Whether or not that machine could manufacture energy cubes was pivotal in determining how long this massive storage warehouse could be utilized. All right, my dear, please keep watch over the mobile home. I will be right back with that. Jiang Shan armed himself with a pistol and a blade, heading towards the white giant egg. Once inside the building, Jiang Shan surveyed the surroundings to familiarize himself with the environment before commencing his search. Within this structure, there were 2 opportunities. One was the 10 or so protective suits and a machine that might produce energy cubes, and the other was a box of abandoned smartwatches. Originally, these watches had been discovered by another group that morning, but with his early arrival, they were rightfully his. Following the images in his memory, Jiang Shan quickly located a room with a large gaping hole. This must be it. Upon entering, his eyes were met with the remnants of various shattered furniture scattered about. The enormous pit in the center of the floor was particularly striking. SK, SK, SK. It seems there was quite a danger here. Otherwise, such a large hole wouldn't appear. Setting that thought aside, he resolved to find the items first. Before long, he spotted a pile of protective suits beneath a toppled cabinet. Protective work suit, standard attire worn by ordinary workers of the Ring people. Equipped with formidable cold and heat resistance, requiring energy cubes to activate its effects. Well, who would have thought these were ordinary workers' suits? No wonder they were left behind. From the garments, he deduced that the physique of these Ring people was quite similar to that of humans. Next, Jiang Shan noticed a machine beside him containing yellow energy cubes, small energy cube manufacturing machine, a special device created by the Ring people capable of condensing surrounding energy into high-density energy cubes. Production speed: 1 cube every 60 days, inadvertently left behind due to a crisis. Phew, it truly is a machine for manufacturing energy cubes, Jiang Shan exclaimed in excitement. Now he could utilize the storage warehouse at will. Gathering the energy cubes from the ground, he counted a total of 23. Such a bounty. With the energy cubes from the storage warehouse, we now have enough for 3 years. Regrettably, the machine produced only 1 cube every 2 months. If only I could find another of the same type, or better yet, a larger model. However, Jiang Shan soon chuckled to himself, finding one small machine is already quite fortunate. Even if I found a larger one, I couldn't transport it. Having come to this realization, Jiang Shan prepared to return with the protective suits and machinery when he noticed that the room containing the smartwatches was not far from his current location. I might as well grab that too. He made his way towards the room and soon discovered a box of smartwatches. Unopened smartwatch, functional in various extreme environments, equipped with multiple features, capable of supporting communication up to 250 kilometers. Can operate for a month on a full charge, consuming 1/10 of an energy cube each time. Jiang Shan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Goodness, the energy cubes in the storage warehouse barely suffice. And now here is another item that requires them. Thankfully, the energy cubes could sustain the watch for 10 months, which was acceptable. With that, he tucked the box of smartwatches into his pocket and hurried back. Finally, before noon, he had successfully secured both valuable items. All right, my dear, let us return to the convoy. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjin promptly started the vehicle and headed back. When they arrived at their original location, the convoy had halted but had made considerable progress. Oh, I didn't expect the convoy to stop. Clearly, Wei Zhenjin was quite surprised by the sudden halt. Encountering structures from other civilizations, who wouldn't be intrigued? Jiang Shan replied, well, since we've already obtained the good stuff, let us return to the vicinity of one Hongjun's family. As the mobile home continued its journey, the original convoy began to disperse. Near several enormous white egg structures, disputes erupted among people, escalating into conflicts. Fortunately, by the time the mobile home reached one Hongjun's family, they were parked at a distance from an abandoned white egg. And thankfully nothing unexpected had occurred. As soon as the mobile home came to a stop, Jiang Shan instinctively glanced towards a group of youths approaching, armed with clubs and long knives, one even bearing a noticeable bulge at his waist. After days of practicing with firearms, Jiang Shan immediately recognized it was a handgun. What's going on? After Scarface joined that young Master Wong, he had to complete a mission to receive a handgun. Yet these people seemed to possess them now. Feeling perplexed, Jiang Shan activated his system abilities. In the next moment, a transformation unfolded before him. By day, they had been investigating individuals possessing Ring people technology under the guise of trade. By night, they intended to eliminate these people, gaining not only advanced technology but also a wealth of resources. Jiang Shan couldn't help but inhale sharply. Wow, are they really that ruthless? Subsequently, the scene continued as these young ruffians, having plundered others, made their way directly to the side of one Hongjuan's vehicle. Exhausted from a long day, he remained oblivious to the presence of anyone outside the car. The result was that the ruffians opened fire without hesitation. Due to his proximity to their RV, he ultimately managed to repel these miscreants, but tragically, one Hongjuan's young son and wife perished in the ensuing conflict, while he sustained minor injuries himself. The following day, these individuals returned with reinforcements. Despite his exceptional marksmanship, he found himself overwhelmed by their numerical superiority and ultimately met his demise there. All resources, including the RV and even Wei Zhenjin, were seized and subjected to torment. How dare these beasts act with such audacity? Currently, Wan Hongjuan's family is considered an ally. Their misfortune serves no benefit to me, whether it be due to my own interests or out of loyalty to Wan Hongjun. I cannot remain passive. It appears that I must take the initiative. These ruffians caught us off guard, and with their numbers, now that I am aware of the impending situation, I cannot simply let them go unpunished. With this thought in mind, Zhang Shan's gaze turned fierce, but he quickly regained composure and looked towards Wei Zhenjin and Wei Deer. I am going to seek out Wan Hongjun to inquire about a few matters. After bidding farewell to Wei Zhenjin, Zhang Shan approached the SUV belonging to Wan Hongjun and gently tapped on the glass. Upon seeing Zhang Shan, Wan Hongjun could not help but smile. Had it not been for his reminder, he would not have had such a significant harvest today. However, before he could speak, Zhang Shan took the initiative. Brother Wan, I have something important to discuss with you. Zhang Shan's tone was exceedingly serious, and it was clear to Wan Hongjun that something was amiss. He quickly donned a cotton jacket and led Zhang Shan to a secluded location. Zhang Shan, what is happening? Noticing that Wan Hongjun seemed unaware of the situation, Zhang Shan explained his reason for coming to IT is like this. When I returned, I observed that these fellows, regardless of whether their transactions were successful, were recording the license plate numbers of vehicles belonging to those associated with the Circle People technology in a small notebook. Moreover, their demeanor was suspicious. So, I came to ask if they had approached you. If they have set their sights on us, it would be problematic. Although Zhang Shan had not actually witnessed the ruffians taking notes, he was certain such a notebook existed in the future, so it wasn't entirely a lie. Upon hearing Zhang Shan's words, Wan Hongjun was instantly alarmed. What? As an adult, he would not suspect others without reason. But if Zhang Shan's words held any truth, it would indeed be dire. Why would they be recording information in this desolate wilderness? Having just acquired mysterious black technology, what were they planning? Wan Hongjuan's expression grew grave as he looked at Zhang Shan. If what you say is true, we are indeed facing trouble. Today, Xiao Hong had brought forth yellow crystal blocks and inquired in the group about anyone else possessing such items. To his surprise, several young individuals soon approached his vehicle expressing a desire to purchase them, but after he declined, they left. Hearing this, Zhang Shan could already deduce why those ruffians attempted to forcibly take everything. The yellow crystal blocks were the essence of Circle People technology. Without them, all other technological products were rendered useless. Currently, aside from his energy block manufacturing machine, based on his recollections, the only item the ruffians had stolen was a broken one. And they were unaware that this machine could produce energy blocks. Therefore, gathering the existing energy blocks was of utmost importance. It seems you have indeed caught their attention. I believe there is a strong possibility they will come to raid us tonight. We must prepare. After discussing their plan, the two returned to their respective vehicles. That night, under the cover of darkness, the two vehicles were enveloped in shadows. Inside the darkened vehicle, Wei Zhenjin, Wan Hongjuan's wife, and Wan Hong were not asleep but quietly hiding within. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan and Wan Hongjun lay still in the snow, shivering from the cold yet daring not to make a sound. Suddenly, four dark figures stealthily approached Wan Hongjuan's vehicle. They've arrived. Upon seeing these individuals, Zhang Shan's expression turned somber, and he gripped his weapon tightly, ready to strike at the opportune moment. Damn it, why is this guy's vehicle so far from the convoy? Now I have to cover this extra distance. Cursing under his breath, one ruffian grumbled, if it weren't for the boss insisting on getting that yellow block, I wouldn't even be here. Hurry up and kill them. I want to return and enjoy myself. Upon hearing this, one of the ruffians made his way toward the SUV. As he approached and found the interior shrouded in darkness, he hurried back to report to his boss, Boss, it's pitch black inside. I can't see anything. Hearing this, the ruffian leader snorted, Forget it. Just deal with it quickly so we can get back with that. He pulled a handgun from his waistband and, after disengaging the safety, approached the SUV. At that moment, hiding in the snow, Wan Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that Zhang Shan's warning was genuine. Suddenly, he noticed a wooden stick where Zhang Shan was lying. Shaking slightly, a surge of hope filled Wan Hongjuan's heart. It was finally time to act. This was the signal they had agreed upon. Raising the stick meant they would strike in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. In the next instant, Jiang Shan and Wan Hongjun sprang up from the snow. In a flash, two glimmers of cold light flashed through the air, and the heads of the two foremost ruffians flew off. Although Wan Hongjun did not possess Jiang Shan's combat prowess, he was armed. Damn it, you want to kill me? Go die. After successfully dealing with these ruffians, Jiang Shan turned to Wan Hongjun. Brother Wan, in this world, who remains perpetually victimized, why don't we take the initiative this time? Chapter 23. Strike again. Upon hearing this, Wan Hongjun felt somewhat conflicted. However, Jiang Shan was right. One could not always be at the mercy of others. If he did not retaliate now, others would undoubtedly perceive him as an easy target. Yet, he now faced another dilemma. Jiang Shan, how do you plan to handle the aftermath? I mean, what if we're discovered as the ones responsible? In response, Jiang Shan revealed a confident smile. Under normal circumstances, if we simply cease our actions, the enemy will quickly investigate who was responsible for eliminating those ruffians. But what if all those involved in this operation were to perish? Wan Hongjun finally understood Jiang Shan's intent. He aimed to eliminate all witnesses to this operation. Upon further reflection, this plan did hold merit, as long as all those in the know were eliminated. The suspicion would not fall upon them. All right, seeing Wan Hongjun agree, Jiang Shan could not help but smile, pleased that he had not misjudged him. In the early hours, Jiang Shan and Wan Hongjun stealthily approached the truck that was being unloaded at night. As they drew near, they overheard the ruffians boasting about their exploits. Ha ha ha, did you see those two young ones earlier? They thought they were tough just because they had knives, but what happened? They were taken down by my 2 shots. One ruffian declared, let me tell you, with no one above us to oversee, I am the boss of this 253 convoy. This prompted a chorus of flattery from the others. Boss is amazing. Indeed, boss, if this were ancient times, you'd be a king. Exactly. All those tycoons and noble families are nothing but trash in your presence. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hao wore a proud expression. Keep it low-key, but let's avoid discussing tycoons and noble families. Those are not simple matters. The individuals present were undoubtedly aware of the immense power held by tycoons and noble families, controlling every aspect of one's life from birth to death. Noticing his subordinates appearing somewhat disheartened, Zhu Hao encouraged them, all right, we may not have had a chance before, but now, we might just have one. Remember, by following Boss Chow Bin, we will all become tycoons and noble families in the future. Hearing this, the others present could not help but feel excited. As Jiang Shan listened to the ruffians' chatter, he fell silent. Initially, he had believed that the social environment of this world resembled that of the one he had left behind. But now it seemed that things were not as he had imagined. It appeared he would need to wait until he returned to inquire with Wei Zhenjin. With this thought in mind, he continued to wait. Amidst the discussions of the ruffians, the last of the resources were loaded onto the truck. Suddenly, a ruffian responsible for recording stood up and said, How goo? All the looted resources have been loaded onto the truck. The only one missing is Wang Lai. Upon hearing Wang Lai's name, Niu Hao snorted, damn it, dragging his feet. Send 2 people to fetch him. If he has not returned after this long, he must be off enjoying himself somewhere. Upon hearing the command from Niu Hao, 2 individuals immediately set out to search for Wang Lai. Keep a close watch. Should any issues arise, you shall bear the consequences, he declared, as he swiftly entered his vehicle. The convoy had been stationed here all day, causing the surrounding temperature to steadily drop. As the leader of this group, he was not foolish enough to wait idly in the snow. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan and his companion were also awaiting the arrival of their target. As the 2 figures gradually approached, a smile crept across Jiang Shan's face. Indeed, they were heading in the right direction. Prior to this, he had glimpsed the future of Wan Hongjun, which had guided his subsequent plans. Knowing in advance that these 2 had been dispatched, they had concealed themselves here, while the approaching duo remained blissfully unaware of the imminent threat to their lives. Now, with a command from Jiang Shan, the 2 sprang into action. A swift movement followed by a muffled sound left their bodies limp. Once he confirmed their demise, Jiang Shan released his grip on the mouth of the young thug. Well, that's 2 dealt with now. Let's split up. In the darkness, Niu Hao hummed a tune inside his vehicle, oblivious to the silent deaths of his subordinates outside. It was only when all had perished that Jiang Shan reunited with Wan Hongjun. How did it go? All taken care of. Wan Hongjun nodded confidently. Rest assured, all have been eliminated. Now, only the leader here remains. Satisfied with the lack of complications, Jiang Shan replied, "Good. Let us now deal with this remaining leader." With that, the two approached Niu Hao's vehicle. Jiang Shan knocked on the car window a few times. "What is it?" The window slid down slowly. In an instant, his pupils dilated. Though he did not recognize Jiang Shan, he was well aware of Wan Hongjuan's significance. In his hand, he clutched a yellow square, a coveted item even Wang Xiao desired. He had imagined Wan Hongjuan begging for his life or lying lifeless before him, but never had he expected to see him standing here directly. The absence of any other subordinates reporting back signified their demise. Instinctively, he reached for his handgun, not with the intention to shoot, but to issue a warning. His firearm lacked a silencer. A single shot would alert the entire convoy, prompting Chief Chao to come to his aid. Seeing the determination in his adversary, Jiang Shan acted swiftly, thrusting his blade through the window. A piercing scream followed as Niu Hao's arm, which held the gun, fell limp. "Damn it," he cursed, attempting to grasp the weapon with his other hand, only to be met with another strike from Jiang Shan. With both arms incapacitated, Niu Hao could no longer resist. Yet, he continued to threaten Jiang Shan and his companion. "Go ahead and kill me. Chief Chao will surely avenge my death, and don't think you can escape unscathed. Wang Xiao won't let you off either. Though you may have escaped your former society, the resources of the wealthy clans far exceed yours. Prepare for their relentless pursuit. Your wives, sons, and daughters will suffer eternally at the hands of the aristocracy." Niu Hao raved madly, showing no sign of impending death. With his head severed cleanly, the last of those who had ventured out to seize the technology of the Circle people met their end. Jiang Shan flicked the blood from his blade, which had splattered during the encounter, and sheathed it. He then placed a hand on Wan Hongjuan's shoulder, saying, "Brother Wan, this world operates on such principles. If you do not take lives, your own will be taken, and as for the elite, they are not invincible. One bullet can put them down just like anyone else." Reassured by Jiang Shan's words, Wan Hongjun replied, "Indeed, Jiang Shan, you speak the truth. This is a world that devours the weak. If you do not consume, you will be consumed." The following morning, as dawn broke, those in the nearby vehicles discovered the corpses and immediately screamed, "Ah, there are dead bodies here. Someone has been murdered." Soon, the bodies of Niu Hao and his group triggered widespread panic within the convoy of 253, sparking fervent discussions. "In a way, am I dreaming? They dared to kill Chief Chao's men. And so many at that. Indeed, I must be dreaming. I need to go back to sleep. Look, can you believe it? Chief Chao's people have been wiped out. I wonder who had the audacity to do this. They must be incredibly formidable." I counted carefully. There are 20 in total, especially Niu Hao and Wang Lai, who were Chief Chao's trusted subordinates. Regarding Chief Chao, they naturally harbored no fondness, for none who fell under his scrutiny ever met a favorable end. This group was notorious for their ruthlessness, each member a top-tier wanted criminal by the federal government, yet they always managed to evade capture, a testament to their formidable backing. It was astonishing that someone dared to strike against such a powerful faction. Amidst the discussions, Jiang Shan was not indifferent, but rather preoccupied with more pressing matters. He was currently reviewing the system summary from the previous night. "You have successfully intercepted the opportunities of Wang Lai, Niu Hao, Chao Bing, Wang Fulin, and others, totaling 42 individuals. Congratulations, you have obtained 42 interception points. Rewards include doubled physical attributes and repairs for Circle People technology. Congratulations on fulfilling the requirements. System upgrade successful. You have received Void Skin 2. Interception Opportunity System Level 3. You can perceive the forthcoming opportunities of your target within the next 4 days. Successfully intercepting an opponent's opportunity grants additional rewards. Completing numerous interceptions at once can yield higher tier rewards. Level up after 40 successful interceptions, 1740. As the rewards were distributed, Jiang Shan could not help but chuckle. What is speed? He had only recently traversed into this realm, and his system had already reached level 3. Moreover, he was now halfway to the next upgrade. Eagerly, Jiang Shan examined the system rewards. First was the doubling of his physical attributes. If his initial attribute was 1, after a slight increase, it became 1.3, and now, with the doubling, it surged to 2.6, an immense transformation. Next was the repair knowledge of Circle People technology. With this knowledge, the damaged technology stored in his spatial warehouse could potentially be restored. Just these two rewards were already terrifying. However, what truly captured Jiang Shan's attention were the two transparent vials in his possession. According to the panel, this substance was called Void Skin, and he was eager to test its effects. Appraisal: Void Skin Potion. Upon use, an invisible layer of skin will form on the surface, capable of withstanding extreme cold, heat, viruses, and more. It possesses formidable defensive capabilities, allowing survival even in a vacuum. Upon reading this, Jiang Shan gasped in astonishment. Incredible! This is truly powerful. With this, he would no longer need to wear excessively thick winter clothing, not to mention the added defense. Moreover, he possessed two of them. The system is truly remarkable. He then drank the potion in his hand, and he immediately felt the effects. Despite the small stove operating within the RV, the outside temperature was frigid, and the room felt only slightly warmer at around 7 or 8 degrees. However, with the void skin, that chill vanished completely. Wow, that's impressive. Jiang Shan then approached his wife, Wei Zhenjin, who was busy cooking, holding the remaining vial of void skin. Darling, I have something wonderful for you to try. He handed her the vial. Observing the seemingly empty bottle, Wei Zhenjin looked puzzled. What is this? With a mischievous grin, Jiang Shan replied, Have you read any comics? There's a potion in them that makes women fall head over heels for the one who gives it. This is it. Care to give it a try? Hearing this, Wei Zhenjin rolled her eyes. You rogue, fine. I want to pry into what it is. I trust you want to lead me astray. With that, she opened the vial and poured its contents into her mouth. Almost immediately, she felt something slippery slide down her throat and soon realized its effects. Wow, this is amazing. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Shan eagerly elaborated. This potion not only protects against extreme temperatures and radiation, but also boasts formidable defensive capabilities. However, it's invisible under normal circumstances, so keep it a secret. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjin jumped up excitedly, fully aware of what these abilities signified. With this, they would be able to adapt to various environments. Overcome with joy, she immediately kissed him, exclaiming, This is fantastic, darling. I love you. Just as they were about to indulge in some intimacy, the radio crackled to life, announcing, The weather is favorable today. We will depart on time in 30 minutes. Over and out, interrupted by the voice from the radio, the two ceased their forthcoming actions. All right, let us dine first. Tonight, I shall reward you splendidly. With that, Wei Zhenjin leaned in to plant a kiss on Jiang Shan. Meanwhile, as they enjoyed their meal on the other side, Chao Bin was furiously roaring at his subordinates. Who can tell me how 20 individuals met their demise? Even 20 pigs would squeal when slaughtered. Yet they are even less than swine now. Get out there and investigate. I am eager to discover who has slain my men and pilfered my resources. I shall ensure that those who dared to raise their hands against me regret ever having been born into this world. Upon receiving the order, his subordinates hurriedly departed to probe into the circumstances surrounding Zhu Hao and the others' deaths. Inside the luxurious vehicle of the Wang family, Wang Feline, upon hearing the news, was not taken aback. Well, I did not expect that Chao Bin's people would act so hastily, only to be met with immediate retaliation. Is it the work of the world government? The butler promptly responded, Young master, it appears this is not the handiwork of the world government. Ordinarily, even if they were involved, they would tidy up the scene, and their primary battleground lies between the initial convoy and the strongest aristocratic families. Previously, under the control of noble families, the world government faced numerous restrictions. However, now it presents both a crisis and an opportunity for them. Hence, they will concentrate their efforts on significant matters. Hearing this, Wang Feline nodded. If that is the case, investigate who is responsible. Anyone capable of effortlessly eliminating 20 of Chao Bin's subordinates without a sound deserves to be my dog. The butler nodded in acquiescence and promptly left the vehicle to undertake his mission. As breakfast concluded, Jiang Shan began to explore the newly acquired technology for repairing the ring people, intending to experiment. He retrieved the energy block manufacturing device he had been particularly concerned about. What is this? Chapter 25. Repairing the ring people technology. Initially, Jiang Shan planned to conduct minor repairs on the energy block manufacturing device. But just then, he noticed another machine. Based on his knowledge as a repairman, this should be a resource control device of the ring people. Identification. Miniature defensive position. Damage consumes energy blocks to form a protective barrier, requiring 10 energy blocks per hour upon activation. currently inoperable due to damage in the high-power energy generation device. Upon reading this description, Jiang Shan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness, the consumption rate is excessively high. It should be noted that a storage facility of 10,000 cubic meters yields only one energy block per month. Presently, he had stored a total of 12 blocks, leaving him with only 18 usable energy blocks, which meant that at most, he could activate it for 2 hours before exhausting his supply. Quickly regaining his composure, he recognized that despite the significant consumption, this was a life-saving device, and it must be repaired regardless of the cost. He then began to search through the repair instructions for suitable replacement parts within the other machines. The identification indicated that the energy generation device was damaged. Fortunately, any machine using energy blocks possessed an energy generation device, albeit not of high power. However, he could utilize the standard version in parallel to initiate operation, albeit with significantly reduced defense. Identification. Miniature defensive position. Consumes energy blocks to form a protective barrier, utilizing a low-power generation device as a substitute. With defense only at 20 of the original capacity, consuming 3 energy blocks per hour. Seeing the word damaged vanish, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smile, though he quickly wore a helpless expression. Originally, with 10 energy blocks, he had a 100 defense. Now, with 3 blocks, he was left with only 20. So, in essence, I am using 3 blocks to achieve what 2 would have accomplished. What a loss, he sighed. Well, at least it is functional. Jiang Shan was not one to dwell on such matters, so he placed the device near his sleeping area. Thanks to the storage facility, all supplies were now stored inside, significantly expanding living space and allowing for restroom and bathing access at any time, rather than needing to wait until nightfall. Does this count as achieving restroom freedom? While Jiang Shan was lost in thought, Wan Hongjun knocked on his vehicle door. Upon noticing, Jiang Shan promptly stepped outside. Wan Hongjun spoke first. Jiang Shan, I have given it some thought. If it were not for you yesterday, my family might have met a tragic fate. In the end, you allowed me to take away so much material. I feel somewhat guilty. Please accept these supplies as a token of my family's gratitude. Hearing this, Jiang Shan finally noticed a small pile of supplies behind Wan Hongjun. After a quick assessment, it seemed to be half the quantity of supplies that Wan Hongjun had moved over the previous night. However, Jiang Shan found the situation somewhat peculiar, aware that revealing the storage facility was not prudent at this moment. Thus, he had told Wan Hongjun to move as much as they could, with the remainder to be destroyed. As a result, after several trips, Wan Hongjun's vehicle was filled with supplies, and Jiang Shan discreetly stored the rest of the truck's load into the warehouse once no one was around. Therefore, Wan Hongjun only took a small portion, while Jiang Shan retained the majority. Now, Wan Hongjun claimed he wanted to give him half of what he had acquired. After some contemplation, Jiang Shan accepted the supplies. All right, thank you, Brother Wan. I shall gladly accept this material. Seeing Jiang Shan accept the supplies, Wan Hongjun let out a sigh of relief. Very well, we are about to set off, so I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Wan Hongjun, Jiang Shan proceeded to load the supplies into the vehicle. So Brother Wan came to deliver supplies. Wei Zhenjin realized upon learning about Wan Hongjun's actions. Indeed, if we had not accepted them, he would likely have been uneasy. Jiang Shan, feeling somewhat resigned, replied, that does seem to be the case. We might as well accept it. Subsequently, Wei Zhenjin drove the RV to join the convoy, while Jiang Shan began to study the small energy block manufacturing device. Currently, his greatest need was energy blocks. After inspection, he found that the energy block manufacturing device was not significantly damaged and could be repaired by dismantling a few other machines. This meant that Jiang Shan could now produce 1 energy block per month. Although this seemed a meager amount, it was sufficient for the continuous use of the storage facility. Reflecting on this, Jiang Shan gazed longingly at the gradually shrinking city of the Ring people inside. Ah, if only we could stay a few more days. Perhaps we could salvage more machinery. Wei Zhenjin nodded in agreement. Indeed, but we've already stayed here for over 30 hours, and the overall temperature has dropped by 30 degrees. If we don't depart soon, we shall freeze solid. However, encountering one means we may encounter another in the future. Don't worry. There will be opportunities. Suddenly, Jiang Shan recalled the events of the previous night and curiously inquired. Wife, when I intervened last night, those ruffians seemed unafraid of killing, yet they appeared terrified of the aristocrats and the wealthy families. What is the reason behind this? Although Jiang Shan's question seemed somewhat naive, recalling his amnesia, Wei Zhenjin patiently began to explain. Let me put it this way. The aristocrats and the wealthy families control everything, and the world government's primary role is merely to mediate the relationship between the two. In fact, the First World War was a battle between ordinary people and the aristocrats and wealthy families. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan gasped in shocked. Is it truly that terrifying? Facing Jiang Shan's astonishment, Wei Zhenjin appeared somewhat resigned. Yes, it is indeed that frightening. The world government also seeks to suppress the aristocrats and wealthy families, but their capabilities are insufficient. Thankfully, with the current circumstances, the world government may find an opportunity. Jiang Shan nodded in silence, realizing Wei Zhenjin's point was valid. Although there remained a disparity between the two factions, it was no longer as pronounced. Of course, if the aristocrats and wealthy families dared to take action against him, he would not hesitate to deal with them. Presently, with the system at level 3, he could foresee 4 days into the future. At level 4, it would extend to 8 days. At level 5, 16 days. At level 6, 32 days. At level 7, 64 days. At level 8, 128 days. At level 9, 256 days. And at level 10, 512 days. At level 10, he could glimpse nearly 2 years into the future. With such foresight, who could withstand his schemes? This was the confidence bestowed upon him by his golden finger. With this thought, Jiang Shan's mood considerably brightened. He then decided to explore the potential fortunes of others. The system allowed him to glimpse the futures of those who might gain opportunities over the next 4 days. As time extended, the instances of foresight continued to increase. In an instant, Jiang Shan caught a glimpse of the future of the driver in the adjacent vehicle. Over the next 2 days, Cao Bin would lead a search within the entire convoy to uncover the murderer of his underlings, but the result would undoubtedly yield no success. However, on the 3rd day, a turning point occurred. Initially, Cao Bin intended to persist in his investigation, but suddenly someone discovered a hidden underground shelter in the wilderness. Goodness, an abandoned city of the Ring people conceals such a vast warehouse. The contents of this intact shelter must be treasure. Chapter 26. Preparing for action. As the scene unfolded, every member of the convoy was eager to rush into the shelter to seek treasure. The entrance is simply too small, and who gets in first poses a significant dilemma. Consequently, the gangsters, merchant groups, young nobles, and ordinary folk are all embroiled in fierce conflict here. Amidst the chaos, this fellow stealthily slipped inside the shelter and had just acquired an energy sniper rifle when he encountered an enemy who had also just entered. After firing more than a dozen shots, the weapon ran out of energy, and ultimately, he fell victim to the hands of the young noble's men. Observing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but lament, "Alas, my young friend, it seems you are done for." However, it is only to be expected. While the energy sniper rifle possesses formidable power, its energy is inevitably limited. Yet, to discover such a lethal weapon immediately upon entry suggests that this shelter is quite affluent. It appears I must seek out a powerful ally to ascertain his future, ensuring that I can secure the finest treasures when the time comes. Despite the current assurance of supplies and safety, their situation is merely marginally more comfortable than that of the average person. It would be an exaggeration to label them as a complete financial conglomerate. Even the resources in the hands of the young noble surpass my own. Presently, I am equipped with the ethereal skin provided by the system, so I need not worry about defense. My main concern lies in the lack of potent offensive capabilities. A saber and a few handguns can only pose a minor threat to ordinary individuals, but they are of limited efficacy against the wealthy and powerful. Fortunately, this sniper rifle suits my current needs perfectly, long range and devoid of concerns regarding ammunition. Furthermore, there may be even more advanced weapons and technology within, and I happen to possess a spatial warehouse with an ample capacity of 10,000 cubic meters. Thus, emptying the entire shelter is not an impossibility. With this thought, Jiang Shan could not help but chuckle to himself. He. I must act swiftly to secure my gains. When others are still locked in a life-and-death struggle, I shall return laden with treasures. If they were to discover this, it would surely incite their ire. Subsequently, Jiang Shan began to probe into the futures of others nearby. After examining several vehicles and their occupants, he found that most were oblivious to what was unfolding, while a few who noticed the large-scale conflict within the shelter chose not to enter. This decision was understandable. After all, they are not perpetually on the move. Eventually, places will stabilize, and at that time, whether it be the financial magnates or the world government, they will require manpower to rebuild, leading to improved living conditions. There is no need to engage in a deadly struggle here. With that thought, Jiang Shan sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seems that from now on, I can only observe after parking for the night. In the blink of an eye, night fell. After dining, Jiang Shan resolutely donned a thick cotton coat and ventured outside. In truth, even without clothing, his ethereal skin would protect him from the cold of the snow. But one of the rules of a traveler is to remain discreet whenever possible. After all, this is not a system for ostentation or emotional value. Being overly conspicuous in the early stages would yield no benefits, only detriments. Upon seeing Jiang Shan emerge, Wan Hongjun also stepped down from the vehicle. "Oh, Jiang Shan, are you out to stretch your legs?" Jiang Shan greeted him with a smile. "Indeed. After sitting in the car all day, I can hardly bear it any longer. Thankfully, no natural disasters or monstrous beasts have crossed our path. Otherwise, I would have to keep one eye open even while sleeping." Wan Hongjun nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth, however. We are now halfway through our journey, with about a week remaining. Just a bit more endurance. All right, you carry on. I shall attend to my meal." After bidding farewell to Wan Hongjun, Jiang Shan muttered to himself, "I never anticipated that we are already halfway through this arduous journey of migration. Time truly flies. Just days prior, he had been an ordinary person, and in such a short span, his life had undergone such a dramatic transformation. As the saying goes, life is unpredictable, and at that moment, Wei Zhenjin's voice chimed in, "Darling, dinner is ready." "I'll be right there," Jiang Shan quickly replied. After finishing his meal, Jiang Shan gathered a wealth of information from several passers-by. It appeared that within the seemingly mundane convoy, many had begun to collaborate due to Wang Fulin's influence. However, most of these alliances resembled Jiang Shan's own, consisting of small groups of familiar faces, with the largest collaboration comprising only about 10 individuals. TSK. It seems there are quite a number of clever individuals in this world. Even before Wang Fulin has acted, they have already anticipated his moves. After the two finished their meal, Jiang Shan commenced washing the dishes. At that moment, a group of ruffians hurried past, declaring, "Let us go. That fellow dares to harm my Black Dragon Gang. We must teach them a lesson." The Black Dragon Gang had been established by Chao Bin, and in just a few days, it had grown to a scale of over 100 members. However, upon hearing these words, Jiang Shan was astounded. Did someone truly dare to take action against them? He was eager to see who this audacious individual might be. Yet, when he glanced at the leading ruffian, he was left speechless. In the future vision, this flamboyant pursuit of revenge was merely a pretext to raid the resources of affluent families. Jiang Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, Chao Bin is quite the astute individual. Under the guise of vengeance, he is engaging in resource plundering. This can certainly be considered resourceful recycling." However, the subsequent vision set Jiang Shan's heart racing with excitement. Chao Bin and Wang Fulin ultimately ventured into the shelter together, both reaping a considerable bounty of high-tech circular artifacts. The last room, in particular, housed a medium-sized energy block manufacturing machine that occupied the entirety of the space and appeared brand new, devoid of any signs of prior use. Observing this, Jiang Shan felt a surge of exhilaration. Wow! If this machine can be successfully activated, we will be temporarily free of concerns regarding energy blocks. However, the machine was quite large, and extracting it for immediate activation would prove difficult. It would only have a chance to be deployed after the first phase of migration concluded. Yet, even so, this did not diminish its value. I must take note of this. I will ensure that this machine is taken with us. Following the vision, Jiang Shan gleaned many additional treasures from this individual's memories. Suddenly, a circular metallic panel caught his attention. What is this? Thanks to his knowledge of circular repair technology, he could passively comprehend the circular script, which was a hidden boon. Yet, regrettably, the distance was too great, and coupled with the fact that the individual was nearsighted, he could not discern the contents inscribed upon it. "Why must you be nearsighted?" he lamented. "Well, I have gathered enough intelligence for now. It is time to prepare for our approach." 2 days swiftly passed. That evening, Jiang Shan, along with Wan Hongjun and his family, quietly departed from the convoy. After several hours of travel, Jiang Shan finally laid eyes on the unassuming large rock. At last, "I have found it." Chapter 27. Arrival. Brother Jiang, is there truly a shelter here? Wan Hong looked at the desolate surroundings, his face a mask of confusion. Before them stood only a seemingly ordinary large rock. Where was the shelter? It is merely my conjecture that this is the shelter. After all, none of them had learned the language of the circular people. How could I possibly know the specifics? However, according to the map, there should be something here. Why can't I see it? While Jiang Shan was aware of the shelter's existence due to his future vision, he could only pretend to have discovered it from a small map found in the city of the circular people. As for why he brought Wan Hongjuan's family along rather than keeping the treasure for himself. The first reason was that after the prior ambush by ruffians, their mutual trust had significantly increased, establishing a foundation for collaboration. However, that was merely the surface reason. The real motive was to provide Wan Hongjuan's family with an opportunity. This way, he could ascertain whether any unforeseen events would occur in advance. This was crucial, for as long as he could extract even a fraction of the resources, he could predict the future. And I doubt anyone would refuse that. Although Jiang Shan was utilizing them, Wan Hongjuan's family remained unaware and instead felt immensely grateful. After all, being privy to such clandestine information indicated that Jiang Shan was on their side. If Jiang Shan feasted, they too would benefit from the spoils. Upon arriving at the location, Jiang Shan surveyed the area, noting no issues, before nodding in satisfaction. Let us commence our inspection. Leave no stone unturned. Wan Hong, you check this rock. See if it is a fade or if there are any hidden mechanisms. Jiang Shan promptly assigned tasks to everyone. They had taken advantage of the convoy's rest to set off early, and with the shelter remaining undiscovered until the following morning, they had an entire night to search for resources. Thus, time was on their side. Understood. Subsequently, a group of individuals commenced an examination of the surrounding ground. While Wan Hong gazed at the stone before him with a look of bewilderment, pondering how a mere stone could possibly be false. As he spoke, he instinctively reached out to touch the stone. But to his astonishment, the previously smooth surface of the stone caved in slightly at the moment his palm made contact. Ouch! The sudden occurrence, coupled with the pressure of his body, startled Wan Hong, prompting him to exclaim instinctively. Wan Hongjun hurried over to Wan Hong, asking with concern, "Xiao Hong, are you all right?" At that moment, Wan Hong, still in shock, pointed at the cracked stone, exclaiming, "Dad, this is truly unreal." Following the direction of Wan Heng's finger, Wan Hongjun looked closely and indeed noticed that the stone had split in the middle, revealing a dark staircase beneath. Realizing that this was the structure Jiang Shan had mentioned, Wan Hongjun promptly shouted, "Everyone, come here quickly. I've discovered the entrance." Upon hearing his voice, the group rushed back, and upon seeing the open passage, Jiang Shan couldn't help but chuckle. "Well done, Wan Hong. I didn't expect you to find the entrance so swiftly. After we finish gathering everything today, I shall treat you to a grand feast." With that, Jiang Shan gave Wan Hong a pat on the shoulder. "What? A feast? Will there be meat?" Upon hearing Wan Heng's eagerness for meat, Jiang Shan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, there will be plenty of meat." At that moment, Wan Hong was so thrilled he could hardly articulate his excitement. Although he had not gone hungry during this time due to the supplies at home, the quality of food had been subpar, especially meat, which he had consumed daily in modern society, and having been deprived of it for 10 days was truly unbearable, making him feel ravenous. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." In response to Wan Heng's gratitude, Jiang Shan nodded with a smile and then continued giving instructions. "All right, since this is the architecture of the Ring people, there may be dangers inside. Everyone, prepare yourselves. In case we encounter any threats, it's best to be ready." He then directed his wife and Wan Heng's mother along with their 2 children to stay behind and guard, saying, "The 3 of us men will go down to scavenge. Whatever we find will belong to whomever discovers it." Wan Hongjun had no objections to Jiang Shan's decision, though he considered that they were 2 against 1, and since it was Jiang Shan who had found the entrance, it felt somewhat unfair. "Jiang Shan, won't you be at a disadvantage?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan nearly burst into laughter. While it was true that Wan Hongjun and his son outnumbered him, he planned to bring along a storage warehouse. And in the end, it could very well be that whoever gathered the most would be uncertain. Enough of this talk about disadvantage. "We still don't know what lies within," Jiang Shan remarked, and upon reflection, Wan Hongjun realized he was right and chose not to press further. If Jiang Shan himself was unconcerned, why should he worry? "All right, everyone, let's start preparing. We'll set off in 5 minutes." With no objections raised, the group returned to their vehicle to get ready. As soon as they entered the RV, Wei Zhenjin looked at Jiang Shan with a worried expression. "Darling, with such a heavy load on your back? What will you do if we encounter danger?" As she spoke, Wei Zhenzhen gestured toward a massive backpack beside her, which he had hastily crafted over the past 2 days to hold the storage warehouse. However, it was designed to be inconspicuous to outsiders, a clever idea of Jiang Shan's. After all, having such a large backpack made it reasonable to carry more items. Well, considering how many years have passed since the Ring people existed, most of their belongings should have vanished without a trace. Besides, have you not experienced my combat prowess? Jiang Shan winked playfully. Hearing this, Wei Zhenzhen rolled her eyes and shook her fist at him. Warning, if you dare to get hurt today, I'll make sure you stay in bed for 3 days. In response to Wei Zhenzhen's threat, Jiang Shan smiled, thinking to himself that it might be uncertain who would be bedridden. All right, just ensure your own safety with that. He slung the large backpack onto his back, secured his handgun and machete, and stepped out of the RV at that moment. Wan Hongjun and Wan Hong were engaged in a discussion regarding their compasses. "Dad, 2 sets of padded clothing are already sufficient. Any more would hinder my movements," Wan Hong said, looking at Wan Hongjun expectantly. "Nonsense. Without protective gear, you should wear extra layers of padding. If we encounter danger, it provides some cushioning, plus it keeps you warm. Although Jiang Shan won't betray us, it's better to be cautious." Under Wan Hongjuan's insistence, Wan Hong ultimately refrained from removing his second layer of padded clothing. Initially, Wan Hong thought his father's concern was excessive, but the next moment, he beheld Jiang Shan fully equipped, leaving both Wan Hongjun and Wan Hong with their mouths agape. Jiang Shan, isn't that a bit too much? Chapter 28. The Monument of Civilization. Just moments ago, Wan Hongjun had remarked that Wan Hong wasn't wearing enough, and now even he felt that Jiang Shan's preparations were somewhat excessive. Jiang Shan had a handgun holstered at his waist, a machete in hand, and most notably, a large box nearly as tall as himself strapped to his back, which evoked a sense of unspoken dread. What is excessive about this? I see this the norm. The more prepared, the better. He cleared his throat, almost slipping into a flow of nonsensical remarks, but managed to regain composure. All right, let us head down. Upon hearing this, Wan Hongjun and Wan Hong nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them began their descent through the passageway. As they entered the first level, Jiang Shan reached into his backpack and retrieved a larger flashlight, one that had originally been in their RV. Though it was merely a standard household flashlight, it was more than sufficient for their needs. Upon seeing Jiang Shan's flashlight, Wan Hongjun and his son quickly stowed away their own smaller flashlights. As the saying goes, there's no embarrassment like that of the lesser, and clearly, Wan Hongjun and his son found themselves in a moment of minor awkwardness. However, they couldn't help but internally critique the situation, thinking, goodness, an arm-sized flashlight. What on earth do you need one that large for? They felt a twinge of inferiority, but of course, it was just the flashlight that felt inferior. Finally, they arrived at the first level of the shelter, which was engulfed in darkness, with corridors extending in all 4 directions, leading into the unknown. Even with Jiang Shan's giant flashlight, the edges remained shrouded in shadow. Upon witnessing this, Wan Hongjun and his son exchanged glances, marveling at Jiang Shan's foresight. Wow, brother Jiang, you truly think ahead. No wonder Jiang Shan was thriving. With such caution, they felt no envy towards his current situation. Had they relied on their own flashlights, they probably wouldn't have noticed impending danger until it was too late. But now, with a visibility range of several dozen meters, they were granted a crucial window of preparation in case of peril. Hearing Wan Heng's admiration, Jiang Shan chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, I like to be prepared for many situations. However, he added with a grin, but don't you dare attempt to emulate me too easily. With this weight, carrying it for long will be unbearable for you. Wan Hongjun and his son nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Jiang Shan's backpack appeared heavy, and they could only imagine the strain of hauling it up and down. Yet, Wan Hongjun couldn't help but ponder. He was getting older and could no longer train. But Xiao Hong was capable. With that thought, he glanced at Wan Hong, who, sensing his father's gaze, realized something ominous was afoot. Oh no, Dad wouldn't want me to emulate Jiang Shan, would he? Despite Wan Hong's silent plea for rejection, Wan Hongjun feigned ignorance, sealing their decision. After a brief assessment, Jiang Shan quickly correlated the environment with the future vision he had seen earlier. All right, we've descended for quite some time without encountering any dangers. The likelihood of threats is minimal. From here, let us split up to expedite the search within this shelter. Otherwise, When dawn breaks and the rest of the convoy discovers this place, it will be troublesome for us to re-enter. Wan Hongjun and his son nodded in agreement. All right, Xiao Hong. You're the one I'm most worried about here. Be extra cautious. Subsequently, the three individuals parted ways. Jiang Shan traversed the corridor of memories, bypassing the first level and arriving at the second. The first level predominantly showcased civilian technology, such as smartwatches. Although these advancements were indeed impressive compared to those of humanity, they paled in comparison to the true pinnacle of technology possessed by the Ring people. Here, Jiang Shan discovered the metallic plate inscribed with the writings of the Ring people, a sight he had longed to behold. Remarkably, after all this time, it remained unchanged, its material evidently extraordinary. He swiftly located the chamber that housed the metal plate. Upon entry, he beheld a series of interwoven rings etched upon its surface, instantly recognizing this as the central command room. In a wonder such a metal plate was present, before long, he found the metal plate tucked away in a corner. After examining its front side, Jiang Shan experienced a moment of epiphany. So, it was like this. According to the inscriptions on the plate, their civilization had once been akin to that of humanity. Due to an unforeseen event, they had been thrust into this world and, after a period of migration, discovered that the climate here was exceptionally conducive to their way of life. Consequently, they settled and began to construct cities with vigor. However, 2 years later, natural disasters struck once more, accompanied by a formidable and unknown monstrous entity. After barely a month of resistance, they were compelled to abandon their newfound home, stunned into silence by the records before him. Jiang Shan gasped. So, the Ring people, like humans, were also suddenly thrust into this world. This revelation implied that if the Ring civilization still existed, there was a possibility of an encounter with human civilization in the future. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If the Ring people were to wage war against humanity, it was likely that within a month, humanity would face extinction. Turning the metal plate over, Jiang Shan was met with a multitude of different scripts densely packed on its reverse side. At that moment, his mind felt as if it had exploded. This isn't merely the writing of the Ring people. He exclaimed, "Wait, I have identification?" Tablet of text. A carrier left behind by the Ring people, inscribed with a portion of their writings, crafted from a special metal that remains unchanged for millennia. It records the signatures of hundreds of civilizations. Upon reading the final line, Jiang Shan finally comprehended the intent behind the Ring people's actions. On the surface, it served as an explanation of the current environment for those who came after. In reality, it was a preventative measure for future civilizations, a trace of their legacy to foster understanding. While it would not completely eliminate the potential for conflict, it would increase the likelihood of cooperation and reduce the chances of discord, signifying that the benefits far outweighed the costs. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shan marveled at this profound insight. After documenting his findings with his mobile device, he decided against inscribing human civilization's writings on the plate. On one hand, he did not represent all of humanity. Others would arrive the following day, and he believed it best to leave this issue to them. On the other hand, he currently lacked the means to engrave anything upon a piece of metal that could withstand the test of time. Theoretically, such a metal should be exceedingly heavy, yet he could lift it effortlessly, light and sturdy. This alone attested to the remarkable prowess of the Ring civilization. Furthermore, inscribing their own civilization's writings would reveal a part of their strength, akin to flexing their muscles, an invitation for cooperation, but a warning to those contemplating malicious actions to gauge their own capabilities. Just as Jiang Shan returned the metal plate to its original position, a sudden mechanical sound filled the room. With a series of clicks, a large, pitch-black door materialized on what had once been a pristine wall, exuding an aura of the unknown. Is this a secret door? Should I venture inside? Chapter 29. The search complete. After much contemplation, Jiang Shan resolved to enter. On one hand, he possessed the void skin, which significantly enhanced his defense. On the other, he was curious about what the Ring people were up to. After exhibiting such benevolent behavior with the tablet of text, any ulterior motives would only serve to sow animosity. Thus, he cautiously proceeded into the chamber. The interior resembled the outer room, characterized by metallic walls, each composed of the same material as the tablet of text. In the center stood a metallic pedestal upon which rested a surface resembling an electronic watch. As he approached, the surface projected an image of a being reminiscent of humanity, albeit with round pupils shaped like rings and attire adorned with interwoven rings. Jiang Shan was astonished. Could the ring people truly resemble humans? It was no wonder that the protective suit he had found earlier could be worn by humans. There was a foundational reason behind it. It appeared this entity was about to speak. In the next moment, the projection began to communicate in the language of the ring people. Outsider, since you have arrived here, it signifies your inclination toward cooperation. In light of this, allow me to present you with a small gift, the tablet upon which I record encounters with all otherworldly beasts. I hope it proves beneficial to you newcomers. With that, the projection vanished. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan promptly seized the tablet from the pedestal. If it indeed contained records of various otherworldly creatures, it would be an invaluable aid. Grasping it, he exited the chamber. As he departed, the secret door closed behind him, as if it had never existed. Having gathered sufficient intelligence, he now turned his attention to the true spoils of his expedition. He began his endeavors with the medium-sized energy block manufacturing machine located on the lowest level of the base. Upon identification, Jiang Shan discovered the machine's capabilities far surpassed his expectations. Medium-sized energy block manufacturing machine, a marvel of ring people technology capable of condensing energy into energy blocks, with a production rate of 10 blocks per day. Jiang Shan gasped in astonishment. 10 blocks a day. That equates to 300 blocks in a month, 600 in 2 months, an astounding 600 times the output of the previous machine. With this device, he would achieve a preliminary degree of freedom concerning energy blocks. This is now mine. With that, he set about dismantling the medium-sized energy block manufacturing machine. At that moment, he truly appreciated how much the ring people's maintenance technology rewarded him. Not only did it enable him to comprehend their language, but it also equipped him with the skills necessary for repairs. As he carefully disassembled the intricate machinery, high-end technology requiring utmost precision, he realized that without such expertise, even if he managed to take it apart, he would be unable to reassemble it, risking damage in the process. However, he no longer needed to worry about this aspect. Once the entire machine was detached from the ground, Jiang Shan opened his backpack and declared, "Store." In an instant, the colossal machine filled the room was absorbed into his backpack. The storage compartment is incredibly useful, he remarked, donning his backpack and commencing his search in the 3rd level. Before long, his storage compartment filled with 3 additional medium-sized energy block manufacturing machines, rendering the entire 3rd level increasingly barren. Satisfied that there was nothing more to collect, Jiang Shan returned to the 2nd level. For to descend empty-handed would be conspicuous. Fortunately, the 2nd level brimmed with smaller items. He soon arrived at a room he had witnessed in his vision of the future. With a swift kick, he shattered the decaying door, and a trove of items within captured his attention. Identification. Obsolete ring people firearms. Decayed, outdated firearms discarded by the ring people, capable of reaching level 1 power. Though damaged, numerous usable parts remain within. Upon observing the numerous firearms with identical descriptions, Jiang Shan found himself perplexed. Level 1 power? What does that even mean? He mused. Never mind. I'll just collect them for now. Without hesitation, he gathered all the firearms from the room into his storage compartment. While they might not be immediately functional, he could likely salvage a few operational ones with replacements. Next, he was drawn to a pile of white eggs nestled in a corner. What are these? Firearms, or perhaps special explosives. Among the decaying firearms, several appeared pristine and egg-like, resembling bombs. Well, there's only one way to find out. Identification. Guardian robot, dormant, a robot designed by the ring people to protect their shelters. Under normal circumstances, it possesses level 1 power, while fully operational, it can reach level 2 power. Currently in a dormant state, it will attack non-ring people unless its internal programming is modified. Otherwise, it poses a significant danger. Wow, this is impressive. A robot with combat capabilities, Jiang Shan exclaimed. However, awakening it would require modifying its internal programming. Best to store it for now. I'll wake it when I have the capability to alter its programming. With that thought, he placed the 12 dormant robots into his storage compartment. Though the risk of death is significantly lower compared to firearms, Jiang Shan finds himself content. The thought of having robotic bodyguards in the future brings a smile to his face. Just then, footsteps echo from outside. Brother Jiang Shan, are you all right over there? It is Wan Hong, who, after searching for spoils on the 1st floor and failing to find Jiang Shan after 2 trips, decides to investigate further. I'm fine, Jiang Shan replies, emerging with a large bundle of usable firearms. Upon seeing him, Wan Heng breathes a sigh of relief. Brother Jiangshan, it's great to see you unharmed. Suddenly noticing what Jiangshan is holding, he exclaims, Brother Jiangshan, what are those? Guns. Jiangshan, unable to clearly identify some of the items due to their severe decay and poor lighting, responds, yes, these are some circular firearms. Although they are quite deteriorated, they are still functional. Hearing this explanation, Wan Heng relaxes further, saying, that's good. Let me help you with that. As he reaches for the items, however, he finds himself trembling under the weight of just tin guns. Wow, these are heavy. He glances at the tin guns in his arms and then at Jiangshan, who carries at least 30. Brother Jiangshan, your strength is truly remarkable. Jiangshan, smiling at Wan Heng's admiration, remains silent. Soon, with the efforts of the three, they manage to transport all usable items from the shelter, leaving behind only some debris, which Jiangshan intentionally leaves. All right, dawn is approaching. We should head back, as their vehicles quietly return to the convoy. News of a hidden shelter swiftly spreads throughout the 253 convoy. Chapter 30. Watching others fight. Instantly, those with ideas in the convoy begin to take action. Damn, this time the good stuff is definitely mine. Don't even think about competing with me. If you do, I won't hold back. Nonsense. Whatever you find is yours. Who do you think you are to claim it first? If you say one more word, I'll have something to say about it. I don't have time to argue with you. The first person I'll take out when I find the good stuff is you. Soon, shouts of discord, honking of cars, and sounds of banging fill the air. Yet, amidst it all, everyone is daydreaming of the splendid life that awaits them after acquiring the treasures. Most in the convoy are acutely aware that in this increasingly chaotic era, the law no longer holds sway. Only firearms serve as their greatest assurance for survival. However, while this is a significant event for others, it proves to be quite inconvenient for Jiangshan, who had just fallen asleep. Damn it! What are these people up to, making such a racket? Can't they let anyone sleep? Clearly awakened by the noise, Jiangshan's mind is still muddled. Nearby, Wei Zhenjin lets out a sigh. Well, since you're awake, you might as well wash your face and have breakfast. With no other option, Jiangshan rises to wash his face. The cold water jolts him back to reality. Someone discovered a shelter? Goodness. It must be the one who originally found it. He muses, knowing that while chaos ensues outside, those who rush in will likely only salvage a heap of junk. Jiangshan cannot help but chuckle at the thought that they probably never imagined the items were ones he had discarded. With this realization, a sly grin spreads across his face. Hee hee, how delightful it is to be the only sober one among a drunken crowd. Ah, this sensation is oddly satisfying. What is going on? As his laughter grows louder, he manages to contain it, thanks to Wei Zhenjin's restraint, and resumes his meal. At that moment, Wan Hongjun knocks on the door. Jiangshan, noticing him, quickly dons a cotton jacket and steps outside to converse with Wan Hongjun. Brother Wan, I didn't expect you to be awake too. Wan Hongjun, looking exasperated, glances at the distant, agitated crowd. The noise outside is unbearable. It woke all of us, however, based on the chatter in the group. It seems they discovered a shelter. So Jiangshan, could it be that the shelter those people found is the one we just left? Upon hearing this, Jiangshan almost bursts into laughter again. It feels akin to Xiaoming confronting an enemy and asking, "Who the hell are you?" Such a moment would surely trigger a classic scene. Thankfully, Jiangshan manages to maintain a composed demeanor. Indeed, the shelter they found is the very one we had already looted. Upon receiving this accurate information, Wan Hongjuan's expression shifts to one of astonishment. No wonder there were still plenty of good items left. You actually let us abandon it. You must have anticipated that these fellows would discover it this morning. Jiangshan readily admits, indeed, the city of the circular people is vast. We certainly aren't the only ones with maps. Considering the usual travel time, they were already nearing the shelter. However, after a long day's drive, everyone was exhausted, and the discovery could only happen this morning. Although Jiangshan knew of the impending discovery through a stroke of luck, he wisely refrains from disclosing this, allowing others to believe he had calculated it. This deduction, based on his prior knowledge, appears to Wan Hongjun as strategic brilliance. With such a companion, the days ahead surely hold great promise. He gives Jiangshan a thumbs up. Wow, I'm truly impressed. No wonder things are getting better. However, he muses that the convoy will likely remain here for another day. pushing back their arrival time to the planned destination. Well, since that's the case, I'll head back. After bidding farewell to Wan Hongjun, Jiang Shan returns to his vehicle. After breakfast, he begins to examine the items acquired the previous night. Although there are many valuable items, several require repairs before they can be utilized. While Jiang Shan is engrossed in figuring out how to fix them, at the snowy entrance of the shelter, Chaobin's men are blocking the way, surrounded by a large crowd of onlookers who glare at Chaobin's group with rage. Despite their numerical advantage, they are wary of Chaobin's 20 armed men. Thus, they resort to verbal confrontations. Chaobin, on what grounds do you control this shelter and prevent us from entering? Exactly, this shelter doesn't belong to you. Step aside, or don't blame us for being rude. You only have 100 or so subordinates. We have over 1,000, and more are on the way. I advise you not to make a mistake. This shelter was discovered by everyone. Step aside now, faced with the fury of the crowd. Chaobin scoffs. You can certainly try. My guns won't be idle. Upon his command, his men immediately chamber their weapons and aim them at the crowd. Witnessing this, those surrounding Chaobin step back in fear. This reaction only serves to bolster Chaobin's confidence. Indeed, these people are thinking along the same lines as he is. Although he knows this course of action may lead to serious consequences and damage his reputation, Chaobin believes it is worth it. The cost of a tarnished reputation pales in comparison to the acquisition of weapons. Only children concern themselves with right and wrong. Adults care only for profit. He thinks, believing that as long as the gains outweigh the losses, it is acceptable. Just then, Lu Dan, one of Chaobin's trusted aides, rushes out from within the shelter. Upon seeing the large crowd, he is momentarily startled but quickly whispers his findings to Chaobin. Boss, there are items inside the shelter, but most are in such disrepair that they are unusable. As soon as he finishes, Lu Dan catches the fierce glare from Chao Bian. Oh, you even realize what you're saying? What have I sacrificed for this shelter? Such significant losses without any reward. How can I accept that? Lu Dan, feeling helpless, responds, Boss, this is the conclusion reached by several of our brothers. But there is a silver lining. We found a functioning electronic watch in a secret room that can project virtual images. Now, Chaobin finds himself torn. The existence of a secret room indicates hidden areas. If they search thoroughly, there might still be valuable items. However, surveying the current situation, he sees that the crowd is already on edge. If he continues to obstruct them, things could escalate dangerously. Just as he is about to speak, a male voice rises from within the throng. Everyone, charge. If this stalemate continues, Chaobin's group might clear out all the good stuff inside. Chapter 31. The catastrophic stampede incident. In an instant, chaos erupted among the crowd. Although they were unaware of who had uttered the previous statement, its wisdom resonated profoundly. This underground shelter was rather confined, and with Chaobin blocking everyone at the entrance, it was evident he intended to hoard the valuable resources within for himself. Previously, they had failed to acquire the technology of the Ringed Ones, but this time, they could not afford to miss out. The collective fury surged, hands gripping an array of weapons trembled in anticipation, a clear sign of adrenaline coursing through their veins. Little did they know, Chaobin was equally troubled. If they had genuinely discovered something worthwhile and taken it, he would have nothing to say. However, he had only found a meager amount, yet observing the crowd made it apparent that leaving would confirm their suspicions of theft. Conversely, remaining could result in being overwhelmed by the enraged throng, and death would not be surprising. Thus, he needed to seize the moment while his guns still posed a threat and make his exit. His subordinates were the foundation for his future rise, and he could not afford to lose them. We must withdraw. With that declaration, Chaobin and his entourage prepared to leave, but at that very moment, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Chaobin is going to kill, shouted the crowd, seeking vengeance for their families. Charge! He must have acquired a wealth of treasures. Otherwise, he wouldn't act this way now. Everyone felt they had a chance. Once they reached the settlement, what hope would they have against the aristocrats? I aspire to be a tycoon. In an instant, fervent cries erupted from multiple directions within the crowd. Such words might have seemed inconsequential in ordinary times. But now, with adrenaline flooding their systems, they surged forward. Witnessing this scene, Chaobin's heart raced with dread. At that moment, his subordinates, seeing the masses rushing towards them, instinctively opened fire. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, but the roars of the crowd drowned it out, even overshadowing the gunshots. Damn it! Who fired? Retreat, retreat. Now, he could not concern himself with who had initially fired in the midst of the enraged crowd. The priority was to escape. There was no choice. Chao Bin hastily led his men away. Upon seeing him leave, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wonderful, we've won. Ha ha ha. The opportunity to become tycoons is upon us. I shall establish a millennium-old family, and I will be the first to inscribe our genealogy. Mother, I am about to soar. In that moment, the air was filled with jubilant exclamations of triumph. Yet, amidst the revelry, some astute individuals immediately dashed towards the shelter, seizing the opportunity while others celebrated. Only by acquiring the treasures could they claim true victory. Once the first acted, the behavior spread like a virus, and soon everyone was jostling towards the small entrance of the shelter. Who touched my backside? I'll kill you. Get away from me. The treasures inside are mine. You re-talking nonsense. No one has claimed that. Let go of me, you ruffians. Stop tearing my clothes. Calm down. Everyone move orderly. If chaos ensues, none of us will get in. Move aside. I've fallen. As the first person stumbled, a chain reaction ensued, toppling others like a line of dominoes. Yet those behind could not see the fallen individuals ahead and continued to push forward with great force. Ultimately, a severe stampede occurred. But the crowd remained oblivious. They were all gambling on their ability to escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Wang Fulin, standing at the rear of the masses, sighed deeply. He put away his phone and instructed his subordinates. Let us depart. It seems entry is no longer possible. Earlier, Wang Fulin had learned from Chao Bin's subordinates about the discovery of a shelter. However, by the time he arrived, he found himself blocked by Chao Bin's men. Gaining entry would require underhanded tactics. The initial voices that had rallied the crowd were orchestrated by him, and the results were evidently effective. However, he had just received news from Chao Bin's men that aside from some debris, there was little of value within. A confluence of factors led Wang Fulin to abandon the idea of entering the shelter. Yet the matter was far from over, since the shelter holds no treasures. I can turn this to my advantage, he thought. I shall eliminate Chao Bin and establish my own kingdom. With that, he departed the scene. Within Chao Bin's RV, shards lay scattered across the floor, and several of his trembling subordinates illustrated the earlier turmoil. Once Chao Bin vented his frustrations, he glared menacingly at his subordinates. Damn it, tell me, who fired the first shot when we were surrounded? Unlike the aristocrats, tycoons, and nobles, his men were trained assassins, possessing both loyalty and skill. Yet he was part of the underworld, and to grow, he needed manpower. His subordinates primarily comprised ordinary individuals, and he understood that leaving a negative impression among them would have dire consequences. Even if it did not hinder his development, it would certainly slow him down, perhaps even by several steps. The root cause of today's upheaval lay in that very first gunshot. The subordinates exchanged glances, and eventually, Huang Fei, sporting yellow hair, spoke up. Boss, upon my return, I investigated and found that the first shot was not fired by our people. The gunfire erupted only after the ordinary folks charged in, which means there are undoubtedly other factions involved. With firearms and so many covertly acting individuals, the outcome could only lead to one conclusion. Huang Fei chose not to elaborate further, but both Chao Bin and the others understood precisely who he referred to. It was only at this moment that Chao Bin fell silent, realizing how swiftly Wang Fulin had acted. It was indeed a clever scheme. Just a single shot and a few slogans had sullied the reputation of his Black Dragon gang. Very well, Wang Fulin, since you lack mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Do you truly believe you are a lofty tycoon? You are merely a discarded pawn. Driven out by others, Wang Fulin, I will not let this go. In stark contrast to Wang Fulin's elation and Chao Bin's fury, Wan Hongjun felt a chill of dread as he gazed at the images flooding in from the crowd. The entrance to the underground shelter, which had once been bustling, was now strewn with remnants of flesh. This sight sent shivers down Wan Hongjun's spine. Thank goodness Jiang Shan let us out quickly. Otherwise, we would have been among those remnants. Wan Hong, equally pale, nodded in agreement. Indeed. While I anticipated others might fight over the advanced technology, I never imagined it would escalate to such a degree. How many must have perished? Dozens? Hundreds? The scene is so horrific that not even bones remain intact. At that moment, Both men were acutely aware that had they encountered other factions, they likely would have met their demise there. Simultaneously, their trust in Jiang Shan intensified. Chapter 32. Hot POT'd. This moment, Jiang Shan stared in astonishment at the messages on his phone. Goodness. The developments are shifting far too rapidly. I never expected Xiao Bin to retreat with such decisiveness. However, the first shot fired in the crowd likely came from Wang Fulin's people. Through the messages in the group and his foresight, Jiang Shan quickly assessed the situation. He then set aside his phone and proceeded to the warehouse to organize the spoils of this endeavor. Due to the expansive space and lack of organization, Jiang Shan had not combined these new acquisitions with his previous ones. Upon inspection, his greatest gain comprised 4 medium-sized energy block manufacturing machines, followed by high-energy firearms, including 32 sniper rifles, 57 handguns, 8 defensive turrets, 12 protein block manufacturing machines, 23 smart wristwatches, 275 sets of high-temperature and cold-resistant work attire, 3 sets of outdoor tents for the ringed ones, and, of course, the 12 protective robots he valued most. With these resources at his disposal, if Jiang Shan harbored ambitions of conquest, he could swiftly assemble a force of over 100 individuals and even construct a small base. Regrettably, the information inscribed on the stone slab indicated that a location could only remain stable for a maximum of 2 years. This implied that the sites humanity discovered henceforth would likely follow suit, signifying that in the coming days, humanity would need to migrate to new locations every 2 years. By the time they returned to reintegrate into their civilization, it was possible that everything would have changed beyond recognition, perhaps even to the point of never returning to these places again. Contemplating this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but say, by midday, the resources within the shelter had been thoroughly depleted, and humanity's convoy resumed its journey away from the site. Dear, what shall we have for lunch? As Jiang Shan drove forward, he couldn't help but inquire, prompting Wei Zhenjin to lift her head from the computer. Let us keep it simple. How about some chive boxes? By the way, didn't you promise Wan Hong that he could feast on meat until he was full tonight? Reminded by Wei Zhenjin, Jiang Shan suddenly recalled that he had indeed made such a promise to Wan Hong. At that time, Wan Hong had swiftly located the entrance to the refuge, earning his reward from Jiang Shan, who had deliberately chosen to keep things discreet. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of some ingredients, a cost Jiang Shan could easily bear. Well, since I've given my word, there's no possibility of going back on it. After all, we acquired a substantial amount of supplies last time. This time, let us indulge in a hearty meal. Previously, when Xiao Bin's men scavenged the technology of the circular people, they had also eliminated the involved parties to seize their resources, all of which ultimately fell into Jiang Shan's hands. The supplies they had stored could last the two of them for a year, and with the presence of wild animals outside to supplement their meat supply, there was no need for concern in that regard. Given this, let us have hot pot for dinner. Once the decision was made, Jiang Shan inquired about Wei Zhenjin's progress with her work. Wife, how is your study of the language of the circular people coming along? Previously, he had discovered a learning device in the city of the circular people, and since Wei Zhenjin claimed to be an academic prodigy, she had taken it upon herself to learn. Now that 3 days had passed, the results of her prodigious abilities should be evident. Am I not a genius? This is a piece of cake for me. During this time, I've managed to grasp the language of the circular people. The most crucial part is that the learning device contains a rudimentary programming program. I am currently working on a Chinese language patch. Soon, I'll be able to modify the operating interface of the smart wristwatch and the internal programming of the protective robots. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's impressive." In response to Jiang Shan's astonishment, Wei Zhenjin wore a proud expression. Otherwise, do you think we could live our lives comfortably under the control of the aristocracy and the financial magnates? All right, don't disturb me. I need to continue working. Faced with the assertive Wei Zhenjin, Jiang Shan resumed driving. Despite possessing double the insight, he preferred combat over studying, perhaps a consequence of his previous life as a lackluster student. Soon, Jiang Shan dismissed such thoughts and noticed something significant. Tonight, Xiao Bin and Wang Fulin's factions were about to clash. Wow, these two are really going at it. In that case, we can't remain with the convoy. Given the large number of people from both families, it would be safer to leave the convoy, avoiding unnecessary attention. With that in mind, Jiang Shan made his decision regarding the location for their hot pot dinner. As night fell, the two families' RVs separated from the convoy and arrived at a sheltered spot. Yes, this will do. We can set up a tent here, allowing us to enjoy a good meal. Hearing Jiang Shan's instructions, Wan Hong, Jiang Shan, and Wan Hongjun took out the outdoor tent of the circular people and began assembling it. While it was termed setting up a tent, it merely involved leveling the snow and placing the tent on the ground, which would then naturally expand into a warm and cozy shelter. As the tent was finally completed, Wan Hong exclaimed with excitement, "We did it! Hot pot is just around the corner. Yay!" Once all the ingredients were prepared, Jiang Shan cheerfully addressed Wan Hong. "All right, let everyone come to the tent for dinner." Soon, Wei Zhenjin brought in a pot of simmering broth, placing it on the electric stove inside the tent, instantly filling the air with a rich aroma. "Wow, it smells amazing." After Wei Zhenjin took her seat, Jiang Shan happily called everyone to gather. "All right, everyone, let us serve the food and prepare to eat." As the ingredients hit the pot, they quickly became ready to eat. "All right, let us dig in with that." Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Jiang Shan and his companion were not overly ravenous for meat, so they ate leisurely, while Wan Hongjun, concerned about appearances, also refrained from indulging too freely. Wan Hongjun's wife, preoccupied with caring for their second son and young daughter, was not in a hurry either. Only Wan Hong was enthusiastically munching away, exclaiming, "Wow, this is delicious. Is this beef? I can't believe I'm actually having beef. Oh, and these are vegetables. I love vegetables. There are chicken legs too. I can't let those go to waste." Observing Wan Hong's enthusiasm, the group felt their pin-up frustrations ease considerably. Sometimes, danger does not crush a person but rather the oppressive environment they endure. Thus, having a bold individual around becomes particularly significant. While Jiang Shan and his companions relished their hot pot, Qiao Bin was addressing his loyal confidants. "I trust you all know what we're about to do next?" The crowd nodded in unison. "Good. Without further ado, it's time for revenge. Let us move out." Chapter 33. Four-leaf clover boom. A sudden, violent explosion reverberated through the quiet convoy, instantly rousing Wang Fulin from his slumber. "Butler, butler, what is going on? What happened?" Upon hearing this, the butler quickly approached the pajama-clad Wang Fulin. "Young master, the Black Dragon Society led by Qiao Bin has begun attacking us." Wang Fulin's expression turned incredulous. "How is that possible? How dare he?" His demeanor shifted to one of malice. "Just a dog I raised, and he dares to bark at his master. He is truly courting death. Fight back, capture Qiao Bin. I want to behead him in front of everyone. I will show all what happens to those who offend the financial magnates." Upon receiving the order, the butler immediately set the plan in motion. Under his command, the Wang family swiftly retaliated against the Black Dragon Society. Compared to the thugs of the Black Dragon Society, the Wang family had superior weaponry and combat training. However, they had a critical disadvantage. They were outnumbered. Being merely a state-level financial conglomerate, under the pressure of the world government, they could only train on a small scale. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Society had many members, with hundreds of underlings and numerous opportunists lurking around. Jiang Shan was among them, quietly observing from a small hillside not far from the battle site. "Wow, this is quite intense. I evidently underestimated them." Watching through his binoculars, Jiang Shan couldn't help but marvel. After finishing his meal, he informed Wei Zhenjin of his intention and proceeded to observe the unfolding events. He understood that both factions were scheming against each other, and it was only a matter of time before they clashed. He merely accelerated the timeline. However, witnessing the scene firsthand revealed how little he truly knew about them. Initially, he had perceived the Black Dragon Society as mere thugs with a few handguns, while Wang Fulin appeared as an empty-handed former wealthy heir. But the reality on the ground resembled a battlefield, with bombs and Molotov cocktails being hurled in abundance. Let us see how this will unfold. With that, he activated his abilities against a small leader of the Black Dragon Society. And soon, images began to materialize in his mind. After observing, Jiang Shan let out a sigh of relief. "This is quite satisfactory." With that, he stowed away his high-powered sniper rifle and headed back. Originally, Jiang Shan's plan was to let the two factions engage in conflict, ensuring that his own development remained unaffected. Should one side gain a clear advantage, he would need to balance the power between them. However, it now seemed unnecessary. With his unique abilities, Jiang Shan witnessed the Black Dragon Society engaging in combat with Wang Fulin, both sides suffering significant losses before simultaneously ceasing fire to negotiate. Ultimately, Wang Fulian agreed to compensate Qiao Bin with 5 trucks of supplies, concluding the matter. Yet Jiang Shan knew they had not truly settled things. In the coming days, they would continue to engage in petty schemes, though it wouldn't escalate to the same scale as today. Just as Jiang Shan contemplated returning, he happened upon a woman clad in snow gear, carrying a long object on her back. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shan immediately used his ability to assess the elongated object. Sniper rifle, a top-tier sniper rifle crafted by human technology, boasting immense power and capable of utilizing armor-piercing, incendiary, and other specialized ammunition. Upon perceiving the name of this entity, Jiang Shan immediately grew vigilant, pondering whether this woman might harbor thoughts akin to his own. Little did he realize that, as he remained on guard, the woman beside him felt as though she were being pricked by 1,000 needles. It seemed that any movement on her part could herald her demise. However, this sensation soon dissipated. Once Jiang Shan returned to the caravan, he began to reflect on the future of the woman he had just encountered. Her name was Meili, a member of a mutual aid group within the convoy known as Four-Leaf Clover, which bore a resemblance to the Dawn group Jiang Shan had established, albeit with a significantly larger membership of 12 talented individuals. What piqued Jiang Shan's interest most was a young man, seemingly in his 20s, named Wen. Ewan possessed a remarkable aptitude for intelligence gathering, and Meili's presence here was a direct result of his suggestion. Hiss, what a prodigy this fellow is. Although Jiang Shan could glimpse the future, he needed to witness events firsthand to truly comprehend them. He could manage the overarching strategy, but when it came to intricate details, the insights of such talents were indispensable. Should someone like him join Dawn, it would undoubtedly be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Regrettably, the future he glimpsed indicated that the likelihood of Ewan joining was exceedingly slim. Perhaps he would reassess this matter upon their next encounter. With that thought, Jiang Shan succumbed to a deep slumber. Not long after he fell asleep, the steward approached Wang Fulian, stating, "Young master, Qiao Bin has come to negotiate the cessation of hostilities." Upon hearing this, Wang Fulian let out a cold snort. He thinks he can dictate when to fight and when to halt? How naive. Now he seeks peace out of fear. Reject him. Tomorrow, I shall publicly behead him as a cornerstone of my ascent. I cannot simply relinquish this opportunity. Upon hearing this, the steward remained steadfast and replied softly, "Young master, we have already lost 15 of our 70-plus men, with 7 severely injured and 13 lightly wounded. Continuing this battle is tantamount to digging our own graves." Startled by the casualties, Wang Fulian exclaimed, "What? So many have perished? Damn it, Qiao Bin, I will not let this go unpunished." Yet he quickly regained his composure. Such losses equated to nearly a third of their force. Although some would recover with time, the fact remained that 1/5 of their contingent would die from this conflict. Fine, I shall see what he intends to do. Soon, Qiao Bin arrived with several subordinates before Wang Fulian. "Young Master Wang, I am here to negotiate a peaceful resolution. Surely you are aware that with so many in the convoy, there are always a few rats seeking to steal some cheese. Continuing this battle will only benefit others." Qiao Bin then fixed his gaze directly upon Wang Fulian. "In that case, you shall compensate me with 100 pieces of ring-man technology, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Upon hearing Wang Fulian's exorbitant demand, Qiao Bin's demeanor soured. "Impossible. Setting aside whether I possess 100 pieces, why on earth would I give them to you? Is this not the outcome of your own scheming? I do not ask for much, just 10 vehicles worth of supplies to compensate for your underhandedness." After a heated exchange, the two parties finally settled on Wang Fulian compensating with 5 vehicles of supplies. Concluding the matter, once Qiao Bin departed, Wang Fulian vented his fury. "Damn it! When have I, Wang Fulian, ever been subjected to such indignities? To be attacked and then required to compensate others. Curse you, Qiao Bin, should I find the opportunity. Do not blame me for being unkind." Meanwhile, in the Four-Leaf Clover chat group, Meili informed the others of her return that evening. Upon reading her message, Ewan felt an urgent curiosity. "What? You encountered someone who instilled a sense of imminent danger merely by their presence." Chapter 34. System Upgrade. Qiao Bin's schemes that night, as Wei Zhenjin clung to Jiang Shan like an octopus. He reflected on the events of the past few days with a tinge of apprehension. He had eliminated members of the Black Dragon gang. Ordinarily, this should have been a conflict between him and the gang. Instead, it had been interrupted by the shelter, followed by the machinations of young Master Wang, which had fortuitously extricated him from danger. While fortune had favored him this time, he could not count on it again. He had underestimated the formidable human powers in this world, and his limited foresight had contributed to his precarious situation. Thus, should another opportunity arise for confrontation, he would need to devise a more comprehensive strategy, one that would ensure he did not leave a trace of his intentions. The root of this predicament lay in his lack of strength. Therefore, his next objective was to augment Dawn's ranks while simultaneously vying for larger opportunities. The former would bolster his influence, while the latter would expedite the upgrading of his unique abilities. Both endeavors necessitated his integration into human factions. Without sufficient strength, he could only afford to develop discreetly, ideally mirroring this instance by covertly amassing resources without arousing suspicion. Once he had solidified his goals, Jiang Shan awaited the system's settlement notifications. Ding, host intercepts opportunities from Chao Bin, Wang Fulian, and 66 others. Reward, portable space of 10 cubic meters. Ding, acquired 68 opportunity points. System upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining repair upgrade. Repair. Opportunity points can be used to restore damaged items. The more severe the damage, the higher the required points. Intercept opportunity system level 4. Can discern the opportunities that will unfold for the target within the next 8 days. Intercepting the target's opportunities grants additional rewards. Accumulating a large number of interception points can be fused into higher-level rewards. Interception points, 4580. At this juncture, Jiang Shan's attention was drawn to the two rewards. This portable space will be immensely beneficial. Although I possess a small warehouse, there are moments when it proves inconvenient. With this additional 10 cubic meters, my tasks will become significantly easier. Additionally, the repair skill allows for restoration using opportunity points. While it may seem at odds with the Ring Man's maintenance technology, it is not incompatible, as the latter requires replacement parts for repairs, whereas the repair skill does not. After contemplating the rewards, Jiang Shan embraced Wei Zhenjin and drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, the convoy resumed its journey. As Jiang Shan drove, he glanced at the driver beside him. We are nearing the destination of this migration. Surely, there will be no significant conflict with the Black Dragon Gang or Wang Fulian. The next moment, a vision of the future emerged. However, the reality defied Jiang Shan's expectations. Merely a day had passed, and problems had already arisen on Chao Bin's side. Wang Fulian had engaged in a confrontation with Chao Bin, resulting in numerous casualties. Consequently, the convoy sought to recruit additional personnel. However, one of Chao Bin's confidants defected to Wang Fulian. Uncertain of what transpired, Chao Bin remained unresponsive. The following day, even more of his subordinates joined Wang Fulian, prompting Chao Bin to lose his temper and confront Wang Fulian directly, ultimately leading to an unpleasant parting. In the days that followed, Chao Bin began to recruit followers by leveraging the allure of resources, yet he attracted only ordinary individuals, with none from Wang Fulian's ranks. Frustration mounted for Chao Bin, who then dispatched his subordinates to assassinate Wang Fulian, only to be captured by former allies, resulting in a betrayal that escalated the conflict into a deadly stalemate. Fortunately, no further issues arose in the ensuing days. On the 5th day, the convoy finally arrived at the migration's endpoint, a land of temperate climate, fertile soil, a vast lake, and an expansive forest. Humanity intended to establish a city here, aptly named Lake City. While all were hastily engaged in logging and constructing dwellings, that night, Wang Fulian took the initiative to strike. With his already formidable firepower, coupled with a significantly larger force than Chao Bin's, he captured Chao Bin and publicly executed him before all that in the remaining days. Wang Fulian gathered a multitude of followers, compelling all 253 members of the convoy to labor for him. Witnessing this, Jiang Shan could not help but inhale sharply. What a turn of events! The once formidable Chao Bin has been beheaded in public, executed by Wang Fulian himself. Ultimately, the entire convoy has been enslaved. Although I was aware that Wang Fulian was no virtuous individual, I did not foresee him subjugating the entire convoy for labor. Think, this group comprises hundreds of thousands. Such a number could constitute a small kingdom in ancient times. Simultaneously, Jiang Shan gained a deeper understanding of the wealthy aristocracy within this world. According to Wei Zhenjin, in the previous world, the oligarchic families represented the most powerful forces, to the extent that even the world government dared not confront them. However, with the absence of a governing body, these noble families became the true rulers. With renewed determination, Jiang Shan straightened his posture and began to devise a plan. He could not permit Wang Fulian to effortlessly seize control of the entire convoy. Yet, Qiao Bin was no paragon of virtue either. Thus, ensuring their mutual destruction would be the optimal course of action. Upon establishing this objective, Jiang Shan found purpose in his ambitions. On the third day, Qiao Bin dispatched his underlings to act as assassins, presenting a potential opportunity. It was crucial to ensure that Qiao Bin's subordinates remained undetected while simultaneously eliminating several of Wang Fulian's key lieutenants, thereby restoring equilibrium between the two factions. Although Wang Fulian would be aware that Qiao Bin was behind the attacks, without concrete evidence, he would be compelled to operate stealthily. Upon reaching Lake City, a decisive confrontation between the factions would ensue, allowing Jiang Shan to systematically eradicate both powers. This would pave the way for a stable 2-year development period. Suddenly, Jiang Shan pondered a pressing concern. One individual would not suffice against Wang Fulian's formidable subordinates. At least 4 must be eliminated. It became evident that he could not undertake such a task alone without risking exposure. In a moment of clarity, he recalled the members of the Clover team he had encountered previously. Yes, perhaps they could assist. Their collaboration would significantly ease his burden. With this thought in mind, Jiang Shan resolved to trace the whereabouts of the Clover team. Although it was merely a small group of 12 individuals, through his relentless efforts, he managed to locate them the night before Qiao Bin's assassination attempt. He swiftly reached out to them via the chat group of the convoy. Meanwhile, Mealy from Clover was contemplating whether any significant events had occurred elsewhere in the convoy. Suddenly, a private message pinged on her phone. Upon opening it, she nearly dropped her phone in shock as the message read, "Friends of Clover, last time Qiao Bin and Wang Fulian were involved, it is likely they do not wish for either to gain complete control over the convoy. I have information that requires our cooperation. If you are willing, please respond." As night fell, a substantial convoy halted amidst the forest. "Darling, are you truly intent on seeking out that Clover group?" Wei Zhanjin inquired with concern, observing Jiang Shan donning his padded coat. "Rest assured, they are akin to us at dawn, a mutual aid group. They too wish to prevent Wang Fulian from seizing total control of the convoy. Thus our goals align," Jiang Shan reassured her. Gradually, Wei Zhanjin was swayed by his words. "Very well, but please prioritize your safety. If the situation becomes untenable, we can abandon the convoy, and no one will be able to reach us." Ultimately, Jiang Shan departed from the RV towards the location of Clover. Simultaneously, he utilized his abilities to scrutinize the futures of those around him, aiming to avert any unforeseen events. Soon, he left the convoy and arrived behind a small hill. Upon reaching the crest, he beheld the 12 vehicles of the Clover team. Indeed, the members of Clover were lone wolves, not out of reluctance to include family, but because their families had perished at the hands of the wealthy. Now, with an opportunity at hand, they were poised to oppose the elite. As he approached, the Clover team grew tense. Earlier that day, someone had mentioned a desire to collaborate against the Black Dragon Gang and Wang Fulian, inciting fear among them. Should this information reach the Black Dragon Gang or Wang Fulian, they would face dire consequences. Although they initially hesitated to respond, the team's strategist, Yuan, decided to observe the situation first, at last. As Jiang Shan neared their vehicles, a burly man with a handgun stepped forward. Although the weapon was not aimed at Jiang Shan, he understood that any unusual movement would prompt the man to fire. "You are the one seeking to collaborate with us," the man asserted. Unfazed by his demeanor, Jiang Shan replied, "Indeed, that is correct. There is no need to seek others. I have come alone." As the large man continued to scrutinize for additional companions, Jiang Shan preemptively addressed the matter, causing the man to pause momentarily. "Apologies, but I must verify for myself." With that, he waved his hand, and a small drone ascended from their encampment. After a thorough scan, the man's Bluetooth earpiece relayed the confirmation. "Brother Feng Shan, there are indeed no others?" Relieved, the burly man offered Jiang Shan an apologetic smile. "Why apologies? It is simply a precaution." He then holstered his weapon and invited Jiang Shan to the center of their camp. Here, a tent had been erected, and half of the Clover members were gathered, with Yuan seated in a position of prominence. "Welcome to Clover, sir. May I inquire your name?" Upon entering, Yuan greeted Jiang Shan with a friendly handshake. "Call me Jiang Shan," he replied. After settling into a chair, Jiang Shan observed the Clover members while simultaneously glimpsing their futures. It was evident that each member possessed varying degrees of opportunity ahead of them. facilitating his inquiries into their backgrounds. Why Yuan appeared unremarkable, easily overlooked in a crowd, yet he consistently extracted valuable intelligence from various perspectives. Feng Shan was muscular, a formidable close combat fighter among the Clover team. Meili, the sharpshooter he had previously encountered, was also a woman. The remaining three members, Beijia, Shuang, and Long Ming, bore moderate combat capabilities. Once he had assessed them sufficiently, Jiang Shan spoke, "I trust you can surmise the purpose of my visit. What are your intentions?" Yuan regarded him with curiosity. Why not consider allowing one of the factions to take control of the convoy? Wang Xiao appears quite capable, a member of the elite, with resources, and he treats ordinary people decently. Despite recognizing Yuan's probing intentions, Jiang Shan could not help but chuckle. You suggest that the elite treat ordinary people well. Such words may deceive others. But I certainly won't be swayed. The Black Dragon Gang is no benevolent entity. After departing from the Circular City, they dispatched operatives to collect advanced technologies, eliminating anyone associated with it. Wang Fulin's motives for joining our convoy are to amass his own power and exact revenge on those who have wronged him. Thus, neither faction is trustworthy. Yuan showed no surprise at Jiang Shan's assessment of the Black Dragon Gang, as this information was widely known. However, he was taken aback by Jiang Shan's insight into Wang Fulin's true motivations. It was commonly understood that Wang Fulin had been forced to leave, yet the underlying reasons remained a mystery to most. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan continued, "What do you propose to do about it?" Realizing that Yuan was inclined to collaborate, Jiang Shan elaborated, "Based on my intelligence, several high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Gang have recently defected to Wang Fulin. This has enraged Qiao Bin, who, for various reasons, intends to orchestrate an assassination attempt on Wang Fulin within the next day." Wei Yuan stood in shock. Is this true? Their families were lost to the elite. If an assassination occurs, they could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Although Wang Fulin is not directly responsible for their losses, all elites are fundamentally corrupt. Why not capitalize on this? The other members shared eager glances, anticipating Jiang Shan's next words. Indeed, it is true. At face value, the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family appear evenly matched, yet Wang Fulin's faction is merely outnumbered. Once they bolster their ranks, they will undoubtedly overpower Qiao Bin. However, this assassination is destined to fail. Therefore, I plan to involve your team in eliminating several of Wang Fulin's elite members while allowing the assassin to escape. Although a disparity will still exist, the Black Dragon Gang will then be able to contend with Wang Fulin's faction. While Wang Fulin will suspect Qiao Bin's involvement, he will lack evidence, thereby exacerbating their conflict. Once this migration concludes, they will inevitably engage in a decisive battle for stability, allowing us to eliminate both factions in one fell swoop. Chapter 35. The scheme begins. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's plan, the gathered members were left astounded. For others, the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family loomed as colossal entities, yet in Jiang Shan's strategy, they appeared as easily malleable as freshly cooked tofu. This is incredible. Please grant us half a day to deliberate. By tomorrow morning, we shall provide you with an answer. In this moment, even Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered. Such an extensive plan, although he could not make unilateral decisions, necessitated a consultation with his companions. All right, regarding their discussion, Jiang Shan was not particularly surprised. After all, the assassination was scheduled for tomorrow evening, leaving ample time for deliberation. Let's add each other as friends. When there is news, simply send me a message. After adding each other, Jiang Shan departed. Once he was out of sight, the 12 members of the Clover Squad gathered together. So, what do you all think of Jiang Shan's plan? Immediately, Beijia spoke up. Yigu, if Jiang Shan's intelligence is accurate, I believe the feasibility is extremely high. We must take this opportunity. If we continue with our previous plan, when will we ever avenge our parents? The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiang Shan is remarkably impressive. He has devised such a comprehensive plan. I can hardly contain my excitement. Ha ha ha. With Jiang Shan's assistance, eliminating these two factions will undoubtedly save countless lives. Long Min added. Yes, Jiang Shan is a genius, said Meili, the sniper. Yuan. I also support Jiang Shan's plan. If this plan succeeds, and he joins our Clover Squad, it would significantly aid our future revenge. Yuan could not help but nod at Meili's words. He had always considered himself quite clever, particularly in intelligence gathering, but seeing Jiang Shan today made him realize what true genius looked like. His intelligence, strategies, and audacity were unparalleled. He felt he could not measure up at all. Fortunately, he was not an adversary. Otherwise, with the ability to locate Clover members, Jiang Shan could quietly eliminate him. The thought of such a person joining them was almost unimaginable. Such individuals must never become enemies. With this in mind, Yuan glanced at Meili, pondering whether Jiang Shan had a girlfriend, and if so, would she mind if he added another? This would make it easier for him to recruit Jiang Shan. Everyone at the scene was animatedly discussing, and finally, Yuan made a decision. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed to act alongside Jiang Shan. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in cheers. However, in the corner, Shi Shuang's eyes flickered restlessly. If someone had observed him closely, they would have noticed an unusual glimmer of excitement in his gaze. Ding dong. At that moment, a message from Jiang Shan appeared on Yuan's phone. Upon reading its contents, a chill ran down his spine. Only then did he notice Shi Shuang in the corner. Could it really be him? From Jiang Shan's message, he learned that Shi Shuang was a traitor within their squad. Aware that resisting the tycoon was futile, he sought to join them, but merely joining would make him a subordinate. However, if he brought achievements, his status would be different. Yet, Yuan would not immediately confront his squad members based on Jiang Shan's word alone. He intended to observe the situation further. He then stood up and addressed everyone. Ahem. All right, everyone, let's calm down. It's already quite late, and we have to continue our journey tomorrow. We must also take action tonight. So let us all rest early. Meili, how about you keep watch for the first half of the night, and Shi Shuang for the second half? He turned to face Shi Shuang and Meili. Sure, I have no objections. Meili was the first to respond, but Shi Shuang's eyes brightened at this arrangement. Being assigned the first half of the watch provided him with an excellent opportunity to signal for help. It was the perfect timing and setting. He was destined for a good life. All right, I have no problems either. After everyone departed, Shi Shuang began his watch, while Yuan contacted Meili, Fengshan, and the others. The night was eerily quiet, with only the cold wind whispering through the gaps in the forest. The small camp's vehicles switched off their lights one by one. Shi Shuang let out a sigh of relief and finally began to doze off. Should I leave now? No, I must be cautious. The more critical the moment, the less I should be hasty. After making the decision, Shi Shuang continued to wait patiently. An hour later, just as Yuan and his group were about to succumb to exhaustion, Shi Shuang moved. He cautiously surveyed the area for any signs of trouble before stealthily making his way outside the camp. Observing this, the other Clover members quickly realized that something was amiss with Shi Shuang. Yuan immediately sent a message to the others. Action. I want to personally confront Shi Shuang about his betrayal. As he spoke, several quietly followed behind Shi Shuang. As Shi Shuang walked ahead, he frequently glanced around and even carefully erased his footprints. This only confirmed to Yuan and the others that Shi Shuang was indeed suspicious. The closer they got to the Wang family convoy, the more agitated Shi Shuang became. Just as he was about to enter the Wang family's convoy, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, and the next moment, he was unconscious. Watching Shi Shuang, the others stared at Yuan in shock. Why, Yigu? How did you know this guy was going to betray us? I had no inkling at all, Meili exclaimed. Astonished. Had Yuan not gathered them today, they would have been oblivious to Shi Shuang's intentions. The fact that he showed no hesitation was alarming. In response to their inquiries, Yuan sighed and shook his head. I didn't discover this. It was Jiang Shan who informed me. He then shared the message Jiang Shan had sent. This revelation left the others even more astonished. This is impossible, if you discovered it. Yuan, that would make sense, but how could Jiang Shan, an outsider, find out? Fengshan voiced what everyone was thinking, eager to hear Yuan's explanation. How should I know? But it indicates that his intelligence capabilities are extraordinarily strong. He knows even such hidden information. I cannot believe he lacks the ability to act independently. The only possibility is that he pities us and is giving us a chance for revenge. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Fortunately, Yuan continued, All right, regardless of what others think, we just need to focus on ourselves. Let's return to rest. Tomorrow night, we have a significant operation. Chapter 36. The reunion on the following night. Jiang Shan arrived at the target location with a sniper rifle. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Clover squad had already begun their wait. Upon seeing Jiang Shan approach, they gathered around him. Thank you. Jiang Shan, if it weren't for you, we would certainly have been caught in a trap. Yuan expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Jiang Shan, Shi Shuang's betrayal could have led to their demise. The thought of Jiang Shan's plan failing was truly distressing. But how did you know Shi Shuang was going to betray us? At this point, Mili, Fengshan, and Beija looked at Jiang Shan with great curiosity, eager to understand the reason behind his insight. Jiang Shan, in response, pointed to his eyes that, of course, I can see the future. Mili gasped in astonishment and then became excited. Really? Can you see if I will successfully avenge my parents? Just as she finished speaking, Yuan interrupted. Mili, don't you realize Jiang Shan is just teasing you? How could anyone actually see the future? If one could foresee the future, would it still be considered the future? Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Yuan instantly recognized that he was being playful, yet he understood. After all, they were only cooperating for the time being, and such secrets concerning intelligence sources could not be disclosed to outsiders. Oh, fine. I thought you could genuinely see the future, Mili replied, looking quite dejected. Observing their reactions, Jiang Shan felt somewhat helpless. Truth be told, no one believed him. Ahem, all right, Jiang Shan, how shall we proceed with our plan? Surely, you have a strategy in mind? Jiang Shan nodded. Of course. After hearing his plan, the others felt as though they were being told a fantastical tale. Even Yuan, who considered himself quite clever, appeared perplexed. Jiang Shan, I can tell that your plan is exceedingly detailed, but isn't it a bit too meticulous? Why does it even include the actions of the opposing side? Jiang Shan nodded in acknowledgement. I understand your concerns, but no matter how much I explain now, you won't be able to grasp it. So, once the operation concludes, I will elucidate everything to you one by one. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, the four individuals had no choice but to acquiesce. However, they remained somewhat perplexed by Jiang Shan's actions. Before long, both parties arrived at the base of two larger pine trees. Mili, Fengshan, and Beija gathered in one location, while Jiang Shan and Yuan positioned themselves elsewhere. As Jiang Shan diligently polished his sniper rifle, Yuan was intently observing the Wang family convoy through his binoculars. At that moment, the assassin remained concealed and was steadily approaching, leaving them with little to do. Lowering his binoculars, Yuan turned to Jiang Shan, inquiring, "What brand of sniper rifle is that? I've never seen one like it before." Curiosity piqued, Yuan scrutinized the weapon in Jiang Shan's hands. In response, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smile. "You certainly haven't seen this before. It is a sniper rifle from the Ring people." Upon realizing it was a piece of technology from another civilization, Yuan was taken aback. "What? It's actually a sniper rifle from the Ring people. How did you acquire it?" However, he quickly shook his head, recalling the vastness of the Ring people's city and deeming it normal to find a weapon there. "But can you truly wield such a thing? Our languages are entirely different." Jiang Shan set down the sniper rifle, asserting, "Of course I can use it, and its power is immense. I have already tested it. However, without a comparison, you won't grasp its true might until it fires." "What is the current situation?" Yuan asked, raising his hands in exasperation. The assassin has yet to make a move. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, the sound of a gunshot suddenly rang out, instantly invigorating Jiang Shan and the others from Si Kai. "It's happening." Meanwhile, within the convoy, Wang Fu Lin seethed with rage, clutching his arm. "Who dares to attack me? Capture them, and I will make those behind this pay dearly." The butler promptly nodded in agreement. "Yes, young master." He then began issuing a flurry of commands, and countless members of the Wang family began scouring the area for the assassin's whereabouts. At that moment, the assassin was hiding beneath a truck, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. I didn't expect that bastard to turn over just as I was about to shoot. If I don't eliminate my target, I might end up captured myself. If the Wang family gets hold of me, my fate will surely be dire." As he remained vigilant, the eldest son of the butler, having received his father's orders, left his RV to join the search for the assassin. However, the moment he stepped outside, he was met with a bullet to the head. "Chin's son has been killed. Where is the assassin?" "What? Where is the assassin? Are you all fools? This is Chin's young master. Why did you let him out?" As the underling raged, another bullet swiftly pierced his skull. With the second high-ranking member dead, the remaining Wang family subordinates descended into chaos. At the same time, the assassin, hearing the turmoil outside, couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. "Hee, as expected, Brother Chow won't abandon me. Even after my failed assassination, there's still someone to assist me. Now's my chance to slip away amidst the chaos." With that, he left his hiding spot beneath the truck and made his way stealthily away. Just as he approached the perimeter of the Wang family convoy's camp, a voice called out, you're not one of us. Are you? Why are you here, dressed in night gear? The assassin turned to find a small leader of the Wang family eyeing him warily. Spotting only one person, the assassin scoffed, a mere lackey of the Wang family. I'm the assassin sent to eliminate your master. If you dare to obstruct me, today shall be your last. With a gunshot, the small leader crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The assassin is here. Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced through the air, and the assassin felt an ominous sense of dread. Damn it! Why did I have to run my mouth? After swiftly eliminating the woman with a shot, he bolted for the exit, disregarding the need for stealth, and began to run. Yet, despite his speed, a throng of Wang family members pursued him relentlessly. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot towards him from the distance. Boom! As the light struck the ground, a violent explosion ensued, sending over a dozen vehicles flying. That moment, both the pursuing Wang family members and the assassin were reduced to ashes. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their minds racing with the singular thought. Was that a missile strike? Amidst the shock of the others, Jiang Shan remained composed as he stowed away his sniper rifle. Beside him, Yuan gazed at Jiang Shan in disbelief, asking, "Is that weapon truly that powerful? Did you know this all along?" Jiang Shan shrugged, "Of course. How else could I use it?" He continued, "Besides, you wouldn't have imagined the sniper rifle's potential before this, would you? Now, let's depart. Mi Li and the others are already waiting." Chapter 37. The missile-like sniper rifle. Upon reconvening, the five of them boarded the vehicle for their return journey. As the car began to move, Mi Li, her face a mask of astonishment, exclaimed, "Did you see that? That enormous explosion sounded just like a missile." The boom sent so many vehicles flying, and both the Wang family members pursuing the assassin and the assassin himself were obliterated. "That's incredible, Jiang Shan. What kind of weapon did you use? It must have been a missile, right? You are truly remarkable for managing to obtain such a thing," Mi Li continued. "Generally, acquiring a handgun is the easiest, followed by shotguns or sniper rifles. Anything beyond that falls under strict regulation, controlled heavily by either powerful families or the world government. I never expected to witness a missile explosion in the hands of a private individual today. This alone speaks volumes about Jiang Shan's prowess." As she gazed at Jiang Shan with excitement, he calmly refuted, "This was not a missile. It was the effect of the sniper rifle." Upon hearing this, Mi Li and the others immediately expressed their disbelief. "Jiang Shan, I saw a missile explode. How can you say otherwise?" Feng Shan chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Such an explosion could only be caused by a missile." Beige's eyes gleamed as he looked at Jiang Shan. "That missile must have some launching device, right? Can I see it? It would be even better if I could hold it." The three of them gazed at Jiang Shan with eager anticipation. "I've already stated that it was the sniper rifle's doing. Why won't you believe me? Wasn't Yuan beside me at the time? You can ask him." Upon hearing this, Mi Li and the others eagerly awaited Yuan's confirmation. Jiang Shan is correct. That explosion was indeed caused by the sniper rifle. Upon hearing Yuan's affirmation, the trio was left dumbfounded. Mi Li was the first to protest. "Impossible. I have a sniper rifle in my hands. How could it possibly cause such an effect, Yuan? Don't tease me. Just tell me the real answer." Yuan raised his hands. "It is indeed a sniper rifle, but it belongs to the Ring people. You should all have some understanding of their technology." With Yuan's statement, everyone finally grasped the situation. In a way, a sniper rifle from the Ring people? No wonder it packs such a punch. Incredible. Alien technology? Let me see it. Jiang Shan, I'm calling you big brother now. Will you let me see what the sniper rifle from the Ring people looks like? Watching the three of them in utter shock, Jiang Shan chuckled as he handed over the sniper rifle. Be discreet. Be discreet. I can show it to you, but please refrain from firing it." After receiving this assurance, the trio began to examine the sniper rifle from the Ring people with wonder, marveling at its extraordinary feel. Simultaneously, they gained a deeper understanding of Jiang Shan's capabilities. It was worth noting that while others often had their ordinary Ring people technology stolen, Jiang Shan possessed a weapon that was not only intact but also unclaimed by anyone else. This alone was impressive. Suddenly, they recalled a pressing question. Could it be that Jiang Shan and his group were responsible for eliminating the Black Dragon Gang members? With this thought in mind, Mi Li eagerly asked, "Jiang Shan, were you the ones behind the massacre of the Black Dragon Gang?" Although they could already surmise that Jiang Shan and his companions were indeed responsible, they still sought a definitive answer. Oh, this inquiry. Jiang Shan nodded, of course. Those individuals dared to provoke us, so we took them all down. Not only did we acquire a considerable amount of ring people technology, but we also obtained a wealth of supplies. Upon hearing this, everyone cast envious glances at Jiang Shan. As humanity departed from their original domain, the food they had once manufactured dwindled gradually. The prospect of enjoying those original provisions again, once they settled down, seemed dauntingly improbable. Meanwhile, while the Clover Squad was secretly plotting their revenge, Jiang Shan and his companions had already initiated a grand operation, and they swiftly perceived the stark disparity between the two sides. At the same time, Meili recalled her previous suggestion to recruit Jiang Shan, instantly feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Fortunately, she had refrained from mentioning it prematurely. Otherwise, she would have been mortified, akin to a small vendor being asked to serve a billionaire. Finally arriving at the designated parting point, Jiang Shan slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder and exited the vehicle. Thank you for your assistance today. For our next venture to obliterate these two factions, would you be willing to accept my invitation? If so, I would gladly leave Wang Xiao and Xiao Bin in your capable hands. Upon hearing this, the four present gasped audibly, their hearts racing, as heirs of a family steeped in enmity. They now had the opportunity to take matters into their own hands. They regarded Jiang Shan with the reverence one might afford a deity. However, Meili and her companions understood that the true leader of the Clover Squad was Yuan. I accept. Just contact us when the time comes. Seeing Yuan's resolute agreement, Jiang Shan exhaled in relief. With the Clover Squad's involvement, their numbers would surely enhance their chances. Very well, then. Until next time. With that, he shouldered his sniper rifle and departed the vehicle. Upon returning to his camper, Wei Zhenjin awaited him inside. Darling, I'm back. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's voice, Wei Zhenjin promptly stepped forward to take the sniper rifle from him. How did the operation go? Jiang Shan smiled broadly and nodded. This was a plan led by your husband himself. How could it possibly fail? But why are you still awake at this hour? You needn't wait for me. At this, Wei Zhenjin playfully scolded him. It's your wife. How could I possibly sleep soundly in such perilous times? All right, freshen up and get some rest. The following morning, Jiang Shan rose from bed and, as customary, checked the system for any notifications. None appeared, which seemed reasonable, as his recent mission had not involved any intercepting nor acquisition of supplies, hence no points could be awarded. However, he understood that this was not yet the time for rewards. He stepped outside to relieve himself when, suddenly, a rabbit leapt out from the snow. Without hesitation, Jiang Shan picked up a stone and hurled it. With a swift thud, the unsuspecting rabbit was struck down. Approaching it, he chuckled, "Heh heh heh, what splendid luck! A plump rabbit, today. I shall feast on spicy rabbit." He returned to the camper, and soon, a rich and spicy aroma wafted from within. Upon catching a whiff, the children in nearby vehicles immediately salivated and clamored for meat, only to be met with their parents' refusals, leading to a chorus of wailing. Hearing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smile. Heh heh heh, my dear, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. You've even made the neighboring children cry for food. Chapter 38. Crying for food while Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjin savored their spicy rabbit, the entire convoy's chat group erupted in chaos. What the hell just happened? I was asleep, and the explosion woke me up. Heh heh, you're in the dark. I heard a hitman attempted to take out Wang Xiao, but the assassination failed, and his teammates came to rescue him. So intense? Who does this hitman belong to? If Wang Xiao finds out, he'll surely retaliate. Heh heh heh, that's beyond the knowledge of us common folk, but I can guess Wang Xiao is absolutely furious, of course, with such heavy losses. Who wouldn't he be angry? But I reckon this hitman might have been sent by that certain someone. Didn't they clash just a few days ago? Right. I also heard that several high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Gang were bought off by Wang Xiao. Nonsense, they clearly approached him first. After the incident with the shelter, their reputation is in tatters. It's only natural they would leave. Damn it, who is cooking spicy meat this early in the morning? My son smells it and is crying for meat. Where can I get him chili and meat? Someone sell me some. I smell it too. Who in the world cooks such strong flavors this early? Truly inconsiderate. In an instant, many in the group were condemning the person responsible for the early morning spicy meat. Meanwhile, Wei Zhenjun held her phone up to Jiang Shan, saying, "Darling, look, they're talking about you in the group." Jiang Shan chuckled at the sight. Heh heh heh, They're simply envious. If they had the ability, they could enjoy it too. Everything I have is earned through my own efforts. If they dislike me, they needn't eat. Not a chance. Tonight, dear, let's buy some braised ribs and yes, make sure to add extra chili. I want them to smell it, but not taste it. With that, Jiang Shan let out a gleeful laugh, while Wei Zhanjin doubled over in laughter. Once they finished their meal, the convoy set off as scheduled. However, as they passed the site of the previous night's explosion, Jiang Shan took a moment to glance at the massive crater, surrounded by several vehicles that had been blasted apart. The 4 vehicles in the center were almost completely destroyed. Jiang Shan sighed at the sight, prompting Wei Zhanjin to offer comfort. This is the way of the world. To survive and live comfortably, one must endure. At least, darling, you've protected me. Haven to you. Jiang Shan smiled at her words, acknowledging the truth in them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Fulian, with a bandage wrapped around one hand, glared menacingly at his steward. Have you found out who orchestrated this attack? In contrast to his usual calm demeanor, the steward's face betrayed his anger, yet he restrained himself in front of Wang Fulian, continuing to explain. According to our investigation, the hitman was sent by Chao Bin's side. The powerful explosion was likely their doing, aimed at eliminating our people while simultaneously dispatching the hitman to leave no witnesses. It's evident he succeeded. Even my son perished in this incident. With a furious kick, Wang Fulian overturned the coffee table before him. Damn it, it's him again. He's not playing games this time. He had the audacity to send a hitman after us. His composure shattered. He declared, no more patience. But do you have any leads on the powerful weapon? If he possesses many of those, even my family wouldn't withstand it. Wang Fulian's expression turned grim at the thought. Just one incident had resulted in the destruction of over 10 vehicles. If such a weapon were to strike his camper, he would surely meet the same fate. Young master, you need not worry too much. This weapon is of the Round People's technology, discovered in their city. It requires yellow energy crystals to operate, which is why it has yet to be utilized. Chao Bin's faction likely acquired it while scavenging the shelter. However, the energy consumption of such firearms is immense, making mass use impractical, even for them. Only upon hearing that mass production was not feasible did Wang Fulian finally breathe a sigh of relief. Though he remained apprehensive, in that case, we must wait for them to let their guard down before striking decisively. In the meantime, we need to confuse them. Go. Release a bounty for information on the hitman. He vowed, when we reach our destination, I will ensure that Chao Bin, that clown, is eliminated before everyone. Though the steward was furious, he recognized that now was not the opportune moment for action. Yes, young master. With that, he departed to carry out the orders. Conversely, the atmosphere on Chao Bin's side was far more jubilant. Ha ha ha, that dog Wang Fulian dares to poach my people. This is his fate, as he downed a glass of red wine. His subordinates quickly chimed in with flattery. Heh heh heh, it's all thanks to you, boss. That Wang Xiao is nothing but trash in your presence. Exactly. What of his wealth? He is still at our mercy. They scoffed. These fools are only powerful due to their family's influence. They're worthless compared to even a single strand of hair from the boss. Indeed, boss. Why not strike while he is down? I heard Wang Xiao has many beautiful women he supports. Capturing them would be quite a prize. When it comes to women, the younger men present could not help but cheer, and even Chao Bin laughed heartily, exclaiming, haha, you are all correct. Although we have temporarily gained the upper hand, we cannot afford to be complacent. That scoundrel Wang Fulian surely knows I am behind this. Although he lacks evidence, he may resort to some underhanded tactics. Therefore, we must not relax in the coming days. Once we reach the designated location, we will eliminate Wang Xiao once and for all, and then my Black Dragon Gang shall reign supreme over the 253 convoy. At that time, you all will be above others. Upon seeing a young lady, seize the opportunity. If anyone irks you, strike them down. This is my decree. With Chao Bin's assurance, the cheers of the younger men grew even louder. Observing this scene, Chao Bin could not help but smirk to himself, thinking, you all aspire to be above others? Dream on. Once Wang Xiao is dealt with, I will seize the chance to eliminate you as well. He then resumed his drinking. However, who is truly aiding me? Although this time he has achieved a great victory, he also knows that he has only dispatched a single assassin for this operation, without any other backup. Thus, The assassin's demise was not at the hands of his own men or Wang Felin's, but rather by a different group, armed with formidable weaponry and detailed intelligence. Otherwise, they would not have initiated their actions right after the assassin struck. Nevertheless, none of this matters. As long as I eliminate the Wang family, any formidable foes will ultimately have to submit to me. Chapter 39. Approaching the destination seated in the back, Jiang Shan began to observe the results of the changes in the future. During previous interception attempts, he had identified a significant issue. Simply put, if Jiang Shan were to attempt to eliminate Wang Felin now, the future he foresaw would remain unchanged until the bullet struck its target. Only after Wang Felin's demise would he glimpse the altered future. Thus, he had come to confirm the target of this operation. He glanced at a woman in the back seat of a nearby sedan, engrossed in her phone. The next moment, a scene unfolded before him. Aside from her mundane activities, the most significant revelation was the ongoing conflict between the Wang family and the Black Dragon Gang. Both sides engaged in a relentless game of sabotage every night before entering Lake City, resulting in explosions and bloodshed until they finally commenced their decisive battle upon arrival. Unlike previous encounters, this time the outcome was not a resounding victory for Wang Felin. Thus, Cao Bin and his remaining followers fled. Becoming bandits on the outskirts of Lake City, Wang Felin, too, suffered heavy losses and was unable to take Cao Bin's head, leading to a stalemate. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Shan could not help but exclaim, "Oh, how unexpected!" With both Mai and Clover's involvement, Cao Bin managed to escape. However, this was fortuitous. Soon both factions would be dealt with. Contemplating this, Jiang Shan continued his observations, aiming to finalize the details for the complete destruction of the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family, while also scouting for a suitable place to settle in Lake City. With the Ring people having transformed the city in merely 2 years, it was evident that resources were plentiful. Securing a resource-rich location in advance would greatly aid his development over the next 2 years. Thus, he began to observe rapidly. It must be noted that with the ability to foresee 8 days into the future, everyone who survived had a modicum of fortune, greatly facilitating the identification of valuable locations in the surrounding environment of Lake City. Finally, as dusk approached, Jiang Shan turned his gaze to a boy nearby, who was also staring out the window. The next moment, a vision appeared before Jiang Shan. This place looks promising. The scene revealed that following Cao Bin's escape, the boy's family stumbled upon a serene valley. The valley boasted fertile land, with a sizable river flowing through its center and 2 caves nestled in the mountains on either side. Within the left cave, a crystal emitted light when a bulb was placed upon it. Goodness, is this not a pure, natural energy cube? I wonder if it can be utilized by the Ring people's machinery. He dismissed this thought as trivial. In the subsequent scene, the boy entered the other cave, which appeared unremarkable at first. However, upon stepping inside, he discovered walls adorned with an unknown mineral, glimmering like stars in the pitch-black cavern. Wow, this material seems to hold great value. Yet, the future vision lacked the means for identification, leaving Jiang Shan unable to ascertain its worth. If only the system could indicate what constitutes fortune. Nevertheless, the vastness of the valley, coupled with the energy crystals within the cave, was already impressive. Let us develop this area for the next 2 years, Jiang Shan mumbled to himself, jotting down the coordinates before continuing to explore the futures of others, documenting their fortunes in his notebook. After all, it was merely a matter of recording. Should he find a fortune point, it would be advantageous, and should he not, there would be no loss. Soon, dusk arrived, and with it, the temperature outside finally rose above freezing. The biting cold no longer encroaching upon them. While this was a boon for all humanity, it posed a challenge for vehicles, as the melting snow rendered the already treacherous terrain even more muddied. Darling, on the count of 3, let us put our strength together. 1, 2, 3. As the rallying cry was shouted, Jiang Shan pushed from the rear while Wei Zhenjin revved the engine at the front. With a sudden lurch, the vehicle became ensnared in the muck, splattering mud all over Jiang Shan. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the RV extricate itself from the mire, Jiang Shan could not contain his excitement. Woohoo! We're finally out. As the RV came to a halt not far away, Jiang Shan proudly boasted to the other vehicles still stuck in the mud. Look, it's as simple as this. 1, 2, 3, and we're free. You all can keep struggling. I'll be on my way. His unseemly behavior drew ire from the surrounding drivers, who cursed aloud. Damn it. I really want to give this kid a good thrashing. His vehicle is out, while mine remains stuck. What the heck? My predicament is shallower than his, and my vehicle is smaller. Why does he get to leave first? Damn you heavens, are you toying with me? Heh heh heh, I'm out too, so I'm off by now, damn. Another inconsiderate brat. Is there anyone who can lend me a hand? I'd be willing to offer a box of 500 grams of premium snowflake beef, which I painstakingly acquired. I haven't even had a taste myself. Snowflake beef? I'd offer a whole crate of Waha. Pure technology and exquisite craftsmanship, the kind that one be produced for a long time. Damn, what a childhood memory. I'll take that whole crate of Waha. In an instant, many began to offer their saved snacks as rewards for aiding in the vehicle extrication. However, those observing this scene were left bewildered. When did Waha become more enticing than Wagyu beef? Hearing their discussions, Jiang Shan couldn't help but chuckle. Ordinarily, beef would indeed surpass any beverage in desirability. However, the production difficulty of Waha was considerably higher than that of Wagyu. This world is not devoid of livestock. There will always be opportunities to enjoy beef in the future, but with Waha, the supply diminishes with each sip, and it is not filling at all, leading to its scarcity from the outset, thereby enhancing its value. Upon returning to the vehicle, Wei Zhenjin caught sight of Jiang Shan, covered head to toe in mud, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, look at you. You're absolutely filthy. After a moment of laughter, she produced a basin of warm water and placed it before Jiang Shan. Here, take off your clothes. I'll wash them for you. As for your body, you can handle that yourself. She began to undress him, but suddenly froze in place, her mouth watering at the sight. Hee, darling, I didn't know you had muscles. Whoa, let me feel. Hey, you perverted woman, don't touch me. After a playful exchange, the two prepared dinner. Just then, an explosive sound reverberated outside. Boom. Upon hearing the noise, Jiang Shan sighed. Wang Fulin's retaliatory action has commenced. Chapter 40. Why don't we join Jiang Shan? On the other side, upon hearing the explosion, Wang Fulin couldn't help but smile. Hee, you dared to attack me. Now I shall see what your next move will be. In comparison to the single assassin dispatched by Chao Bin, Wang Fulin's preparations were remarkably ample, consisting of one assassin squad and 2 support teams, all aimed at systematically annihilating the living forces of the Black Dragon Gang. At this moment, the small camp of the Black Dragon Gang was in utter disarray. Cries of enemy attack, prepare for battle, echoed throughout. Although Wang Fulin's assassins caught the Black Dragon Gang off guard, it was still dusk. A nighttime assault would yield far greater losses. Shortly thereafter, numerous members of the Black Dragon Gang began retaliating with handguns, but in the next instant, the support teams unleashed a barrage of explosives. Boom, boom, boom. In the wake of the successive detonations, countless lower-tier members of the Black Dragon Gang met their untimely demise. Chao Bin, witnessing this scene from the sidelines, gritted his teeth in fury, fully aware that Wang Fulin's retribution would soon follow. What is happening now? Where the hell is Huang Mao? Get over here. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei hurried to Chao Bin's side. Boss, what is your command? He asked, his demeanor tense as he scanned the surroundings, fearful that a stray bomb might land nearby. With many good days ahead, he was not eager to meet his end just yet. What is the situation? Report immediately, in response to Chao Bin's inquiry. Huang Fei quickly relayed, 18 individuals are in action, 6 of whom are assassins, while the remainder is continuously dropping bombs in our densely populated areas. Our brothers are suffering heavy casualties. Chao Bin, upon hearing Huang Fei's report, could no longer contain his rising anger. Damn it, that scoundrel Wang Fulin. Just wait until we reach our destination. I will ensure he has no place to rest in death. He commanded, go, inform Shan Ji, Chi Hu, and He Xiong to use the sniper rifles from the circle people to eliminate these scoundrels. They dare to ambush us. I will make Wang Fulin's heart ache with pain. Upon hearing Chao Bin's order, Huang Fei's eyes lit up. Really? Previously, due to occupying the shelter, we hadn't acquired anything of value, but we managed to gather a few usable ones from the junk pile, combined with the energy blocks we saved up. We can use them now. Chao Bin had initially thought that these trump cards should be reserved for the final showdown, but if he didn't eliminate these foes soon, his own men would be wiped out. Why are you babbling? Just use them, he snapped, glaring fiercely at Huang Fei. Unfazed, Huang Fei grinned and nodded. Heh, understood. I'll notify the others right away. Before long, several inconspicuous vehicles had their windows slowly lowered, revealing the dark muzzle of a gun protruding from within. The next moment, a beam of white light shot forth, and the energy bullets flew with astonishing speed. All that could be seen was a flash of light striking the ground, followed by a violent explosion. Boom! The deafening blast instantly reduced 6 assassins to mere ash. The logistics team, witnessing this catastrophe, instinctively ceased their activities with the bombs, but scarcely had they done so when the second beam of light struck nearby, resulting in another explosion. Boom! The first support team was utterly annihilated, and with the third explosion, the second support team also disintegrated into nothingness. In the distance, Wang Fulin clenched his teeth in rage as he observed this chaos. Damn it, I knew they possessed such powerful weapons. Beside him, the steward seemed to have pieced something together and remarked, this explosion is identical to the last. Previously, they did not anticipate the enormous power of the blast, leading to the annihilation of even the assassins. Their true intention was to assist the assassins in their escape, but they did not expect the blast to be so extensive that it also consumed them. This confirmed that the previous incident was indeed the doing of Chao Bin, and not the interference of any external parties. Thus, the sniper rifle that had taken my son was also theirs. Wang Fulin, absorbing the steward's analysis, let out a cold snort. Who would have thought that just 3 small teams would compel them to deploy such formidable weapons? However, I wonder how many times they can truly utilize this weapon. Most of the technology from the Circle people requires energy blocks, and with their current scarcity, each shot would deplete their resources. Despite the loss of 3 teams, he felt it was worth it if it meant consuming the firing capacity of such a powerful sniper rifle. Let us go, he declared, leading the steward away from the scene. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan quickly realized that the 3 successive explosions were caused by the sniper rifles of the Circle people, and a smile crept across his face. Heh, go ahead and use them, Black Dragon Gang. Once you do, it will completely absolve me of any connection. Having foreseen the future, he knew that Wang Fulin had always suspected a third-party force was muddying the waters. Thus, upon learning that Chao Bin had managed to gather a few Circle people sniper rifles from the refuse, Zhang Shan decided to employ the same weapon, effectively obscuring the truth. Observing the unfolding events through the eyes of passers-by, he saw the outcome was favorable. Wang Fulin was entirely convinced that the events of that night were solely orchestrated by Chao Bin. Zhang Shan successfully distanced himself from the situation. On the other side, the 11 members of the Four-Leaf Clover gathered to watch footage captured by a drone. Is this scene truly the result of the Circle people's sniper rifles? At first, I thought it was a missile strike, Mi Li exclaimed, gazing at the explosions on screen. Others echoed her sentiments. Indeed, the firepower of such firearms is astounding. One shot resembles that of a missile. However, it was fortunate that they were sniper rifles with relatively slower firing speeds. Yiwen, could you inquire with Zhang Shan if we might procure a few of these weapons? This would ensure our safety in the future. You're thinking too simplistically. Although the city of the Circle people is vast, most of it has already been relocated, leaving little behind. How could we expect them to trade with us? What then? It seems that the era of such powerful sniper rifles is upon us. Our most formidable weapons are merely ordinary sniper rifles. We stand no chance. Exactly. If we were to be attacked now, a single shot could wipe us out. Yigu, why not ask? The crowd looked at Yiwen with anticipation. After their previous collaboration, they had established a modicum of rapport. Simply asking shouldn't pose a problem, right? However, to their disappointment, Yiwen shook his head. Do not look at me. Such firearms resemble portable missiles and require a single operator. I suspect even Zhang Shan doesn't possess many. If we were to procure one, what price would we have to pay? All our supplies or something else? Would you all be willing to accept that? Suddenly, the group fell silent, and Yiwen continued, however, I do have another idea that could achieve the same effect. Why don't we join Zhang Shan? This way, we would become one organization, ensuring not only our safety but also significantly enhancing our mutual trust. Chapter 41. Remaining time until arrival. One day, today is New Year's Eve. The author, Wang Xinla, wishes everyone a happy New Year's Eve. May all your wishes come true, and may your families be harmonious. Regular updates during the Spring Festival. I hope everyone encourages me to write more. Upon hearing Yiwen's suggestion, Beijia was the first to speak. How could that be possible? Although Zhang Shan and his group possess superior weapons and intelligence, Jiang Shan's cunning is formidable, as he spoke. Even Beija began to feel a twinge of insecurity. The thought of joining Jiang Shan seemed increasingly appealing. Despite the many advantages Jiang Shan's side possessed, they were not without their own merits. Having only met a few times, what assurance did they have that joining him wouldn't lead to disdain from his people? Moreover, even if they wished to join, would he even want them? Beija's words struck a chord, as it dawned on everyone that while Jiang Shan seemed impressive, they had only interacted a couple of times. To make such a request to join would be presumptuous, especially if Jiang Shan's people looked down on them. The group was wasting their time pondering this. Seeing others fall silent, Yuan sighed. All right, let us set aside this issue for now. Everyone should rest. The decisive battle is approaching, and we must remain vigilant and energized. With that, the group dispersed. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan was intently examining a smartwatch alongside Wei Zhenjun. What is this? Jiang Shan asked, puzzled as he looked at Wei Zhenjun. Open it and see, she replied. Upon opening the smartwatch, Jiang Shan was taken aback. Wow, dear, you've already localized this smartwatch? He gazed at Wei Zhenjun in astonishment. Although they had possessed the smartwatch for some time, the entire relocation had only taken half a month. He hadn't expected to be able to utilize the Circle People's advanced technology so soon. Indeed, after several days of research, I found that while this smartwatch appears high-tech, the conversion process is surprisingly straightforward. Initially intending to modify the defense robot's programming, I decided to practice on this device first, and before long, I successfully localized it. This means that we can now communicate using this smart wristband, which can fully integrate all the functionalities of our current mobile phones. All it takes is to place the phone on the sensing area. You should try it quickly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan promptly picked up his phone and placed it against the smart wristband. In the next moment, a progress bar appeared on the wristband, and within just 5 seconds, all messages from his phone were fully received. As Jiang Shan gently tapped the screen of the smart wristband, a virtual display projected itself before him, comparable in size to a standard laptop screen, yet exhibiting a remarkable improvement in clarity and other aspects compared to his phone. Wow, a virtual screen. This wristband boasts impressive technological sophistication. After Jiang Shan fiddled with it for a while, he finally closed the screen before him. Wife, you truly are amazing. I didn't expect you to achieve this so quickly. You must be an extraordinary genius in research. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's praise, Wei Zhenjun beamed with pride out of course. Moreover, this was meticulously edited based on the capabilities of the previous learning machine, and the modified smart wristband will allow me to write programs much faster. I estimate that in less than 2 months, I will completely replace the foundational programming of the defense robot with my own. Hearing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but fervently compliment Wei Zhenjun. Suddenly, she recalled something. By the way, through my research, I discovered that this smart wristband comes with additional features. For instance, a miniature drone, ultra-compact earbuds, and it is entirely waterproof, resistant to high temperatures and extreme cold, functioning flawlessly from -80 degrees to +2000 degrees. Of course, whether the human body can endure those conditions is another matter. In any case, given the current range of human activities, it can be utilized in any situation. Jiang Shan, upon hearing this, was not surprised. After all, this civilization of the Ring people was also forcibly thrust into the realm of ruin, so creating devices that adapt to this world was not unexpected. All right, dear wife, you've truly accomplished something significant. Now we can communicate when we go out. Previously, whenever Jiang Shan ventured out, Wei Zhenjun would essentially lose contact, primarily due to the immense power drain of long-distance messaging. Within just a few exchanges, the battery would be depleted, leaving the phone as nothing more than a brick. Now, with this smart wristband, there was no longer any concern in that regard. A single charge would last an entire month. What a relief. Seeing Jiang Shan's enthusiasm, Wei Zhenjun couldn't help but smile. Since I've made such a substantial contribution, shouldn't I receive a reward? With that, she arched an eyebrow playfully. Observing this, Jiang Shan instantly grasped her intent. A reward? Absolutely, a reward is a must, he exclaimed, sweeping Wei Zhenjun into his arms as they made their way to the bed. The following morning, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Wei Zhenjun, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smile. Little lazy one, you really can't handle it, can you? With that, he rose to prepare breakfast. Now that they had ample food, they had no intention of continuing to be frugal. Although the storage warehouse was one discarded by the Ring people, it still possessed some basic functionalities. Over the next 2 years, he planned to acquire a considerable amount of food in Lake City, for others were unaware that they would need to set out once more in 2 years. By strategizing in advance, they could secure a substantial supply of food at a low cost. With enough food reserves, their future lives would undoubtedly improve. What a delightful aroma! It smells so good. Upon catching the scent of breakfast, Wei Zhenjin slowly awakened, realizing that Jiang Shan was cooking. She then lay back down. "Honey, I can't get up. I need a hug." She extended her arms, waiting for Jiang Shan to lift her. However, the result was a playful smack on her bottom, prompting her to obediently rise. After breakfast, the convoy resumed its journey. Within the 253 group, many began to cheer, "Woo-hoo! By my calculations, we should arrive tomorrow. The snow outside has nearly melted. This warm environment is certainly much better than the icy wilderness." Indeed, according to the plan, the migration journey should take about half a month. We paused for 2 days due to the Ring People's cities and shelters, so by now, we should be nearing our destination. Brothers and sisters, I have already consulted the team leader, who stated that we will arrive at our destination by noon tomorrow, though the local conditions remain uncertain. I'm just looking forward to a feast. Me too. I can't stand being cooped up in this vehicle for another day. Let's hurry up and settle down, then rapidly develop technology to unify the entire new world. The new world awaits our arrival. Seeing the discussions in the group, Jiang Shan couldn't help but sigh. The naive optimism of the unknowing was indeed simplistic, however. The day they arrived in Lake City would also mark the resolution of matters with the Wang family and the Black Dragon Gang. Chapter 42. Arrival, eve of the final showdown before long. An entire day passed. As the sun approached its zenith, a vast lake came into view for everyone. The warm environment, the shimmering surface of the lake, the lush forests in the distance, and the verdant grasslands nearby all indicated how delightful this locale was. At that moment, the radio in all vehicles crackled to life. "Greetings, everyone. I am the team leader of the 253 convoy. Today, I declare that our migration has concluded." Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted from all vehicles, resounding so loudly that even those outside could hear it clearly. Sizzle, from now on, the 253 convoy will be settling here. And everyone is free to designate their own plots to build houses. The city center is located at the intersection of the forest, grassland, and lake, where each household may occupy a maximum area of 500 square meters. Beyond this, the remaining area can be freely claimed. Now everyone can make their choices. In the next moment, countless vehicles began to leave the convoy, eager to find a prime location to construct their homes. It is well known that a strategically located plot could later serve as a shop. Whether for personal business or renting to others, it would be a lucrative choice, while not necessarily becoming immensely wealthy. At least they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. At this time, Wei Zhenjin looked at Jiang Shan with urgency. "Honey, let's hurry. We need to choose a good spot so we can have our own shop and live off rents." Observing her eagerness, Jiang Shan couldn't help but feel speechless. "Goodness, have you forgotten what I told you? I mentioned 2 years ago that we would continue migrating." After their visit to the Monument of Civilization, Jiang Shan had informed Wei Zhenjin about the plans for another migration in 2 years, and it was surprising that just a few days later, she had forgotten. Smack? Hearing Jiang Shan's reminder, Wei Zhenjin slapped her forehead. "Oh, how could I forget about that?" As she spoke, a message appeared on her smart wristband. Upon opening it, she found it was a message from Wan Hongjun. "Honey, now Brother Wan says he wants to build his house next to ours. So he wants to know where we plan to construct our residence." Jiang Shan responded with a confident smile. "Of course, it will be outside the city. What can we do with just 500 square meters inside? It would be far more beneficial to occupy a large farm outside." With that, Jiang Shan turned the steering wheel decisively. "All right, let's lead them to follow us." Jiang Shan's RV then departed the convoy, heading in the opposite direction from the designated city. At that moment, Wan Hongjuan's family had good intentions, yet they were unaware that Jiang Shan's RV was moving further away from the designated building site. "Dad, why is Brother Jiang Shan doing this? Shouldn't we be selecting a good spot in the city instead of leaving it?" Wan Hongjun shook his head, equally puzzled by Jiang Shan's intentions. Yet he understood one thing: Jiang Shan would never act without reason. If they could think of it, surely he could too. However, there was surely something they didn't know, so they decided to follow him. At least they need not worry about safety. Wan Hongjuan's wife nodded in agreement. The challenges ahead were daunting, but their family had a profound trust in Jiang Shan. While they couldn't fully believe in him, they certainly wouldn't act like foolish jesters to mock him. Everyone ready? Let's hurry and follow. Soon, the actions of the two departing vehicles were photographed and shared in the group. Everyone, look, here are two fools, driving away to who knows where instead of building houses in the city. Are they out of their minds? Exactly. This new world is so dangerous, and they dare to act alone. Just leave them be. When those giant creatures arrive, they'll regret it. Do they really think they are the only clever ones? Can't they see that young Master Wang is also settling here? Do they think they are better than him? Indeed, young Master Wang is a tycoon. Hee, when they wish to enter the city, I shall undoubtedly take advantage of them. In a moment, the group began to mock Jiang Shan and Wan Hongjun for not entering the city. However, their attention quickly shifted elsewhere. It was far more prudent to secure their own territories. One must understand that the closer one is to the lakeside, the fiercer the competition for land becomes. Everyone is aware that a picturesque location inherently holds great potential for development. Consequently, many engaged in fierce altercations here. Meanwhile, as Wan Hongjuan's family followed Jiang Shan's RV deeper into the wilderness, they grew increasingly certain of one thing. Jiang Shan's intentions were decidedly precise. They had just passed several splendid locations. Yet Jiang Shan's vehicle had not even paused for a moment, at last. They arrived at an inconspicuous valley where Jiang Shan's RV finally came to a halt. With a creak, as the door swung open, Jiang Shan exhaled deeply, taking in the sight before him, fertile land, flowing rivers, and towering, straight trees adorning the slopes. What truly captured his attention, however, were the energy crystals on either side of the mountain and the unknown minerals. Yes, this is the place. At that moment, Wei Zhenjin stepped out from behind Jiang Shan and asked, "Darling, is there something special about this place? You've been heading in this direction ever since we left the convoy." Hearing her words, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smiled out of course. It's not as simple as it appears. At that moment, Wan Hongjuan's SUV pulled up behind Jiang Shan's RV. Observing the scene, Jiang Shan turned to Wei Zhenjin, but he could only reveal the specifics later. Following this, Wan Hongjuan's family slowly exited their vehicle and approached Jiang Shan. "Brother Jiang, is there something special here? Why aren't we seeking a spot within the city?" Wan Hong hastily inquired. Humans naturally yearn for companionship, and venturing alone into this unknown world felt rather peculiar. Sensing their confusion, Jiang Shan beckoned Wan Hongjuan's family closer. "All right, I understand your doubts. Let me clarify." He continued, "First and foremost, regarding safety. You are well aware of the situation with the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family. It has reached a point of no return. To ensure stable development, it is imperative that we prepare for the impending showdown. How does your safety here compare to that in the city?" Upon hearing this, Wan Hongjuan's family fell silent. Jiang Shan pressed on, "Moreover, who told you that life in the city is superior? You haven't forgotten our time in the shelter, have you?" Wan Hongjuan's family nodded in acknowledgement. It was indeed Jiang Shan who had led them to intercept supplies ahead of time. From the shelter, they had observed a metallic panel, which upon analysis revealed that this location could only sustain habitation for a maximum of 2 years. After that, calamity would strike once more, and we would be forced to migrate again. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, Wan Hongjuan's family froze, their voices trembling. That can't be true. Chapter 43. The outbreak of war. Witnessing Wan Hongjuan's family's disbelief, Jiang Shan shrugged. "Or did you think that the cities and shelters of the circular folk were left empty for no reason? You have been inside the shelter and should know that many things still function normally. Typically, although it is a bit chilly, it is certainly livable. So why did they choose to leave?" Instantly, cold sweat broke out on the brows of Wan Hongjuan's family. However, Jiang Shan continued, "Furthermore, the circular folk possess the capability to manufacture spatial devices. We are not far from their city, and there is a significant chance we may uncover some, which would enable us to transport more supplies. At this juncture, possessing ample territory becomes exceedingly crucial. This is the primary reason I selected this remote location instead of the city. Of course, we won't remain here indefinitely. This is merely a covert little base. Tonight, the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family will commence the decisive battle. At that point, we can simply seize the territory they have captured." Upon hearing this, Wan Hongjuan's family sighed in relief. "So that is the case. I thought we would be camping outside indefinitely." Jiang Shan then pointed to the valley behind him. "This afternoon, we shall rest here. We have a significant operation planned for tonight." Hearing this, the group began to settle down in the valley. As night fell, With dusk enveloping the landscape, an RV and an SUV parked behind a small hill. Soon after, 11 vehicles belonging to the Clover Group arrived and came to a halt. After a brief introduction, Jiang Shan began to outline the upcoming plan. Here is the strategy. We will need weapons. Wando and I will each take one, and you Clover members will pair up for 2 weapons. With that, Jiang Shan retrieved 7 high-energy sniper rifles from the RV, already preloaded with energy blocks. The sight of such an impressive arsenal astonished the members. They had anticipated perhaps 3 or 4 rifles. But 7 had been presented before them. It seemed evident that this was not even Jiang Shan's full capacity, and they had reason to believe that, should more reinforcements arrive, he could produce even more weaponry. These are the circular folks' weapons, high-energy sniper rifles. I have already loaded them with energy blocks, but due to high consumption, each block can only fire 10 rounds. Use them sparingly. This is my entire stock. Jiang Shan withheld the fact that he had a dozen more energy blocks, preferring to keep such resources confidential. Once he confirmed that everyone was prepared, he raised his hand, signaling, "Let's move. We will reach the designated location and await further instructions." With that, everyone departed their vehicles and made their way toward the predetermined site. Before long, all had nestled down on a hillside, using the sniper rifle scopes to survey the situation within Lake City. Under the moonlight, the grass glimmered with a silvery sheen, and a gentle breeze occasionally swept across the lake, carrying away various scents while bringing in a soothing ambience. After a busy afternoon, Lake City had begun to take shape. With countless vehicles quietly parked within their defined territories, and many individuals sprawled on the ground fast asleep. Although they had had rest periods every night over the past fortnight, the crowded vehicles offered little space for comfort. Not everyone possessed an RV, and the majority had to squeeze into chairs for a meager rest. This warm environment, where one could lie flat, was far more comfortable than sleeping in a vehicle. Meanwhile, within the city, rival factions were slowly gathering. At that moment, Wang Fulin looked resolutely at his subordinates. "Brothers, today marks the most vital battle since we arrived in this new world. It is the confrontation with the Black Dragon Gang. If we win, Lake City will belong to our Wang family, and each of you will be hailed as a hero. Rest assured, as long as I, Wang Fulin, have food, none of you will go hungry. But if we lose, we will have nothing. I hope everyone understands this principle. Now, let us commence our actions." With that, everyone immediately set off toward the Black Dragon Gang's direction. On the other side, Chaobin, having engaged with the Wang family over the past few days, was acutely aware that this conflict was a fight to the death. Now that the Wang family sought to eliminate him, he was equally intent on their downfall. Thus, today presented an excellent opportunity. "All right, brothers, the world may be harsh, but the wealthy families endure. Now is the time for us to overthrow them. Eliminate the Wang family. Move out quietly. I intend to catch them off guard." With that, he led his subordinates stealthily toward the Wang family's stronghold. It seemed both sides were aware of their strained relations, as the distances between the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family's encampments were not particularly far apart. Even an ordinary observer could perceive the tension in the air. Consequently, the space between the two factions' positions remained unoccupied, as no one wished to become collateral damage in the impending conflict. Clearly, those with such thoughts had managed to evade danger. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat. As the sounds of explosions and gunfire erupted, everyone in Lake City was alerted to the fact that the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family had engaged in battle. Many were jolted awake from their slumber, gazing at the distant flashes of light. Meanwhile, those lying on the hillside could not help but be astounded by the scene before them. "Wow, that firepower is incredible!" exclaimed Fu Lang, the youngest member of the Clover Group at merely 19 years of age. He had previously operated the drones for their team, but witnessing the real-time chaos made it evident how vastly different the experiences were. Jiang Shan shared in Fu Lang's astonishment, sighing, "Indeed, to be honest. The Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family have already clashed twice before, yet I did not anticipate such overwhelming firepower. It appears they are going all out." Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted from within the Wang family's ranks. Boom! Ah! In a fleeting moment, several members of the Wang family, who had taken cover behind a vehicle, were violently propelled into the air by an explosion. Witnessing this scene, Wang Fulian felt his teeth nearly shatter in frustration. "Damn it! Why didn't I acquire an intact Ringman sniper rifle?" he lamented. "If it weren't for having already dispersed our forces, the casualties would likely have been even greater." confronted by the sudden eruption of chaos. The Wang family's assault came to an abrupt halt. Wang Fulian turned to his steward beside him and commanded, "Steward, instruct the men below to charge forward. As long as we achieve victory, I will distribute 10 truckloads of supplies." Then, as if a thought struck him, he added, "Let my personal entourage retreat slightly and allow those we recruited to lead the charge." Wang Fulian was acutely aware of who truly mattered to him. The recruits were merely cannon fodder, while those who had followed him from the outset were his genuine support. "Yes, young master. I will convey your orders at once." With that, the steward immediately began directing the troops. Fueled by the promise of rewards from Wang Fulian, the previously stagnant Wang family members surged forward once more. Chapter 44. The commander takes the field as the two sides continued to clash. The bullets fired by the Black Dragon gang gradually dwindled. Observers could easily discern that their ammunition was nearly exhausted. Wang Fulian, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of exhilaration. "Out of bullets, are we? Ha ha ha, now is my time to shine. Charge! I shall personally sever Chao Bin's head." At his words, the subordinates of the Wang family erupted with excitement. "Ha ha ha, my chance has come. This time, brothers, forward. For the supplies. Eliminate Chao the dog." With this rallying cry, the once beleaguered Wang family initiated a counterattack. The Black Dragon gang, refusing to yield, drew their long knives and prepared for close combat. "Kill. Take down Wang the dog, and all his supplies will be ours," with the promise of rewards invigorating them. The Black Dragon gang members pressed forward without fear. In an instant, the battlefield devolved into a chaotic melee, as both sides transitioned to close-quarter combat, reminiscent of medieval warfare. The steward, observing the scene beside Wang Fulian, had a brilliant idea. "Young master, with both sides having expended nearly all their ammunition, this is the perfect moment for you to join the fray. You can gain prestige before everyone, which will greatly aid your future reign." Wang Fulian felt a stir of temptation at this suggestion. That truly wise. "What if I end up dead?" The steward, sensing his hesitation, smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, young master. You are clad in the family's specially designed bulletproof attire. This garment can withstand even small-caliber firearms, let alone melee weapons. It is equipped with an exoskeleton that significantly enhances your strength. Victory will surely be yours. Moreover, your participation will serve as the greatest encouragement for your subordinates." With confidence radiating from the steward's expression, he continued, "If modern warfare relies on logistics and intelligence, ancient warfare is dictated by morale. History is replete with instances where the weak triumphed over the strong. Thanks to the power of morale." Encouraged by the steward's words, Wang Fulian nodded in agreement. "Very well." He began donning the specialized bulletproof suit, a full body garment topped with a helmet that resembled a knight's headgear. Once the helmet and suit were secured, Wang Fulian felt a profound sense of safety, especially as he found himself capable of effortlessly leaping 2 meters high, prompting a smile to break across his face. "This feeling, steward, follow me." With that, Wang Fulian drew a long knife and charged into the throng. Upon seeing their master and the steward, the Wang family's subordinates were momentarily stunned. "What? The young master is actually taking the initiative." As this sentiment spread through the crowd, all eyes turned to the fully armored Wang Fulian. Despite his heavy attire, as a member of a wealthy family, it was quite remarkable for him to join the battle. And a bit of protection seemed only natural to in that instant. The Wang family members felt as if they had been invigorated, their fighting spirit surging. "Charge! Eliminate Chao the dog! Justice will prevail!" Countless Wang family members surged behind Wang Fulian, advancing toward the Black Dragon gang. Suddenly, a Black Dragon gang member leveled a handgun at Wang Fulian. "Ahahaha! I never imagined Wang the dog would dare to come forward," he boasted. "This achievement will belong to me." With that, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, 3 gunshots rang out, striking Wang Fulian, who was leading the charge. The sight sent shockwaves through those following him. At that moment, Wang Fulian felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. Igniting a torrent of fury within him, fueled by a surge of adrenaline, he momentarily forgot he was on a battlefield. "You seek death." With a swift motion, Wang Fulian, protected by his bulletproof suit, dispatched the hapless foe before him with a single stroke. Seeing that their master was unharmed, the followers erupted in cheers once more. "Wonderful! Our master is indeed invincible. Master, you're incredible. Eliminate Chao the dog. Kill that treacherous villain, Chao Bin. Witnessing this spectacle, Chao Bin felt his teeth grind in frustration. If only I had such a level of bulletproof attire. As he lamented, Huang Fei hurried to Chao Bin's side. Boss, we must devise a strategy. Since Wang Fulian entered the fray, his men have become as energized as if they were on steroids, even pushing through injuries to keep up. Our brothers can barely hold their ground. Huang Fei cast a wary glance around. With everyone engaged in close combat, there was still the possibility of hidden snipers among Wang Fulian's ranks. So caution was paramount. What do you propose I do? Chao Bin asked, looking at Huang Fei. We're in a precarious position. If this continues, defeat is inevitable, Huang Fei replied. Given the circumstances, should we not consider that if Wang Fulian, that prodigal son, can take to the battlefield, so can you. While he may wear protective gear, at the end of the day, he is merely a rich kid. He may excel in indulgence, but do you truly believe he can best you in combat? Huang Fei's words struck a chord with Chao Bin, who had been feeling anxious. A smile broke across his face. Indeed, Huang Fei, you are absolutely right. I was too hasty earlier, only focusing on his bulletproof suit, forgetting that he is just a reckless heir. Now, let's see what this fool is truly capable of. With that, Chao Bin and Huang Fei charged toward the center of the battlefield. As they approached, Huang Fei shouted, "Brothers, clear a path for the boss." What nonsense, Wang Xiao. Today, our boss will show you what true power looks like. Upon hearing Huang Fei's call, the Black Dragon gang members erupted in cheers upon spotting Chao Bin. The boss is stepping in. Wang Xiao is nothing but trash. Our boss is amazing. Eliminate Wang the dog. Indeed, Wang the dog is merely a spendthrift. He cannot hope to rival our boss, with their leader now on the field. The previously hesitant members of the Black Dragon gang surged forward once more, with the ordinary gang members creating a blockade. The Wang family's followers began to falter, gradually breaking away from the formation. Ultimately, Huang Fei squared off against the steward, leaving only Chao Bin and Wang Fulian standing at opposite ends. Heh, Chao Bin, this time next year will mark your demise. Do you have any final words? Wang Fulian taunted. Chao Bin, unfazed by the mockery, scoffed. You should save your parting words for yourself. After tonight, the Wang family of Lingzhou will cease to exist. Kill. Chapter 45. The ambush begins. Boom. In the next moment, Chao Bin disregarded any semblance of honor, drawing his gun and opening fire. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, all the bullets were unleashed, striking Wang Fulian without penetrating his protective suit. Yet, even so, Wang Fulian felt a wave of anguish wash over him. Chao Bin, I will see you dead, he vowed, gripping his knife with both hands and lunging at Chao Bin. However, Chao Bin's combat experience far surpassed that of the wealthy Wang Fulian. With a swift sidestep, he evaded Wang Fulian's attack, discarding his empty handgun before drawing his knife to strike at Wang Fulian's neck. Bang! The sharp blade, infused with tremendous force, struck Wang Fulian, but was thwarted by the connection between his helmet and bulletproof suit. Realizing he was unharmed, Wang Fulian burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Chao Bin, you cannot kill me today. It is you who will meet your end. With a swift motion, he brandished his blade once more, gazing at Wang Fulian, who resembled a turtle. Chao Bin erupted with a torrent of curses. Damn it! If it weren't for that tortoise shell you're clad in, you'd have been a goner just now. But let me impart some wisdom to you today. External forces are ultimately just that, external. They will never ascend to prominence. I refuse to believe this can persist without consequence. With that, he lunged forward again, weapon in hand. As the two clashed, Jiang Shan rose slowly from his concealed position atop a small hill. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. The principal players are engaged in battle, and our plan has shifted. Our task now is to gradually eliminate the lesser foes outside. Let us proceed quietly, ensuring we do not attract any undue attention. The group sprang into action. Jiang Shan, fully aware of the impending confrontation between Chao Bin and Wang Fulian, began setting up with a high-energy sniper rifle. This seemingly futile endeavor served to mask his true capabilities. After all, being a step ahead is the hallmark of genius, while being 2 steps ahead borders on madness. Moreover, he sought to attract the likes of intelligence prodigy Yuan and drone operator expert Bolang, showcasing his prowess to entice their allegiance. Exchanging glances, Yuan and his companions nodded in agreement. All right, let's move out. Upon hearing this, the others promptly set aside their high-energy sniper rifles, drawing their handguns instead. swiftly advancing towards the battlefield. Though the Clover squad lacked sniper rifles, they were well equipped with handguns. The clash between the Black Dragon Gang and the Wong family had escalated into a decisive showdown, with even peripheral members resorting to various melee weapons. In such an environment, the presence of a dozen armed individuals would exert absolute dominance. Dear, I leave the next phase to you. If any issues arise, send me a message via the smartwatch. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjin took the high-energy sniper rifle from Jiang Shan, continuing to monitor the unfolding situation. Rest assured, I'll handle it. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan charged towards the battlefield, wielding his blade. Outside the fray, many were following the developments in the chat group. What's the situation now? Someone on site, please fill me in. I'm just a short distance away. Peering through AGAP.IT seems Chao Bin and young Master Wong are in combat. But young Master Wong is donned in that peculiar attire. Chao Bin's blade barely phases him. I reckon this time, Chao Bin is finished. Good riddance. The last time he discovered the shelter, he blocked others and even threatened to open fire. Such a person deserved to meet his end long ago. Indeed, Chao Bin is merely a petty thug. Look at young Master Wong, powerful, resourceful, well-connected. If only I could marry him. Ha! Dream on. Does young Master Wong even have eyes for you? There are countless women vying for his attention. What does it matter to you? Besides, young Master Wong hasn't encountered me yet. Once he does, he'll understand what it means to fall head over heels. While the group debated Wang Fulin's preferences in women, the individual who initially reported the situation suddenly sent a shocking message. Holy crap! You won't believe what I just saw. Amidst the chaos between the Black Dragon Gang and young Master Wong, another group has emerged. There are very few of them, probably under 20, and I can't see them clearly. Upon reading this, the chat erupted in disbelief. What? You must be joking. 20 people dare to enter this fray? Are they not afraid for their lives? Whether it's Chao Bin or young Master Wong, their forces number in the hundreds. How can they be so bold? Exactly. This is young Master Wong, once among the top 100 tycoons in Lingzhou. Even if he's fallen from grace, they surely shouldn't provoke him. Just wait. Once young Master Wong finishes off that thug Chao Bin, those intruders will be crying for mercy. Indeed, even if it's not young Master Wong, Chao Bin is certainly not someone they can contend with. Why would they choose to emerge now? It's akin to a mouse dashing into a battle between two elephants. It's nothing short of suicidal. Right? Instead of pursuing other avenues, they choose to meddle in a conflict of this magnitude. They must have read too many novels, thinking they're the protagonists. But let's not be too hasty. What if they manage to hold their ground for a moment? After all, daring to show up at this juncture could mean they have some skills. Absolutely impossible. Even if the King of Heaven were here, it wouldn't matter. Although they too aspired to carve out their own grand enterprises in this new world, the reality was that they lacked the strength, capital, and manpower, compounded by the enduring oppression of established families and tycoons, instilling a deep-seated fear within them. Thus, they could only mock Jiang Shan and his companions from the sidelines, waiting for their inevitable failure to emerge and prove their own judgments correct. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shan, he had little interest in their chatter. His sole focus was to decisively resolve this battle. Once victorious, a plethora of resources would be his for the taking. With this thought, Jiang Shan's actions quickened. Just ahead, a member of the Black Dragon Gang had just dispatched a Wong family combatant. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Shan smirked. What a perfect chance! In an instant, a head flew off as he wielded his extraordinary physique and keen insight, improving with every passing moment in battle. Jiang Shan's speed in dispatching foes escalated rapidly. The blade reflected the silvery moonlight, gliding through the air like a silver dragon. Each turn signified another life extinguished in less than a minute. Over 10 adversaries lay slain at his feet. Meanwhile, not far away, Yuan, who was observing the scene, swallowed hard. Good grief, this combat prowess. It's hard to believe he isn't an extraordinary special ops soldier. Chapter 46. The desperate struggle of Chao Bin. If the Clover Squad were to oppose him, they wouldn't require any other assistance. He alone could eliminate us all. Previously, he had accompanied Jiang Shan, believing he had grasped his capabilities, only to be astounded by the sheer terror of his displayed strength this time. Before arriving in this world, although there were many formidable individuals online, their lethality paled in comparison to Jiang Shan's current efficiency. Unlike Yuan, who observed from a distance, Those embroiled in the conflict could truly sense Jiang Shan's terrifying skill. In that moment, he appeared as a fearsome beast. For any enemy of his, there was but one fate awaiting them: death. Soon, Jiang Shan had cleared an entire side of over 40 combatants, casting a cursory glance at the sea of corpses before moving on to other areas. He had divided the battlefield into 5 distinct zones: the central area where Qiao Bin and Wang Feilin, along with their core subordinates, engaged in combat, and the surrounding zones radiating outward from the center. Divided by a cross, the Clover Squad was designated to 2 zones, while Jiang Shan and Wan Hongjun took charge of another. "Brother Wan, let us proceed." Observing Jiang Shan with his blade still dripping blood, Wan Hongjun hesitated momentarily, yet, upon Jiang Shan's reminder, he quickly regained his composure. Right. Thus, the two advanced to the second zone. According to Jiang Shan's plan, the outer ring of areas was divided, with Clover handling 2 and their Dawn faction managing 2. Given the scarcity of personnel in Dawn, Jiang Shan had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Jiang Shan and his companions dispatched more of the lesser thugs. Those engaged in the central conflict began to sense something amiss. "Young master, there's a problem." Since the battle commenced, the sounds of clashing had not ceased, but now, they had abruptly fallen silent. This unnerved him. In such a battlefield, noise was normal, yet a sudden absence was alarming. "Boss, our people outside have fallen silent." At that moment, Huang Mao quickly alerted them. Qiao Bin and Wang Feilin, still locked in combat, instinctively separated. They were no fools. It was one thing for one side to be wiped out, but for both to suddenly go quiet, that was simply inconceivable. The only plausible explanation was that while the clamoring continued, a third party was reaping the benefits. "Damn it! Who is scheming against me?" In an instant, the group exchanged wary glances, while Jiang Shan's earpiece crackled to life with Wei Zhanjin's voice. "Darling, Qiao Bin and Wang Feilin have noticed something's off." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smile coldly. Realizing it now is far too late, he then turned to the others. "All right, the time has come for us to make our move with that." The group emerged from their hiding spots behind vehicles, advancing to the center. Upon seeing Jiang Shan and his team, even Wang Feilin was taken aback, realizing he had been ensnared by this seemingly inconspicuous individual. In the chat group, the latest update appeared. "Damn it! The group that rushed in has eliminated all of Qiao Bin and young Master Wang's subordinates. Now, only a few high-ranking members remain by their side. I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. Woe is me!" In that moment, the crowd was a tapestry of emotions. Joy intermingled with sorrow, and tears flowed freely down their faces. Yet, amidst the turmoil, not a soul dared to mock their expressions. Jiang Shan observed the Clover team, their emotions spilling forth, and chose to remain silent. Instead, he discreetly stepped aside to send a message to Wei Zhanjin. "Darling, please drive over. We cannot afford to overlook the supplies here." With that, he ended the communication. At this moment, the members of the Clover team gathered around Jiang Shan. He regarded them with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What brings you all to stand here?" In unison, all 11 members of Clover bowed deeply before him. "Thank you. Had it not been for you, we would not have avenged ourselves so swiftly." Although not all of them had suffered personally at the hands of the Wang family, they understood that the lion's share of the credit belonged to Jiang Shan. All right. Eliminating these 2 factions was part of my plan all along." Unexpectedly, Meili grasped Jiang Shan's hand tightly. "Brother Jiang Shan, I see hope for my revenge in you. May I follow you from now on? I am willing to do anything, as long as it enables me to exact my vengeance." As soon as Meili finished speaking, the others looked at Jiang Shan with eager anticipation. "We feel the same way. Mr. Jiang Shan, please take us with you." Observing the hopeful faces before him, Jiang Shan reminded them, "I will not specifically seek revenge for you. This means that if fortune does not favor you, you may never witness that day, even until your demise. Are you prepared to accept that?" Chapter 48. Shock. Has the Wang family been annihilated? The primary motivation behind Jiang Shan's establishment of Dawn was unity, allowing for a period of personal growth. As for revenge, if he encountered the opportunity, he would handle it without hesitation. However, expecting him to go out of his way for vengeance was overly ambitious. Moreover, Wang Feilin's earlier remarks had piqued his interest. He had initially regarded the wealthy families with great respect. Yet, upon glimpsing a fragment of reality, he realized that what he had perceived was merely the tip of the iceberg. Thus, He knew it was imperative to hasten his own path to strength. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's words, everyone present nodded in agreement. No problem. Witnessing this, Jiang Shan extended a hand. Now, let us all strive together. Upon hearing this, the others hesitated momentarily, then placed their hands atop Jiang Shan's. Let us do it. After concluding their discussion, Wei Zhenjin arrived in the RV beside Jiang Shan. Observing the scene, Jiang Shan smiled at the crowd. Initially, he had intended to treat them to a grand feast for joining, but more pressing tasks lay ahead. Hearing this, Yuan interjected, "Are we to collect supplies from these two families?" Jiang Shan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, since they have been vanquished by us, these supplies rightfully belong to us." He urged everyone to quickly gather the resources, lest they be claimed by others before they arrived. The supplies here were substantial, and if they did not act swiftly, they would be lost to others before humanity had a chance to restore order. This batch of supplies had been earned at the cost of their lives. How could they allow it to benefit others? Thus, they began to transport the materials under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Miao Fei, who had been observing, trembled as he typed a message to the group. "Everyone, just now, Chao Bin and Wang Xiao have both perished." Upon reading this news, the chat fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. In a way, this cannot be true. The Wang family, how could they possibly die? This must be a hoax, indeed. They are a powerful family. It's beyond our comprehension. You should be more cautious with such claims. If Wang Xiao sees this, you will be in serious trouble. Exactly. You previously mentioned they were merely a handful of individuals. Perhaps just making a nuisance. If they dared engage directly, they would only meet death. The wealthy families are invincible. Wang Xiao, please come out and confirm this is false. Wang Xiao. Countless voices questioned the authenticity of the news. They clamored for Wang Fulin to validate it. However, as time passed without a response from him, an unsettling sensation began to permeate the group. Could it be that Wang Xiao is truly dead? Do not speak recklessly. Perhaps he merely fell asleep or chose not to respond. After all, this is the Wang family. Would a billionaire bother to message an ordinary person? It's simply impossible. As some continued to seek excuses for the situation, Miao Fei suddenly noticed that the scene had grown eerily quiet. He stealthily approached the spot where Wang Fulin had met his demise. You didn't believe me before, so now I'll send a photo. Let us see if you still doubt me." Unlike standard text messages, sending images consumed more battery power, so the group typically relied on text for communication. Yet, to prove his claim, Miao Fei felt compelled to send a picture. Once the image was shared in the group, skepticism about Wang Fulin's fate vanished. Holy cow, Wang Fulin is truly dead. This is astonishing. You referred to him as Wang Xiao before, and now you're using his name directly. Your attitude shifts remarkably fast. What does it matter now? Wang Xiao and Chao Bin are both dead. With so many supplies unguarded, they belong to me. If I had known, I would have positioned myself closer to their families. Now that a golden opportunity has arisen, I'm left out. Wait for me. I've had my eye on Wang Fulin's luxurious RV for ages. Now I finally have a chance. I advise everyone not to compete with me, or else I won't hesitate to use my compound bow. Your compound bow is nothing. That luxurious RV belongs to me. Anyone who dares touch it will meet their end. In an instant, a throng of individuals surged toward the Wang family and Black Dragon gang encampments. The atmosphere quickly escalated into chaos, with many engaging in fierce skirmishes. The head of Wang Fulin's steward was tossed about amidst the frenzy. Yet no one paid attention to such trivialities. Forget the Wang family. The supplies in hand are what truly matter. Upon reaching the Wang family encampment, they were met with a horrifying realization. Whether it was the large supply trucks or Wang Fulin's lavish RV, all had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, the Black Dragon gang's camp still held a considerable number of vehicles, replete with gasoline and other resources. This night was destined to be one of madness. Once the frenzy subsided and everyone had scavenged to their fill, they began to disperse, simultaneously discussing the identity of the group responsible for the downfall of the two factions. Who do you think this group is? Could they be affiliated with the world government? Their actions against the wealthy families align with the government's modus operandi. I doubt it. The world government's primary focus is on the first wave of convoys. It's unlikely they would leave such powerful individuals behind for us. Indeed, it would be impressive enough to have a small team responsible for leading the migration convoy. Yet, these individuals are remarkably powerful. just over 10 people defeated 2 major organizations without resistance. And even Wang Xiao was taken down. You cannot fathom the strength of the clothing he wore. I could not even scratch it with an axe. Is that armor truly that formidable? Alas, I was too preoccupied with gathering supplies. Had I possessed such gear, my safety would have significantly increased. Hee hee, I hit the jackpot this time. Not only did I seize hundreds of liters of gasoline, but also a significant amount of compressed biscuits. They are delicious. Selling beef jerky, 1 Monkey King per pound, while supplies last. Authentic yak beef jerky, top quality. Selling. As the first vendor began shouting, the chat quickly transformed into a bustling marketplace. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan and his companions remained atop a small hillock. Observing the crowd rush toward the Black Dragon Gang's camp, Zhang Shan finally exhaled in relief. All right, everyone, now that the others have departed, let us return to the Wang family encampment. He had anticipated this very scenario, instructing everyone to gather supplies swiftly and exit the scene. With the crowd now gone, their return would go unnoticed. As the vehicles approached the Wang family encampment, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Subsequently, Zhang Shan sent a message in his chat group. Let us celebrate the annihilation of the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family with a feast. Chapter 49. The system levels up twice at noon. The sun blazed down upon the RV. Zhang Shan slowly turned over in bed, noticing the space beside him was empty, prompting him to instinctively call out, "Darling, what time is it?" Hearing Zhang Shan's voice, Wei Zhenjin grinned mischievously, replying, "It should be around 1 in the afternoon. I've been driving for half the day. You should hurry and take over." Zhang Shan was startled by her response. "Oh no, it's that late already? My apologies. It's my fault. I'll take the wheel this afternoon. You can rest." Upon hearing that the vehicle had already departed, Zhang Shan was taken aback, his expression instantly transforming into one of panic as he hastily donned his clothes. Just as he was pulling on his trousers, Wei Zhenjin erupted into laughter, her face gleaming with the satisfaction of a cunning scheme come to fruition. "Ha ha, darling, are you still half asleep? Didn't we arrive at our destination yesterday?" Wei Zhenjin laughed so hard she could barely stand upright. "What?" At this revelation, Zhang Shan, who was in the midst of dressing, froze in place, his mind gradually recalling the events of the previous night. They had set out in the dead of night to thoroughly dismantle the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family, and later celebrated together until dawn before returning to their vehicle for rest. Realizing they had indeed arrived, he exclaimed, "You scared me to death." With that, he tossed aside his trousers and declared, "And you? How dare you deceive me? Prepare to face my wrath." He playfully placed Wei Zhenjin across his lap and began to administer playful spanks. After their frolic, Zhang Shan finally released her, and she said, "Darling, I've prepared lunch. You eat first. I'll go wash the clothes." With a blush adorning her cheeks, Wei Zhenjin hurriedly exited the vehicle, clutching a pile of dirty laundry. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shan couldn't help but smile. Then he recalled the system's matters. After their complete annihilation of the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family, the rewards were bound to be substantial. He excitedly opened the system log and soon found the records from the early hours of the previous night. You successfully intercepted the opportunities of Wang Fulin, Chao Bin, and 342 others. Opportunity points 342. Interception reward, Super Artificial Intelligence, never betrays. Interception system successfully upgraded to level 5, can foresee 16 days into the future. Reward, Vehicle Evolution Card. Upon use, the vehicle can evolve infinitely. Interception system successfully upgraded to level 6. Can foresee 32 days into the future. Reward, Bombing Support. Consumes all current opportunity points to bomb the target. The more opportunity points, the greater the power and range of the bombardment. Seeing the system had advanced 2 levels in succession, Zhang Shan erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, I've struck gold." He had not anticipated such a significant leap. After all, upgrading from level 4 to level 5 required 80 opportunity points, of which he had already accumulated a substantial amount. This upgrade was somewhat expected, but going from level 5 to level 6 necessitated 160 opportunity points, a feat not easily achieved under normal circumstances. Fortunately, he had actively participated in this grand plan. Otherwise, his peers would likely still be stuck at level 2 or 3. As for the rewards, all 3 were quite comprehensible. The Super Artificial Intelligence had numerous applications, while the vehicle evolution could be applied to their RV, which would be crucial for their continued migrations in 2 years. Finally, The bombing function served as a last resort, allowing them to go all in when faced with insurmountable challenges, possibly securing an opportunity for escape. After digesting the rewards, Jiang Shan finished his meal and stepped outside. The sunlight warmed his face, lifting his spirits. The distant lake rippled gently, and the nearby forest rustled with the breeze, enveloping him in a moment of serene bliss. Ah, such an environment. No wonder Wang Fulin chose this place. After a moment of reflection, he noticed the massive RV beside him, originally Wang Fulin's vehicle, now belonging to the two of them. Upon entering, he discovered a spacious interior filled with a plethora of advanced furnishings, far surpassing their previous RV in every aspect. Resolutely, Jiang Shan decided to apply the vehicle evolution card to this RV. As he did so, an unseen light enveloped the entire vehicle, revealing RV Level 1. Upgrade, 0-10 opportunity points. Jiang Shan's lips twitched at this revelation. Upgrading also required opportunity points. However, just 10 points. Why not give it a try? He glanced at the remaining 148 opportunity points accrued from the system upgrade. For the next 2 years, with no troublemakers around, the gain of opportunity points would likely be slow, so he resolved to upgrade the RV. With determination, he stepped outside. As the opportunity points vanished, the RV's description immediately changed. RV Level 2. Upgrade, 0-100 opportunity points. Upon successfully upgrading, the overall appearance of the RV remained largely unchanged, still predominantly black. However, upon entering the interior, Jiang Shan marveled at the transformation. Its decor had taken on a more futuristic flair, and most notably, an additional 2,000 square meters of space had been added. He knew that the expenditure of those 10 opportunity points was well worth it. Gazing at his remaining 138 opportunity points, he pondered whether to upgrade once more. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to hold off for now, given that they would primarily reside in their newly constructed home for the next 2 years. It was wise to retain some opportunity points as a safeguard, with the option to upgrade again when the time came. With this decision made, Jiang Shan began the process of moving. Utilizing the storage warehouse's capabilities, he swiftly transferred all his belongings to the new RV. At that moment, Wei Zhenjin arrived at the campsite, carrying freshly washed clothes. Upon seeing Jiang Shan busily organizing in the new RV, she eagerly offered to assist. However, once she stepped inside, she was momentarily awestruck by the surroundings. Wow, darling, are we really going to live here? Jiang Shan burst into laughter. Of course. Why else would I have gone to such lengths? He added. For the next 2 years, we'll primarily reside in the newly constructed house, while the RV will be temporarily stored. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjin exhaled a sigh of resignation. All right, but with this RV, our next migration will surely be much more comfortable. Jiang Shan wholeheartedly agreed. Absolutely. Otherwise, what have we been working so hard for? He then rallied the group. All right, everyone, let's begin constructing our home. Soon, the crowd gathered before Jiang Shan. Listen up, everyone. I have significant news to share. Lake City is wonderful, but in 2 years, a natural disaster will strike again. We must prepare for another migration. At this announcement, everyone present, with the exception of the Wan family, was taken aback. I asked this for real. Jiang Shan? Inquired Yuan, clearly skeptical of the news. Jiang Shan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it's true. Chapter 50. The Liu family. Jiang Shan then elaborated on the events surrounding the Circular People's Refuge, prompting Yuan to reflect. I see now. We truly need to start preparing early, otherwise, we'll be caught off guard once more. The others nodded in agreement. Previously, due to the sudden onset of the natural disaster, everyone had merely gathered a few supplies before setting off in haste. Had they remained unaware, they would have been ill-prepared for the next migration. However, thanks to Jiang Shan's warning, they now had 2 years to prepare, equipping themselves to better handle future challenges. Indeed, during these 2 years, everyone should focus on their preparations. However, Shuguang was a loosely organized group. Aside from emergencies, everyone tended to their own affairs. With that, they all dispersed. Jiang Shan turned away. Zhenjin. My dear, continue your research on the technology of the Circular People. I'll focus on constructing our home. Given his system-enhanced physical capabilities, building a house was a breeze for him, while Wei Zhenjin's prior research in this area, coupled with her expertise in handling defensive robots, made her contributions equally vital. All right, I'll leave it to you then, my beloved husband, she replied, planting a kiss on his cheek before retreating to the new RV to begin her studies. Jiang Shan followed the others into the forest, where conversations about the previous night's events buzzed around him. It's all my fault. I slept so soundly last night. Otherwise, I could have gathered a fair share of the Black Dragon Gang's resources. Who could have known? After driving for half a month, I was utterly exhausted. Who could pay attention to that? Ha ha ha, I managed to gather quite a bit last night. Over 100 liters of fuel and plenty of food. Our meals will be much improved over the next month. Indeed, if only I had a handgun. I've heard from those near the forest that there are plenty of animals. If I could just hunt one, we could eat well for a long time. What kind of organization were those people last night? How could they outsmart the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family? This is no small matter. Exactly. With such individuals in our convoy, I don't feel safe sleeping at night. Do you think they might turn on us? Hee, you truly overestimate yourself. What strength do you possess that would attract their attention to such trivial resources? Indeed, I observe that these individuals have even done us a favor. The Wang family is certainly not composed of virtuous entities, and neither is the Black Dragon Gang. Have you all forgotten the incident where they blocked the refuge? As ordinary citizens were discussing the events of last night, a group of over a dozen imposing figures armed with firearms arrived in the center of a small encampment on the outskirts of the city. Commander Feng, upon seeing the gathered individuals, nodded slightly and commanded, "Sit down." How is the intelligence gathering progressing? Upon hearing this, the leader promptly began to report, currently, due to the lack of surveillance and various technological aids. Our investigation is progressing slowly. We estimate that this group comprises approximately 20 individuals, armed with highly advanced weaponry likely obtained from the Ring People's city. They are also led by a remarkable leader. But we remain uncertain about further details. Upon hearing this, Feng Wufeng fell into a contemplative silence and then waved his hand to dismiss the group, instructing them to continue gathering intelligence, reminding them not to disturb anyone unnecessarily, as the time for action had yet to arrive. Once they departed, Feng Wufeng sent the findings of this investigation out, and after completing this task, he finally revealed a smile, astonished that such talent had emerged so swiftly. It seems I have indeed underestimated the abilities of people in this world. I hope you can persevere. As the team leader dispatched by the world government, my responsibilities extend beyond mere leadership. I am also charged with intelligence collection. This includes gathering information on the aristocratic families and conglomerates within the team, and identifying any exceptional talents among them. Circumstances can give rise to heroes, and perhaps those previously repressed by their environments are now liberated. However, I did not expect that so soon after our arrival, someone capable of dealing with the aristocrats would emerge. Though the Wang family has been schemed against, resulting in a significant reduction of their followers, it is still not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Were it not for my presence in this convoy, I would hardly believe it. Yet, I am acutely aware of the terror that aristocratic families can wield. The New World presents a splendid opportunity for the world government, simultaneously freeing the aristocrats from any reservations. All I can do now is observe quietly. Beside a vast river, millions of vehicles are parked, and countless individuals are tirelessly constructing enormous edifices. Indeed, this is the destination of Convoy 252, a location rich in fisheries and navigable conditions, making it exceptionally suitable for development. Within this convoy, there are no ordinary individuals, only lower-tier aristocrats and top-tier conglomerates. Within the Lu family's encampment, a grand structure has already been erected. Lu Chongqing, the head of the Lu family, gazed coldly at the intelligence in his hands, chuckling to himself, "Hee, I never imagined the Wang family would be obliterated by some lowly peasants. How amusing, truly amusing. It was indeed wise to sever ties with the Wang family. Otherwise, these resources would have benefited others. Come here." Soon, Lu Donghai approached Lu Chongqing. Although his name is distinctly masculine, he is often perceived as effeminate at first glance. Yet, he despises being regarded in such a manner. If this observation were to be made, it would result in dire consequences. Before arriving in the New World, he even possessed a villa dedicated to storing the eyes he had forcibly removed. However, he did not dare to meet Lu Chongqing's gaze directly. Head of the family, Lu Chongqing did not even glance at him and inquired directly, "How far is our encampment from the destination of Convoy 253? Upon hearing this question, Lu Donghai appeared visibly anxious as he hastily reported, "Head of the family, if we consider the straight-line distance, it is approximately 2,500 kilometers. Lu Chongqing nodded in apparent calmness before tossing the intelligence report at Lu Donghai's face, allowing it to drop unceremoniously. Despite the humiliation, Lu Donghai showed no signs of anger. Instead, he trembled as he picked up the scattered report. Upon reading it, he immediately understood why he had been summoned, and excitement coursed through him, causing him to quiver with anticipation. Head of the family, leave this matter to me. I shall surely bring you the heads of these individuals. Otherwise, I will present my own head before you. Upon hearing Lu Donghai's promise, Lu Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. Go, and remember your vow. Trembling, Lu Donghai exited the room with utmost caution. Once the door was closed, Lu Chongqing snorted coldly. I care not whether you are from the world government or another faction. Those who dare to act against the aristocratic class shall only meet their demise. Chapter 51. The transformation of Lake City, enemies approaching in the blink of an eye. 2 days have passed. The entirety of Lake City is bustling with construction sites. Early in the morning, Jiang Shan emerged from the newly constructed room, exhaling. After 2 days of labor, the matter of the house has finally been resolved. He turned to regard the structure behind him, a 2-story wooden building topped with lightweight stone slates for rain protection. He had enclosed the outer area with scrap wood to create a small courtyard, where he had sown fruit seeds. Suddenly, a window nearby swung open. Darling, breakfast is ready. Come quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Shan promptly made his way to the table. After finishing his meal, Wei Zhenjin slowly stood up and declared, Darling, the dishwashing task falls to you. I shall continue my studies. After bidding farewell to Wei Zhenjin, Jiang Shan retrieved a piece of paper to begin documenting his upcoming tasks. Now, let us plan the next steps. First, the issue of food. Should I cultivate it myself? Upon this thought, he shook his head decisively. No. How much can the two of us, Wei Zhenjin and I, possibly grow? Perhaps we can wait until the defense robots are repaired to see if they can assist. If not, I shall hire help. It is merely a matter of resources. Setting aside the food issue for the moment, he proceeded to document the second task, addressing the energy crystals and blue star or within the valley. The energy crystals could be absorbed by the energy block manufacturing machine, allowing for rapid production. As for the blue star, or it is said to be incredibly hard after refinement. Currently, the only application I can conceive is forging a set of defensive armor for the new vehicle. Yet, mining presents its own challenges, so I shall set that aside for now. Having encountered 2 issues without satisfactory solutions, Jiang Shan felt a tinge of discouragement, but he quickly regained his composure. For the time being, I should observe the opportunities of others. Perhaps I can uncover the hidden technologies of the Ring people. Suddenly, Jiang Shan recalled Wang Fulin's earlier warning about impending retaliation. Right? I must remain vigilant regarding that. After ensuring there were no discrepancies, he stored the recorded paper in his personal space and set his goals. With that, Jiang Shan stepped outside. Walking through the streets, he noted that few, like himself, had constructed homes from wood. Most aimed to build sturdy houses, as such structures would provide shelter from large beasts, ensuring greater safety. However, they remained oblivious to the futility of their efforts, as the houses they labored so hard to erect would only suffice for 2 years. As for safety, with the system at his disposal, why fear the sudden emergence of danger? Strolling along the street, Jiang Shan glanced around. Fresh fruit for sale, discounted prices. Suddenly, a vendor's call captured his attention. Approaching, he discovered a stall selling what appeared to be white apples. Remarkably, mere days after his arrival, vendors had begun to set up shop in Lake City. Upon entering, Jiang Shan promptly activated his identification ability. Cloud fruit. The fruit appears white, has a sweet flavor, and induces estrus in animals, but contains a small amount of toxin. Excessive consumption may lead to paralysis. Startled by the description, Jiang Shan exclaimed, Good heavens, I never imagined consuming a fruit could result in paralysis. However, this also piqued his curiosity. Did the vendor know about the fruit's toxicity and its potential effects? He approached the vendor and inquired, Boss, how much for this fruit? Is it priced in money or goods? In response to the approaching customer, the vendor cheerfully presented a cloud fruit to Jiang Shan, exclaiming, He, my friend, you are indeed fortunate today. This is something you cannot miss. I discovered this new fruit in the wild over the past couple of days. I've personally named it cloud fruit. It is sweet, juicy, and has mysterious effects. Subsequently, the proprietor, with an air of mystery, leaned towards Jiang Shan and whispered, Esteemed guest, Have you ever found yourself in a moment of weakness during the night? A single taste of Yunghua will remedy that. I assure you, you'll feel invigorated immediately. Upon hearing this, any man would instantly grasp the implications of such a fruit. Goodness, this is a new world. Are you certain it's safe to sell such a novel fruit without confirming its toxicity? When Jiang Shan inquired, the proprietor remained unfazed, recognizing the prevailing circumstances. It was entirely reasonable to harbor some reservations. My friend, I can assure you of its safety. When I first discovered it, I consumed two myself. The effects were astounding, and look at me. I'm still standing here, which confirms there is no poison. My children are waiting at home for their milk powder. 1 canister of milk powder can be exchanged for 5 pounds of Yunghua. What do you say, care for a taste? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan promptly shook his head. He had no intention of purchasing such a potentially toxic fruit. Furthermore, he foresaw that in 2 days, the man would consume a significant amount of Yunghua, leading to his paralysis. Subsequently, he would be confronted by others who would force him to consume more, ultimately resulting in his incapacitation. Jiang Shan chose to keep these thoughts to himself. After all, who would believe his warning? He had no desire to endanger himself by alerting a stranger, not yet possessing such selflessness. However, as Jiang Shan departed, many passers-by expressed immense curiosity about the fruit, eagerly trading various infant supplies for generous amounts of Yunghua, even reserving substantial quantities for the following day. After leaving the scene, Jiang Shan continued along his path until he suddenly froze upon seeing a man, his expression transforming into one of fierce intensity. In a future vision, this man was revealed to be a small undercover agent placed within the 253 convoy by the nobility. 3 days hence, he would receive a call from an outsider named Lu Donghai, a ruthless individual known for brutally gouging out the eyes of mere bystanders. Lu Donghai's objective was to eliminate Jiang Shan. Upon gathering sufficient intelligence, he would act swiftly. That evening, upon infiltrating the Dawn camp, he initially intended to conduct a decapitation strike but inadvertently entered the wrong room, resulting in a massacre. Although he ultimately succeeded in eliminating his target, the Dawn's ranks were halved, a devastating loss. Witnessing this event, Jiang Shan seethed with fury. Damn, I never anticipated such a foe. Where did this person come from? Jiang Shan had no knowledge of this individual's identity. When Lu Donghai arrived, no introduction was made. This was a limitation of his foresight. While he could glimpse the future, the past remained obscured. If only he could see the past, everything would be clearer. But now was not the time for such reflections. Rather than waiting for others to come to him, he decided it would be wiser to lie in wait. He would ascertain who had sent this man. Chapter 52. Yuan in action with this thought. Jiang Shan immediately set his plan into motion. First, he sought out Yuan, who was gathering intelligence on the streets. Leader, what brings you here? Yuan was evidently surprised by Jiang Shan's presence. Well, here's the thing. Jiang Shan casually conjured an excuse, redirecting the conversation to the individual who had just departed. Did you see that man? When I passed by, I vaguely overheard him mentioning something about eliminating the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Is that so? If the leader has spoken, I guarantee he won't survive the night. With that, Yuan intended to stealthily pursue and eliminate the individual. Jiang Shan, witnessing this, immediately tugged him back. Whoa, hold on. While eliminating him is a certainty, it is not our immediate course of action. I know you're skilled at gathering intelligence, so I need you to compile information on this individual within 3 days. Regardless of whether the intel is complete, return by noon on the 3rd day. We have significant plans ahead. Lu Donghai possessed formidable combat prowess. Although Jiang Shan could rely on his exceptional physique and the protection of his ethereal skin, he wished to avoid revealing its existence unless absolutely necessary. As for Yuan's investigation, he deemed it prudent, recognizing his own limitations as a non-professional. Yuan's expertise was vital for uncovering the man's true identity, affording them some preparation. A major operation, you say? Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Though he had learned that Dawn consisted of only 2 families, he felt not deceived, but rather exhilarated. If such a small faction could maneuver against the Wang family, how much more powerful would they be with greater numbers? Jiang Shan's words indicated he was privy to significant knowledge, yet Yuan, being a newcomer, sensed a need to prove himself. The specifics of the information he gathered mattered little. He knew the operation was a certainty, yet he did not wish to merely coast along. Only by demonstrating his worth could he continue alongside Jiang Shan. He yearned to witness the downfall of the once invincible aristocratic families. With this thought, Yuan's confidence blossomed. I understand. Leave this matter to me. I will undoubtedly meet your expectations with that. He turned and departed. Observing Yuan's retreating figure, Jiang Shan felt perplexed. An evaluation? What sort of evaluation? Never mind, he resolved to set aside such musings, instead choosing to continue observing the futures of those passing by. Meanwhile, Yuan discreetly trailed the man Jiang Shan had indicated. Is this the one? He pondered, noting the individual appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any notable actions. What could Jiang Shan want me to investigate about him? Eager to excel in this assessment, Yuan refrained from charging in recklessly. While overpowering the man might fulfill his task, it would disrupt Jiang Shan's plans. A gross misstep. In that moment, Yuan felt an unprecedented pressure, yet simultaneously, a thrill coursed through him. With pressure came motivation, and he was invigorated by the prospect of participating in a grand scheme. However, he sensed no unusual behavior from the man, leading him to consider alternative methods of inquiry. Soon, a meticulously organized dossier landed in his hands. Wang Igua, a rather unremarkable name. He lives alone, has no friends, and maintains good relations with those around him. And no vices to speak of. Yuan frowned upon reviewing the information. Too ordinary. A man who neither smokes, drinks, nor gambles must be a complete lecher. Yet, he exhibits no such traits. There's something amiss, something significant. Excitement surged within Yuan. An individual capable of such concealment was undoubtedly a formidable catch. His admiration for Jiang Shan intensified. Merely constructing shelters in the camp revealed the depths of this man's insight. Truly, he was the mastermind behind the Wang family's downfall. Before long, the afternoon of the second day arrived. Yuan had not idly waited during this time. Instead, he meticulously tracked Wang Igua's movements, focusing on his vehicle. Finally, as Wang Igua exited once more, Yuan could not suppress a smile that at last. According to my research, he will be gone for 10 minutes. I must uncover as much as I can in this brief window without being detected. With that, Yuan produced a wire and, upon unlocking the car door, grinned with satisfaction. As an intelligence operative, it was reasonable to know how to pick a lock, was it not? After ensuring no one was watching, he carefully slipped inside the vehicle. The interior revealed a pile of supplies in the back seat. But what caught his attention was a machine, approximately the size of a computer tower, resting on the rear seat. Goodness, a telegraph machine. Upon examination, he discovered it to be a 50-watt telegraph machine. What did this mean? Typically, a 10-watt machine could transmit signals over several hundred kilometers under favorable conditions. This was technology from 50 years ago. The device before him was evidently a modern and more sophisticated creation, implying it could communicate over a distance of at least 5,000 kilometers. Wow! After a moment of shock, Yuan found himself in a predicament. He couldn't open the machine to investigate further, as any trace left behind would be detrimental. Thankfully, he discovered clues in the glove compartment of the driver's seat. After a quick glance, he returned everything to its original place, yet his expression had grown serious. Once he exited the vehicle, Yuan swiftly made his way back to the camp, soon locating Jiang Shan, who was lounging on a sofa enjoying some fruit. Leader, this is not good. Observing Yuan's demeanor, Jiang Shan cheerfully poured himself a cup of tea, saying, Yuan, come, have a seat, there's no rush. Enjoy some tea. Upon seeing Jiang Shan's demeanor, Yuan instantly understood. Jiang Shan's assignment for him was merely a test. Did he not know this man's intelligence? Of course, he did. Even so, Jiang Shan remained so relaxed, indicating that he had prepared well in advance. Once Yuan comprehended this, he no longer felt anxious. He plopped down on the sofa and took a sip of tea. Delicious. It tastes like a beverage. Even better than many drinks I had before my journey here. Hearing Yuan's praise, Jiang Shan couldn't help but show a proud smile. This was a recent discovery of his. Through identification, he realized it was tea leaves, easily brewed like a drink, and the flavor was exceptional. By the way, why have you come here this time? Speak slowly. Upon Jiang Shan's inquiry, Yuan set down his cup and explained, Leader, after investigation, I've discovered that this individual is an outer intelligence operative from the Liu family. It appears he has a very close relationship with the Wang family. At this revelation, Jiang Shan spat out his tea in shock. What? A close relationship with the Wang family. Chapter 53. Lu Donghai based on the intelligence Yuan uncovered. Zhang Shan was now certain that Lu Donghai was indeed sent by the affluent Lu family. Previously, he learned that Wang Fulin was deceived by the Lu family, and now, it seemed the other party had dispatched someone so swiftly. It appeared that Wang Fulin had not been mistaken. Their mutual scheming was their own affair, but should outsiders intervene, they would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Understood. You've done very well this time. Go rest now. After piecing together the cause and effect, Zhang Shan was no longer concerned. All right, I understand. We will gather as usual in 2 days, however. From Yuan's perspective, this scene revealed that Zhang Shan undoubtedly knew something and had sufficient confidence. All right, I will notify them right away. 2 days swiftly passed. Early the next morning, Zhang Shan led the others to a secluded grove. All right, our objective today is to wait here. When the target appears, follow my instructions and act accordingly. Can you do that? As he spoke, Zhang Shan scanned the group. This time, many had come. Besides Wei Zhenjin and Wan Hongjuan's wife and son, everyone else was present. Yes, the crowd echoed in unison. Satisfied by this, Zhang Shan nodded. I will send messages to everyone via the smart wristwatch. You all should have mastered its usage by now. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their smart wristwatches, which had been localized by Wei Zhenjin. And Zhang Shan had gathered plenty. Equipping everyone was more than sufficient. Excellent. Everyone disperse and find concealed spots. Soon, the group had hidden themselves, while Zhang Shan took cover atop a nearby tree trunk. Before long, Wang Aigua's car arrived. After glancing around and seeing nothing amiss, he lit a cigarette and began to wait. Witnessing this scene, Yuan was taken aback. Wow, Zhang Shan could even investigate this? Indeed, there was much for him to learn. It was evident he had only uncovered this person's identity, yet Zhang Shan had already anticipated their next move. Such capability was terrifying. If he and Zhang Shan were adversaries, he would likely be unable to sleep now. Fortunately, they were allies. Reflecting on this, he sighed in relief while growing curious about why Wang Aigua was waiting here. Suddenly, an off-road vehicle approached from a distance, and upon seeing this, everyone present became excited. They've arrived. Everyone eagerly anticipated who could warrant Zhang Shan's serious demeanor. As the off-road vehicle came to a halt, a delicately featured man stepped out. Upon seeing Lu Donghai, Wang Aigua's mind instantly conjured a thought. This man is truly feminine. However, with just that one glance, Lu Donghai immediately sensed it, and a fierce glare flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, Wang Aigua was kicked away. He spat out blood, glaring angrily at the assailant. What do you think you're doing? I work for the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lu Donghai burst into laughter. Indeed, you work for my family, but I dislike your gaze, so I shall take one of your eyes. With a grin, he approached Wang Aigua and extended a hand. Wang Aigua's horrific screams echoed through the forest as Lu Donghai brutally extracted one of his eyes. Toying with the eye in his hand, Lu Donghai calmly remarked, if you weren't useful, just based on that gaze you showed earlier, you wouldn't have lived to see this moment. He then tossed the eye to the ground and crushed it underfoot. Witnessing this scene, Yuan suddenly grasped the situation, sucking in a sharp breath, his scalp tingling. Could this be the infamous blood bodhisattva of the Lu family? It was said that this individual had once injected himself with special substances, greatly enhancing his physical abilities, even having fought and defeated 10 starving tigers barehanded. Due to the side effects, he began to resemble a woman, which twisted his psyche. Anyone who looked at him strangely would have their eyes gouged out. All these factors combined led to the moniker Blood Bodhisattva. Had Zhang Shan not received advance notice of this person's arrival, their camp would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Just as he was about to warn Zhang Shan to be cautious, he heard Zhang Shan's voice through his earpiece. All right, the target has arrived. Act now. At this command, everyone, except for Li, surged forth to surround Lu Donghai and his companion. Realizing he had been set up, Lu Donghai's expression turned sinister as he glared at Wang Aigua. Fool! You didn't even realize you had exposed yourself? Wang Aigua, sensing danger, immediately knelt and began to plead, My lord, I truly didn't know. Please spare me. I don't recognize them. I've diligently served the Lu family for many years. I have no merits, but before he could finish, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet hole appeared in Wang Aigua's forehead. Watching Wang Aigua collapse to the ground, Lu Donghai scoffed, just a waste, truly thinking highly of yourself. He then turned to face the surrounding group, revealing a confident smile. So, you must be the organization that took down that fool Wang Fulin. You actually have the courage to ambush me. Commendable. Speaking as if he felt no threat, he began to clap jovially. At that moment, Jiang Shan walked forward slowly. You have no chance left. Tell me about the 252 convoy. How did you find this place? I can give you a quick end. Currently, his understanding of this world was limited to the vicinity of the 253 convoy. Now that another convoy had finally arrived, he needed to glean as much information as possible. However, due to this individual dying too quickly, he couldn't foresee his future, leaving him to explore in this manner. Ha ha ha. You think you can extract information from me? You'd better defeat me first. Using a gun is too mundane. I'll play with you using daggers next. He confidently discarded his handgun and drew 2 daggers from his waistband, pointing them at the crowd. Now, who shall I begin with? You, since you're their leader. With that, he charged towards them. Chapter 54. Playing dirty. Seeing this unfold, Jiang Shan couldn't help but sigh. It truly is difficult to gather even a morsel of information. Melee, take action, bang. In an instant, a wound appeared on Lu Donghai's chest, causing him to collapse to the ground. However, his formidable physical condition allowed him to endure even after being shot with a sniper rifle. At that moment, he stared wide-eyed at Jiang Shan. You're playing dirty. Jiang Shan smiled and shrugged. There are simpler ways. Why do it myself? Unable to contain himself after hearing Jiang Shan's words, Lu Donghai spat out a mouthful of blood. Observing this, Jiang Shan approached Lu Donghai with a smile, producing a bottle of red wine. Care for a drink? As he spoke, Lu Donghai shook his head in disbelief, staring at Jiang Shan with a look of utter incredulity. Why would you do this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. After all, he was merely exploiting the system's loopholes. Initially, his fate was sealed with death, the interval too brief to gain anything, rendering his future invisible. Yet now, having offered a touch of red wine, he had unlocked a chance to glimpse Lu Donghai's journey from the present to his demise. This would allow him to utilize the words of his original future against his current self, thus acquiring double the intelligence. After perusing Lu Donghai's former fate, Jiang Shan cheerfully remarked, Why do I do this? Quite simply, to extract information. At this, Lu Donghai erupted with fury. Get lost. Even if I die, I will never divulge a single scrap of information about the Lu family. Confronted by such a defiant Lu Donghai, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smile. You once were merely someone who accepted transformation for the sake of securing a better life for your family. Weren't you? Back then, it must have been painful. The crowd fell silent, perplexed by Jiang Shan's words. Yet Lu Donghai was instantly struck dumb, staring at Jiang Shan with unmasked disbelief. Who are you? His voice trembled as he spoke, recalling the moments when his family was on the brink of starvation, prompting him to volunteer as a test subject for the Lu family's experiments. The sensations he endured during the transformation were seared into his memory. In that moment, even the thought of death felt like a luxury. Jiang Shan shrugged. I am simply an ordinary person. To be honest, I know a great deal about you from my intelligence network. I merely wish to understand your thoughts at that time. You underwent transformation with the hope of providing for your family, yet the outcome was far from what you envisioned. Your sister's slap must have pained you for a long time. Hasn't it? At Jiang Shan's words, Lu Donghai's rage ignited anew, tears welling in his eyes. Get lost. What do my affairs have to do with you? Witnessing Lu Donghai's emotional breakdown, Yuan gasped in astonishment. The legendary blood bodhisattva had been reduced to tears by Jiang Shan's mere words. Remarkably, he hadn't shed a tear when struck by a sniper's bullet, yet Jiang Shan's few sentences had wrought such a transformation. Truly, Jiang Shan's abilities were formidable. No wonder Yuan had placed his faith in him. Following this, Jiang Shan revealed further insights, and after 3 consecutive revelations, Lu Donghai was utterly shattered. Kill me, if you have the guts. Then kill me. Previously lying on the ground, Lu Donghai now writhed in fear, terror-stricken by Jiang Shan's familiarity with his life. I felt as though an unseen presence had shadowed him throughout. If it were merely physical torture, he would have welcomed it, perhaps even relished it, but hearing these words was unbearable. They unearthed the hidden anguish buried deep within him, and now Jiang Shan was methodically exposing each painful memory without any means of resistance. Seeing Lu Donghai completely unravel, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, words can wound deeper than blades, and that is precisely what is being demonstrated now. However, it is time for me to reap the rewards. Now, do share any intelligence you possess regarding other convoys. Reveal everything you know. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's request, Lu Donghai immediately divulged all the information he had. Once Lu Donghai finished speaking, Jiang Shan produced a handgun. Since you have fulfilled your side of the bargain, I shall honor yours. With that, he pulled the trigger, and a look of relief washed over Lu Donghai's face. After completing this grim task, Jiang Shan turned to the others. All right, everyone, let us bury these two bodies. We wouldn't want any outbreaks of disease to arise. Only then did the others spring into action. Wai Yiwen approached Jiang Shan, seeking clarification on the earlier events. Boss, I was initially puzzled about why you had that person drink red wine. I never anticipated such an outcome. First, you used alcohol to dull his senses, then continuously broke him down with words. This way, he would be led to seek death himself, but since he was struck by Mi Li's sniper rifle, he lost the ability to resolve his own fate. In the end, he had no choice but to plead with us. Truly, your tactics are remarkable. As Yiwen gushed over Jiang Shan's ingenuity, Jiang Shan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, you are perfectly suited for the role of a romanticized thinker. However, if I were to explain, I would struggle to articulate my approach. The information I possessed was derived solely from Lu Donghai's own admissions. I merely had the foresight to know beforehand, and thus it appeared as it did to you. Nevertheless, it was merely a small maneuver. But you heard the words that fellow spoke. Share your thoughts? Jiang Shan turned his gaze to Yiwen, eager to see if someone like him could uncover any overlooked aspects. After all, without the advantage of foresight, he was just an ordinary individual. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's prompt, Yiwen's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, according to that man's claims, the distances between the convoys on each route are not too far apart. Yet the distances on other routes are considerable. This indicates that it would be simplest for the nobles of the 252 convoy to target us. The nobles from other routes would face significant challenges in reaching us. As long as we maintain a low profile and prevent those wealthy families from locating us, we should be safe. Their personnel have perished, and our intelligence operatives have been eliminated, so they remain largely uninformed about us. If we can hide effectively, we will have ample time to develop. Hearing this, Jiang Shan shook his head. Your perspective is commendable, but it does not suit our situation. How could we hide away and still leverage the system to acquire crucial opportunity points? If we merely wait in hiding, we will hardly level up in our lifetimes. However, participating in significant events changes the game entirely. A single occurrence could yield hundreds of opportunity points, allowing the system to upgrade and equipping us with more means to counter enemy attacks. Furthermore, there are system rewards to consider. Therefore, hiding is absolutely out of the question. We must accelerate our disruptive endeavors. With this thought, Jiang Shan's smile broadened. My stance is simple. Slay the gods if they obstruct us, and annihilate the Buddhas should they stand in our way. Next, let us set a modest goal. Eliminate all the noble families within the 252 convoy. Chapter 55. The gradual transformation of Yiwen to eliminate all the noble families of the 252 convoy. At these words, Yiwen was taken aback, having initially felt triumphant about taking down the Wang family. He had not anticipated Jiang Shan's plan to be so audacious. The notion of wiping out all the noble families of the 252 convoy was merely a small objective. No wonder Jiang Shan was so formidable. Their ambitions had diverged from the very beginning. Addressing Yiwen's confusion, Jiang Shan began to elucidate, indeed, we must eradicate all the noble families of the 252 convoy. As you all know, the distances between each route have grown significantly. We must first address the smaller noble families and financial groups of the 252 convoy before moving on to the larger families and financial conglomerates of the 251 convoy. Only then can we ensure complete safety. At this revelation, Yiwen and the others were thoroughly convinced. No wonder taking down the nobles of the 252 convoy was merely a small target. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of urgency. Such a grand plan both terrified and exhilarated them. However, doubts began to creep in as they questioned their own efficacy in contributing to such a monumental endeavor. They were acutely aware of their limitations. Even facing a weakened Wang family required utmost caution, let alone the fully fledged noble families and financial empires. They feared that their inadequacies might jeopardize the overall plan. Noticing the expressions of his comrades, Yiwen appeared to have an epiphany. Once the group returned to camp, Jiang Shan turned to Yiwen. Ye1, you and your team should make the arrangements from here. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he departed, having grown increasingly hungry after wasting so much time. The aroma of Wei Zhenjin's cooking had already reached him upon his return, and he could no longer bear it. If he waited any longer, his stomach might betray him, leading to an embarrassing situation. Observing Jiang Shan's retreating figure, Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he called out to everyone who was about to leave. Everyone, hold on. I have something to discuss. Upon hearing this, the group halted, well aware of Yuan's capabilities. Before Jiang Shan's arrival, he had been a top-tier operative, responsible for gathering much of their intelligence. Once they settled in a quiet area, Meili turned to Yuan and asked, Brother Yi, what is it you wish to say? We are all ears. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, when I first learned of the Zhongshan plan, I observed the expressions on your faces. It was a look of confusion, a sense that your own plans would be of little assistance in the future, correct? To be frank, I harbored similar thoughts. My current capabilities are indeed remarkable within the Dawn organization, yet when compared to Zhongshan, I am but a firefly next to the sun. At this point, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. No one dared to refute this assertion. After all, Yuan spoke the truth. The more they learned about Zhongshan, the more they perceived the chasm between them. Even the most exceptional among them, Yuan, shared such sentiments, let alone the rest. Observing this scene, Yuan sighed deeply before continuing, but have you considered why Zhongshan chose to disclose this matter to us? He could easily have kept it to himself, knowing we would still adhere to his strategy. After all, we rely on him for our vengeance, and even without his words, there lies the risk of information leakage. Surely he is astute enough to recognize this. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up, their expressions filled with astonishment. Why? Sensing that he had achieved his objective, Yuan then fixed his serious gaze upon the crowd, declaring, because we are his own people. This single statement brought a wave of emotion to their eyes, making it difficult for them to hold back tears. They had not anticipated that Zhongshan would place such trust in them, especially considering they had only recently joined the Dawn. Does this not affirm Yuan's earlier words? Continuing, Yuan elaborated, he noticed your disheartened state, which is why he left that remark before departing. Thus, I am here to enlighten you. Does he not comprehend the vast difference between our abilities and his? He is acutely aware, perhaps even more so than you, of your capacities. Do you remember our earlier discussions? Each of us harbors deep-seated grudges against the aristocratic families. Yet, his actions are meant to motivate us. Only by exacting our own revenge can we grant peace to our departed kin. And regarding today's events, do you truly believe he requires all of us to participate? Upon hearing this, the attendees shook their heads in unison. They understood that their presence today was inconsequential. Ultimately, it was merely Meili who would take action, a realization they were quite clear on. Why, Yuan's stern demeanor softened slightly as he observed the contemplative expressions of the crowd, allowing a smile to emerge. Yet, he still posed the question, why, then, did he summon us? This is a tangible demonstration that he has not forgotten us and has even begun to take action. He does not wish to impose undue pressure upon us, especially since we are still newcomers to the Dawn. Unsolicited preaching would only lead to confusion. However, he recognized the necessity of providing guidance, which is why I have been entrusted with this task. You see, a person who considers our needs and takes action on our behalf, how can you allow self-doubt to creep in? Is this how you repay the kindness of such a gentle Zhongshan? Yuan's voice rose in anger, and at that moment, a wave of shame washed over everyone present. They found themselves at a loss for words. While we are on the subject, let me share something else with you. Do you know why Zhongshan has set his sights on the aristocratic families? The crowd shook their heads, for despite their affiliation with the Dawn, they remained oblivious to Zhongshan's motives. Perceiving their confusion, Yuan finally unveiled the realization he had come to. His goal is to create a world free from the oppression of aristocratic families. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he could easily conceal himself and cultivate a peaceful existence. His intentions are for our benefit. What unparalleled selflessness! In that moment, the crowd stood frozen, as Yuan had articulated the essence of Zhongshan's plan, which was indeed a testament to true altruism. Recognizing that he had spoken extensively, Yuan waved his hand toward the assembly, saying, now, take some time to reflect on how you wish to proceed. With that, he was the first to depart. Upon returning to his quarters, he cast a serious gaze toward Jiang Shan's residence. Musing, Jiang Shan, your aspiration to forge a better world shall be safeguarded by me. With that thought, he resumed his studies. At this juncture, Jiang Shan remained unaware that his plan for accumulating points had been misinterpreted. Achoo, achoo. At the dining table, Jiang Shan sneezed multiple times. Goodness, could someone be thinking of me? Is there an attempt to target me by the Liu family or perhaps another aristocratic faction? Never mind, I shall eat first. Chapter 56. Varied reactions, preparations for development. In the ensuing days, the members of the Dawn exhibited an inexplicable surge in productivity. Tasks that previously took 2 days to complete were now accomplished in merely half a day. Observing this efficiency, Jiang Shan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Good heavens, these individuals must be on a caffeine high. Fortunately, he did not dwell on it too much. Perhaps they simply possessed remarkable work ethic. After finishing his meal, Jiang Shan resumed his investigation into the future circumstances of the lake. Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon belonging to the Liu family of the 252nd convoy, a young man was hanging limply from a cross. A closer inspection revealed a pulsating heart nestled among the bones. Liu Chongqing, wielding a small knife, was meticulously working away, effortlessly slicing off thin strips of flesh. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the dungeon door. Master, there is intelligence you need to review. Liu Chongqing paused, glancing at the figure on the cross. What a fortunate fate for you. With that, he plunged the knife directly into the man's heart, then wiped his hands clean as he exited the cell. As he opened the door, the Liu family steward stood rigidly outside, promptly following Liu Chongqing as he moved forward. What is it? The steward began reporting. Master, the individual you dispatched, Liu Donghai, has been eliminated. According to our investigation, he was ambushed before even entering the city and was shot dead by a sniper. Upon hearing this, Liu Chongqing smiled broadly. I didn't expect these individuals to possess some measure of strength. No wonder they dared to take direct action. Is there anything else? If this is merely a trivial matter, you wouldn't interrupt my enjoyment. The steward continued. Indeed, master. The William family has discovered a unique mineral. According to the researchers within the clan, it holds significant research potential. It could also stimulate advancements in other fields of technology, thus it must be acquired. Upon hearing this, Liu Chongqing's demeanor shifted. He began to regard the special mineral with newfound seriousness. Very well, if that is the case, we shall involve ourselves as well. As for the matters concerning the 253rd convoy, let them be for now. The developments from the world government are not to be underestimated. At this, the steward promptly responded, understood. The two then departed the dark dungeon. Meanwhile, beside a dormant volcano, a massive modern convoy was stationed, bustling with personnel from the world government's Lingzhou branch. Within a colossal command center, an elder perused a compilation of intelligence, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! I never expected that someone would eliminate a financial faction so swiftly, and it was one of our Lingzhou members. Excellent, excellent. His name was Ling Jiazu, the governor of Lingzhou, currently overseeing the highest echelons of the Lingzhou route. Father, what has brought you such joy? At that moment, a woman approached Ling Jiazu. Ah, it's you, he exclaimed. You see? I knew my decision to divide the convoy into several groups despite opposition was correct. In less than a month since our departure, those dispatched from the aristocratic families have been eliminated by a mysterious force. Hearing this, Ling Filan's eyes lit up. She was well aware of her father's long-standing concerns. Although various measures had been introduced to constrain the aristocratic families, their efficacy had been minimal. It was no wonder her father was so elated. Congratulations, father. But aren't you concerned about the emergence of a second financial faction? Such rapidly appearing forces must have laid their groundwork long ago. Their ambitions are indeed formidable. As soon as she voiced her concern, Ling Jiazu burst into laughter once more. Ambition is precisely what we need. I desire to see them evolve into a second financial faction, leading to a triadic entanglement of forces. Only then can we achieve a semblance of balance, allowing us to grow and solidify our foundation for victory. We are aware, and so are those financial factions. A new world, a new era, new opportunities. As the old saying goes, times create heroes, and it holds true. Suddenly, he recalled that he had not summoned anyone to enter. Hence, what was his daughter doing here? At that moment, Ling Jiazu turned his gaze towards Ling Filan, inquiring, you must have come here for a reason, right? Ling Filan nodded and began to report. Indeed, our scientists have discovered that this dormant volcano was once highly active, but it has abruptly begun to cool, leading to its current state. They suspect that something lies within. Just moments ago, fragments of some artificial objects were found amidst the lava. Upon hearing this, Ling Jiazuzu abruptly stood up, disbelief etched across his face. How is that possible? Come, we must head to the site and investigate. Moreover, inform the leader of Team 253 to provide any machinery for the migration route of this new force directly. They can choose to return later. After issuing these commands, the two hurriedly set off towards the dormant volcano. Meanwhile, the world government had its fair share of hidden aristocratic families. Soon, news regarding Team 253 spread across the aristocratic circles along the Lingzhou route. This time, Jiang Shan remained unaware of the intense interest many of these families held towards him. He felt a deep sense of confusion. After an exhaustive day of inspections, he had conducted a broad sweep, yet for an entire month, no significant events had transpired in the entire Lake City. What was going on? Had the Liu family refrained from retaliating? Could it be that they had already infiltrated? That seemed unlikely. If they had truly infiltrated, he would certainly have noticed some trace from the future. It appeared the only plausible explanation was that the Liu family had encountered some unforeseen circumstances preventing them from coming. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, one can steal for 1,000 days, but who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Without such concerns, he felt considerably more relaxed. With this thought, Jiang Shan made his way back to his camp. Upon his return, he found the members of Dawn huddled together, their expressions serious as they appeared to be in deliberation. Jiang Shan approached them with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh, what are you all up to?" Hearing his voice, everyone present stood up. "Boss." Jiang Shan's lips twitched at their response. "No need to be so tense. Please, sit down." Following this, Yuan began to explain. "Boss, it's like this. You previously mentioned that we should accumulate a substantial amount of supplies over the next 2 years. However, with just our small group, even if we worked ourselves to the bone, we wouldn't be able to gather much. Therefore, our plan is to recruit additional hands to manage farming. This way, we can free up time for other tasks. But we are currently discussing what supplies to use as compensation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's eyes brightened with interest. Having subordinates is indeed advantageous. They had proactively begun to tackle some menial tasks. "I see, but what have you concluded from your discussions?" Chapter 57, Development, Preparations for the Second Migration in Response. Yuan shook his head. "Our plan is to use some frozen synthetic foods as compensation. For instance, hot pot meatballs and the like. This type of food is currently popular, and many people enjoy its flavor. Even after a long time, its value won't diminish significantly." Jiang Shan nodded. "Is there anything else?" The others present exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if there were other items that might appeal to people. At that moment, Yuan began to think rapidly. The Dawn Group possessed numerous valuable items, whether high-energy weapons or machinery left behind by the Wang family, both of which were rare commodities. However, trading such items would be a loss. It would be better to keep them under their control. Noticing the silence among everyone, Jiang Shan voiced his own thoughts. "Have you all forgotten one crucial aspect? In the new world, there are no entertainment options. What do people typically do at night?" Upon hearing Jiang Shan's reminder, Yuan instantly understood. "Sir, you mean milk powder." Jiang Shan nodded with a smile. During his inspections for any noble families, he had discerned that as stability returned, many families began to procreate, in addition to those who already had children. Thus, milk powder became a precious commodity. If there were anything of value that was not easily replicable, it would undoubtedly be milk powder. However, Yuan hesitated. "But, sir, we don't have much milk powder." Jiang Shan responded with a smile. "After conducting extensive observations of Lake City, I discovered several valuable resources, one of which is a herd of enormous cows. Although there are only a dozen, their milk yield is substantial. We can sell the milk while utilizing the Wang family's machinery to produce and store milk powder. Wait, I will take you to capture these cows." Upon hearing Jiang Shan's plan, everyone was filled with admiration. As expected of the astute Jiang Shan, he can foresee our troubles. Subsequently, the group divided into two. Half would recruit laborers using milk powder to start cultivating farmland, while the other half accompanied Jiang Shan to locate the herd of dairy cows. By evening, 14 towering 3-meter-tall dairy cows gradually entered the camp. The sight of these cows filled everyone with excitement. These cows are truly massive. They are even taller than me, indeed. But what if these cows go wild? that could wreak havoc on the camp. It was true. With such enormous cows, if one were to sit on a vehicle, it could easily crush it. Observing the group's concerns about the cows, Jiang Shan stepped forward with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, these cows are quite docile. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to herd them here so smoothly. Now, let us construct a barn for them, given the limited space in the city to house such large cows. The stench of manure would also be an issue. Yuan, this task falls to you. Select a few individuals to be responsible for this matter. You should understand the value these cows hold for us. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's serious tone, Yuan immediately accepted the task. With that, everyone began to attend to their respective duties. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Following this period of development, the environment within Lake City had reached a level comparable to that of a normal ancient city, and in certain respects, even surpassed it. The streets bustled with people, many of whom were engaged in commerce. And outside the city, vast fields of verdant crops stretched as far as the eye could see, with numerous farmers toiling diligently. One afternoon, Jiang Shan was inspecting the opportunities surrounding him in the marketplace when he suddenly received a call from Wei Zhenjin through his earpiece. "Hello, dear. What is it?" At that moment, Wei Zhenjin's excited voice rang through the earpiece. "Honey, I've done it. I've finally repaired these machines." Hearing this, Jiang Shan's eyes lit up. "Wow, you finally completed it. Wait, I'm on my way." Shortly thereafter, Jiang Shan returned to the camp, where everyone was gathered around a spherical robot, fervently discussing it. This robot was truly remarkable. It was astonishingly levitating above the ground. This is incredible. If such black technology were to emerge in the old world, it would undoubtedly change the course of history. Indeed, with this technology, humanity could break free from Blue Star and soar into the cosmos. Everyone, step aside. Boss Jiang Shan has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly parted to create a path. Jiang Shan approached the inner circle, and upon seeing the spherical robot, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He immediately activated the identification feature on the robot. Protection Robot Modified, a robot designed by the Round Ring people for the safeguarding of shelters. Modified by Wei Zhenjin to follow Jiang Shan's commands. Under normal circumstances, it can reach a power level of 1. In full combat mode, it can achieve a level of 2. Upon witnessing the change in the robot's description and its newfound ability to refrain from attacking non-round ring individuals, Jiang Shan felt a surge of excitement. He had already established that a power level of 1 was substantial. A standard human handgun reached a power level of 0.2, while a sniper rifle achieved 1. The Round Ring's high-energy handgun also rated 1, and their high-energy submachine gun and sniper rifle in explosive mode reached levels of 1.5 and 1.8, respectively. This demonstrated the robot's formidable capabilities. "Honey, you are amazing," he exclaimed, giving Wei Zhenjin a thumbs up. "Hee, it's no big deal, but I haven't tested its capabilities yet. Now is a perfect opportunity for everyone to witness it in action, as this device will protect us in the future." At this, the group excitedly made their way outside the city. Once they reached a secluded valley, Jiang Shan began directing the robot to test its specific capabilities. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the vehicle. Their clothes dirty and dusty. "Boss, this thing is genuinely powerful, but the energy consumption during combat is incredibly high." Hearing Yuan's remark, Jiang Shan nodded in agreement. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it relies on solar energy to replenish its consumption and can even save a significant amount. However, the rate of consumption in combat mode is astronomical. It is truly an energy block killer. Currently, the 4 medium-sized energy block manufacturing machines can produce only 40 energy blocks in a day under normal circumstances, which is merely sufficient for this robot to squander for 2 hours. With a sudden sigh, Jiang Shan realized that this contraption could only be utilized during large-scale battles. Under ordinary circumstances, it would merely serve as a sentinel robot. Upon returning to Lake City, Jiang Shan began to organize the subsequent tasks, assigning half of the personnel to production matters while the other half accompanied him to scour the technological remnants of the surrounding ring people. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. 1 early morning, Jiang Shan rose early, observing hundreds of individuals in the courtyard busily transporting items. Although it was still dawn outside, the temperature had already reached 25 degrees. As the door swung open, waves of heat relentlessly struck his face. "Boss, you're up." Upon seeing this, Jiang Shan nodded and turned to Yuan, issuing instructions. "Yuan, the time is right. Inform the others in Lake City that the migration is about to commence again." Let everyone prepare in advance. Chapter 58. Inquiring about the migration route as the news was disseminated by dawn, the Lake City chat group erupted in chaos, with most individuals responding with mockery. Hey, have you heard? Dawn says we're migrating again in 5 days. Ha ha, these folks must be envious of our Far Mountain Company's flourishing development and are planning to pull a fast one on us. Indeed, we've been here for 2 years. There's no necessity for migration. I believe they're just trying to swindle us. I wouldn't be so sure. What if this is genuine? Dawn is a significant organization, and they have no reason to deceive us. Haha, such major powers cast their nets widely, hoping to snare something, and if they fail, they suffer no loss. If they succeed, they can hinder the development of other organizations. That so-called organization, Dawn, relies on minor advantages to impose excessive demands. I wouldn't join them even if they begged me. Wait, it seems like Dawn is already getting busy. Could this be true? Haha, if this is true, I'll eat my own words upside down. Observing the messages in the Lake City chat group, Zhongshan couldn't help but smirk. Heh, I've given them a heads up. If they choose not to believe it, so be it. Yuan nodded in agreement, indeed, but I'm curious to see if they'll still have such enthusiasm in a couple of days. They were indeed correct. While the notion of migration seemed straightforward, merely gathering one's supplies, there was much preparation involved. The most pressing issue was that of vehicles. After 2 years, most had been dismantled beyond recognition, and even those not disassembled had suffered damage rendering them inoperable. Only a few, such as those within Dawn and the Wan Hongjun family, were aware of the impending migration, having maintained their vehicles from the outset. All right, let us seek out Feng Wufeng and see if he has received any news about the migration route. Although Feng Wufeng had already gleaned the upcoming route through foresight, and even knew the situation of the next destination, he primarily sought to conceal his knowledge. Soon, the duo arrived at a 2-story wooden building. Team Leader Feng, I'm Zhongshan from Dawn, the one who sent the message yesterday. Upon recognizing Zhongshan, Feng Wufeng greeted them with a beaming smile. Ah, it's Leader Zhong. Please, come in, come in. Once the three were seated in the living room, Feng Wufeng inquired, What brings you two to my humble abode? I am but a retiree now. Hearing this, Zhongshan couldn't help but smile. Team Leader Feng, you mustn't say that. We will need your expertise once again. At this, Feng Wufeng's expression turned serious. Leader Zhong, are you so certain that we will migrate again? The atmosphere in the room grew tense. He was well aware of the happenings at Dawn's camp that morning and was eager to understand how Zhongshan had deduced that another migration was imminent. However, Zhongshan appeared undeterred by Feng Wufeng's demeanor. It's merely a gamble. If I win, I gain the advantage. If I lose, the loss is minimal. With that, Zhongshan began to jest. Observing Zhongshan's demeanor, Feng Wufeng ultimately discerned nothing amiss. Very well, since you've asked, I shall divulge what I know. Currently, the world government has merely speculated on this matter. However, I have no concrete information at this time. Of course, if you wish to receive timely updates, you can join a small group where the leaders of Lake City's factions convene. Upon hearing this, Zhongshan shrugged, no problem. He then joined the small group, which at present included only Feng Wufeng as the leader and Zhongshan. Observing the intelligent wristwatch in Zhongshan's hand, Feng Wufeng was visibly astonished. This is something you salvaged from the ruins of the Ring people. Isn't it? It truly looks like something out of a science fiction story. Over the past 2 years, Dawn had unearthed numerous remnants of the Ring people, while other factions had only managed to scavenge a few worthless items. The genuine treasures had all been secured by Dawn's members. Ha ha ha, since you admire it so much, I'll have someone bring you a box. This type of intelligent wristwatch was plentiful within Dawn, as every internal member possessed one, and they even periodically auctioned off a few, so Zhongshan had no shortage of them. Thank you very much. After bidding farewell to Feng Wufeng, Zhongshan and Yuan strolled along the street. Noticing Yuan's troubled expression, Zhongshan took the initiative to speak up. Yuan, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's no need to hold back. Hearing this, Yuan finally voiced his concerns. My lord, a few days ago when you instructed us to prepare ample food, water sources, and even to slaughter live animals, does this imply that the living conditions at the next camp will be quite dire? Otherwise, we could easily bring along the giant dairy cows. Zhongshan sighed at this, reflecting on the challenges ahead. Based on the intelligence I currently possess, it appears that the next hospitable climate will be exceedingly difficult to endure. Instantly, Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. How so? Jiang Shan shook his head and continued, the temperature now is several degrees higher compared to this time last year, which is highly unusual for the relatively stable climate of Lake City. I suspect the next calamity will be extreme heat, and although humanity has progressed over the past 2 years, we are no longer comparable to when we first arrived. Time is of the essence. And resource exploration cannot match previous efforts. The likelihood of discovering suitable locations is minimal. I must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Upon hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but admire Jiang Shan's foresight. As expected of Master Jiang Shan, your vision truly extends far beyond mine. Observing Yuan's expression, Jiang Shan's lips twitched slightly. Through the foresight, he knew that this migration would take approximately 25 days. And ultimately, only a single desert oasis would be suitable for long-term habitation, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees. The closer one got to the exterior, the higher the temperature soared. Most critically, the 252 convoy had already secured control of the entire green zone due to their early arrival. And any forced integration would render them mere resources for the nobility. Moreover, Jiang Shan had not identified any territory suitable for Dawn apart from the green zone through foresight, so he would have to wait until they set out to explore the futures of others along the way. All right, let us head back. Things are likely to get chaotic. Yes. Upon Jiang Shan's departure, numerous spies from other factions in Lake City promptly reported this development, as Dawn had become a significant organization in the area, and many were keeping a close watch on its leader. That evening, Jiang Shan noticed that the small chat group had expanded by more than 10 members. While the factions in the market were oblivious to the situation, Jiang Shan was aware that they had already begun to take action behind the scenes. Seeing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but chuckle. Now they begin to prepare? Unfortunately, it's too late. Chapter 59. The Uprising in the Blink of an Eye. 2 days passed. Following Feng Wufeng's announcement in the 253 chat group regarding the impending migration, chaos erupted once more. What the hell? I sold my vehicle. Now you're telling me we have to migrate again? Indeed. Why would we leave such a wonderful place as Lake City? I have so many enterprises here. I can't take a single one with me. We need at least a month. 2 days is far too rushed. I strongly demand that we wait a few years until everyone is prepared before we set off. Embarking on a journey without proper readiness is tantamount to seeking death. Haha, you fools still have time to bicker here. Shouldn't you be gathering supplies? Exactly. Didn't we witness the chaos during the last migration? Move slowly, and you'll freeze to death. If you wish to die, then by all means. Didn't Dawn announce a significant possibility of migration days ago? They must have some insider information. Is it too late for me to join now? I had anticipated that the other factions would appear anxious, while those from Dawn exhibited an unwavering calmness. Indicating they had long been prepared, I must join them. No one shall obstruct my resolve. We at Dawn do not accept fools. Upon realizing that Dawn had been well prepared, many clamored to join, only to be met with outright refusals. It was quite the jest. When the opportunity to join was presented, they hesitated, and now it was too late. They could not join through legitimate means, and a considerable number attempted to seek alternative paths. In an instant, numerous people arrived at the homes of Dawn members, pleading fervently with a singular request, to join Dawn. Yet, they were all promptly cast out, left to beg in the group chat. But not a single soul paid them heed. Observing this motley crew of disgruntled individuals, countless members of Dawn could not help but burst into laughter, relishing the moment. Just days prior, they had announced the possibility of further migration, and all had mocked them as fools. Now, it was they who found themselves the jesters, unable to secure entry into Dawn. Left with no choice, they began gathering supplies for repairs, food, and the like. However, with the rampant looting by larger organizations, how much could they possibly procure? Damn, these treacherous factions had appeared so fair-minded while I was working for them, yet when I needed supplies, they promptly shut their doors. What good was the money I earned from them? Indeed, is this not bullying the honest folk? Damn, to seize the resources of these cowardly factions and still have the audacity to play petty games at such a critical juncture. I shall not hoard this money any longer. Return to me the supplies I exchanged back then. Without resources, how shall we survive the upcoming migration? We must seize supplies. Charge forth. There are abundant resources in the backyard of Yuan Shan Company. Let us take them. In an instant, throngs of individuals rushed to the warehouses of these powerful factions, fiercely competing for supplies. And this was not confined to a single location. The chaos spread throughout the entire Lake City. On this day, those once lofty factions found themselves prostrate. Though they numbered at most a few hundred, they could do little against the overwhelming tide of humanity, even if they managed to take down a few. Lake City erupted into chaos, reminiscent of their first migration, disorderly and rife with violence. Yet, this turmoil was of their own making. They issued their own currency, only to find themselves unwilling to exchange it. And thus, their downfall was inevitable. Amidst the cacophony of chaos, the region occupied by Dawn remained strikingly tranquil. At this moment, Yuan approached Jiang Shan with a report, a broad smile upon his face. "My lord, the 3 large storage warehouses are now completely filled. As you instructed, 2 are stocked with food, and 1 with water. The remaining medium-sized warehouses are filled with various other supplies." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan nodded approvingly. "Excellent. With these resources, we shall possess the capability to withstand anything." The large storage warehouses were the most substantial discovered by the Ring people over the past 2 years, containing a staggering 200,000 cubic meters of storage volume, each capable of holding immense quantities of supplies. The medium-sized warehouses boasted 50,000 cubic meters. Of course, this was knowledge known only to the internal members of the Dawn organization. He also had 5 additional large storage warehouses and several medium-sized ones filled with various machinery, all carefully stored in a specially designated 2,000 square meter room. It could be said that the resources Dawn could transport far exceeded the combined total of other organizations. Though none had yet realized this, suddenly, Yuan seemed to recall something and grin. "My lord, you cannot imagine how lively the city is right now. Numerous factions refuse to exchange supplies with ordinary people, resulting in their places being thoroughly raided and all their resources stolen." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but smile. This is self-sabotage, by the way. Is everything all right on our end?" Yuan, brimming with confidence, replied, "Of course, from the very beginning. I knew that Dawn would not take all the supplies with them, so I allowed the outer members to purchase what could not be taken at half price." Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Shan remarked, "Well done. We are not lacking in resources and have no need to destroy our own future like them." After sending Yuan on his way, Jiang Shan sighed in relief. As long as everything was fine on their end, that was all that mattered. Time passed swiftly, and in the early hours before dawn, Jiang Shan was awakened by Wei Zhenjun. "Husband, wake up. We are departing today." Hearing this, Jiang Shan turned over in the soft bed, mumbling sleepily, "Wife, since Abao is driving, let me sleep a little longer." Abao was the super artificial intelligence Jiang Shan had acquired earlier. Resembling a panda, hence the name, now, it served as their personal steward. Hearing this, Wei Zhenjun rolled her eyes. "Come on. Even if you are not driving, you still need to get up." After some tugging, Jiang Shan finally yawned and began brushing his teeth. "Really? You have to make me get up today." At that moment, a comically adorable panda was projected beside him. "Master, your attitude towards life is rather lacking." Jiang Shan, at a loss for words, replied, "Enough. If I cannot handle Wei Zhenjun, what makes you think I can handle you? Call me again, and I shall cut off your power supply or alter your appearance to make you a hairless panda." At this threat, Abao swiftly retreated. It had no choice. Jiang Shan held the lowest level of permissions, and it could not afford to be hairless, just as the West could not be without Jerusalem. Finally, the long-awaited voice of the radio crackled to life once more. "Hello everyone, I am the leader of the 253 convoy. I will be guiding you to our next destination. The time is now 7:00 a.m., and in half an hour, the convoy will officially depart. You may gather outside the city now." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shan immediately took his place in the driver's seat and issued commands to all members of Dawn. All members of Dawn, set forth to the gathering point. As Jiang Shan delivered his instructions, a multitude of vehicles surged towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 60. Envy from ordinary people. As the vehicles assembled outside the city, the various factions began to realize the disparity. At this moment, a man seated atop an ox cart pointed incredulously at the convoy in the distance. "Wait, why does everyone in Dawn have cars, while we are stuck with ox carts?" As this statement emerged, those from Yuanshan Company turned their attention towards the distant convoy. The next moment, a chorus of shocked exclamations erupted. "Damn, that's the Dawn convoy. They knew about the migration days before us. It's only natural they have such fine vehicles." A confident young man voiced his opinion, but was quickly interrupted by an older gentleman smoking nearby. Natural, my foot. Maintaining so many vehicles in pristine condition could not have been achieved in just a day or two. Did you notice the absence of exhaust? That means they are electric, and their vehicles have all been modified. The sheer number of parts alone would indicate that preparations must have begun at least half a year, if not a year ago. This is the capability of Dawn's leader, far more foresight than those of Yuan Shan or Liang. Upon hearing the old man's explanation, those surrounding gasped in astonishment. Initially, they had been smug about joining Yuan Shan Company, but now, they could see the stark contrast all too clearly, before they could begin hurling insults. The old man continued, perhaps you have not noticed, but while other factions have had their territories raided significantly in the past 2 days, Dawn's has remained untouched. At this revelation, the crowd exhibited expressions of disbelief. Wait, are these people foolish? In such times, they still have not reclaimed their supplies. Indeed, none of those factions are trustworthy. I seized my supplies during the chaos. Otherwise, we would all be left to starve. Exactly. Those major factions are all no good. One wonders what the people of Dawn are thinking. If they do not want their supplies, they could simply give them to me. The crowd buzzed with discussion. However, a young man soon had a realization. Old man, since you say that, you must understand why the people of Dawn are not robbing their own supplies. With a grin, the young man produced a box of carefully processed tobacco leaves. Observing this scene, the elder nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Since you are so curious, let me share why neighbor lives in the Dawn district. Instantly, many gathered around, eager to learn about this Dawn, which was so distinctly different from the other factions. Ahem, it is like this. Ever since their leader announced the possibility of another migration, they began consolidating supplies. They even opened a special exchange window for their members, reportedly offering half-price exchanges. Wow! The crowd was instantly envious. Their teeth grinding. Look, this is what we call disparity. One faction forcibly closing its doors to prevent others from purchasing supplies, while another allows its members to buy at half price. This is the real difference. In a moment, many began to lament. Goodness, how can the disparity between powers be so vast? Indeed, I still remember when Dawn was recruiting skilled farmers. I turned them down, and I even mocked those who joined. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they became part of Dawn's outer circle. Yes, I too had intended to join Dawn, but was thwarted by a spendthrift woman who insisted I refrain, claiming that Dawn's taxes were exorbitant. Now, looking back, their collection seems quite reasonable. If it weren't for the children, I would have swiftly expelled her from our home. Undoubtedly, Dawn is the true powerhouse capable of great deeds, while the likes of Far Mountain and Blazing Flame are utterly insignificant. Indeed, how I wish I had joined Dawn. Look at me now, unable to even afford a single vehicle. In that moment, countless individuals seethed with anger, yet even more regretted missing the opportunity to join. But lamenting now serves no purpose. The disparity is evident. They lack for nothing, even possessing vehicles. Meanwhile, I am left with but a meager supply of resources and this old workhorse. The stark comparison chilled his heart. Amidst the discussions of passers-by, Jiang Shan was engrossed in a movie on his smartwatch. Haha, dear, you must see how amusing this character is. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjin leaned over to glance at the screen, then let out a heavy sigh. Isn't this drama from decades ago? Why are you so captivated? Instantly, Jiang Shan felt embarrassed. Could it be that I have forgotten my previous memories? Wei Zhenjin stood frozen at this revelation. Over the past 2 years, she had gradually forgotten about Jiang Shan's amnesia. It was unexpected for this matter to arise so reasonably. But dear, you still haven't regained your memory? Hearing this, Jiang Shan also felt quite awkward. Indeed, upon his arrival, he had not inherited the original owner's memories. There was little he could do. Observing Jiang Shan's innocent expression, Wei Zhenjin eventually tossed him an egg. Forget it. Such things cannot be forced. Just eat this egg. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan promptly cracked the egg and placed it in his mouth. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message arrived on Jiang Shan's smartwatch from Feng Wufeng. Seeing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but open the message. It read, Jiang Shan, is the news about Dawn in the group true? Confounded by this, Jiang Shan wondered what news was circulating in the group. He opened the 253 chat group, where discussions about Dawn's recent activities were fervent, particularly regarding their differences from other factions. Without hesitation, Jiang Shan replied, of course it's true. Is leader Feng considering joining Dawn? What was intended as a jest unexpectedly prompted a serious response from Feng Wufeng. Great! Jiang Shan's eyes widened in surprise. Then he turned to Wei Zhenzhen. Dear, Feng Wufeng claims he wants to join Dawn. Now it was Wei Zhenzhen's turn to be astonished. She was well aware of Feng Wufeng's position as a member of the world government. Over the past 2 years, he had not shown interest in joining any faction, remaining neutral and uninvolved. What could he want with Dawn? He can't possibly be trying to deceive us into becoming cannon fodder in the battle against the world government and the top families. Can he? Hearing Wei Zhenzhen's speculation, Jiang Shan too became perplexed. Based on the future he had glimpsed through Wei Zhenzhen, he knew that such actions had not yet occurred within the month. However, it was possible they were part of a long-term plan. Thus, Jiang Shan could not ascertain Feng Wufeng's true intentions. Fortunately, it was now 7:30. The convoy was about to depart. Meanwhile, Feng Wufeng, noticing Jiang Shan's silence, sighed. Let's commence the migration. He lowered his head and addressed the radio. It is now 7:30. The weather is clear. The convoy is setting off. Over and out. Chapter 61. Chen Yuanshan's conspiracy. As the convoy began its journey, Jiang Shan continually observed the surrounding pedestrians. Unlike the last time with vehicles, there were now numerous bullock carts, which, though they obstructed the view, allowed even a mosquito to navigate freely. This convenience enabled Jiang Shan to utilize his abilities. With this thought, he focused on an individual from the Far Mountain Company, and in an instant, a vision of the future unfolded before him. This evening, Chen Yuanshan had set his sights on Dawn's vehicles, contemplating a heist. Fortunately, he did not plan to act directly. Instead, he aimed to steal some cars from Dawn's outer members, more than 500 in total. Considering that there were only 2,000 vehicles among all of Dawn's outer members, this would represent a significant loss, 1/4 of their fleet. Damn you, you scoundrel! I had intended to keep you around for our next destination to undermine the families, but it seems I must teach you a lesson first. Jiang Shan quickly realized that these 500 vehicles represented opportunities for 500 individuals. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. It had been 2 years since his last upgrade, and if he succeeded, he could rise in level once more. Thus, he continued to observe in his vision. After Chen Yuanshan successfully stole 500 vehicles, he distributed 300 and retained 200 for himself. Jiang Shan's frustration boiled over. Chen Yuanshan, you worthless scoundrel. Why do you need so many vehicles? Why not allocate them all to your subordinates? That would yield greater benefits and foster unity among everyone. Instead, he hoarded 200 for himself. Such wastefulness. Damn it. I truly cannot fathom your greed. To be honest, Jiang Shan hoped that Chen Yuanshan would undertake even grander actions, achieving more significant gains, thus affecting a larger group. Although it may seem quite inhumane, it was not difficult to comprehend. Chen Yuanshan would indeed engage in such endeavors, but only in the future. The system's rules dictated intercepting others' fortunes. The stronger their original plans, the more they gained, and consequently, Jiang Shan would acquire more opportunities. However, it was evident that Dawn had been well prepared and would likely suffer little loss. Jiang Shan held Chen Yuanshan's foolish aspirations in contempt and sighed deeply. Well then, a little loss is still a considerable gain. Yet, I truly did not expect him to have such talent on hand. How unfortunate that he does not come to me, previously in Lake City. Most of the intercepted opportunities were minimal. On one hand, those discovering opportunities were often wandering in the wilderness, as members of major factions rarely ventured out, leaving many opportunities for lone individuals. On the other hand, Lake City was a relatively stable place. Even in the event of conflict, it rarely involved any opportunities. Even so, Jiang Shan's system was on the verge of upgrading. With this in mind, he sent a message to Yuan and others. Yuan? Have all Inner Circle members hide in this area tonight. When someone comes, capture the leader. The rest is up to you. Soon, as Yuan drove ahead, he saw the message and was instantly thrilled. Wow, I never expected Lord Jiang Shan to act so swiftly, and with all Inner Circle members at that. The others were undoubtedly eager to participate. With a smile, he shared the news in an Inner Circle group of Dawn. Upon seeing this, the members of Dawn's Inner Circle couldn't contain their excitement. Each of them yearned to join Jiang Shan and Yuan in obliterating a family. However, Lake City had but one Wang family. Once it was eliminated, there would be none left. Moreover, conflicts in Lake City were infrequent, leaving them pent up. Now, just as the migration began, a large-scale operation was on the horizon. In that moment, Over 500 members of Dawn's inner circle eagerly anticipated the impending battle. Meanwhile, observing the vast convoy of Dawn, Chen Yuanshan felt as though he were being clawed by a cat. He longed to reclaim what had been lost, but to state it outright would tarnish his image as the illustrious leader of the Far Mountain Company. At this moment, a strategist beside him quickly discerned Chen Yuanshan's thoughts. He stepped forward to report, "Boss, I have a brilliant idea. Many of our brothers are without vehicles and must travel by bullock cart. This greatly dampens their morale, and I see that Dawn has plenty of vehicles. What better opportunity to seize a few? This way, the brothers would surely appreciate their boss." Hearing the strategist's words, Chen Yuanshan's face broke into a smile. "You make an excellent point." Flattered by Chen Yuanshan's praise, the strategist beamed with confidence. With Chen Yuanshan backing him, he envisioned a life filled with luxury and comfort. Chen Yuanshan continued, "However, this organization does not belong to just me. It belongs to everyone. Call on the others to discuss this matter." To establish his wise and formidable image, he intended to follow the proper procedures. Ultimately, after deliberation, everyone agreed with the proposal. "Excellent. Now, let's discuss the plan. How many vehicles to seize and when to act?" "Strategist, please share your plan." At this, the strategist felt a surge of joy and began outlining his strategy to all the senior members of the Far Mountain Company. "Why, esteemed colleagues, my plan is as follows. Today marks the first day of our migration, and I am certain that the people of Dawn would never anticipate the violent seizure of their vehicles. Such matters demand swift action. The timing is set for tonight. Moreover, this operation is destined to irreparably offend Dawn. Thus, we must secure a substantial gain. The majority of Dawn's members are peripheral, with only a mere 500 truly capable fighters. In contrast, we boast a force of 2,000. We shall deploy half of our number to engage while the other half remains at camp to thwart any surprise attacks. When the time comes, we can swiftly return to our encampment, and they would dare not assault us. Should they choose to attack, we shall not cower. All their possessions will ultimately belong to us." I must concede that the strategist's plan, though simple, aligns perfectly with our collective mindset. Their numbers pale in comparison to ours. In this world, the strong prey upon the weak. Several high-ranking members of the distant mountain company nodded in agreement. The plan may be straightforward, yet its feasibility is remarkably high. I concur. Indeed, with an abundance of vehicles, I could transport a greater quantity of supplies. Let us proceed, for I can hardly contain my eagerness. I demand 100 vehicles. Let no one dare to contest me. Whoever claims them shall have them. Your words bear little weight. Upon hearing these remarks from the crowd, Chen Yuanshan could no longer suppress his amusement. "Excellent. Since everyone is in agreement, let us commence preparations. I shall elevate the mountain company to unparalleled greatness." Chapter 62. The Blue Scythe of Death. Night enveloped the Dawn convoy in a shroud of silence. Meanwhile, in a distant thicket, hundreds lay in quiet anticipation, with a select few cautiously peering out to survey the array of vehicles before them. I had initially thought that Dawn possessed a considerable number of vehicles. Yet how many could they truly have? Upon closer inspection, I realized I had underestimated them. Indeed, it appears there are several thousand vehicles. If we were to seize them all, we would undoubtedly strike it rich. But that is not all. Should we claim every last one, we would become the true masters of the 253 convoy. What a farce the Wang family is. They would not only be obliterated but would also beg for mercy. Observing the aspirations of his high-ranking members, even Chen Yuanshan found himself yearning for the moment when he would ascend as the leader of the 253 convoy. However, he understood that now was not the time for such thoughts. "Quiet down, by the way. Have the scouts been dispatched?" He turned to the strategist beside him. Typically, a strategist would not engage directly in the battlefield. Yet this one sought advancement and thus requested to accompany them. "Rest assured, they were dispatched long ago. They are exceptionally astute. Once we receive word, we shall strike without hesitation. This time, victory is assured," the strategist promptly reported, causing the others to breathe a sigh of relief. They continued their vigil, awaiting the signal. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan approached EWEN.YE1. "What is the current situation?" It was Zhang Shan's call, prompting Yi1 to rise and begin his report. My lord, following drone reconnaissance, it has been confirmed that the mountain company is lying in ambush within the nearby thicket. Their numbers are substantial, estimated to be several hundred, nearing 1,000. Zhang Shan, already anticipating this outcome, responded, "And how are our preparations progressing?" He gazed toward the distant forest as he inquired further. "We have completed all preparations. We merely await your command. At that moment, we will unleash a barrage upon that area." Additionally, a few scouts approached earlier. "But we have dealt with them." Yuan casually mentioned the last point, dismissing its significance. However, Zhang Shan recognized that the fate of their operation hinged upon those scouts. If they did not return promptly, the opportunity for a lucrative ambush could vanish. Thus, he resolved that they could not be overlooked. With this thought, Zhang Shan began issuing commands. "We cannot afford to wait any longer. Everyone, prepare." His voice resonated through the earpieces of all operatives, instantly tightening their grips on their firearms. After a few deep breaths, Zhang Shan shouted, "Sniper team, fire! Use high-energy rifles to target the individuals hiding in that thicket." Upon hearing this, dozens of bright beams erupted from the rooftops of their vehicles. Whoosh, boom! As the first explosion echoed, followed swiftly by the second and third. The cacophony of destruction jolted the entire convoy awake, prompting a flurry of inquiries within their ranks. "What the hell is happening? Are we under attack? My God, hide quickly! We must not be caught in the crossfire. Does anyone know what is going on? Speak up. I am currently close to the Dawn convoy. Nothing happened just moments ago. But they suddenly began attacking the distant forest. Beyond that, I have little clarity. A sudden attack. Could it be a creature from the New World? Perhaps the snow wolves we encountered during the last migration? Impossible! Those snow wolves are akin to polar bears. They thrive in icy realms. The heat here would be unbearable for them. It must be another creature from the New World." In an instant, the group buzzed with speculation, each person conjecturing about the nature of the wild beast that had emerged. Such news swiftly reached other factions within the 253 convoy, prompting some to dispatch minions for further investigation. At the scene, Zhang Shan assessed the situation. Continuing the assault would only squander their energy reserves. While he could produce more energy blocks, it required time. Thus, it was prudent to conserve what they could. Drawing the sword at his waist, glimmering with blue starlight, he prepared for action. Crafted from blue star metal, this sword was both sturdy and lightweight. Although it sacrificed some tactile feedback, Zhang Shan valued its sharpness above all else. "All right, the barrage is complete. The remaining forces advance. Capture the leading individuals." Zhang Shan brandished his sword and charged forward, followed by over 100 men. They soon arrived at the mountain company's ambush site. What had once been obstructive foliage now lay in ruins, littered with splinters and human remains. Yet, many still lived, paralyzed by the chaos surrounding them. Spotting this, Zhang Shan bellowed, "Kill them!" He leaped into battle against the remaining mountain company members, prompting others to join the fray. Despite suffering a significant loss of personnel, around 60%, the mountain company still had approximately 400 fighters remaining. While the Dawn Inner Circle boasted 500 members, excluding researchers and those providing distant fire support, they had only around 200 combatants left. Although it appeared that Dawn held the advantage, the mountain company took in all comers. 400 may seem substantial, yet most were mere commoners. In contrast, the Dawn fighters, though fewer, were seasoned warriors, far superior to ordinary men. Coupled with armor forged from blue star metal, the mountain company's members stood little chance. A swift slash from Zhang Shan's sword claimed the life of a guard standing beside Chen Yuanshan. Witnessing this, Chen Yuanshan frantically pointed at Zhang Shan, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Eliminate Zhang Shan, and I will reward you with 1 vehicle's worth of supplies." Upon hearing of the reward, the guards were eager to charge forward. However, against Zhang Shan, whose physical prowess was far beyond that of ordinary men, their weapon strikes appeared painfully slow, exceedingly slow. Zhang Shan advanced instead, eager to demonstrate the true essence of artistry. Embrace your demise. In an instant, his sword became a blue scythe in his hands, each swing resulting in death. Within a minute, the first 20 guards fell lifeless. Witnessing this, Chen Yuanshan could not help but gulp. "Are you a monster? How can you be this powerful?" Chapter 63. Extortion of Chen Yuanshan. Now, he was filled with regret, questioning why he had provoked Dawn over a mere handful of vehicles, while others in his company needed vehicles. He did not. Why had he come to the site? In a fit of frustration, he kicked the strategist beside him. "Damn you, you cur! When we return, I will deal with you." The The strategist trembled as if caught in a sieve. Yet he refrained from uttering a word. Meanwhile, several members of the Dawn Inner Circle gazed at Jiang Shan with awestruck eyes, erupting into cheers. Wow, the boss is incredible. The boss is unmatched. The boss is invincible. The majority of the current Inner Circle members are newcomers. They are only aware of Jiang Shan's intelligence and have a profound understanding of it. However, they did not anticipate Jiang Shan's formidable combat prowess. Over 20 individuals were swiftly eliminated by him in a mere minute. What astonishing strength! It is no wonder they had never witnessed the leader, Jiang Shan, in training during their previous sessions. It appears that he refrained from training alongside them out of concern for their morale. As expected, as Yi, the leader, mentioned, Jiang Shan is indeed a gentle soul. Yet, it is utterly unforgivable that someone would dare to launch a surprise attack against such a gentle person. Without hesitation, they brandished their blue star weapons. Shouting for vengeance against the scoundrels of Yuanshan Company, in an instant, many abandoned their opponents and charged directly towards Chen Yuanshan. As they approached, Chen Yuanshan felt as though a horde of vengeful spirits had come to claim his life. He immediately shouted to those around him, "Retreat! Everyone, cover me as we withdraw." As he spoke, the remaining guards attempted to shield their exit, but how could the Dawn's forces allow these individuals to escape so easily? Enraged, they swung their weapons at the intruders. At that moment, Jiang Shan stood frozen in disbelief, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Why are they suddenly so agitated? I merely dispatched a few of them. Is it possible that my weapon possesses some kind of area of effect enhancement?" He scrutinized the broadsword in his hand, but it appeared to be an ordinary weapon. Just then, Yi and others arrived at Jiang Shan's side. "Why, Lord, your reckless charge was far too dangerous. You must not act so impulsively again." "What if something goes awry?" Fengshan and Beija nodded in agreement. They had intended to intervene just as Jiang Shan was about to rush in, but he was simply too swift for them to catch up. Along the way, they began to voice their frustrations. Is there any commander who personally enters the fray? Such a practice has been obsolete since the advent of modern times, and without armor. This is utterly terrifying. Fortunately, no issues arose. Observing the three's expressions, Jiang Shan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Come now, are you not aware of my fighting prowess? This skirmish is merely child's play for me. By the way, what is the current situation?" Upon hearing this, he immediately began his report. "The remaining rebels have been subdued, and those who surrendered have been temporarily restrained. The only ones still fleeing are the high-ranking members of Yuanshan Company." Suddenly, he saw the members of Dawn delivering the bound Chen Yuanshan and the executives of Yuanshan Company before Jiang Shan. Upon witnessing this, he swiftly revised his report, stating, "There are no more fugitives." Jiang Shan nodded in acknowledgement before turning his gaze to Chen Yuanshan. Well, if it isn't Boss Chun, I never expected our meeting to occur in such a manner. I am surprised you would dare to plot against Dawn. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" As he spoke, Jiang Shan began to toy with the broadsword in his hand, blood dripping from its blade. Chen Yuanshan felt the chilling grip of fear enveloping him. Yet his survival instinct surged forth, prompting him to plead for mercy. "Jiang Shan, please spare me. I will agree to anything you desire. Resources, women, whatever you ask. Just do not kill me. This is all the fault of my strategist who tricked me into coming here. It was never my intention. You can ask the others." Seeing Chen Yuanshan's desperate plea, the others who were bound nodded in agreement. "Yes, it was indeed the strategist who first proposed this. We had no part in it." Another chimed in, "Exactly. This was the strategist's idea. We didn't wish to be here. If you must execute someone, let it be him. Killing us would be of no benefit to you. Better to exchange for resources." A chorus of pleas for mercy erupted, while the strategist stood pale and silent. The onlookers may have been oblivious, but Jiang Shan understood all too well that this situation stemmed entirely from Chen Yuanshan's own decisions. He pressed the broadsword against Chen Yuanshan's neck and declared, "Enough with the nonsense. I have no desire to hear it, however. If you wish for me to spare your life, it is not out of the realm of possibility." Seeing Jiang Shan's intention to let Chen Yuanshan go, some attempted to object, but they were swiftly silenced by a glance from Yi. He surmised that Jiang Shan must be formulating a plan. Otherwise, he would not act in such a manner. Chen Yuanshan, however, was too consumed by fear to think further. His only concern was survival, and he eagerly responded, "Jiang Shan, what do you want?" For him, as long as he could avoid death, Resources and women would eventually come. If Jiang Shan truly intended to kill him, that would be a dire predicament indeed. Jiang Shan chuckled. As the leader of Yuanshan Company, your price will be a bit higher. I require all the equipment for producing liquor, the recipe for bark wine, and your entire fortune. As for the other executives, I demand all of your assets. In Lake City, those who had managed to establish significant power were typically engaged in exclusive businesses. For instance, Dawn was renowned for its dairy products, while Yuanshan Company specialized in alcoholic beverages. Although the technology for producing liquor had become nearly transparent, creating a unique and flavorful drink in this new world was no easy feat. And bark wine was particularly well regarded. Yet, these were not the crux of the matter. The essential item was a small gadget on Chen Yuanshan's vehicle. Upon glimpsing it in a vision of the future, Jiang Shan had immediately recognized that he must acquire it. Possessing this object could lead to discovering a superior base in the Green State. Upon hearing Jiang Shan's demands, Qin Yuanshan exploded with outrage. What? Impossible! That bark wine is the foundation of Yuanshan Company's establishment. How could I hand it over and expect to thrive? And asking for my entire fortune is simply excessive. I absolutely refuse. The other executives joined in vehement protest, each possessing resources worth dozens of vehicles, painstakingly gathered through hardship. Surrendering everything to Jiang Shan would leave them destitute. How could the people of Yuanshan Company continue to follow them? Thus, it was entirely out of the question to relinquish their assets. Ha! I never expected you to be so obstinate. If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless. Attack? Wait. I will agree to your terms. Upon witnessing Jiang Shan's serious demeanor, Chen Yuanshan quickly abandoned his earlier thoughts. It was absurd to jeopardize everything for such trivial matters. Very well, what about the rest of you? Jiang Shan directed his broadsword towards the remaining executives of Yuanshan Company, regarding them as mere extras. Unconcerned with their fate. Fine, fine, we will comply, they exclaimed. Hearing their concession, Jiang Shan summoned Yi, whispering a few instructions into his ear. Understood. My lord, I assure you that this mission will be accomplished. With that, Yi led a group of several dozen individuals, escorting Chen Yuanshan toward the direction of Yuanshan Company. Later, as Jiang Shan rested in his mobile command center, he returned with the desired item. My lord, here is what you requested. He placed a hide scroll on the table. Upon opening it, Jiang Shan confirmed it was indeed the object from his vision of the future. This is it. Excellent work. Noticing Jiang Shan's elation, Yi inquired, My lord, what exactly is this item? You seem to regard it as quite significant. The scroll appeared to be an ordinary piece of hide, devoid of anything extraordinary. Jiang Shan revealed a mysterious smile. Ha ha ha, you are merely perceiving its surface. Once you witness its true nature, you will understand. With that, he rose and headed to the storage compartment. Meanwhile, he sat on the sofa, growing increasingly excited, pondering the true nature of the item. After all, it was something Jiang Shan had specifically instructed him to retrieve, indicating its immense importance. Before long, Jiang Shan returned with over a dozen energy blocks, taking his seat once more, and flashed a confident smile at Yi. Now, prepare to witness a miracle. He unfurled the hide scroll and began placing the energy blocks upon it. In the next moment, the energy blocks rapidly shrank, being absorbed by the hide scroll. Yi was left astonished by the spectacle. What was happening? A hide scroll could absorb energy blocks. How could this be possible? Regarding this matter, Jiang Shan chose not to respond but instead encouraged him to continue observing. Eventually, all the energy blocks were fully absorbed, and above the entire beast's skin, a line composed of energy emerged. Predominantly red with a small portion of blue, the distribution of these colors was uneven, with some areas more saturated than others. When the colors ceased to fluctuate, Jiang Shan began his explanation. This phenomenon was referred to as the bee skin map. Previously, due to the lack of energy, it appeared to be an ordinary hide. However, now, with the infusion of energy, it resumed its function. Upon hearing this, Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. After a brief hint from Jiang Shan, he quickly deduced the meaning of the colored lines. Hiss, my lord, could it be that the red signifies high temperatures while the blue denotes severe cold? Jiang Shan nodded in affirmation, stating that the reason for the pleasant climate in Lake City was indeed the balance maintained between the extremes of cold and heat. However, with the recent imbalance caused by natural disasters, the climate had become inhospitable, which was the fundamental reason for their impending migration. They planned to traverse the narrow gap between the two climatic extremes to reach a more temperate location. In the original timeline, as they approached Green State, their convoy encountered unexpected attacks from wild animals, resulting in a mishap where Chun Yuanshan's supply vehicle was bombed, coincidentally activating the energy blocks above it. After the danger had passed, he entrusted the map to his subordinates for study, aligning perfectly with the conclusions drawn by Chun Yuanshan's team. Hiss, could it be that the very reason for our migration is this? It was truly astonishing. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at Jiang Shan with excitement. Why, Lord, if that is the case, does it not mean we can freely determine our migration routes? This way? We could reach our next destination at minimal cost. We might even break away from the main force and establish our own small convoy. Jiang Shan could not help but nod in agreement. Acknowledging the possibility, yet he deemed it unnecessary. It was a jest. How could he participate in significant events while solely accompanying his own people? As the saying goes, wealth and nobility lie in perilous ventures. Besides, the natural disasters were merely the most inconspicuous of reasons. Other civilizations existed in this world, and even if he were to bring everyone from Dawn along, they would only number in the thousands. The impact of several thousand individuals in the conflict between civilizations was negligible. After careful consideration, it was evident that venturing out independently was not a viable option. However, Jiang Shan's words led Yuan to take a different perspective. Truly, my lord, thank you for your reminder. I almost forgot our objective. We aim to create a splendid world free from the oppression of aristocratic families and conglomerates. As he spoke, Yuan's gaze fell upon Jiang Shan. Filled with fervor, excitement, and anticipation, Jiang Shan instinctively averted his eyes, feeling a chill run down his spine from being stared at by a man. Ahem, well, this is merely a minor matter. No need to dwell on it. He continued, by the way, the members of the inner circle performed admirably in today's battle. Let us treat them to a celebration using Chun Yuanshan's supplies. As for the other supplies, let the outer circle members exchange them at half price. We shall sell the vehicles to other organizations. The space warehouse is already full. Transporting these supplies would require additional manpower, and since we are not lacking in resources, this is the only way to proceed. I appreciate your lordship's generosity. I believe others in the organization will be thrilled to hear of this. Supplies needed by the inner circle members could be directly claimed, while only the outer circle members had to purchase using Dawn coins. The internal currency of Dawn, which was electronic and primarily transacted via smartwatches, akin to the QR code payments of the past. However, the security of these transactions was overseen by ABAO.as Yuan departed. A message was immediately pinned in the Dawn chat group, explaining the recent events. Upon seeing the message, the members of Dawn could hardly contain their excitement. Woohoo, Dawn is amazing. Jiang Shan is incredible. Ha ha ha, those fools from Yuanshan Company thought they could steal our vehicles. I say we should eliminate them if captured, but at least we suffered no losses. Hee. Who would have thought those of us who didn't participate could also benefit? Half-price supplies, here I come, Jiang Shan. Perhaps we should save these supplies. I know you mean well, but Dawn also needs to grow. Exactly. Look at those who joined other organizations. Their lives are miserable. Not only do they work without pay, but later they can't even purchase supplies. Truly, we are the best. Hee. I've seen through it all. Those others are no different from the aristocratic families. Only we at Dawn genuinely care for our well-being. Dawn is amazing. In no time, all members of Dawn erupted in cheers. Chapter 65. The defeated bystanders. As Jiang Shan's orders were issued, a grand feast commenced within the Dawn camp. The aroma of bonfires and roasted meat wafted through the air, complemented by the ongoing supply exchanges by outer circle members, with even empty vehicles being continually purchased. Nearby individuals observing this scene gazed enviously at the Dawn camp, though they feigned indifference, remarking, those from Dawn are simply too arrogant. Instead of consolidating their resources, they squander them. Such a faction clearly lacks any potential for growth. They panic at the slightest hint of good fortune. Indeed, don't let their current feast fool you. When the time comes, they'll be left gnawing on tree bark. The environment isn't dire enough for that yet. They'll still be able to eat tree bark. When that time comes, I shall bring some buns and tease them. Many in the vicinity envisioned the scene of the Dawn members drooling as they watched. The mere thought of it thrilled them. Just then, a member of the inner circle of Dawn, savoring a skewer, approached the gathering. What are you barking about? What are you all yapping about? He then donned a sarcastic expression. Oh yes, when the time comes, we shall feast on tree bark, while you enjoy buns. Clearly, Dawn has no future. With that, the verbal exchange escalated. What of it? We are merely preserving our resources. What if there are opportunists among us? Oh, your currency is useless. You work for free. Do you see all the trucks filled with supplies? Do you have any? Currency is useless. Working for free. Our faction has thousands of combat members. Do you? Currency, working for free. Our leader has connections everywhere. Currency, free. At that moment, the tension reached a boiling point. Damn. Is this never-ending? Heh, currency, free. With that, they were thoroughly provoked. The group left in a huff, and the victorious member promptly relayed the news, causing the entire Dawn community to erupt in laughter. Even Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjin caught wind of the incident, but they merely chuckled, thinking it a jest. After all, should they not retaliate when others mock them? Besides, what they stated was indeed the truth. Soon, the news spread throughout the chat group in the latter half of the night. Any slightly sarcastic remarks from Dawn members would be met with dozens of replies echoing those two words, causing an uproar in the group. Meanwhile, within the camp of Yuan Shan Company, Shan Yuanshan's expression darkened ominously. Bang, Jiang Shan, you are pushing it too far. Damn it. You took the supplies and even emptied my sleeping vehicle. What does that mean? I am truly at my wit's end. He took hundreds of vehicles worth of supplies. Does he really believe that taking this little from my vehicle matters? Initially, it seemed reasonable for Qin Yuanshan to relinquish some supplies in exchange for Jiang Shan's leniency. However, Yuan felt uncertain about locating the items Jiang Shan mentioned, leading him to believe the most precious resources should remain under close watch. Thus, he forcibly searched Qin Yuanshan's RV, leaving behind an empty shell. At this moment, the strategist stepped forward, eager to console him. Boss, don't be angry. We are back now, right? As long as we are safe, everything will be fine. The strategist's words only served to provoke Qin Yuanshan further. Damn it, you worthless cur, how dare you speak? Beat him to death. In the midst of conversation, Qin Yuanshan, along with several high-ranking officials from the Yuan Mountain Company, began to assault the strategist with punches and kicks. 10 minutes later, a few individuals arrived to drag away the strategist's lifeless body. After a moment of respite, Qin Yuanshan's fury began to subside. Damn it, Jiang Shan, this isn't over between us. As for Yuan's actions, Jiang Shan was completely oblivious. However, an unexpected visitor arrived. Team leader Feng Wufeng, I never imagined you would come here. Upon hearing this, Feng Wufeng shrugged nonchalantly. What can I say? I am also a member of Dawn. You wouldn't be suggesting that I can't participate in this half-price event, would you? Jiang Shan replied with a wry smile. I was merely joking at the time. Yet here you are, truly accepting the invitation. Nevertheless, since you're here, it's settled. You shall be an outer member of Dawn. I will arrange for your Dawn identity soon. Given that he had already arrived, it would be unreasonable not to accept him. And since he would merely be an outer member, it was hardly a significant matter. Jiang Shan's criteria for accepting members were simple. No criminal record, no undercover agents, and otherwise, anything goes. Thank you, Boss Jiang. After a brief meal of barbecued skewers, Feng Wufeng couldn't help but inquire, Jiang Shan, are you sure this is wise? I've heard that our upcoming destination may be exceedingly arduous. It would be prudent to conserve our supplies. Feng Wufeng's intention was to suggest that Jiang Shan retain more resources, but Jiang Shan was more intrigued by his preceding remark. Rest assured, for such crucial matters, I am certainly prepared, but you mentioned that the next destination would be quite challenging. Do you possess some insider information? Taken aback by Jiang Shan's inquiry, Feng Wufeng sighed helplessly. I never expected the leader Jiang would be interested in this. But since you've asked, I shall share. The others around Jiang Shan perked up, eager to hear what Feng Wufeng would divulge. It's not particularly classified information. According to the research conducted by the world government, they have surmised that the forthcoming circumstances may be extremely difficult. There might be no semblance of comfort, and the chances of encountering a favorable location are quite slim. Thus, it is wise to prepare in advance. With a sigh, Feng Wufeng added, if even the world government anticipates significant hardships, it must truly be dire. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you seeking supplies. Favorable location? What does that mean? Jiang Shan inquired with curiosity. You recall the lake city we previously inhabited? It had a pleasant climate, fertile soil, and abundant fresh water. Considered a veritable paradise, it survived the recent calamities, and its environment is far superior to other areas. Thus, it has been designated as a treasure by the authorities. After Feng Wufeng's explanation, Jiang Shan and the others finally understood. So that is what you meant. It truly is a treasure. Following a brief conversation, Feng Wufeng took his leave, for he was the leader of the 253rd convoy. While others could alternate driving, he needed to ensure the route was correct to avoid straying off course. Straying would lead to significant troubles. Subsequently, after informing Yuan, Jiang Shan returned to the RV with Wei Zhenzhen. As midnight approached, the system's voice announced its arrival punctually. Ding! Midnight has arrived, commencing settlement. Finally, it's here. After 2 years, the system is upgrading once more. Lying on the large bed, Jiang Shan felt a surge of excitement as he nudged Wei Zhenzhen's arm aside and made his way to his study. Once the door was closed, he exhaled deeply as the system began its settlement. Ding! You intercepted the opportunities of Chen Yuanshan and 322 others. Interception points 322. Reward, doubled physique. Ding! Your interception points have reached the required threshold. System upgrade initiated. Reward. Longevity potions 2. Interception opportunity system level 7. Can discern the opportunities that the target will encounter over the next 64 days. Intercepting an opponent's opportunity can yield additional rewards. Upgrade 222-640. Longevity potion. Increases lifespan by 100 years upon injection. Each person may use it only once, feeling his physique double once again. Jiang Shan couldn't contain his exhilaration. Wow, this is simply marvelous. Originally, his physique was 2.6 times that of an average human, and now it had doubled to 5.2 times. He felt invincible, as if he could rip a bull apart. Bull avoided a fatal beating, yet cannot escape the fate of death. My existence is tragic. Sob, sob, sob. However, what truly piqued his interest were the 2 longevity potions. Each could extend life by 100 years. Although each person could only use it once, seasoned readers would know who the extra potion was meant for. He immediately retrieved the 2 longevity potions, transparent syringes filled with a clear green solution. Appearing quite futuristic. Wow, such a tiny syringe holds a century of life. Yet, if it could grant extended life, might it not offer a chance at immortality? Damn. If this system had a physical form, I'd definitely pay my respects. It was well known that countless individuals yearned for longevity. While a few extra years might be feasible, a century was undoubtedly a dream. If prostrating could extend one's life by 100 years, many would do so for a lifetime. Resolutely, he rolled up his sleeve and injected one of the longevity potions into his arm. As the green liquid coursed through his veins, Jiang Shan felt as though he was cleansed from within, experiencing a euphoric sensation as if he might ascend. Ah, what a thrill! He then picked up the remaining longevity potion and exited the study. While other novels often depict a rejuvenation of youth alongside increased lifespan, Jiang Shan was not willing to gamble. What if he were to use it in his old age and fail to regain his youthful form? With that thought, he wore a sly grin as he approached Wei Zhenzhen. Dear, time for your injection. Hearing this, Wei Zhenzhen, still drowsy, muttered in protest, No, it still hurts down there. How will the readers perceive this? Besides, I am merely offering a legitimate injection. With that, Jiang Shan pulled her into his embrace, rolled up her nightgown, and administered the injection into her arm. Ah, what are you doing, husband? Startled by the pain in her arm, Wei Zhenzhen quickly regained her senses and saw the syringe filled with green liquid punctured into her arm. What is this? She inquired, bewildered. Jiang Shan flashed a mischievous smile, a potion of allure. With a single injection, you shall have only me as your husband for all your days. Wei Zhenzhen rolled her eyes in response. Did you not use a similar excuse last time? After pondering, she decided against further questioning, recognizing that Jiang Shan must have his reasons for not disclosing the details. All right, fine, I thought you were going to give me something else. So this is really an injection, Jiang Shan, having removed the now empty syringe, chuckled. Well, since you've said that, I won't hold back with that. He pounced like a fierce tiger upon a little kitten. Meanwhile, as Jiang Shan busied himself, Yuan gathered all the significant figures from the 253rd convoy into a small group. The group comprised not only members from the Agricultural Association, the Radiant Sun Guild, and the Hunter Alliance, but also included Chen Yuanshan from the Yuan Mountain Company. At once, everyone was puzzled as to Yi Wen's intentions. Just as they were about to inquire, Yuan sent out a message. Today, our Dawn has acquired a batch of surplus vehicles and supplies, which I am certain you all would be eager to obtain. Thus, our leader has entrusted me with the task of managing these items. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to see who is in need. The highest bidder shall win. With that, he sent out a series of photographs. Upon seeing the images, Qin Yuanshan erupted in fury. Damn it, Jiangshan! Aren't these the supplies I was conned out of? Not only are you brazenly auctioning them off, but you also dragged me into this. This is utterly outrageous. He began to rage in his room, yet with the items from the truck already taken away, he struggled to find anything to smash in frustration, leaving him seething in helpless anger. In contrast to Chen Yunshan's outrage, the others had an inkling of the recent events. They were astonished to discover that what seemed like an inconspicuous dawn had swiftly dismantled the Yuan Mountain Company's forces. Securing such a significant amount of vehicles and supplies, it was undeniable that their combat capability was formidable, and they certainly knew how to stir up trouble, even dragging the principal into the fray. It was as if they were brazenly defecating on his head in public. However, this was of little concern to them, as they were in dire need of vehicles. Subsequently, the leader of the Radiant Sun Guild, Xiao Yin, was the first to speak up. Since this is an auction, let us commence without delay. By the way, what medium will we use for transactions? Money? Upon seeing this, Yuan decisively responded, we only accept currency from Dawn, or various forms of technology, medicine, and skilled personnel from other civilizations. Common supplies are not needed. Yuan was acutely aware that Dawn lacked food, hence they could only demand some other essentials. The items he proposed were those that they had long been deprived of. Observing the chiefs begin to prepare, it was evident that everyone was merely seeking their own needs. Soon, the auction commenced. First up, 120 bolts of cotton cloth. Let the bidding begin. 500 Dawn coins, 600. As items were sold one after another, the chat group erupted with excitement, with the exception of Qin Yuanshan. Watching each transaction, his teeth nearly ground to dust. These were his resources. Before long, the auction reached its final segment. Next, we have the last batch of items, totaling 400 vehicles of various types, all in excellent condition, starting with 100 at a time. Now, let the bidding for the first batch of 100 vehicles commence. Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly began to place their bids. Soon, the leader of the Sunfire Guild, Xiao Yin, sent forth his message, 10 pristine Ringman Technology sniper rifles. Upon seeing this price, everyone promptly ceased bidding. After all, who could afford such advanced weapons besides those from Sunfire? Ultimately, the first batch of vehicles was acquired by Sunfire, and the second batch by the hunters. At this point, Chen Yuanshan could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it, these are all my belongings. He realized he could not simply watch others purchase them. Otherwise, his company would be doomed. Chapter 67. Selling Vehicles. Go. Force the subordinates to surrender half of their supplies, and take some people with you. There was no alternative. Unable to contend with Dawn, he had to find a way to retain the vehicles. As for the dissatisfaction of others, that was not his concern. They would just have to endure it soon. The camp of Yuanshan Company erupted into a cacophony of disputes, clamoring for Chen Yuanshan to intervene. The noise was so loud that even Chen Yuanshan inside the vehicle could hear it clearly, yet he did not emerge. Instead, he closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. After a considerable time without his appearance, those outside protesting realized his stance. At this moment, a subordinate hurried to Chen Yuanshan's side. Boss, your forceful requisition of supplies has left the subordinates quite upset. What should we do next? Should I warn a few of them? He made a gesture across his throat, the meaning unmistakable. However, upon witnessing this, Chen Yuanshan waved his hand. No, if they are already angry about having their supplies taken, a harsher response would only complicate matters. These people are the capital for my future prosperous life. Yet, remaining clustered here was untenable. Thus, he decided to extract some supplies and propose that they be considered as an investment in the communal kitchen, allowing free meals until they reach their next destination. Chen Yuanshan's idea was commendable. After all, the last migration had lasted merely half a month. With 1 kilogram of food per day, they would require only 15 kilograms over 15 days. Compared to the resources collected, this was significantly less. However, had Jiang Shan learned of Chen Yuanshan's plan, he would have likely laughed out loud. While the arithmetic might seem reasonable, in reality, Yuanshan Company had thousands of individuals. And the amount of water required for so many people was no trivial matter. 3 days later, the terrain would transform into a Gobi desert, and by the 10th day, into an outright desert. At that time, seeking even a drop of water would be akin to chasing a dream. Yes, Chief, I believe once this kitchen is established, the others will likely have no objections. Indeed, as news of this proposal spread, the protests from below swiftly diminished. Coupled with a few subordinates silencing the troublemakers, the matter seemed to reach a conclusion. After all, their stockpiled supplies were primarily intended for sustenance during the journey. And without that worry, they naturally would not cause a stir. Of course, they also understood that those resources could not be reclaimed. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Sunfire Guild, upon the arrival of the vehicles they had purchased, the members immediately gathered to inspect them, with some already seeking ways to secure extra vehicles for themselves. Particularly, Xiao Yan's younger brother, Xiao Lin, gazed at a large SUV with sparkling eyes. "Brother, you're incredible. Who's the fool that sold such a fantastic vehicle? Brother, please let me have this car. I absolutely adore it." He quickly approached Xiao Yan, pleading earnestly. Naturally, Xiao Yan was inclined to indulge his younger brother. "All right, since you like it so much, this vehicle is yours." As Xiao Lin departed, the remaining vehicles were distributed under Xiao Yan's direction to all who needed them. Upon returning to his vehicle, he was immediately presented with a report summarizing the events of the evening. "Chief, here is the relevant intelligence regarding tonight's occurrences." After the messenger exited the RV, Xiao Yan picked up the report and couldn't help but frown. "I never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Dawn possessed such formidable combat strength. It seems preventive measures must be taken. However, while Yuanshan Company appeared substantial, it was essentially a hollow shell, prompting thoughts of how to extract some benefits from them. This conflict had reduced Yuanshan Company's numbers by nearly half, rendering it a mere shadow of its former self, now appearing as a tempting morsel to Xiao Yan. "Bring someone here." Immediately, Xiao Yan began to strategize with his subordinates on how to bite off a piece of flesh from Yuanshan Company. Meanwhile, within the hunters' ranks, a group gazed at the newly acquired vehicles, nearly brought to tears. "Wah, boss, we finally have cars. It's been a tough journey." Initially, the hunters had been formed by a group of hunters, gradually expanding. However, due to a lack of initial planning, most of them were now reliant on ox-drawn carts. While this had sufficed before migration, they now recognized the vast difference between automobiles and ox carts. Fortunately, with today's acquisition of vehicles, they finally had a semblance of status among larger factions. At this moment, the leader of the hunters, Fan Eryi, flicked his smoking pipe and proclaimed, "All right, everyone, go down and distribute the vehicles. Remember, we are all brothers. In this new world, only by uniting can we thrive." Upon hearing this, the members below immediately erupted in joy as they began to scramble for the vehicles they had set their sights on. Observing this scene, Fan Eryi sighed. Ah, the disparity. He initially believed that by uniting, his brethren could comfortably navigate the new world, but with the impending migration, he perceived the stark distinction between them and true powerhouses. They were merely a collection of brave but ordinary individuals. While they might fare well in typical brawls against formidable combatants like Dawn, or even the members of Yuanshan Company, they might not stand a chance. Furthermore, they lacked adequate foresight. For instance, during this migration, other factions possessed hundreds, if not thousands, of vehicles, whereas they had merely acquired a few dozen. Thankfully, being hunters who roamed the deep mountains for extended periods, they often stumbled upon resources others overlooked. Otherwise, they would not have secured these vehicles. It was clear that nurturing a new generation was imperative. With determination, he swiftly set his plans into motion. The following morning, Jiang Shan awoke to the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. My dear, you actually rose so early today." Despite having been busy until the early hours of the morning, Wei Zhongjin managed to wake up early, truly a superhuman feat upon hearing Jiang Shan's words. Wei Zhongjin felt her legs weaken, but thankfully she steadied herself against the counter. Her early rise was solely due to the fear of Jiang Shan delivering a dose of his affectionate discipline that morning. His stamina seemed to grow increasingly beastly. The online adage that only the overworked oxen could toil the land was now something she could attest to. Indeed, land could be worn out. "Ah, yes, I've gotten used to waking up early," she said, cautiously stealing a glance at Jiang Shan as he dressed. The defined muscles on his body nearly made her drool, but she quickly composed herself. "Breakfast is ready. Come and eat." After they finished their meal, Jiang Shan settled by the window, observing the passers-by. Suddenly, a figure in the distance caught his attention, and a smile crept onto his face. Well, who would have thought that Chen Yuanshan would stumble upon such luck? Chapter 68. The Modern City in the Wilderness. In a vision of the future, a family was incessantly lamenting Chen Yuanshan's demands for them to surrender supplies. As fate would have it, their convoy fortuitously passed through a city left behind by the 252 convoy. The ground had been laid with concrete, and buildings towering 7 to 8 stories loomed everywhere. Traffic lights adorned every intersection, while a multitude of factories encircled the city, presenting a vivid tableau of a modern metropolis. Upon witnessing this city, Jiang Shan inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Goodness! The disparity is simply staggering." While he was aware of the formidable power wielded by the aristocratic families and their vast resources, the sudden emergence of such a modern city left him momentarily dazed. Previously, he had believed that the development in Lake City was commendable, yet in comparison to these cities controlled by the wealthy families, it resembled nothing more than a rural township. It was no wonder that the world government was so eager to impose restrictions on these entities. Such measures were absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, he concluded that it bore little relevance to him personally. He would focus on seizing opportunities instead. The stronger his advantages, the more comfortable his future would be. As the vision continued, the family navigated through the city. From the scenes before him, Jiang Shan deduced several insights. Although the aristocratic families had taken many items, a multitude of hard-to-move goods remained behind. Almost all factions had commenced their plundering within this city. Chen Yuanshan, meanwhile, had discovered a factory for processing firearms. While no firearms were left, the machinery for manufacturing them had been abandoned. An integrated machine that produced firearms simply by feeding in materials. Jiang Shan could not help but inhale sharply once more. Astonished to encounter such a machine. This world has truly advanced, he marveled. However, this machine must be acquired. Although he possessed high-energy weaponry, its limited quantity and high consumption rendered it impractical as standard weaponry. This ordinary weaponry would serve as the regular equipment for Dawn. It was worth noting that the majority of members within Dawn still relied on cold weapons. In Lake City, the availability of firearms was scarce, thus posing little issue. Yet, facing the aristocratic families of the 252 convoy, cold weapons would prove inadequate. At the very least, everyone would require firearms. Just as he pondered further, a man fell victim to Dawn's hands. Jiang Shan sighed, what a twist of fate, meeting his end at the hands of his own. Yet, he mused, seizing important factories was still a significant opportunity for him. While the yield from a single factory might be modest, the cumulative total from numerous factories would be substantial. Jiang Shan was not particularly vexed about the uncertain future. Since the onset of migration, many had perished along the way, with countless bodies littering the path. However, this astonishing mortality rate meant that the length of futures he could glimpse varied significantly, with opportunities to witness a conclusion being exceedingly rare. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he was observing ordinary individuals. As Jiang Shan contemplated the fates of others, a call from Yuan interrupted his thoughts. Hello, Yuan, is there something amiss on your end? Under normal circumstances, he anticipated little would occur once they resumed their journey. Yet Yuan's proactive call piqued his curiosity. Master, it's this. Many people are eager to join us in Dawn. How should we handle this matter? Upon realizing the nature of the inquiry, Jiang Shan's understanding deepened. In the future he had glimpsed, there had been no conflict with Yuanshan Company, hence no one sought to join Dawn. Now that the future had shifted, unexpected developments were bound to arise. Are there individuals wishing to join? He pondered aloud. Initially, Dawn had not lacked for members, yet after witnessing the city established by the 252 convoy, Jiang Shan distinctly sensed the gulf between their factions. To amass more opportunities, he would need to engage in significant events. Yet such participation came with its own prerequisites. With 500 members within Dawn, it sounded substantial, but it was nothing compared to the aristocratic families. Jiang Shan justifiably questioned whether these families possessed organized military forces. Thus, expansion was imperative. Resolutely he replied, if they wish to join, let them. Commence registration now, and simultaneously, conduct preliminary investigations on those who sign up. Later tonight, we shall hold a recruitment meeting. Those who pass the review shall be welcomed. Remember the previous stipulations. You are well aware of the impending circumstances. In a few days, those wishing to join us will resort to various means. At that point, the intelligence may not be reliable. Hearing this, Yuan felt a tightening in his chest. Jiang Shan had previously shared certain information with him. He understood that the environment in the oasis would soon deteriorate. Despite Dawn's stockpiling vast resources, there was no reason to extend aid to those intent on causing disruption. Yes, Master. I will ensure stringent oversight and will not overlook any issues. As one of Jiang Shan's earliest companions, he had great trust in him. All right, I will join you in the review this evening. Following Jiang Shan's directives, Yuan promptly set to work. Soon, the news ignited a flurry of activity within the 253 chat group, with numerous individuals lacking affiliations eager to register. None had anticipated another migration, which sent those complacent in their circumstances into a state of anxiety, especially with Yuan Shan Company's plans to commandeer vehicles looming. At that point, they couldn't resist the possibility of joining another group. Thus, they turned their attention to Dawn. Although the requirements were stringent, its reputation was commendable. At the very least, it did not forcibly requisition supplies like Yuan Shan Company. As night descended, and the convoy came to a halt. Many approached Dawn's encampment, quietly forming lines. Do not cut in line. Any disruption or misconduct will result in disqualification. The members of Dawn diligently maintained order on site. Due to prior screenings conducted during the day, those arriving to queue in the evening understood the importance of this requirement. However, there remained a throng of onlookers, many of whom had been deemed unfit for the interview for various reasons. Seizing the opportunity to mock, they quickly began to taunt. Look at this. They haven't even joined yet, and already there's so much fuss. Indeed. Who do they think they are? The world government. They truly overestimate themselves. Absolutely. This is a classic case of the tiger absent from the mountain, allowing the monkeys to claim kingship. If the world government and aristocratic families were present, I wonder if they'd still dare to speak so brazenly. Haha, I reckon when the aristocratic families arrive, they'll be groveling like dogs. Right? Constantly enforcing rules, as if I'd willingly join them. Brothers, I reckon this Dawn isn't all that impressive. Other major organizations are recruiting too. Let us head over to them. Exactly, joining them even comes with supplies. This is an opportunity we cannot pass up. Let us go. Chapter 69. Preparations to depart after these individuals left. A significant portion of those still in line glanced at the news and departed as well. While Dawn enjoyed a good reputation, it ultimately was not the strongest option. With the chance to join other more formidable organizations presenting itself, why would they not pursue it? Moreover, the prospect of receiving supplies upon joining made the alternative infinitely more appealing. Upon learning that other organizations were also recruiting while offering supplies, Jiang Shan was taken aback. He turned to Yuan beside him. Yuan, why are other organizations recruiting now and providing supplies? Are their resources so abundant? In contrast to Dawn's extensive storage facilities, other factions still relied on vehicles for transporting supplies. The act of providing resources to new recruits was purely counterproductive to their own resource management. Throughout the day, Jiang Shan had been monitoring the opportunities within the future visions and was not particularly aware of other organizations also seeking recruits. Indeed, Master, the reasons are twofold. Firstly, our formidable combat strength has instilled a sense of crisis within them. Unable to contend with our weaponry, they resort to recruitment. Secondly, seeing us recruit, they aim to prevent us from growing any stronger. Hence they raise the stakes in their recruitment efforts. This way, fewer individuals will come to us. Jiang Shan could not help but twitch his lips at this revelation. Goodness, I never anticipated that to be the reason. Very well, if they wish to join, let them. As long as they do not come to regret their decision. Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, their loss for not joining us. When the time comes, and they find themselves without food or water, they will likely come begging us. Having followed Jiang Shan for such an extended period, he has inevitably gleaned some insights into the matters at hand. When the time comes to venture into the desert, it is not merely a matter of delivering supplies. It is likely that their own provisions will need to be surrendered. At this juncture, Meili approached Jiang Shan and Yuan, exclaiming, "My lord, everything is ready. We can commence the review now." Upon hearing this, the review committee, comprised of members from the Dawn's inner circle, immediately began to question those wishing to join. Jiang Shan remained in the background, observing coldly without uttering a word. The review group was merely a facade. In truth, the decision regarding their admission to the Dawn rested solely with Jiang Shan. Only when there were no issues in the future visions would he consent to their integration. As the night wore on, Yuan finally arrived at Jiang Shan's mobile quarters, saying, "My lord, all those wishing to join have departed for now. Here is the list from this round." Jiang Shan then began to annotate the list based on his recollections. A total of over 1,000 families expressed their desire to join, yet due to various reasons, only 500 families ultimately passed Jiang Shan's scrutiny, amounting to over 1,500 individuals in total. "Very well, I entrust this list to you. Every newcomer joining the Dawn is granted a one-time opportunity to purchase supplies at half price, and do not forget to distribute the modified smart wristbands." The distribution of smart wristbands has become a tradition within the Dawn, ostensibly to enhance internal communication and facilitate convenience for everyone. In reality, it allows Jiang Shan to foresee the futures of these individuals. Of course, this action does not yield any chance points. Otherwise, Jiang Shan would have exhausted them long ago. "Understood, my lord, I will ensure the task is completed." With that, he took the list and prepared to leave when Jiang Shan suddenly called him back. "Wait, there is one more matter I need you to handle." There was no way they could overlook the city they had glimpsed during the day, yet seizing it later would yield minimal chance points. Thus, they must strike first. Fortunately, they had until the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, allowing them to depart half a day in advance. However, upon hearing about this significant event, Yuan became utterly exhilarated. "My lord, I assure you I will fulfill the task." Jiang Shan then elaborated. "It is likely that we will pass by a city constructed by the 252 convoy." Upon hearing this, Yuan gasped. His excitement palpable at the convoy composed entirely of prominent families and financial magnates. His enthusiasm was understandable. Ordinary individuals seldom encountered the grand families and financial tycoons, while they were more familiar with the smaller clans and lesser financial groups that had the most substantial impact on them. Indeed, aside from us, it is highly probable that others are unaware of the impending relocation. Thus, in the ensuing chaos, many valuable items would be left behind. I am sending you ahead with a few individuals, ensuring that we can secure some treasures for ourselves." Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded, though he felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped Jiang Shan would lead them directly into the fray. Nevertheless, he understood the impracticality of his desire. Still, he was eager to discern the extent of the disparity between them and those affluent families. Observing the remnants left behind would provide a clearer picture. "Yes, my lord. How many individuals will be needed?" "I will begin recruiting immediately upon my return." Upon being asked for a number, Jiang Shan contemplated before responding, "Let us go with 50. The rest will remain with the convoy, with a portable space warehouse. We do not require a large contingent. The task of scavenging the city of the 252 convoy posed little danger, hence a smaller group sufficed." Although portable space warehouses varied in size, ranging from several hundred to 10,000 cubic meters, Jiang Shan was astonished upon learning that the first portable space warehouse they discovered was the largest. "Understood, my lord, I will ensure we bring in some skilled personnel. Transporting machinery is no simple task. It requires knowledge of disassembly. Without dismantling, even a space warehouse cannot accommodate the items." After sending Yuan off, Jiang Shan returned to his bed, and no sooner had he lain down than Wei Zhenjin snuggled up to him. "Darling, is it true that the city left by the 252 convoy exists?" Jiang Shan smiled and nodded. "Of course. I had a brief discussion with Feng Wufeng, which led me to this conclusion." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjin became excited. "Really? Then I must go too. You cannot leave me behind." Jiang Shan readily agreed, recognizing that with her ethereal skin, even potential dangers were mitigated. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early one morning, while everyone else was still asleep, Jiang Shan's mobile quarters departed the convoy, flanked by more than a dozen off-road vehicles. In the darkness, many began to feel a sense of anticipation. "Brother Yuan, do you know what the 252 convoy is like?" asked Meili, who was thrilled to encounter the remnants of affluent families and financial groups after 2 years of silence. Hearing Meili's question, the others grew curious as well. Yuan shrugged, responding, "I only learned about it from my lord just 2 days ago. However, bringing so many people suggests the situation should be quite unexpected." As they accelerated, they finally reached the periphery of the city left behind by the 252 convoy before noon. Looking out the window, the sight of a modern city astounded the others. This cannot be true. In just 2 years, how could such a vast difference exist? This is already a complete modern city. Chapter 70. Scavenging intelligence, is this the chasm that lies between us and the affluent families? The disparity was staggering. In that moment, not just the others, but even Yuan himself was rendered speechless. Before arriving, he had thought that while there might be a difference, it would not be excessively pronounced. Yet, upon comparison, the architectural styles of the two cities appeared to represent entirely different civilizations. While the others were in awe, Jiang Shan was preoccupied with other thoughts. Bao, given the current circumstances, how long until the convoy arrives here? After a brief calculation, Bao quickly replied, Master, approximately 5 hours. With this precise answer, Jiang Shan wasted no time. 5 hours? Though the time frame is tight, it is sufficient. Having reached this conclusion, he began to direct the others. All right, everyone, do not dawdle. We only have 5 hours to operate in this city. After 5 hours, the convoy will arrive, and these resources will no longer be ours to scavenge. Now, everyone form teams of 3, each equipped with a portable space warehouse, and head to the designated locations. Team 1, you will proceed to. Finally, he instructed Yuan and Feng Shan to follow him. As Jiang Shan issued his commands. The others snapped back to focus. Once these tasks were completed, Jiang Shan exhaled in relief. Wei Zhenjin approached him, asking, Darling, do you think we can clear out this city in 5 hours? Jiang Shan shook his head. Clearing everything in 5 hours? That is simply impossible. This city is not like the circular cities. Many items are of high quality, and there are plenty of usable goods. Completing a thorough scavenging in 5 hours is unfeasible. At most, we can take the most crucial items. Understanding Jiang Shan's perspective, Wei Zhenjin nodded in agreement. That makes sense. So, what is our next course of action? Where are we headed? Jiang Shan pointed towards the city center. We are going there, the heart of the city. While the resources are valuable, I also wish to uncover some information about those affluent families. That area should have been their original base, and I suspect there will be plenty of intelligence left behind. As they would soon confront these entities directly, possessing relevant information could greatly facilitate their efforts. All right, let us hurry there. With that, Jiang Shan led the other 2 vehicles toward the city's center. Upon approaching the area, they were met with the sight of more than 10 grand structures resembling palaces. Wow! If these buildings were erected in the past, they could easily be considered palaces. In merely 2 years, such a vast complex had been constructed. And not just one. The sight of these edifices left Wei Zhenjin gasping in astonishment. This is the power of the affluent families. Jiang Shan quickly gathered the others. Yuan, Feng Shan, there are over 10 palaces here, each serving as a stronghold for a different affluent family. Our mission now is to gather intelligence. However, the area is extensive. Let each person attend to one palace. Now, commence your operations. As Jiang Shan issued the order, Yuan and the others promptly drove off to various palatial clusters to begin their intelligence-gathering mission. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan approached a palace marked by a gigantic character for Lu, wife. Let us scavenge this place. As once the instigator of the assassination of Lu Donghai's family, Jiang Shan sought to assess their true capabilities. The 2 soon entered the palace, which, as anticipated, was adorned with exquisite opulence. Even after their departure for several days, not a trace of dust lingered. They swiftly arrived at the palace's core, the very place where the Lu family's decision-maker conducted affairs. Attempting to gain entry, they discovered the grand wooden door bore no signs of having been opened. Remarkably, it was locked. My dear, step back. Your husband is about to force this door open. With that declaration, Jiang Shan raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick, shattering the door with a force 5 times greater than ordinary strength. They then entered the room without obstruction. After a thorough inspection, they found that most of the documents had been removed, yet a few remained. Jiang Shan glanced at them before storing them in his portable spatial repository. All right, my love, let us proceed to other chambers. We can't waste precious time here when we have 5 hours to spare. There is still a journey of 25 days ahead of us to peruse these documents. With that, they began to diligently scour the premises for information. Compared to the decision-maker's office, the other rooms yielded a significantly larger amount of residual documents. Before long, their spatial repository was filled with an additional cubic meter of files. Just as Jiang Shan intended to leave, Wei Zhenjin suddenly interrupted him. Darling, wait a moment. Do you not detect an unusual odor here? Jiang Shan looked perplexed. An odd scent? This is the stronghold of the wealthy clans. Even a clogged toilet wouldn't emit any foul smell. Indeed, that was my thought as well. Yet this odor feels eerily familiar. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan promptly activated the communication device to connect with a Bao in their vehicle. A Bao, there are some strange odors in the vicinity. Please utilize the detection equipment in the RV to identify the source. The RV, having undergone upgrades, was equipped with such capabilities and a considerable range, making it easy for a Bao to locate the problem. Soon, a Bao's voice echoed in their earpieces. Master, the source of the odor is located 125 meters to your left. Analysis indicates it is the stench of decaying corpses. Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjun exchanged excited glances. A foul odor of death suggested a significant secret lay hidden. Resolute, they made their way toward the source indicated by a Bao. Upon reaching the back of a rockery, Jiang Shan could now discern the unmistakable stench of decomposing bodies without needing to be reminded. This is it, my dear. Activate the filtration function. We must guard against any potential toxins. They promptly engaged the filtering feature of their virtual skin, and the putrid odor vanished instantaneously. Remarkable. I never anticipated this skin would possess such an effect. Jiang Shan nodded in agreement. All right, step back. I am about to kick the door. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick. Although this door was iron, Jiang Shan's formidable strength left an imprint upon it with a single strike. With subsequent kicks, the iron door was eventually shattered by the fifth blow. That moment, a Bao's voice filled their earpieces once more. Master, the stench of decaying corpses nearby has intensified tenfold. A chill ran through both Jiang Shan and Wei Zhenjun as they realized the implication. My dear, let us enter. The door swung open to reveal a descending passageway. As they ventured deeper, they arrived at a dungeon-like environment where the prisoners in each cell bore gaping wounds on their foreheads, emanating the foul odor of decay. Each room they passed contained similar grotesque sights. Trembling, Wei Zhenjun inquired, "What on earth is happening here?" Chapter 71. The cruel dungeon that's unclear. Perhaps they were executed as a last resort when attempting to escape. Jiang Shan suggested. Continuing onward may shed light on this mystery. The underground prison was divided into 3 tiers, and they had only explored the first. The second level mirrored the first, albeit with fewer occupants. Yet each corpse bore grievous injuries, some even missing limbs. The wounds having nearly healed, it was evident these individuals had endured severe torture over an extended period. Wei Zhenjun nodded in agreement, pondering why these people had been captured. Let us proceed further to uncover the truth. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, a mere glance sent shivers down their spines. Compared to the previous 2 levels, this one was far worse. A single look revealed all content to be unfit for scrutiny. This method is shockingly brutal. Jiang Shan, possessing remarkable physical resilience, managed to maintain composure, but Wei Zhenjun, standing beside him, could no longer contain herself and retched. Ugh! Observing her distress, Jiang Shan proposed, "My love, perhaps I should scout ahead while you retreat." He had expected her to acquiesce, yet Wei Zhenjun, trembling, firmly declined. No. I know there will be more such scenes in the future. I may evade this time, but can I always escape? Rest assured, my dear, you are capable. Jiang Shan fell silent at her resolute words. Very well, let us pause for a moment before proceeding. Once Wei Zhenjun regained her composure, they continued onward. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, they beheld hundreds of complete human skeletons hanging from the walls. Remnants of flesh still clinging to the bones, it was evident that these individuals had not succumbed to natural decay. This is horrifying. These souls were systematically flayed alive. Realizing there was likely no significant intelligence to be gained here, Jiang Shan declared, "There is nothing of value for us here. Let us depart." As they began to retreat, Jiang Shan halted abruptly upon spotting a corpse in one of the cells. Without hesitation, he commenced to kick the cell door furiously. Wei Zhenjun, witnessing this, looked perplexed. "Darling, what is the matter?" Jiang Shan responded urgently. "I saw the fingers of that corpse move. He appears to still be alive. He might possess crucial information." Initially skeptical that a person with a gaping hole in their forehead could survive, Jiang Shan's instincts kicked in, revealing a glimpse of the future. He realized that if he did not rescue this individual, they would perish within a day. Is he truly still alive? He pondered. Wait for me. Once the door was breached, they quickly extracted the survivor from the cell. After returning to the RV, Jiang Shan rummaged through a small supply depot for medicinal herbs to aid in treatment. With his ability to identify various wild herbs, he quickly discerned their specific effects. This was also one of the primary ventures of Dawn. Soon, he emerged with a vial of deep green potion, a potent concoction of over a dozen powerful herbs, theoretically boasting remarkable healing properties. However, due to a lack of prior experimentation, its efficacy remained uncertain. This was a perfect opportunity for a test subject. A win-win situation, as this individual was already on the verge of death. My dear, help me pry open his mouth. The two worked seamlessly together, swiftly administering the potent healing potion. Once they completed the task, they both exhaled in relief. The fate of the individual now rested in their hands. Jiang Shan proceeded to connect with the others, prompting each team to report their findings. Soon, after compiling the information, they discovered they had achieved 20 of their objectives. Excellent, everyone, keep pushing forward. Our time is limited. He then inquired about Yuan and Feng Shan's progress. How goes your intelligence gathering? Yuan was the first to respond. My lord, everything is proceeding smoothly, though it appears these are not particularly classified reports. On the other side, Feng Shan echoed similar sentiments. My lord, my situation is quite similar. However, are these reports truly useful? Will our efforts be in vain? Jiang Shan sighed at their concerns. Whether they are useful will be revealed upon examination. Just earlier, my wife and I discovered he proceeded to recount their harrowing findings, leaving both of them visibly shaken. How is this possible? Theoretically, this camp is comprised of the affluent clans. How could anyone endure such torment? In the New World, even betrayal seems implausible. Yet man was not mistaken. In this new world, every convoy is separated by thousands of kilometers. While such distances may be manageable, the routes are another matter entirely. This desolate place lacks maps, roads, or any semblance of a planned exit, which renders any attempt to depart a certain death. Alas, I am aware of the circumstances. Yet it seems that by sheer luck, we managed to survive during our passage. We have already administered medication, and if we manage to endure, we shall likely uncover the truth of our situation. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Jiang Shan continued, All right, the others are pressed for time in scouring the factory, and we are not in a comfortable position either. This time, we must thoroughly search every outpost in this vicinity. Once you have completed your search, proceed to the next outpost. Remember to keep all documents from each camp separated. With that, the group resumed their actions. In the ensuing hours, no further incidents transpired. Although they did discover some basements and other outposts, all occupants had perished. Jiang Shan could only sigh in resignation. Before they knew it, 5 hours had passed, and a massive convoy was advancing like a stream of ants. Suddenly, they spotted a modern city on the horizon. The atmosphere within the group erupted with excitement. Whoa, did you see that? It looks like there's a modern city over there. Come on, this is the new world. Aside from the place we landed, where could there be a modern city? I see it too. Could it be a mirage? Given the heat, a mirage wouldn't be surprising. Normal? Nonsense. A mirage requires a physical object to reflect. I believe that is a real city. Is it possible there exists a city that has developed similarly to us? I can even see the traffic lights clearly. Damn, you fools. If we can see it so clearly, then it must be a real city. Whoa, I didn't find anything good in the last ring city. This time, I must take the initiative. Charge! In an instant, the individuals who had discovered the city, whether ordinary folk or powerful factions, began to abandon their convoys and hasten towards the distant city. Chapter 72. The convoy arrives and withdraws soon. Jiang Shan, who was busy scavenging within the city, received news from Mitsai. Sir, a significant number of people from the convoy have already set off towards the city. Upon receiving this message, Jiang Shan realized that the scavenging operation was coming to an end. He promptly communicated with the personnel involved in the mission. Everyone, it's time to retreat. Regardless of how far you've disassembled the new machines, abandon them and leave immediately. Upon reading this message, the others decisively set aside the machines they were about to dismantle and quickly boarded their vehicles to depart. Before their arrival, Jiang Shan had made it abundantly clear that they should abandon what needed to be abandoned. They must not allow any trivial matter to expose the spatial warehouse. Although the members of the Dawn organization were aware of the spatial warehouse, they also understood that exposing it over a mere machine would make Dawn a thorn in everyone's side. Soon, more than a dozen vehicles followed Jiang Shan's RV as they headed towards the convoy. This scene left some of those about to enter the city utterly dumbfounded. Haha, did you see that? We were all thinking about charging in, but there are actually people leaving. Clearly, they are fools, indeed. How could there possibly be such simpletons in this world? Look at that luxurious RV leading them. It must belong to an idiot. Absolutely, we are bound to find numerous treasures in this city. If we come across firearms, that RV will be mine. Right, boss? Let us make a big score tonight. That RV will be ours. The speaker belonged to a small gang of barely a dozen individuals. They had previously avoided provoking major organizations in Lake City, allowing them to live relatively comfortably. However, their long-standing arrogance had blinded them to the fact that this was Dawn's vehicle. Yet their leader realized this immediately and roared in anger. Shut up. Do you have any idea whose vehicle that is? It belongs to Dawn, and especially that RV at the front. It belongs to the leader of Dawn. Are you asking me to rob Dawn's leader's vehicle? How many lives do you think you have? If you want to die, just say so, but don't drag me into it. Damn it. How did I end up with such foolish subordinates? It's infuriating. After being reprimanded by their leader, the others broke out in cold sweat. If one were to assess the most powerful force since the migration began, it was evident that while no one could determine the specifics, Dawn undoubtedly ranked at the very top. Hadn't they witnessed how Dawn had decimated half of the formidable Yuan Mountain Company? Even their leader had been captured. Had it not been for the sacrifice of hundreds of vehicles worth of supplies, Yuan Mountain Company might very well have been obliterated. Faced with such a colossal entity, how could they dare contemplate robbing the leader's vehicle? Was that not a surefire path to death? With this thought, they promptly sealed their lips. In contrast to the small factions' panic, the members of larger factions were contemplating more. On the vehicle of the Fierce Sun Guild, the leader announced, "Boss, we just received intel that Dawn's convoy has emerged from the city." According to the investigation, it appeared that their leader had set out before dawn. Initially unclear, it now seemed they had come early to scavenge. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan suddenly stood up. "What? Why didn't you mention this crucial information sooner?" Immediately, the subordinates below stammered, "Boss, given the current circumstances, we were unsure why they abruptly left our vicinity. We only pieced it together with previous information just now. Besides, I did report it. You said it was irrelevant." As Xiaoyan's subordinate spoke, he wore an aggrieved expression. Reflecting on the morning, Xiaoyan indeed recalled that someone had mentioned this matter, but he had not paid it any heed at the time. "All right, find out in the future. Make sure to highlight such important information to me." After saying this, Xiaoyan continued to issue orders. Since Dawn was already aware of this matter and set off ahead of time, they must have found something valuable. Listen closely. Everyone from the Fierce Sun Guild is to leave the convoy and enter the city to begin scavenging. This time, Feng Wufeng had already informed all the major factions that regardless of what they discovered along the way, he would not stop for anything. This meant that if they wished to scavenge, they would ultimately need to catch up with the convoy. However, when weighed against the potential rewards, a bit of gasoline was trivial in comparison. Meanwhile, other major factions also made similar decisions, dispatching large numbers of personnel to conduct a thorough search of the city. At this moment, Zhang Shan and his group had returned to Dawn. Observing the more than a dozen portable spatial warehouses before them, particularly the integrated weapon forging machine that excited everyone, Zhang Shan remarked, "Well done. With this machine, we shall no longer lack conventional weapons." Ip Man gazed at the machines and remarked, "Boss Ip Man, I never expected those wealthy families would abandon such machines. It is quite unfortunate that we didn't find equipment for other types of weaponry." At this point, Zhang Shan also examined the integrated machine and initiated an appraisal. Handgun manufacturing machine. A portable handgun forging machine created by humanity. Input materials to manufacture handguns. It can freely produce handguns or handgun ammunition. Upon realizing it was a handgun machine, Zhang Shan couldn't help but smile. Although he knew this was a weapon manufacturing unit, he had not anticipated it would specifically produce handguns. The most crucial aspect was that it could also manufacture handgun ammunition, which represented a significant gain. "Excellent, everyone did well this time, man. Once we return, distribute some rewards to them. Though there were no dangers, everyone must be feeling tired, right?" Upon hearing Zhang Shan's words, the others were filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir." After sending those individuals away, Zhang Shan finally began to scrutinize the intelligence he had gathered. Meanwhile, the myriad factions that had entered the city were taken aback by the desolation of the factories, which erupted into chaos. Initially, they believed it would be easy to scavenge resources from ordinary households, but they soon realized it would be more efficient to raid the factories directly. However, The reality was that most of these factories were largely empty, and even the machines present were cumbersome and impractical to transport. They hadn't considered the difficulties posed by the absence of specialized vehicles for such large machinery. With just a handful of vehicles, none of which were trucks, it was improbable they could haul anything away. Consequently, they promptly made their way towards the heart of the city, assuming that if the factories were bare, the central encampment would surely yield something of value. Yet, upon their arrival, they were left dumbfounded to discover that this location had been established by the 252nd Convoy. The footprints in the dust and the missing documents on the tables indicated that someone had intercepted the intelligence, in the blink of an eye. They recalled seeing the Dawn Convoy's vehicles upon their arrival. "Damn it, Jiang Shan, you dog. You've preemptively snatched this intelligence." It was imperative that such confidential information not be monopolized by Dawn. "Everyone, let us mobilize." Chapter 73. "So you're here to present gifts too." "Fear not, my friends. With so many of us, even if he has reservations, he wouldn't dare voice them publicly. Indeed, unity would enable them to accomplish anything. As a leader of a significant organization, one invariably speculates about the future. As developments unfold, interactions with the prominent families and conglomerates are inevitable, with the closest being those associated with the 252nd Convoy. Thus, acquiring any pertinent information ahead of time would be advantageous for preparation. Meanwhile, within the Liang Guild, the underlings were fervently stirred at the prospect of forcibly demanding intelligence from Dawn. "Let us go, let us go. The boss has spoken. Brothers, arm yourselves. If they refuse, we'll take action." Just as they were about to grab their weapons, one of them was swiftly kicked to the ground by their leader, Xiao Yin. "Action? What nonsense. Don't even think of it." The underlings looked on incredulously. "Boss, weren't you just suggesting we take action?" Others nodded in agreement. Although Xiao Yin hadn't explicitly mentioned fighting, his intentions had been clear. "Do you really think this is the ancient era? With firearms, killing is as easy as cutting grass." Before Dawn expanded, a few hundred men could take down nearly 1,000. Now that they've doubled in size, you think we stand a chance? Xiao Yin glanced at the one who had spoken. "Damn, why hadn't I considered this? If we confront Dawn with their weaponry, we'd likely be taken out before we even laid eyes on them." Cold sweat broke out on him. "Boss, what should we do?" He looked to Xiao Yin with a pleading expression. "What else? We bring gifts. Those prominent families managed to strip the factories bare. Do you think they wouldn't take the crucial documents?" Whatever Dawn had taken was likely of little consequence. It wasn't worth severing ties over trivial documents. Moreover, while others were preparing for conflict, I shall take the opposite approach, extending a helping hand in their time of need. This will surely foster goodwill. Who knows, they might even sell us some weapons later on. Upon hearing this, the underlings raised their thumbs in admiration. "You're the best, boss. Your foresight is remarkable. No wonder you're the leader." Though Xiao Yin maintained a facade of calmness, internally he reveled in his cleverness. He was confident that the leaders of other organizations were merely dim-witted fools who would never conceive of such a strategy. Soon, night fell, and the 253rd Convoy took a break on the road. Numerous factions drove towards the Dawn encampment, including Xiao Yin himself. However, upon arriving with his gifts, he was instantly taken aback. He observed that the very factions that had previously boasted about confronting Jiang Shan were now waiting outside Dawn, all bearing gifts. Xiao Yin sought out an old acquaintance to inquire about the situation. "Old Xiao, what's going on?" Old Xiao, the leader of the Chef Guild, whose primary business revolved around restaurants, explained, "I was also planning to come here and forcefully demand information, but my advisors suggested I should extend a helping hand instead, so I thought it made sense and brought gifts, only to find that others had the same idea." "Xiao Yin, you're not actually thinking of resorting to force, are you?" As Xiao Yin's people had yet to disembark, old Xiao remained cautious, wanting to distance himself if Xiao Yin intended to resort to violence. To his surprise, Xiao Yin merely smiled wryly. He had indeed anticipated that the other faction leaders wouldn't think of this approach, but he had overlooked the fact that most large factions had their own strategists. Could the strategists really not have arrived at the same conclusion? Seeing others share his thoughts, Xiao Yin dropped the pretense. "Come on out. Just be careful not to damage anything." At Xiao Yin's command, his subordinates finally exited the vehicles, carrying various gifts. Seeing this, old Xiao let out a sigh of relief. "You rascal, were you trying to play me? Well, let us wait and see. I've heard their leader will be out shortly." Both men stood together. engaging in conversation as they awaited the arrival of Don's leadership. Meanwhile, within the fish gang, over 100 men wielding cleavers and harpoons, clad in leather armor, radiated excitement at the prospect of impending battle. Originally, the fish gang had thrived by exploiting ordinary fishermen, leveraging their superior aquatic skills to survive in Lake City. Lacking a distinct industry, the entire fish gang comprised individuals who thrived on bravado and competition. The leader surveyed his subordinates with satisfaction. Excellent. Before we set out, let me clarify our plan. Today, we shall seize the opportunity to rob the resources of the other major factions while they engage in battle with Dawn. With these vehicles and supplies, every brother will soon enjoy a life of luxury. Do we all understand? The underlings erupted in fervent agreement, their voices echoing as they envisioned a life of prosperity ahead. Understood. The fish gang leader, already envisioning his future of excess, declared, "Let us move out." He climbed into a vehicle while his followers sprinted towards the Dawn camp. Observing the throng of eager underlings, the fish gang leader felt a swell of pride. With so many factions launching an assault, let us see if Dawn can survive this. Initially, he had also intended to scavenge the remnants left by the 252nd convoy, but he realized that the fish gang's notorious reputation, coupled with their smaller numbers, made that unlikely. Thus, he planned to blend into the chaos and seize the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Finally, the convoy had halted, marking the moment for action. As they approached, he spotted numerous vehicles parked outside Dawn, prompting an even louder laugh. "I can't believe they've already brought gifts. Ha ha ha, this time I shall lead the fish gang to glory. Brothers, charge with me." With determination, he leaped from the vehicle, brandishing a cleaver as he charged into the throng. His underlings followed suit, raising their weapons and shouting, "Kill them!" At the entrance of the Dawn camp, Jiang Shan was engaged in discussions regarding documents when suddenly, they heard the commotion of an approaching battle, leaving them bewildered. "So, this is your backup plan. Gifts before aggression?" Jiang Shan remarked, unaware that the others were equally puzzled. They had prepared gifts, not intended for conflict. Turning to see the fish gang, Xiao Yin's mind raced with possibilities. If they came seeking trouble, eliminating them would surely yield significant rewards. Brothers, the opportunity to shine has arrived. Let us annihilate them. Chapter 74. The Dim-Witted Fish Gang. With that, Xiao Yin led his followers into battle against the fish gang, leaders of major factions. Each individual possessed formidable combat skills. The fish gang had survived due to their agility in the water. But the circumstances were different now. Unless they were akin to the legendary Earthwalker, escape was impossible. As Xiao Yin charged forward, the other factions were momentarily taken aback before their eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Brothers, charge with me. Let us take down these scoundrels." In an instant, the leaders of the surrounding factions, accompanied by their subordinates, charged towards the fish gang. The leader of the fish gang stood frozen in disbelief at the sight of their smirking faces. He realized his demise was imminent. At that moment, his sole thought was to flee. He turned and sprinted toward his vehicle, shouting, "Brothers, follow me. I shall summon reinforcements." As he attempted to speed away, he quickly discovered that his aspirations were nothing more than a delusion. He had barely settled into the car, yet his subordinates were already sprinting past him. Witnessing this, the fish gang leader erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Damn it, you dogs! Wasn't I clear about stopping them? Get back here." Upon hearing his words, his subordinates merely scoffed. "Ha! You expect us to sacrifice ourselves to let you escape? Dream on." The little minions of the fish gang were acutely aware of their internal dynamics. In such a dire situation, it was evident they were at a disadvantage, and fleeing was their only option. As for their leader's command, they dismissed it as nonsense. Infuriated by the scene unfolding before him, the fish gang leader shouted in exasperation, "You wretched fools, when I return, I shall flay your hides." However, despite his threats, they were soon surrounded. "You should be more concerned about your own fate." With that, Xiao Yin pointed at the fish gang leader and ordered, "Attack!" In an instant, the fish gang members were wailing in agony. "No, please, stop. Spare us." The leader, clutching his head, pleaded desperately on the ground. Yet Xiao Yin merely smirked mysteriously. "Oh, you can still cry out? Hit him again." His subordinates resumed their assault. "Ah, you beasts! I haven't even laid a finger on you. This is inhumane." The cries of the fish gang resonated clearly even for Jiang Shan and the others. "Ha! I initially thought everyone here was clever, but it seems a fool has slipped in, they remarked. Fiske, Fiske, Fiske. It appears this fool is in quite the predicament. Hearing this, Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, to be deceived by such a simple trick. He truly is a great simpleton. In contrast to the fish gang's thrashing, Yuan was more intrigued by another matter. Why, Lord? We worked hard to acquire the information. Why are you choosing to auction it off? We are not in need of supplies. Indeed, just moments ago, Jiang Shan had discussed the auction of the documents with other faction leaders, considering three key aspects. First, Abayo had already scanned and saved all documents, making the physical copies merely occupy space. Second, the individual they had rescued was now stable, and once he awoke, the information he possessed would be far more valuable. Third, maintaining a low profile was crucial as they faced the aristocratic families. While others might be unaware of the extent of their hoarded resources, those families were well aware of their own valuable possessions. Thus, to avoid drawing targeted attention, providing certain documents to the 253 vehicle team would ensure that the aristocrats would keep this matter confidential, allowing them to be considered comrades in the trenches. After this explanation, Yuan finally comprehended. Ah, so that's how it is. I see. I had not thought it through thoroughly. Following this revelation, he recognized that his earlier musings lacked depth. Fortunately, he had Jiang Shan, a reliable leader, affirming that joining Dawn was indeed the right choice. Behind the scenes, Jiang Shan continued striving to create a better world, prompting Yuan to feel a surge of excitement. What a benevolent lord! I never expected him to provide such thorough explanations. With these thoughts, he immediately pledged to Jiang Shan, My lord, I shall work even harder in the future, and I will not disappoint you. Observing Yuan's demeanor, Jiang Shan couldn't help but twitch his lips. What has he thought of now? Never mind. It's not important. Soon, Xiao Yin and others approached again. Grinning mischievously, hee, Leader Jiang, here, a small token of our respect. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates promptly tossed the bound fish gang leader and his minions before Jiang Shan. As Jiang Shan appeared, the fish gang leader immediately began to plead for mercy. My lord, spare me. I didn't mean it. If you let me go, I am willing to do anything you ask. Truly, I swear. May lightning strike me if I lie. Jiang Shan couldn't help but smile at the bravado displayed by the young man. Ah, so you're quite bold, aren't you? While others refrained from striking, you chose to act. You must be confident in your own abilities. The fish gang leader, in a frenzy, shook his head vehemently. No, my lord. I was completely misled by my subordinates. This was never my intention. Hearing this, the fish gang members grew indignant. Why should they bear the brunt of his decisions? Boss, that's not how it works. We had no authority to make decisions for you. They protested. This is pure slander. Leader Jiang, we must report this. This man has been eyeing your vehicle. At this, the fish gang leader was left dumbfounded. Leader Jiang, I truly did not think that way. It was these rascals who defamed me. He then kicked out at his own bound subordinates. You scoundrels dare to slander me? I will kill you. In response, his subordinates retaliated. Albeit their limbs were bound, their feet remained free, resulting in an absurd leg battle. Witnessing this humiliating spectacle, the leaders of nearby factions averted their eyes in embarrassment, vowing to warn their own men never to associate themselves with such disgraceful individuals. Jiang Shan had yet to say a word, and they were already brawling. Such a disgraceful faction could not possibly hail from Lake City. Absolutely not. At that moment, Jiang Shan wholeheartedly concurred. It was indeed a disgrace. Yet, he had documents to auction, so he could not afford to watch their antics indefinitely. Yuan, summon some people to take them away. I will deal with them after I finish handling these matters. Before long, the fish gang members were escorted away, and Jiang Shan resumed addressing other matters. All right, let us continue. Allow me to explain the rules. This time, I have gathered 500 folders, each containing approximately 30 to 40 documents. I will be presenting 450 folders for auction, with every 50 folders counting as one lot, totaling 9 lots. The auction rules remain unchanged, and bidding may commence now. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to bid fervently, with each document fetching around 1,000 Dawn coins. Jiang Shan had initially established a concrete value for Dawn coins. Precious metals like gold and silver were not feasible, so food became the benchmark point. 10 coins could sustain one person for a day with 3 meals, including meat and vegetables, while 1,000 coins equated to provisions for 100 individuals. Although this price was high for ordinary folk, it was merely a drop in the bucket for these powerful factions. Originally, Jiang Shan intended to distribute the documents freely, but reconsidered. If he gave them away this time, would he not be obliged to do so in the future? Thus, he opted for an auction, which would serve to convey a sense of value. After concluding the document sales, amid the grateful expressions of other factions, they departed, having extracted a substantial 900 portions of food from the seemingly useless papers. Subsequently, he arrived at the holding area for the fish gang. Upon seeing Jiang Shan approach, the fish gang leader immediately resumed his pleas. "Leader Jiang, it was my subordinates who led me astray. I truly did not intend any of this. Please, show mercy and let me go." Observing the leader's demeanor, Jiang Shan decisively activated his ability, in an instant. The visions of the next 64 days unfolded before his eyes. Wow, this individual is quite remarkable. Not that he possessed extraordinary strength, but rather he was surrounded by astute allies. Normally, a month later, they would reach Green Prefecture, where the aristocratic families would begin their oppressive reign over the common people, making life exceedingly difficult. Yet, this man would turn around and ally himself with the aristocrats, often emerging to flaunt his superiority over the citizens of Lake City. To others, he might seem a spy, but to Jiang Shan, who could foresee the future, he was a veritable treasure trove of intelligence. With this in mind, Jiang Shan looked at the fish gang leader and inquired, "Jia Gue, is it?" Upon hearing his name, the fish gang leader quickly affirmed, Yes, I am indeed Jia Gue." Jiang Shan nearly burst into laughter at the resemblance to Captain Jia's dialogue, but managed to suppress it. "Ahem, Jia Gue, let us cut to the chase. 100 vehicle loads of supplies. Once they arrive, you may return home. Do you have any objections?" Relieved that Jiang Shan did not intend to eliminate him, Jia Gue nearly wept. Although 100 vehicle loads were substantial, they paled in comparison to his own life. "I agree. I am willing. I express my gratitude to Leader Jiang for granting me mercy. From this moment forth, I shall be your loyal hound." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan finally entrusted the matter to Yuan for resolution. Soon, 100 vehicles laden with supplies were dispatched. Meanwhile, the chat group 253 was abuzz with activity. "Hey, what do you think those powerful factions are doing over at Dawn, especially with all those vehicles? Are they gearing up for a confrontation?" "I believe so. Previously, the leader of Dawn ventured here to gather resources. Naturally, the other factions, having found nothing of value, would be displeased, leading to an inevitable clash. Enough already, let us not get carried away. Those factions are merely collaborating. If a fight were truly imminent, would we not hear a whisper of it?" "Huh. No sounds? Then what about the screams I heard earlier?" "Oh, you mean that?" Someone in the group mentioned going after Dawn, but others were merely jesting. Unfortunately, the fish gang's foolish members took it seriously, only to be beaten up for their troubles. "Look at this photo. Ha ha ha, that is the leader of the fish gang getting kicked mercilessly. He resembles a defeated dog now. Well deserved. Those rascals have been a constant thorn in our side. And now they've fallen into the hands of the leader of the Fierce Sun Guild. It serves them right." That's true. While they are considered a mid-tier faction, their resources are scant. Today, I observed a significant amount of supplies being dispatched from their convoy, making their future endeavors quite challenging. The group engaged in animated discussions about Jia Gue, with most expressing a sense of vindication, particularly since the fish gang had primarily targeted ordinary people like them. However, their curiosity grew regarding why the other factions sought collaboration with Dawn. It was well known that, on the surface, the factions in Lake City appeared harmonious. Yet beneath that facade lay a myriad of covert maneuvers. Such an overt incident was unprecedented, sparking intrigue about Dawn's methods. Typically, Dawn's representatives seldom conversed in public forums, leaving little opportunity to glean insider information. Just as Jiang Shan intended to retreat to his camper for rest, Yuan approached him with palpable excitement. "My lord, the severely injured individual has regained consciousness." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's spirits lifted, and he promptly followed Yuan to the adjacent vehicle. Upon entering, a shadowy figure huddled in the corner of the car. Upon seeing Jiang Shan, she immediately exclaimed, "Who are you? Where is this place? Don't come any closer. I assure you, I am not easily intimidated." Noting her anxious demeanor, Jiang Shan continued, This is the 253 convoy. Before he could finish, the woman became agitated. What? This is the 253 convoy? She attempted to rush outside to ascertain the situation, but her body soon crumpled. What is wrong with my body? Witnessing this, both Jiang Shan and Yuan grew anxious. They had finally rescued her and needed information. And she could not perish now. However, Jiang Shan's identification abilities were ineffective on humans. Otherwise, he could ascertain her condition. That moment, Yuan appeared to grasp something. Right, my lord, you mentioned bringing her out from a cell. And the members of the 252 convoy have been gone for several days. Could she be starving? Just then, the woman's stomach growled in agreement. So that's it. Fetch a few buns. Although it was not ideal for someone just awakening to consume buns directly, given that the others had already finished their meals, no one was inclined to prepare porridge. Anything edible would suffice. Soon, a bowl of kelp soup and several buns were placed before the woman. Upon seeing the food, she ravenously began to eat, occasionally using the soup to ease her throat when she nearly choked. After devouring 5 substantial buns, she finally relaxed, her composure slowly returning. Thank you, Jiang Shan, unperturbed by her gratitude, began to inquire about her circumstances. By the way, I rescued you to ask a few questions. Who are you? And why were you imprisoned in the Liu family's dungeon? What crimes have you committed that warranted such torment from the Liu family? Upon hearing Jiang Shan's barrage of questions, the woman collected her thoughts before responding. What crimes led to our suffering at the hands of the Liu family? It seems you are unaware of our identities. Let me clarify. I am an operative dispatched by the world government to monitor the Liu family, and those imprisoned in the dungeon are all my comrades.